On July 1, 2014, in the province of Shu, I found myself sitting on a bed in Community 102. The surroundings felt both familiar and strange. Just moments ago, I was squatting in a school toilet, but in an inexplicable instant, I was transported to this place. I knew this house while I had lived here for over 20 years before it was sold. However, I was now back in 2014, seemingly having traveled back in time. I pulled out my smartphone and confirmed the date July 1, 2014. The revelation hit me hard. I had indeed traveled through time. I noticed my attire had changed to a slim-fitting white t-shirt, black pirated Nike shorts, and familiar flip-flops, all reminiscent of my high school days. The realization of my time travel was both shocking and exhilarating. Luckily, it was after the college entrance exam, sparing me from reliving the stress and anxiety of that period. Reflecting on my life before this rebirth, I was adopted by elderly grandparents after being orphaned as an infant. They raised me lovingly, but I lost my grandmother to illness early in high school, and my grandfather followed soon after. Their deaths were a severe blow, but they left me with a substantial inheritance of 500,000 to 600,000 yuan in this very house, which eased my subsequent life struggles. Before my rebirth, I worked as a physical education teacher at a primary school. I had recently purchased a house and was discussing marriage with a colleague. The prospect of returning to the past presented countless opportunities. I regretted not memorizing stock market dates or lottery numbers, which could have made me rich instantly. As a PE teacher, my foresight was limited to the knowledge that house prices would rise and that investing in property was a wise decision. In the midst of these thoughts, a system voice interrupted my musings. Monopoly system restarts. Despite the surreal nature of the announcement, I wasn't frightened. The system interface appeared, displaying my character stats, skills, and a promise of rewards. For every second of idle time, I would earn 1 cent. Calculations quickly showed that this amounted to 864 yuan a day and 25,920 yuan a month, more than a teacher's salary. I tested the system by waiting 5 minutes and then attempted a withdrawal. My phone vibrated with a confirmation of a 3 yuan deposit. The system assured me that the funds were legal and safe, easing my initial apprehensions. With this financial security, I felt as though I had become a VIP player in life. I decided to step outside for breakfast, something I rarely did since my grandparents' passing. The old community around me hadn't changed much since my childhood. I found a familiar fast food restaurant and ordered a large bowl of beef noodles with fried eggs, paying with Alipay. The experience points for the system ticked up with every transaction. As I sat eating, a phone call from Gao Chang, a high school friend, interrupted me. He reminded me of our plans to visit an internet cafe. Gao Chang had been a steadfast friend through my school years, often inviting me home during holidays. His future was promising, having recently passed a significant professional exam. With my new wealth and the system's incentives, I was determined to upgrade my life significantly. After breakfast, I bought an iPhone 5S and a gaming laptop, each purchase boosting my experience points. The system soon upgraded, increasing my per-second reward to 5 cents. This promised a daily income of 4,320 yuan and a monthly total of 129,600 yuan, albeit with tenfold higher experience points required for the next level. Despite the ease of earning money through the system, I understood that real progress required proactive efforts. With my savings and the system's support, I planned to invest in property. Real estate seemed a secure way to multiply my wealth. I downloaded an app to browse property listings and called Gao Chang for a meetup. We met at a hot pot restaurant, reminiscing about our school days and discussing future plans. Gao Chang and the others teased me about my relationship with Baiyu, my high school crush. Baiyu had been my guiding light through my darkest days, her presence inspiring me to achieve academically. However, after the college entrance exam, she moved to the capital, and our contact dwindled. The meal was filled with laughter and memories, but my mind was already strategizing future moves. I had decided to invest in real estate, knowing it would appreciate over time. Upon returning home, I explored property listings, focusing on second-hand houses to save time and effort. The system continued to accrue experience points as I considered the best investment options. Through this journey, I realized that the system, though generous, was designed to encourage active participation in life rather than passive earnings. I planned my expenses wisely, ensuring that each purchase or investment would maximize my benefits. With a clear strategy in mind and the support of my friends, I felt confident in navigating this second chance at life, determined to make the most of every opportunity. I randomly selected the contact information of a young real estate agent named Lu Wei and called him. After confirming my interest in purchasing a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room second-hand house, we exchanged WeChat contacts, and Lu Wei sent me several property options. My familiarity with the future development of Gingyang allowed me to focus on areas with promising growth, specifically near Wuzhou Plaza. The following morning, after cashing out over 2,000 yuan from the system, I met Lu Wei at the Aijia agency store. Despite my youthful appearance, I asserted my intention to buy a house independently. We decided to visit a well-renovated property at Huile International, which had been intended as a wedding house but was now on the market. Lu Wei and I quickly arrived at the Huile International community. The surroundings were under heavy construction, but the transportation infrastructure was already in place. The apartment's modern and simple decoration impressed me, and I decided to proceed with the purchase without inspecting other options. Lu Wei, slightly surprised by my decisiveness, agreed to contact the landlord. Back at the agency, we negotiated with the landlord, a woman dressed elegantly. She agreed to my conditions: a price of 400,000 yuan, with agency fees split between us, and the respective taxes paid by buyer and seller according to regulations. We finalized the agreement, and I transferred a deposit of 200,000 yuan immediately. Returning home, I noticed the system messages confirming the transaction and an upgrade to character level 3. This level opened the system mall and allowed me to advance a month's worth of earnings. The new system rewards significantly increased my potential daily and monthly income. I eagerly explored the system mall, discovering a variety of items, skills, and attributes available for purchase. The primary detection glasses, which I immediately bought, allowed me to see basic information about myself and others. I also invested in appearance pills to enhance my looks and attribute pills to boost my strength, stamina, and speed. These improvements were tangible, as I noticed my skin becoming clearer and my energy levels rising. With these enhancements, I began planning further investments. The realization that my increased wealth brought more spending opportunities tempered my initial excitement about the 50 million yuan wish fulfillment card. I decided to hold off on using it until I had more immediate financial stability. I settled into a routine, balancing my newfound wealth with practical investments. My focus remained on upgrading my system level, exploring opportunities in real estate, and planning for future financial growth. The system's rewards provided a steady income stream, enabling me to pursue larger investments without significant financial strain. Through careful planning and strategic spending, I aim to maximize my returns and continue climbing the system's levels. The real estate investments, combined with the system's rewards, positioned me for long-term financial stability and growth. Each transaction and upgrade brought me closer to realizing my goals, and I embraced the challenges and opportunities presented by my second chance at life. My journey was just beginning, and I was determined to make the most of every opportunity. With the support of the system and a clear plan, I felt confident in navigating the complexities of life and achieving the success I had always dreamed of. The future was bright, and I was ready to seize it with both hands. I stayed on the bed playing with my mobile phone until 5 o'clock, then got dressed, packed up, took my relevant documents, and went out. The weather in July was unbearably hot, and even though I had been walking under the trees on the sidewalk, a few drops of moisture were clearly visible on my white t-shirt after a while. When I came to a welfare lottery store not far outside the community, the sun was setting, casting a warm glow on the store. Even though the outdoor air conditioner at the door was whirring, the owner of the store was still half naked, bent over and chewing a large piece of watermelon. I pushed open the rubber door curtain and instantly felt the air drop a few degrees, making it much cooler. The owner of the lottery shop saw me coming in and quickly put down the watermelon, wiping the juice off his face and hands with a tissue. I asked him to help me choose a double color ball and hit it 100 times. The boss confirmed the order with a raised voice and then proceeded to operate the machine. While the machine printed the lottery ticket, I clicked on my character panel and silently activated my wish fulfillment card. The sound of the machine printing resonated in the background as my phone and the system sent prompts one after another. I took the lottery ticket from the boss and carefully put it in my chest pocket, knowing it held the potential to win 50 million yuan. With a sense of excitement and cautious optimism, I pushed open the door curtain and walked back into the scorching heat. I walked for 10 minutes along the shade of trees on the old street and followed the navigation to a store called Changnan Driving School Registration Point. Through the glass door, I noticed a tall figure in an off-white dress sitting at a desk in the office. Her exquisite curves and familiar face made me wonder if she was the killer behind me. When I pushed open the glass door and entered, I saw her figure up close and decided to sit on the bench and wait. I was surprised when I realized the familiar face belonged to someone I knew. After just one glance, she turned her head and continued to work. I suddenly remembered I had just bought a pair of detection glasses, so I thought silently in my mind to activate the detection feature. Soon, the information was displayed, revealing her name as Chi Fei, her age is 19, her height, appearance score, and body score, with a special note indicating she was a treasure girl. Before my rebirth, I would have stayed away from such a girl, considering her beauty and potential for disaster. However, with the system now, I had more confidence to get in touch with people and things that were previously beyond my reach. While in a daze, Chi Fei finished her work, stood up, and turned around to leave. I also stood up, greeted her, and turned to the clerk to sign up for the driving school. The clerk explained that there had been too many people signing up recently and that VIPs now had to pay extra. She added that VIPs were not one-on-one but one-on-two, meaning I would be in the same car as the female student who had just signed up. The girl stopped when she heard this, and I nodded in greeting. Although I was excited about the prospect, I pretended to be a little embarrassed. The clerk reassured me that even if I wanted to get my driver's license quickly, I still had to complete the necessary studies. I handed over my ID and asked the clerk to register me for the VIP package, specifying that I wanted the fastest option. Then I introduced myself to Chi Fei, explaining that I was a year younger than her and had just graduated from foreign languages school. Chi Fei smiled slightly and added me on WeChat, allowing us to stay in touch. After completing the registration, I walked out of the store and made my way home. The next day, I went to the Government Affairs Center to handle the transfer of the real estate certificate as agreed upon when transferring money for the house. At the Government Affairs Center, I met with Lu Wei and Ann Tang. We spent 2 hours completing the necessary procedures and then went to the nearest bank to handle the personal transfer business. I transferred the remaining balance of 200,000 yuan to Ann Tang, and the system confirmed the upgrade to character level 4. The new system rewards significantly increased my potential daily and monthly income, with a monthly basic income of 3.24 million yuan. However, this month's amount had already been advanced, so I had to wait for the next month. I remembered that I was about to earn another 50 million yuan, which would likely help me upgrade to level 5 within the month. Suppressing my excitement, I explored the new primary permission for consumption rebates, which offered a specified consumption rebate multiple of 1-3 times with a monthly limit. Back at the mall, I received a call from Coach Wang of Changnan Driving School, informing me of the training schedule. I felt relieved that I would soon begin my driving lessons. After eating a quick meal at the mall, I bought 2 more packs of cigarettes to give to the coach the next day, knowing that such gestures often facilitated smoother interactions. The following morning, I woke up early and made my way to the driving school service point. I saw Coach Wang standing next to a Volkswagen Jetta, eating a steamed bun. I introduced myself and handed him the cigarettes as a gesture of goodwill. Coach Wang appreciated the gesture and agreed to help me get my driver's license as quickly as possible. As we drove to the training ground, Coach Wang instructed me to demonstrate my driving skills. Despite a few minor mistakes, I performed well enough to earn his approval. Meanwhile, Chi Fei, who was also training, struggled with the controls, making the coach's frustration evident. I couldn't help but smile at the situation, realizing that even the most beautiful and talented people had their challenges. By the end of the training session, Coach Wang assured me that I would be ready for the exams soon. I felt a sense of accomplishment and anticipation for the future. The system's rewards and my careful planning were starting to pay off, paving the way for a prosperous and exciting new chapter in my life. Fortunately, Chi Fei is not the kind of girl with low absorptive ability, otherwise she would not be able to get into the Magic City Drama Academy. 2 hours later, Chi Fei was able to move forward and reverse smoothly, turn and reverse into the warehouse, although he was very unskilled. Okay, let's take a break. Park first. After parking the car, Coach Wang opened the door and went out to get 2 bottles of water from the trunk and handed them to Wu Yun and Chi Fei. He said in a gentle tone, if you make progress, just practice more. Wu Yun, you are running a few laps, let Chi Fei rest, and then replace him. Time soon reached noon, and Wu Yun invited the 2 of them to have lunch at a roadside restaurant on Tuajiang West Road. While eating, Wu Yun expressed his thoughts. Coach, I am going to Chengdu tomorrow and may stay for 2 or 3 days. Then I will come back to practice. Okay, it's okay. It's okay to practice again before your technical exam. Senior sister, I will practice with you again this afternoon, come on. Wu Yun raised his cell phone and smiled very proudly, which made Chi Fei blush. He didn't expect that Wu Yun would see his dark history. After eating, Coach Wang asked Wu Yun and Chi Fei for their opinions. We stayed in the tea house until we arrived at the training ground at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. During the afternoon training, Coach Wang directly threw Chi Fei to Wu Yun and asked Wu Yun to watch Chi Fei practice reversing the car into the garage. Then Coach Wang rushed into the pavilion. Only Wu Yun was left sitting in the passenger seat. Chi Fei breathed a sigh of relief, and then shouted softly, "Don't laugh, if you laugh again I will die with you." Wu Yun quickly put away his smile, then leaned over and looked towards the direction of the main driver. "What are you doing?" Chi Fei asked with a slight sideways frown, thinking that Wu Yun was up to something evil. Wu Yun smelled the fragrance of Chi Fei's body and did not do anything extraordinary. Instead, he said, "Let me see if the coach has pressed the accelerator. I'm afraid you will really take me to death later." It's not impossible that this female student drove her car and smashed the wall of the driving school. Chi Fei looked at Wu Yun's cautious and precious look and couldn't help but cover her mouth and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I haven't lived enough yet. Hurry up. Watch over it for me, I'm going to practice driving." When returning home after driving practice, Wu Yun saw that the store where he bought lottery tickets the day before yesterday had hung a banner, "Congratulations to the lottery player in our store for winning the 62.5 million grand prize." Wu Yun quickly covered his face and went home. After dinner, Wu Yun took the arranged ride and went straight to Rongcheng. Wu Yun was chatting in the car, looking at the message from Chi Fei complaining that her left foot was cramping when she stepped on it today, and she felt like vomiting while driving. Wu Yun replied with a smile on his face and suggested that she wear sneakers to practice driving next time. Today, Wu Yun was sure that Chi Fei's cold look when she signed up was just her disguise. Now that she is familiar with Chi Fei, she knows that Chi Fei is still a very cheerful girl. The driver looked at the rippling smile on Wu Yun's face and couldn't help but said, "Young man, why don't you chat with your girlfriend again? Are you so happy?" Wu Yun turned off his phone and said, "We're not girlfriends yet, just ordinary friends. I really envy you young people. In our era, many people got married on blind dates. I have never experienced this kind of love." The middle-aged driver said enviously, "Master, at least your marriage in those days did not have high material requirements. Wu Yun has experienced the era of rampant materialism. I didn't expect you to know so much at such a young age. What are you doing in Chengdu? I see you are targeting West China Hospital of Shu University." The driver seemed very talkative. "I went to visit a classmate who was hospitalized there." Wu Yun knew that wealth should not be revealed, so he set his location at the West China Hospital of Shu University, which is not far from the Welfare Lottery Center. "Are you seriously ill? Where are you running?" Wu Yun chatted with the driver all the way, lowering his head from time to time to reply to Chi Fei's messages, pretending to be a newbie and asking questions. Soon, Wu Yun got off the car at the gate of West China Hospital of Shu University. After watching the driver go far away, he followed the navigation system to check into an ordinary hotel he had booked before. July 5th, after a late nap, Wu Yun couldn't wait to get up, get dressed, check out, and appear outside the Prize Redemption Center. Standing at the door, Wu Yun was embarrassed to find that today was Saturday and the Prize Redemption Center was not open. Another very important problem was that Wu Yun had found the wrong place. This was the Sports Lottery Prize Redemption Center. "Hey, forget it. Just come to Chengdu in advance and experience the local customs. Although I was very familiar with Chengdu before my rebirth, you can't be so unstable in the future, stay calm. Isn't it just 50 million? Wu Yun comforted himself in this way. Growth is always invisible. In Taikuli, even the high temperature cannot resist people's enthusiasm. A certain shopping mall is crowded, and there are beauties wearing cool clothes everywhere, and their long legs are exposed everywhere. They are all shorts and short skirts. Wu Yun has been here many times and has accompanied many girls. But what is different from before his rebirth is that Wu Yun has become more handsome and rich, although he has not yet received the money. Many beauties even take the initiative to look at Wu Yun when they walk in the door. The handsome little wolf dog can also make beauties take a few glances. No wonder people on the internet say that there are many beauties in Chengdu. There are more than 10 times more beautiful women with a face value of 75 or above than in Jingyang. Wu Yun bought a glass of iced drink inside while drinking it with his glasses. While shopping and admiring the beautiful cultural scenery, Wu Yun unknowingly went to IFS and stood in front of a very stylish specialty store, looking at the English Bottega written Veneta. Wu Yun is not familiar with luxury brands, he only knows LV and Chanel. So I used my mobile phone to translate these two words. Wu Yun had heard of this specialty store in Chinese, it was called Bodhi's Home. Wu Yun saw what the internet said about Bodhi's family. When you don't know how to express your fashionable attitude, you can choose LV. But when you no longer need anything to express your fashionable attitude, you can choose BV. In short, according to online reviews, Bottega Veneta is a brand that has a strong reputation. Of course, it is true that the design and craftsmanship of Bottega Veneta are far superior to similar brands, which is also the key to the praise of a large number of gentlemen elites. Looking at Bottega Veneta on the internet, the price of a wallet is generally around a few thousand. Wu Yun instantly felt confident when he entered the Bodhi's store. The lighting of the entire store combined with the decoration style gave off a quiet and beautiful warm tone. "Hello sir, how can I help you?" As soon as Wu Yun walked in, a beautiful saleswoman with a score of 82 under Wu Yun's glasses came over with a smile. Although Wu Yun's clothes were invisible in front of these dazzling shopping guides, and he looked very charming. He looks 8 or 9 years old, but he has enough confidence to stand up to Wu Yun. Besides, the bigger the city, the more low-key people there are. In the current sales industry, there is rarely the vulgar situation of being slapped in the face when someone looked down upon someone. Wu Yun's face was calm and he said to the shopping guide, "Hello, please recommend me a wallet." "Okay, sir. Please follow me." Wu Yun followed the shopping guide up to the second floor. Wu Yun then discovered that the first floor was full of women's products, and the second floor was the men's counter. The beautiful shopping guide found several men's wallets for Wu Yun. The styles were different, but they felt distinctly different. "It feels much more comfortable than the cheap cowhide wallets I bought before. Sir, these men's wallets are all made of calfskin and are carefully handmade by Bottega Veneta craftsmen." Wu Yun looked at his wallet and inadvertently glanced at the prices of these wallets. The price range was around 3,000 to 5,000. Wu Yun randomly selected a wallet with the highest price of 5,200 and said to the beautiful shopping guide, "I want this, please wrap it up for me." The shopping guide listened, and the smile on his lips became brighter. "Sir, is there anything else you need?" "No need at the moment, where can I pay?" Wu Yun is not someone who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. "Please follow me." The beautiful shopping guide and others looked surprised at the same time as they issued tickets to Wu Yun and swiped their cards. Huaxia Industrial and Commercial Bank at 11:20 on July 5, 2014, your account with the last number 416 transferred an amount of 5,200 yuan, with a balance of 51,688.55 yuan. Experience 5200, character level 4, 39,899 10 million. Wu Yun chose consumption rebate. The system prompts that triggering 3 times the rebate on consumption. The rebate is 15,600. And the current limit is 3,224,400. 3,240,000. Huaxia Industrial and Commercial Bank at 11:21 on July 5, 2014. The amount of 5,200 yuan transferred to your account ending in 416, with a balance of 67,288.55 yuan. Looking at his account, the amount did not decrease but increased. Wu Yun wanted to say to the system, "Please unlock my rebate limit. I can become the richest man in a year." Wu Yun took the exquisite packaging bag handed over by the beautiful shopping guide, and then walked out of Bodhi's house accompanied by the beautiful shopping guide. After shopping around, he found that most of the signboards were in English letters. Are you looking down on Chinese people? Or should he show off his high-end style? Wu Yun was quite familiar with Balenciaga's letters. He heard that Balenciaga's leather stockings were easy to tear, but the quality was a bit poor. Wu Yun went to a store called IWC. Looking at the huge promotional poster at the door of the watch store, Wu Yun was a little moved. He took out his mobile phone and searched, and found that this was an IWC watch store. By the way, he learned about the price of IWC, which gave him confidence. Push the door directly to enter. "Welcome to IWC." A female shopping guide who was slightly less attractive than the one from Bodhi's just came over. "Sir, do you have a favorite watch style?" asked the female shopping guide. "I would like to see this one from the Portuguese series." Wu Yun said, handed the 5S to the shopping guide, and checked the pictures he just found on Taobao. "Sir, the Portuguese series IW371491 automatic men's watch you chose happens to be in stock in the store. Would you like to try it on?" The female shopping guide saw Wu Yun carrying a gift bag from Bodhi's and holding the latest iPhone. She recognized that Wu Yun had this potential consumption power, so she asked. Not long after Wu Yun sat on the sofa, the female shopping guide came over wearing white gloves and carrying a plate with silk cloth and placed it gently on the coffee table. The female shopping guide squatted next to Wu Yun, picked up the watch and put it on Wu Yun's left hand, looking at the blue color on her hand. The dial of the watch looks pretty good to Wu Yun. Although it looks more casual and business-oriented, Wu Yun doesn't care. The system pays for it anyway. How much does it cost? "Sir, this watch now sells for 58,700 yuan. Okay, swipe your card." Wu Yun answered directly. The female shopping guide was stunned for a moment, then said to Wu Yun, "Sir, please wait a moment, I will get the card reader." Zitzizi printing sound sounded, and Wu Yun's account changed again. The account transferred 58,700, and the balance was 8,588.55 yuan. Experience 58,700, character level 4, 98,599 10 million. The system prompts to trigger a 2x rebate on consumption, with a rebate of 117,400, and the current limit is 3,165,700 3,240,000. The account was transferred to 117,400, with a balance of 125,988.5 yuan. The female shopping guide brought the invoice and other formalities together and said, "Sir, let's add a contact information. If you have any problems with your watch, please contact me and I will help you deal with it." After adding this IWC Watch female shopping guide named Zhou Shui to WeChat, Wu Yun walked out of the store inside. There is really a big difference between having money and having no money. If you meet a woman with an 80-point score like Zhou Shui outside, ask her if you ask for WeChat, you might be rejected. But after you show some financial strength, people will naturally come to your door. Of course, it is not ruled out that Zhou Shui is on business, just like when Wu Yun asked the beautiful shopping guide for help. WeChat, saying that I would contact her if I needed anything in the future, and it would be easy to get it. Wu Yun spent half a morning shopping alone, not buying much, but he gained a lot of knowledge while browsing Baidu. Wu Yun found a random place to deal with it, and contributed dozens of experience points to the system. Sitting on the chair, Wu Yun considered whether to continue buying and selling money in the afternoon, or to find a hotel to rest first. On your mobile phone, open Meituan to search for nearby hotels, and set it to search for the nearest luxury 5-star hotel. Looking at the number 1 hotel, Nicolo Hotel Chengdu, which is within 300 meters away, has a rating of 4.8. It is a new hotel that just opened this year. I read the reviews and found that the night view is very good, and I can see the lights of Chuanxi Road in Taikoo Li. Wu Yun booked a premium deluxe room defined as N3, with a price of 2,200 yuan. 2,200, character level 4 100,837 10 million shows consumption rebate, but only triggered the double rebate mechanism. Wu Yun was not angry. It was equivalent to the system treating him to a luxury hotel for free. Looking at the above comments, although the Nicolo Hotel is located in IFS, the location is a bit difficult to find, so Wu Yun had no choice but to follow the navigation and walk out of the mall first, feeling the scorching heat outside from time to time. Roaring, you can tell by the sound that they are those sports cars that hit the streets. IFS is a gathering place for sports cars in Chengdu. You can often see various sports cars and supercars coming and going in the parking lot, and without exception, there is a cute little one sitting in the passenger seat. An orange Lamborghini passed by not far from Wu Yun. The roar of the engine was accompanied by the sound of exhaust, which attracted the attention of many pedestrians on the roadside. Isn't it true that the passenger seat of the sports car is very hot? Come out on such a hot day. No, after I receive the award, I will also buy one to experience for myself whether it is really hot. Wu Yun watched the Lamborghini turn into the underground parking lot, turned around and followed the navigation in the direction of the Nicolo Hotel. Wu Yun looked at where the Nicolo Hotel was located. The letters Nicolo were posted on the tall glass curtain wall. A little speechless, no wonder the reviews said it was a bit difficult to find. The letters are used as the hotel sign, and those who don't know that this is a hotel. Wu Yun pushed the revolving door into the hotel. Entering the hotel, Wu Yun saw 4 marble-coated pillars that could only be hugged by 2 or 3 people, supporting the hotel's 5 to 6 meter high hall. The light shone in through the glass curtain wall, making it look very bright. Wu Yun looked at the decoration of the hotel. It did not have any magnificent decoration, but instead gave him a very artistic atmosphere. Simple and clear modern decoration. In the lobby, there are 2 statues of men and women dressed in similar colors and styles to Chinese blue and white porcelain. Wu Yun couldn't see the material clearly from the distance. At this time, there were still more than a dozen people sitting in the lounge area of the lobby. Some of them looked like they were traveling with large and small bags, and some were sitting on the side taking pictures. Wu Yun's appearance attracted some people's attention, and 2 fashionably dressed women followed him pretending to be on the phone. Wu Yun walked towards the front desk. After passing through the lobby passage, he saw a cartoonish head of a woman hanging on the wall. "Hello, welcome to Nicolo, sir, do you have a reservation?" A receptionist stood up and asked. "My name is Wu Yun. I have booked an N3 premium deluxe room on Meituan. Please help me check in." Wu Yun took out his ID card and said. The hotel front desk checked it on the computer, and then apologized. "I'm sorry, sir, you may have to wait a moment, you can check in at 2 o'clock. Because our guest rooms are full recently, the N3 room has not been cleaned yet. Please understand that in order to express our apology, we have prepared drinks and snacks for you. Please wait with our colleagues in the rest area over there. We will help you with it after the cleaning is completed." There are so many rich people in Chengdu, Wu Yun sighed. Under the guidance of the waiter, he took a seat in the booth. Not long after he sat down, Wu Yun felt a gust of fragrance blowing against his face. 2 different flavors, not counting. Too strong, handsome guy, can we sit here? A soft voice sounded, and Wu Yun's body felt numb. Wu Yun looked away from the mobile phone. The first thing that caught his eye was 4 smooth calves. They were so white and tender that people wanted to pinch them. Wu Yun looked up. Looking at the 2 fashionable urban beauties, one with big waves was wearing a one-shoulder black dress, and the other was wearing a slim-fitting hip skirt with a bun in her hair. Both of them were holding a handbag. Wu Yun couldn't recognize the brand. Both were dragging a small suitcase with them, not knowing what was inside. Okay, you can sit down. Wu Yun opened the detection glasses the moment he spoke. Black dress with big waves, name Wu Ying, age 25 years old, height 166 centimeters, appearance 87, body 90, special 82, evaluation. I have experienced riding with another person, the exhaust pipe is good and no pollution. Meatball hip skirt, name Jiang Sini, age 24 years old, height 163 centimeters, appearance 89, body 87, special 80, evaluation. I have experienced riding with 2 people, and the exhaust pipe is good and pollution free. Wu Yun secretly cursed the LSP system. Well done. While Wu Yun was sizing up the two of them were also observing Wu Yun. Quite handsome. Seeing the 2 luxury bags on the coffee table, Wu Ying and Jiang Sini glanced at each other and knew what the other was thinking about. The soft and waxy voice came from Jiang Sini's mouth just now. The voice came out, which was a bit in contrast to her kexy dress. Brother, are you still in school? My sister's name is Jiang Sini. Nice to meet you. Wu Ying, who was dressed as a lady next to her, also introduced herself. My name is Wu Ying. I am Sini's best friend. Nice to meet you. Wu Yun was a little confused about the purpose of these 2 women. After all, he had not experienced such a battle for more than 20 years before his rebirth. He pretended to have little experience and said, my name is Wu Yun. I just finished the college entrance examination and came to Rongqing to play for 2 years. Sky. Sisters, what about you? Do you live here too? Yes, the N1 room we stayed in is still waiting for the room to be packed, but N1 has to wait until 3 o'clock. This Nicolo Hotel has just opened, and the location is good. As the first Nicolo Hotel in the country hotel, many people come here to check in, including the 2 of us. Wu Ying's words gave Wu Yun a little understanding of this hotel, so he was surprised and said, I didn't know until my sister said that. Today I mainly came to IFS to go shopping, buy some small things, and search for nearby hotels. This one was the closest, so I booked it for 1 night. Is there anything special about this hotel? Wu Ying and Jiang Sini looked at each other and were more sure of Wu Yun's identity. A soft voice sounded, actually, it's nothing special. It's just a high-end hotel. It's located in the center of the city. It has a good reputation, so many people come here. Check in, including us. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that we are both bloggers with some fans on Weibo. We often check in and take photos in these hotels or relatively high-end food stores or clothing stores to attract some fans. Originally we wanted to book in 3, but when we saw that there was still 1 room available, we were booked out in the blink of an eye. So we want to ask my brother, can we both take pictures in your room later? As a thank you, how about your sisters treating you to dinner tonight? Okay. I'm just worrying about what to eat for dinner. Wu Yun readily agreed. When dining with a beautiful woman, he would eat an extra bowl of rice. Sisters, do you have any plans for this afternoon? Wu Yun saw that the 2 of them were wearing fashionable clothes and knew a lot about famous brands, so he thought of asking them to buy some clothes with him. What, brother, do you want to treat us to afternoon tea? Wu Ying covered her mouth and chuckled. Sure. I see that the 2 sisters are so beautiful and know how to dress up. I would like to ask the 2 sisters to help me first. I want to buy some clothes. I wonder if you have time. Wu Yun expressed his thoughts. Jiang Sini was about to speak when she was interrupted by the waiter. Mr. Wu, please go to the front desk to get your room card and record your ID card. Holding the room card, Wu Yun led the 2 women to the elevator. Some men cast envious glances. He opened the door and stepped on the soft carpet. At the door, he could only see the sofa in the living room and the window. High-rise buildings in the distance. The 60 square meter room is really big. After seeing this room, I don't want to stay in N1. Jiang Sini's soft voice sounded. Then tell brother Wu Yun to sleep on his bed at night. Wu Ying said with a smile. I don't dare to be alone. I'm afraid that my brother will go crazy. Do you dare to come with me? Jiang Sini retorted. Aha! Wu Yun was a little excited when he heard it. If both of them come, my bed can fit. Wu Yun said. Two sisters, don't you want to take pictures? Shoot quickly. After we take the photo, we go shopping and I'll treat you to milk tea. Wu Ying and Jiang Sini had a bit of banter, and then each took out their SLR cameras from their suitcases and got into the mood. Wu Yun stood aside, watching the two of them change positions and pick up each other's cameras to take pictures. Wu Ying sat on the sofa and looked out the window, looking at the retro building in Taikoo Li below. Jiang Sini lay on the bed, posing in various photo poses, and took several long shots of the room. Wu Yun looked at the charming and sultry movements of the two people. He couldn't bear it because he was so angry, so he turned around and pulled up his pants. Wu Yun simply sat on the sofa and watched the two women taking pictures as if no one was around. He felt that something was missing. Sisters, you haven't taken a picture of this bathtub yet. Wu Yun's words caused the two women to smile. Little pervert, what are you thinking? How can I take advantage of my sister? Younger brother? Younger brother? Wu Yun, get up. Wu Yun opened his eyes, looked at the two women who had tidied up, and found that he had just closed his eyes and fallen asleep on the sofa. What time is it? Wu Yun asked, not yet awake. It's 2:50. We saw you were asleep, so we took pictures for a while longer. Wu Yun quite likes this soft and waxy voice. Get up soon, don't you want to go shopping? Let's leave our things with you first. We need to get the room key card for the reserved room first. Wu Ying's voice sounded a little louder when she talked about shopping. Wu Ying got the room card and put it in her bag. She turned to Wu Yun and asked, brother, what clothes do you want to buy? Tell me your requirements so that we can take them with you. You go for a walk. In fact, I really know very little about luxury goods. I went to school before and had no relevant information. I want to buy a brand with a less detailed logo and don't want to be so high profile. Wu Yun said. Wu Ying and Wu Ying already regarded Wu Yun as a rich second generation who had just been released after the college entrance examination. It seemed normal for these two people who did not understand luxury goods. In fact, I bought this watch because it looks good. But looking at it now, it doesn't match what I'm wearing. Jiang Sini looked at the IWC mechanical watch on Wu Yun's wrist, and then at Wu Yun's clothes. She covered her mouth and said with a smile, it really doesn't match. Casio's watch suits your current clothes. This watch of yours is suitable for wearing with suits and casual clothes. Come on, let's go look at casual clothes first. Wu Ying added, according to your request, I think Burberry's summer clothes are very plain and low-key with less obvious signs. Wu Yun, how about this compassionate shirt? It's quite low-key. Wu Ying held a white t-shirt in her hand and raised it. If it weren't for the close distance, Wu Yun wouldn't even be able to see clearly the logo on the chest of the t-shirt. It's indeed quite low-key as a dozen or two on Taobao. It's the same as a white t-shirt worth 10 yuan. But Wu Yun now feels that he should try to change his view and stop looking at the problem from the perspective of the ordinary people. Why do rich people buy luxury goods? Don't they know that besides having a logo, the quality of their products may be better than theirs? In fact, what you buy is the service, what you buy is the brand, and what you buy is the mentality to show your status. Wu Yun secretly glanced at the price. It was indeed not expensive, only 5,000 yuan. Sister Wu Ying, please help me choose pants and match them with 3 or 4 sets. Wu Yun spoke calmly, as if he were shopping online, stating his requirements. The shopping guide next to him smiled even more after listening to Wu Yun's words, and quickly helped to choose clothes and pants. After Wu Ying and Jiang Sini fiddled with each other, next, like a marionette, Wu Yun finally chose 3 sets, a white t-shirt priced at 5,000 yuan, 2 black and white polo shirts of the same style priced at 3,802, a pair of khaki casual trousers priced at 4,400 yuan, and a pair of khaki casual pants priced at 4,400 yuan. Colorful shorts and a pair of black shorts cost 3,502. After choosing clothes and pants, the shopping guide asked if I wanted to look at shoes. The two women unanimously objected and felt that Burberry shoes were not good. Hello, sir, you spent a total of 24,000 yuan. Did you pay by cash or by card? There is a limit on Alipay payment in 2014. Wu Yun took out his ordinary bank card, swiped the card. The account transferred 24,000, with a balance of 101,950.5 yuan. System experience 24,000. Character level 4 124,087 10 million. The system prompts to trigger a 3x rebate, with a rebate of 72,000 yuan. The current limit is 3,093,703,240,000. 72,000 was transferred to the account, with a balance of 173,950.5 yuan. Wu Ying and the others watched Wu Yun swipe his card without changing his expression, and became more and more curious about Wu Yun. Get up. Walking out of the Burberry store, Wu Ying asked brother, "Do you still want to buy it?" "Buy it, the more the merrier. I'm still waiting for a change before going to school. I don't want to buy any of my old clothes anymore." Wu Yun said, "Although I like luxury goods very much, I have to say that there are really not many good-looking luxury men's clothing nearby. In addition, many styles are not suitable for your age. There is no need to keep looking at luxury goods," Jiang Xini said from the side. Wu Yun felt that Jiang Xini's words were indeed very pertinent, so he explained, "Sister Xini, I still think the style of Nike and Adidas suits me, but I still want to broaden my horizons." Jiang Xini saw that Wu Yun didn't treat the money as money, so she didn't say anything, so she took Wu Yun to the LV store. "Welcome to Louis Vuitton." The shopping guides looked at Wu Yun holding several Burberry handbags and said enthusiastically. A shopping guide came up and asked, "What do you guys need?" "You ask him." Wu Ying pointed at Wu Yun and said, her eyes almost falling on LV's bag, "Show me your shoes, clothes, and pants." Wu Yun said directly without waiting for the shopping guide to speak. Wu Yun felt that his eyes were dazzled, so he finally bought himself a pair of shoes and a black polo shirt for a total of 13,000. In order to thank the two girls for accompanying him shopping, Wu Yun also bought them a 12,000 bag each, which surprised the two girls. They couldn't resist it, and they became very fond of this cheap brother. Experience 37,000 again. What made Wu Yun regretful was that he only received one critical hit. Wu Ying and Jiang Xini accompanied Wu Yun to a few more stores, but they didn't see any suitable clothes. Oops, no more shopping. Shopping is really tiring. In the coffee shop, Wu Yun sat slumped on the booth without any image. "I really admire your girl's physical strength when shopping. No matter how long you go shopping, you don't feel tired. This is called the fun of shopping. It's just like playing a game. You won't get tired no matter how long you play." Jiang Xini also talked more. "It's getting late, let's go back to the room and put away our things before going to eat." Wu Ying raised her watch and said. Wu Yun and the others returned to the hotel and first went to the 24th floor. Wu Ying and Jiang Xini got their own small suitcases. "Brother, let's go back to the room first and put on makeup. It may take a while. We'll call you later." Wu Ying stood at the door and smiled at Wu Yun. "Brother, you can change into new clothes and let us see how it goes later." Jiang Xini also joked from the side, and her soft voice tickled Wu Yun's heart. Seeing the two women's backs disappearing around the corner of the corridor, Wu Yun closed the door room and won. "What do you think of Wu Yun?" Wu Ying's voice sounded a very rich little brother. "His consumption today is estimated to be more than 100,000. I really want to hug my thighs." Jiang Xini's voice was drawn out very seductively. "I think you are motivated by wealth. Just give up on this idea, others are only 18 years old." Wu Ying attacked. "Wu Yun is quite handsome. I want to have both wealth and keks. Aren't you attracted to such a rich little wolf dog?" Jiang Xini said bewitchingly. "Don't let us wishful thinking. Wu Yun may not necessarily think highly of us two old women. Besides, I don't want to share a boyfriend with a little bitch like you." Wu Ying joked. Jiang Xini sat up excitedly and said, "We will eat like this later. Do this again. Brother, how about my sister treating you to Japanese cuisine?" Wu Ying saw Wu Yun waiting in the hall, and her eyes scanned Wu Yun. If Wu Yun was dressed like a student before, then Wu Yun is now wearing a Burberry t-shirt and casual shorts. Paired with Wu Ying suddenly felt that Wu Yun had become more handsome thanks to LV's sneakers, and she looked more forward to the evening's action. "Okay, I haven't eaten for a long time," Wu Yun said indifferently. The three of them found a Japanese restaurant in the mall. During the meal, Wu Yun was asked by the two to follow their Weibo accounts. Wu Yun and Wu Yun both have hundreds of thousands of fans on Weibo, and they posted the finished products. The photos all have a high-end look, and they look like urban ladies. The WeChat moments are also in a similar style. No, the two women are suffering from occupational disease, and they are taking pictures of the food on the table. But Wu Yun also learned about them. They also made money in this area, and they were among the people who brought goods and visited stores in the early days. Wu Yun still admired this and praised the two of them for their vision. "Sisters, do you always plan to be bloggers in the future?" Wu Yun was very curious. "Yes, this way you can make money and play everywhere." Jiang Xini smiled. Wu Yun stuffed foie gras sushi into his mouth and said slurred, "I think this industry has great development prospects. With the development of the internet in the future, this traffic is really valuable." "I didn't expect that, brother. You still know a lot despite your age." "Who told you that?" Wu Ying was a little surprised. She thought Wu Yun was just a fresh graduate. He, you will know it if you see it more." Wu Ying and Wu Ying thought that Wu Yun was talking about what they had been influenced by since childhood, but they didn't expect that this was Wu Yun's rebirth experience. So I've been thinking about starting a business recently, but I haven't decided what to do yet. Wu Yun didn't talk about his bike sharing plan, he just talked about starting a business and showing off. Jiang Xinyi's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she asked tentatively, brother, how much entrepreneurial capital did your family give you? Are you interested in investing in us? Wu Yun was stunned and joked, okay, how many hundreds of millions should I invest in you? Wu Ying didn't react so rich. To a XSP. Dare to tease my sister. Jiang Xinyi understood immediately and scolded with a smile, tell me, are you interested in investing in our business? I need to go back and think about it and ask about the situation. After all, I haven't gotten the money yet, and now I only have some pocket money. Wu Yun did not refuse, but was going to see if there were any relevant information for sale in the mall when he went back. Wu Ying and Jiang Xinyi looked at each other. If they are so rich with just pocket money, they must have a lot of entrepreneurial capital. They cannot let this go. Chance, come and eat quickly. After eating, I ordered a movie. Let's go and watch it together. Pension 3. I wonder if you dare to watch a horror movie? Jiang Xinyi's soft voice sounded, with a hint of excitement in her words. Dare? Why don't you dare? Although Wu Yun knew Jiang Xinyi's provocation method, he still followed her wishes and said, just kidding. Can a horror movie that can be released in China be called a horror movie? After watching the whole movie, Wu Yun didn't remember what story he had read, and he didn't even know what Bixian looked like. Coming out of the movie theater, the Wu Yun trio attracted the attention of many people, with envy, jealousy. YD2 sisters, can you let go first? It's a little inconvenient for me. Jiang Xinyi and Wu Ying looked at each other and smiled, then let go of Wu Yun's arm. Jiang Xinyi's soft voice stimulated Wu Yun, brother, my sisters are afraid to sleep together after watching a movie tonight, especially after watching what happened in the hotel. We were even more afraid to sleep alone. So sisters, let's buy some snacks and drinks and go to my room. I sleep on the sofa at night. So the three of them bought some snacks and cocktails. They first went to Jiang Xinyi and Wu Ying's room to get the necessary items, and then returned to Wu Yun's N3 room. Looking at the night view of Taiku Li downstairs, the two women started filming again. Thoughts on photos, sisters? You have to take a bath anyway, so you can pat the bathtub too. I promise not to peek. Wu Yun was somewhat looking forward to it. I'm sorry you don't dare either. Jiang Xinyi hummed. After drinking a few bottles of cocktails, Wu Yun felt a little dizzy. He stood up between the two women and said, that's it. If you drink any more, you'll be drunk. I'm going to take a shower. Wu Yun staggered towards the bathroom. Closed the door. Under the wash of hot water, Wu Yun sobered up a lot, knowing that he would not be able to escape today. Pushing away his arms and thighs, Wu Yun got up from the middle. The vibration of getting up made Jiang Xinyi drowsily open her eyes. The soft voice almost made Wu Yun want to lie back down. Brother, why don't you sleep for a while so early? After that, he turned over and fell asleep again. It was already 9:30 when Wu Yun finished his special breakfast at the hotel. Returning to the room, Wu Yun saw the looming body under the quilt on the bed. After taking a shower in the bathroom, Wu Yun got under the quilt again. Wu Yun stayed for another night and ordered takeout for lunch. After taking a lunch break, Wu Yun, in order to thank Wu Ying and Jiang Xinyi for breaking the virginity of this life, took the two girls to Coach to do some shopping in the afternoon, and also bought a few changes of clothes for himself. Because of the rebates on consumption, Wu Yun spent more and more money. System experience 2200 100 55320. Character level 4 228,707 10 million. Balance 279,190.5 yuan. Wu Yun got up early in the morning with something on his mind on Monday, July 7, 2014. He felt the soreness in his lower back and sighed, my basic attributes are still too low. If my constitution and stamina are both 100, why should I be afraid? It's not impossible for the two of them to be a man 7 times a night. Wu Yun made up his mind to increase the amount first after getting 50 million. Otherwise, the famous saying will be confirmed in the future: when you are young, you don't know how valuable gold is, but when you are old, you will cry when you look at B in the sky. The clothes and belongings were left at the hotel. The night before, Wu Yun told the two women to leave the belongings at the front desk if they returned late. After taking a taxi to a place near the Welfare Lottery Redemption Center, Wu Yun found a public toilet and started his disguise. In fact, it was nothing. Wu Yun, who had seen the lottery process, knew that it was not as mysterious and troublesome as he imagined, so Wu Yun took out the hat he bought from the Coach backpack he bought yesterday and put it on his head. After packing up, Wu Yun strode towards the Welfare Lottery Redemption Center. When he was about to arrive, Wu Yun took out the mask he had prepared long ago and put it on his face. Hello, sir, please come with me to claim your prize. The front desk saw manager Wu Yunzu, and he said that he was not surprised. Wu Yun followed the front desk to a room called the prize redemption room, where there were already 2 staff members. After the front desk left, a middle-aged man wearing a lottery center work uniform said, "Hello, please take out the lottery ticket to redeem the prize. We need to check it in person." Wu Yun took out the prepared lottery tickets from his wallet and stared at the middle-aged man and another female staff member to get his lottery tickets. After the staff member took the lottery tickets, in front of Wu Yun, he took his mobile phone and information and started compare it. 10 minutes later, the staff completed the inspection, and the middle-aged man handed the receipt of the lottery ticket back to Wu Yun and said, "Please wait a moment and fill out this confirmation form." The female staff member next to her handed over a standard book. Wu Yun picked it up and read it carefully. It was a document similar to a contract, with various clauses in it, and it was stated that the winning amount was 62.5 million yuan, minus after 20 personal income tax, he actually received 50 million yuan. Wu Yun looked at it for a few minutes and felt that there was no big problem. Then he filled in his information and signed for confirmation. Seeing that Wu Yun had filled in the information, he calmly said, "Sir, please come with me and pay personal income tax in the hall here." Wu Yun then followed the workers and completed the relevant procedures quickly with the help of the tax personnel in accordance with his requirements. The process of receiving the award was quickly completed, and Wu Yun received a check of 50 million, which felt a bit unrealistic. 50 million was obtained so quickly. The middle-aged staff member said, "First of all, congratulations to Mr. for winning the grand prize. Now we are entering into the routine inquiry. Would you like to be interviewed and make a donation? Doesn't it affect my leaving if I don't accept it?" Wu Yun asked, "Does not affect, forget about the interview. I'll donate 100,000 yuan, please follow me." Huaxia Industrial and Commercial Bank of China at 0930 on July 7, 2014. The payment amount of your account ending in 416 was 100,000 yuan, and the balance was 179,190.5 yuan. System experience 100000, triggering triple rebate. The balance is 479,190.5 yuan. After coming out of the Welfare Lottery Redemption Center, Wu Yun went to the designated bank to exchange the check. The ICBC branch connected to the Welfare Lottery Center is a relatively large branch. When he learned that Wu Yun was engaged in check exchange business worth tens of millions, Wu Yun enjoyed the VIP treatment of being personally visited by the bank president to handle the business. "Mr. Wu, I see that you have always been a 5-star customer of our bank, which shows that you recognize the strength and business of our bank. I wonder if your 50 million yuan is going to be deposited on a regular basis or used for investment." Luo Guangrong is responsible for the important deposit tasks every year, and he is salivating over Wu Yun's money. "Mr. Luo, don't worry, I will not transfer this money to other places for the time being, but will also put it in your bank. I will use this money to purchase real estate, cars, and start a business." Wu Yun knew what the president wanted to do to boost business. Luo Guangrong also wanted to benefit Wu Yun, but was interrupted by Wu Yun's next words. "Don't worry, President Luo, as long as your service level is good, I will have a few dollars every month in the future." Earn dividends ranging from hundreds to tens of millions, really? Ha, let's do that. "Mr. Wu, I have personal authority to apply for you a ICBC American Express Centurion Black Card, with a credit limit of 2 million. Mr. Wu, you need to know that the conditions for applying for this black card are those with an average daily deposit of more than 100 million yuan. My requirements are not high. I will help you transfer the original card's account bank to us later. Okay, all your subsequent liquid deposits are on this card, like I believe you have also heard about black cards. Black cards have these functions." Luo Guangrong then explained to Wu Yun the various privileges of the black card. So Wu Yun agreed to Luo Guangrong's conditions. Although he didn't like the limit of the black card yet, after all, it was also a status symbol. After Luo Guangrong bid farewell, Wu Yun got on Didi heading for his dream. Huaxia Industrial and Commercial Bank of China at 1010 on July 7, 2014. Your account with the last number 416 received 50 million yuan, with a balance of 504,79190.5 yuan. Looking at the 8-digit amount in the bank card, Wu Yun grinned happily. "Young man, you are smiling so happily, have you won the lottery?" the uncle driver asked with a smile. "No, I just got my first salary in my life, ha." Wu Yun was talking about the train tracks. The driver's uncle saw that Wu Yun looked 18 or 19 years old, so he sighed, "It's great to be young. I think when I was your age, I was happier than you when I got my salary." "Master, aren't you happy now that you are getting your salary?" "I was so happy, but that lady in the house took it all away." The uncle was cursing, but he couldn't hold back the smile on his face. This is the happiness of ordinary people. It will be farther and farther away from me in the future. Wu Yun felt a little emotional. Do you guys also go to the car show? Today is the last day. The uncle driver asked curiously. The 2014 Chengdu Auto Show started on June 29, and today is the last day of the show. Wu Yun, who received a huge sum of money, will not let go of this opportunity to see all the models. P.S. The 2014 Chengdu Auto Show will open on August 29. Due to the needs of the protagonist, it has been moved forward 2 months. Yes, go and have a look. It's time to go out and experience things while you're young. Wu Yun said yes, open your eyes. I often say this to the dolls in the house. Although I don't earn much, I also support the dolls to go out and see. At first glance, the driver uncle seems to be very family-oriented. Master, you don't earn much, maybe 10 or 20,000 a month. 2014 was when Didi was very popular. Compared with the large number of Didi drivers in later generations who were just trying to make ends meet, the drivers who got the first wave of bonuses now simply made money and were weak. Wu Yun chatted with the drivers all the way, not at work. During the peak period, Wu Yun quickly moved from the west to the south of the city. The Chengdu Century City New International Convention and Exhibition Center covers a large area, with a total of 9 venues. Wu Yun read the general information on the internet and knew that his goals were concentrated today. In the 9th venue. It's past 11 o'clock and the 9th venue is packed with people. It's not even close to the lunch break. As a gathering place for luxury brands, the 9th venue has always been a holy place for all car enthusiasts. Tourists and media with DSLRs or mobile phones were taking photos inside the venue, but they didn't know whether they were taking pictures of cars or car models. Wu Yun entered directly from the entrance outside the venue, and the logo of Wu Yun was a leaping horse. I have seen the introduction of Ferrari's display vehicles. This international auto show mainly displays California. TFF there are 5 models: F12 Berlinetta, 458 Italia, and 458 Spider. As a well-known supercar brand in the industry, Ferrari also has many loyal fans. Wu Yun squeezed into the crowd and looked at the 2 458 hardtop convertible supercars. Wu Yun couldn't tell the models apart. A beautiful saleswoman who looked like 89 and was talking to her colleagues in front of the booth said, "Hello, beauty. I want to see the car." The voice was not loud, but it was enough for many people around to hear it, and they all cast inquiring glances. Salesman Lin Shui looked at Wu Yun. Seeing Wu Yun dressed in luxury goods, he knew that Wu Yun was a potential customer, so he invited him. "Sir, do you have a favorite car model?" Wu Yun pointed to 2 458 models and said, "Is there any difference between the 2 458s? Lin Shui led Wu Yun to the cab of the 458 Italia and introduced this as the 458 Italia. The 458 Italia uses a mid-rear V8 engine layout, which is very innovative and has a landmark high-performance sports car. This car combines technological innovation, creativity, fashion, and passionate beauty, which is an iconic feature of the country of Italy. Therefore, when Ferrari named this model, it will represent the engine displacement in cylinder number 458 combined with the country name Italia. It pays tribute to Italy." Lin Shui picked it up at random and said this line that she knew by heart. "Can I go in and have a look?" Wu Yun asked. "Of course, please." Hearing the conversation between the two, the car model stepped aside and stared at Wu Yun for a closer look. Wu Yun sat down, felt the steering wheel with Ferrari characteristics, and asked, "How much does this car cost?" This 458 Italia is priced at 4.2 million, and the 458 Spider next to it is priced at 4.4388 million. Lin Shui introduced, and pointed to the 458 next to him with a similar model. "Does it make any difference?" The 458 Spider sports car is equipped with Ferrari's patented full-width retractable hardtop, and is the world's first mid-rear engine sports car to adopt this design. Lin Shui explained, "Sir, if you like it, you can buy it on site. If you don't like the yellow color, our Chengdu branch also has red cars on hand." Lin Shui promoted, "I want to think about it and look at other things. Let's add WeChat first. I'm going to buy one today anyway." Wu Yun was not attracted. After all, he was not a Ferrari enthusiast, nor did he want to buy it when he saw it. "Okay, sir, you go shopping first." Wu Yun and Lin Shui added their WeChat accounts and walked out of Ferrari's booth. This greatly disappointed the people watching from the outside. They expected to see the rich second generation spending a lot of money to buy supercars. Wu Yun glanced at the McLaren opposite Ferrari. Not in the past, not very fond of the McLaren logo, and not as famous as Ferrari. Wu Yun walked straight to the Bentley booth next to him. To be honest, Bentley's front face looked like the style of a successful businessman, even if it was a 14. The Bentley Continental Coupe of 2007 cannot escape the inheritance of Bentley's family face. After walking around in front of the Continental, I sat in and felt it. The space is indeed more spacious than that of a supercar. If Wu Yun was 30 years old, he would definitely pay for the Continental immediately. After adding the sales WeChat account, Wu Yun continued walking inside, past the grocery cart and an unfamiliar booth, and came to the Lamborghini booth with the Angry Bull logo. The Lamborghini booth only had 2 models, one of which was launched this year. The new model Huracan LP610-4, the other is Aventador LP700-4. Hello, can you introduce these 2 cars to me? Wu Yun asked the male salesman who was already too hungry. Okay, sir. This way please. The male salesman received Wu Yun warmly. As for the reason, as soon as Wu Yun entered the Ferrari booth, his photo spread among the groups in the 9th venue, and potential young leaks came. Although Wu Yun is not old, but these salesmen are all very eye-catching. If a person wears luxury goods and swaggers into the booth to inquire about the price of a car, he is either confident or socially awkward. Even if there is a 50 chance, he will not let these sales go. This Huracan LP the 610-4 is a model that was only launched this year. It uses a new chassis made of carbon aluminum composite materials. The highly lightweight chassis makes the body only 1.4 tons. Huracan LP the 610-4 is equipped with a 5.2-liter V10 engine, with a top speed of 325 km/h, acceleration from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.2 seconds, and acceleration to 200 km/h in 9.9 seconds. Wu Yun looked at this Maverick, which was born out of the old Bat. The body lines lacked the sharp aura of the Lamborghini Bat. Although it looked good, looking at this model made him feel like he was between the previous Ferraris. Tangled, no feeling of heartbeat. How much does it cost? Wu Yun asked 4.29 million. It's almost the same as 458. Perhaps hearing Wu Yun's underestimation, the male salesman smiled and said this car is the benchmark Ferrari 458, but don't you think our Lamborghini looks much better than Ferrari? Then the male salesman thought that Wu Yun should still be in school, and whispered in Wu Yun's ear, as long as you drive this car, the school will be your back garden from now on, and I can give you the title of Fungus Reaper. Seeing the excited look on Wu Yun's face, the male salesman felt that it was funny, so he struck a chord while the iron was hot. Sir, are you having a hard time deciding between a cow and a horse? If I were you, I would definitely choose the most handsome one. Can you tell me what your budget is today? If there are more, let me introduce to you our big star Aventador LP700-4. I guarantee you won't think about other cars after seeing it. Salesmen know very well that Daewoo is the most expensive supercar at this year's auto show. Without the P1, Lafayette, and 918, Daewoo is the most awesome mass-produced supercar, regardless of appearance or performance. Can beat all the cars present. Anything below 10 million is fine. The male salesman said loudly. Then what do you think these cars are for? You can go directly to Daewoo. Come and let me show you the ultimate belief of a man. Sir, are you still in school this year? Where do you go to school? The male salesman asked questions and said almost. I just graduated from high school this year and enrolled in Shu Normal University. Hearing Wu Yun's words, he attracted 2 surprised looks. One was the male salesman, and the other was the Aventador LP704 car model. I really envy you for being able to drive a supercar while still in college. This Aventador LP704 enters the school. You are the most popular freshman in the school, the most handsome boy. The male salesman complimented. The male salesman took Wu Yun to the Aventador parked at the front. LP in front of 704. In fact, whether before or after his rebirth, Wu Yun knew Daniel. For supercar enthusiasts, every generation of Daniel is their belief. After all, there is a gap between the pictures and the real thing. I just took a look outside the booth, and now I find this orange Aventador when I walk in. LP. The lines on the 704 are sharp and angular, like a raging bull, and it feels extremely domineering. Wu Yun was so attracted that he even ignored the tall car model with a score of 92 in front of him. The male salesman looked at Wu Yun's look and felt that he was stable today. Aventador LP the 704 uses a large amount of carbon fiber materials. The new 12-cylinder engine has a displacement of 6.5 liters and an output of up to 515 kilowatts, 700 horsepower. It combines excellent high-speed power and amazing low-speed torque. Thanks to a dry weight of only 1,575 kilograms, a weight-to-power ratio of 2.25 kilograms HP is achieved. The acceleration time from standstill to 100 km/h is only 2. 9 seconds, and the top speed reaches 350 km/h. Its performance is far better than that of Huracan LP 610-4 is awesome. How about it? At a bare car price of only $738.88 million, this Aventador LP you can drive home with $704. Sir, would you like to see the interior again? Male salesman pulls off Aventador LP scissor doors for the $704. At the moment when the scissor door opened, Wu Yun made up his mind that he had to spend money to upgrade anyway, so it would be better to buy a car he likes. Swipe your card. Before the male salesman finished speaking, he was stunned. Swipe your card. Wu Yun's voice sounded again. Okay. Please follow me. The male salesman said happily. Wu Yun followed him to the backstage and sat in the rest area, waiting for the male salesman to bring the information. The sound of high-heeled shoes was heard. Wu Yun looked up and saw that it was the 3 car models on the Lamborghini booth just now. It was already lunchtime, and the car models had all come off the stage to take a break for dinner. Wu Yun was sitting in the rest area when he caught the attention of 3 car models. LP, the car model next to the 704, came over to Wu Yun. Hello, Junior. I am Wen Meng, your future senior. Sorry, I just heard your conversation and learned that you are applying to our school, so I wanted to come and get to know you. Wen Meng brushed his hips with his hands, straightened his skirt and sat down next to Wu Yun. Wu Yun opened the detection glasses and glanced at Wen Meng, and the information was displayed on his eyes. Name: Wen Meng, age 20 years old, height 173 centimeters, appearance 92, body 99, special 90, evaluation unexplored land, healthy, big but forgiving, birth to a baby, enough food for the baby. She has many calluses on her dancing hands and feet. The one who exercises regularly, has a waist and a pert butt, and that charming face can easily arouse a man's primitive desires. Wu Yun's desire for women was suppressed to the lowest today, so he stared at Wen Meng calmly. Said, hello, senior sister. My name is Wu Yun. I don't know which department my senior is from. I majored in dance and will be a junior in college soon. Wen Meng saw that Wu Yun's expression remained unchanged and his eyes looked very clean. He couldn't help but admire Wu Yun's determination and became more interested. In the past, men looked at her with the look of wanting to eat her. Similarly, Wen Meng, who was used to this kind of look, became interested in Wu Yun's dull reaction. Could it be that his charm has declined? Oh, senior sister is here to work part-time? Yes, I had nothing to do during the summer vacation, so I worked part-time with my classmates to earn some pocket money. Wen Meng stroked his hair and took it out from the ravine on his chest, revealing his white neck with a delicate necklace and the bottomless. Wen Meng saw Wu Yun's eyes following his movements. He moved it to his chest, and then quickly moved it away. He covered his mouth and chuckled and continued, I just heard that my junior applied for our school. I don't know what major it is. Maybe it's on the same campus as ours. I have read the Introduction to Business Administration, and it is on the Jackie Chan campus. I heard it is a new campus. Wu Yun was extremely familiar with the Jackie Chan campus, but he still pretended that he had never been there. Wen Meng said with a look of surprise, that's a coincidence, our dance department is also on the Jackie Chan campus. Junior, let's add WeChat and I will take you around the school when school starts. Junior, please add me on WeChat. My phone is in the cabinet. I will pass it later. Wu Yun heard Wen Meng read out her mobile phone number, and added a WeChat application by the way. Wu Yun tentatively said, senior sister, you are so beautiful, if you take me around school, I'm afraid of being beaten by your boyfriend. Wu Yun saw Wen Meng's data, but the data was just data, and it couldn't show whether he had a boyfriend or not. Wen Meng looked longingly and a little innocent and said, I would like to have a boyfriend, but it's a pity that the school is so shady. When the yang is declining, all good men have their own wives. If I meet a high-quality stock like you, I will definitely not miss this opportunity. Is it possible that my junior fellow student won't even give me this opportunity? Wen Meng's words seemed to be explaining, but in fact he was teasing Wu Yun, explaining that he wanted to make further progress with Wu Yun. Coupled with Wen Meng's pitiful and charming face, if he was an ordinary man, he would probably be excited. He said yes, but Wu Yun was still in the sage stage, and his lower body could not control his thoughts. Okay, senior sister, then I'll ask you senior sister to take me around the school. Wu Yun answered Wen Meng's question in a casual way. Seeing the male salesman coming over with the information, Wen Meng stood up and said with a smile, I won't disturb the junior. First, congratulations to the junior on buying your car. I will also think about it if I have the opportunity. Take the co-pilot seat of my junior classmate. Wen Meng stood up, stepped on high heels and swung his hips and walked towards the 2 car models waiting not far away. The male salesman came over with a smile that every man could understand, pulled out the chair next to Wu Yun, sat down and said, Sir, you see I'm not lying to you. The charm of the car is already evident even before it's received. We've the most beautiful car model has been taken away by you. Then the male salesman sighed, we are at a big loss when we buy a car. Ha ha. Let's get down to business. Mr. Wu, do you want to buy this car or choose it privately? With customized colors? The salesman took out a tablet with Aventadors in different colors. LP704 photos. Wu Yun looked through the photos and saw the black Aventador LP704. Can't look away anymore, I want the black one. Wu Yun said, pointing to the photo of the supercar that looked like a black ghost. Okay, let's make the selections below. Please check the configuration you need. The male salesman took out a form with various configuration names and prices written on it. Wu Yun looked at the list above, glanced at the prices at the back, and took a pen to check all the way down. The male salesman looked at Wu Yun. He looked a little envious of someone else's 18-year-old beauty who had a lot of money. My 18-year-old was still watching romantic dramas in a daze. When the male salesman was thinking wildly, Wu Yun checked the match and said, okay. Help me calculate how much it will cost. The male salesman quickly took the information and pressed the calculator wildly. After calculating it 2 or 3 times, he said, Mr. Wu, the total is 8.2 million. Do you want a loan or full payment? Of course it's full payment. By the way, help me get a good license plate before picking up the car and add the cost together. Wu Yun thought of the troublesome matter of playing cards, so he said our company provides free registration services. Mr. Wu, there are many good accounts in our company that you would like to know about? A beautiful account and a beautiful car can enhance your handsome image. The male salesman started selling the license plate number again. When Wu Yun heard it, he thought it made sense. He always drove a supercar in a high-profile manner, and buying a nice number to show off his strength could sometimes solve a lot of troubles invisibly. In the end, Wu Yun chose a license plate of Shu AY6666, plus the license plate of this Aventador LP. The 704 cost a total of 8.3 million. After first receiving a call from the bank to confirm the payment, Wu Yun successfully paid for the Lamborghini. Huaxia Industrial and Commercial Bank of China at 12:10 on July 7, 2014. Your account with the last number 416 spent 8.3 million yuan, with a balance of 421,79190.5 yuan. System experience 830-0000, character level 4857-1087 10 million. Trigger rebate 2,620,840 yuan 0324-0000. Balance 44,800,030.5 yuan. Congratulations to Mr. Wu for becoming a distinguished Lamborghini owner. It will take about 2 to 4 weeks to pick up your car. We will add a WeChat message so that we can contact you when your car arrives. After Wu Yun and the Lamborghini salesman named Xiao Xian added each other on WeChat, Wu Yun was invited to have a working meal at the Lamborghini backstage. During lunch, Wu Yun took a photo of the contract signature and price. I posted on WeChat's first circle of friends, my first car. There is no break at noon at the auto show, and the staff take turns to rest and eat. Wu Yun finished his meal and left the Lamborghini booth with Xiao Xian's farewell. When leaving, Wu Yun greeted the Lamborghini Aventador LP. Looking from the 704 exhibition position, he saw Wen Meng making a phone call gesture towards him. This caused the tourists who didn't know whether they were looking at cars or car models to stare at Wu Yun to see who had seduced the beautiful car model. After Wu Yun achieved his goal today, he did not leave immediately, but continued to wander around other booths. What Wu Yun didn't know was that the news that he had bought Daniel at the age of 18 once again spread among the venue group. Wu Yunzhang was wondering why the sales at these booths were so enthusiastic. Every time he went to a booth, there were salespeople adding him on WeChat. After struggling for a long time, Wu Yun finally returned to his old house after getting his things from the hotel. After taking a shower and lying comfortably on the bed, Wu Yun clicked on his WeChat account and looked at the red prompt in his circle of friends. Wu Yun knew that his circle of friends was exploding. Like North Asia real estate salesman Lu Wei, Mr. Wu is awesome. Bodhi's salesman, wow. Lamborghini, do you still need a bag? IWC Joe Shui, Mr. Wu, the Portuguese series watches are no longer worthy of you. We have a better looking series of cars here. Ferrari sales, Mr. Wu, our Ferrari is more beautiful. Bentley sales, Mr. Wu, I want to buy a car for my family or my company. If you want a car, please contact me. Rolls-Royce sales. Aston Martin sales. Wu Yun looked at the dozen or so messages in front of him and asked, hey guys, have I lost my sales den? After replying one by one, Wu Yun continued reading. And Tang, young man, when are you going to meet my daughter? Wu Yun slapped his head. Why did he forget to block her? Chi Fei, hey, junior fellow student, you're hiding everything. Wooing brother, your thighs are so thick, I want to hug them. Jiang Sini, brother, your thighs are mine. Everything that follows is what Wu Ying and Jiang Sini said to each other. Wu Yun replied to Chi Fei's sister, my co-pilot left this for you, snickering. Then he replied to Wu Ying and Jiang Sini, don't grab it, one thigh per person. Use the middle thighs together. After replying to the message, Wu Yun focused on his character page. Character level 4857, 1087 10 million. With an upgrade in sight, Wu Yun purchased intermediate detection glasses in the System Mall. System experience 100000, character level 4957, 1087 10 million. The balance was 43,800,030.5 yuan. Wu Yun looked at his basic attributes. He first spent 200,000 to increase his speed, physique, and intelligence to 69 points, and then spent another 500,000 to increase all 5 basic attributes. Reached 70. System experience 200,000 500,000, character level 41027108 10 million, system upgrade settlement, countdown 10 minutes. Looking at the character level upgrade, Wu Yu started to reply to the message. Junior brother, come and rescue me. My sister's feet were crushed by the trampling, and she was scolded by the coach again today. Chi Fei had a bitter look on her face. Wu Yun said, I'll come to practice driving tomorrow morning. In the crowd of Wu Yun, Wu Ying, and Jiang Sini, Wu Yun called the 2 women and said, my entrepreneurial funds have arrived. If you have any development plans, can you tell me, or make a plan? If possible, I can invest some. Wu Yun plans to wait and see if there are any development plans in this area, but his development focus is definitely not here. The internet is such a big outlet waiting for him to blow. Yes, my thighs. Brother, can you tell your sister how much you can invest? Jiang Sini asked, is 500 million enough? Wu Yun said in a yellow accent, oops, what I said was serious. Let's look at your plan, and then I'll have to ask the experts. Ding. System upgrade successful at character level 5, 271,087 100 million. The idle time is 6.5 yuan per second. The consumption rebate authority is upgraded to the intermediate level 5 times rebate, and the rebate limit is twice the monthly amount. The cumulative number of draws this month 324,000,324,000,000 is 1. Wu Yun did not hold a lottery, but continued to upgrade his attributes. He spent 3 million to raise his appearance to 82. Then he started to add points to his physical strength and physique. He spent 1.8 million to increase both to 79. Experience 3 million 1.8 million 507 1087 1000000000. Balance 38,300,000 and 30.5 yuan. Wu Yun looked at himself in the mirror and found that there was less fat on his face, the lines and edges on his face were more sharp, and the acne marks were completely gone. Wu Yun said narcissistically, this guy is so handsome. Wu Yun actually wanted to strengthen his attributes, but thought that the shared bicycle plan would cost a lot of money, so he forcibly bought it. System, lottery. Start, stop. Congratulations to the host, you have won the Master Car Driving Skills. Worth 10 million, it's an unexpected surprise. I just bought a supercar. If Wu Yun was proficient in driving skills before, it might take some time to adapt to the control of a supercar. Now that he has directly won the master level skills of a top professional driver, Wu Yun can pat his chest and say, I can also go on the track. Host, do you want to accept it? Take over. As soon as Wu Yun finished speaking, he suddenly felt dizzy. This feeling disappeared in an instant. There were many high-end technologies about car driving in his mind, such as drifting in corners, rapid U-turns, and life and death speeds. Wait, it feels like I have been training for a long time, and these operations come easily. Wu Yun made up his mind that after getting the car, he must go for a run on the track, otherwise he would be embarrassed by his status as a Lamborghini. After experiencing the master-level skills, Wu Yun did not forget about Wu Ying and Jiang Sini. So, Wu Yun opened the System Mall again and silently clicked on the technical information. Search keywords Weibo, internet celebrities, bringing goods, visiting stores. A lot of information came out, which made Wu Yun dazzled. Most of them have something to do with Wu Yun. Hey, this is okay. The internet celebrity company planned the price of 500,000 is not high. Wu Yun read the introduction and saw some ideas for expanding popularity and realizing cash. And the idea of developing its own products. Wu Yun looked at it and bought it without hesitation. Considering that I have never had any management experience, and I am about to become a boss and start a business, it will be easy for me to get frustrated if I don't understand management. Wu Yun found that the relevant skill levels were a little different from ordinary skill levels. There was a big gap between the level names and prices of enterprise management and ordinary skills. Skills: Business Management Junior level 100,000, Intermediate level 1 million, Advanced level 10 million, Master level 100 million, God level 1 billion. Intermediate Business Management Comprehensive skills, able to manage businesses with less than 500 people with ease. System experience 1.5 million. Back in Jingyang, Wu Yun's life seemed to be peaceful again. The experience in Chengdu a few days ago was like a dream, feeling far away from him. Wu Yun called the coach one day in advance and told him that he was going to practice driving. Early the next morning, Wu Yun arrived at the Changnan Driving School store on time. Coach Wang was already waiting at his usual place. "Good morning, Coach." Wu Yun greeted with breakfast in his hand. "Good morning, where did you go to play again?" "I have made an appointment for you to take the Subject 1 test tomorrow morning, and the Subject 2 test the day after tomorrow. Is it okay for Kui?" Coach Wang asked. "No problem." Wu Yun thought that even if there was a problem, Krypton Gold would be able to solve it. "Good. That's good." At this moment, the familiar Mercedes-Benz S600L stopped next to the coach. Chi Fei was wearing very simple clothes today, just a t-shirt and shorts. After 2 days of luxury training in Chengdu, Chi Fei's clothes and pants were discovered. They are all luxury brands. Wu Yun opened the mid-level detection glasses and took a look. Name: Chi Fei. Her appearance and figure are still amazing. 95, 96, 98 favorability 35 system prompt 09 are passers-by, 1019 are mixed. Familiar faces, 2029 are acquaintances who have had contact with each other, 3039 are ordinary friends, 4049 are friends, 5059 are good friends, 6069 are brothers best friends lover, 7079 are trusted ordinary lovers, 8089 unreserved passionate love, intimate contact, 9099 faithful friendship only, 100 life and death. On the contrary, 100 means life and death skills: car driving beginner, performance proficient, emotional control skilled in dancing, proficient singing, proficient piano, proficient psychology, beginner English proficient as expected. He is a top student at the Shanghai Academy of Drama. Wu Yun sighed. "Young Master Wu, have you returned from your wandering in Chengdu? Have you had plastic surgery? Why have you become so handsome?" Chi Fei looked Wu Yun up and down and found that his outfit was completely different from before, and his appearance had also been greatly improved. "Ha ha. I was always handsome, I just didn't take care of myself before." Wu Yun explained. "Okay, let's talk in the car. Chi Fei. Or you drive." Coach Wang opened the passenger door and got in. Chi Fei's smile froze on her face, thinking of the fear of being driven on the road these days. She was a little panicked. Seeing this, Wu Yun sat in the back seat and comforted senior sister. "Don't be nervous, you will learn it slowly. I think I was more annoyed than you at the beginning, and my mind went blank as soon as I entered. You are much smarter than me, you must learn quickly, take your time. Do you at least know the accelerator and steering wheel? Believe in yourself, I am not afraid. What else are you afraid of? There is no closed glasses prompt." Chi Fei's favorability 5, favorability 40. "Didn't you eat? Step on the gas, step on the gas. See the car parked in front of you?" Coach Wang asked. Chi Fei looked nervous, and even with the air conditioner turned on, sweat could be seen on his forehead. "I saw it." The voice was as thin as a mosquito, but Coach Wang could still hear it. "Hit it." Coach Wang waved his hand. "Ah. Oh no, there's going to be a car accident." Chi Fei was surprised. "Oh no, you don't know how to apply the brakes in advance," Coach Wang yelled. The coach car suddenly braked, scaring the few vehicles behind it to change lanes. "Chi Fei, are you a plane pilot? Slower. The steering wheel is about to be pulled out by you." The journey of about 10 minutes took Chi Fei to drive for more than half an hour. Wu Yun also broke the promise he made just before driving. He held on tightly with his toes the whole time, and Wu Yun almost crushed the handle on the car beam. As soon as he parked the car, Wu Yun immediately opened the car door and ran to the tree on the side of the road, holding onto the tree trunk with one hand and his own knees with the other. Vomit, vomit. Wu Yun vomited out all the breakfast he had just eaten. It was not until his stomach was empty that Wu Yun recovered. Coach Wang also had a bad look on his face, but he was well informed and could bear much better than Wu Yun. He walked out of the car and looked into the distance and blew out a smoke ring. "Wu Yun, are you feeling better? Okay, you can practice first. Chi Fei, please study more in the co-pilot position." After Coach Wang finished speaking, he walked towards the other coaches, leaving Chi Fei with an embarrassed look on his face. "Wu Yun, are you okay?" "Sorry, my driving is really smelly," Chi Fei said sheepishly. Wu Yun waved his hand, took the tissue handed over by Chi Fei, smelled the faint fragrance on it, and said, "Senior sister, I don't blame you. I ate too much this morning. As for your skills, I think they are pretty good, much better than when I was driving on the road. After you practice driving in the afternoon, I'll treat you to dinner in the evening. Don't say no. Otherwise, I will ignore you." Chi-Fei pretended to be tough and said, "All right. Get in the car and I'll teach you some tricks." Wu Yun greeted Chi-Fei. Throughout the morning, Wu Yun and Chi-Fei took turns to practice driving. The so-called combination of men and women makes the work not tiring. With Wu Yun's master-level skills, it is easy to find a place for a novice to practice. Chi-Fei learned a lot of tricks and was not so panicked even when driving. Wu Yun took the opportunity to observe Chi-Fei openly during this time. Appreciating beauty can also keep Chi-Fei in a happy mood. He saw Wu Yunji several times. Staring at himself seductively, he once asked, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman driving?" "Yes, I have never driven with a girl as beautiful as you." Wu Yun came casually. In this era, the word driving is still very pure. When Wu Yun was driving, Chi-Fei asked curiously, "Wu Yun, why did you think of buying a big cow? Does your family give you so much pocket money?" Wu Yun pretended to be sad and said, "After my grandparents are gone, I will be an orphan. I earned all this money myself." Although Chi-Fei didn't quite believe that Wu Yun had earned so much money, he still apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, Wu Yun, I don't know the situation at your family. But it's great that you can make so much on your own." On Wu Yun's glasses, he could see Chi-Fei's affection for him growing upwards, 5555, and did not stop until 65. Wu Yun was a little surprised. He did not expect Chi-Fei to, but it's normal to think about it. Chi-Fei, who comes from a wealthy family, doesn't have the same concept of money as ordinary girls. What kind of rich people and rich second generation haven't seen Chi-Fei in Shanghai? There are a lot of second generation rich people, some of whom are successful in their careers, and she can speak without pretense. If Wu Yun only had a good family situation and relied on his family to buy a car, Chi-Fei would only treat him like others, but Wu Yun relied on his family to buy a car. She couldn't help but admire Wu Yun for gaining wealth and living alone. At the same time, she also had great sympathy for Wu Yun's life experience. "Wu Jun, you are really great. It's not like me. I'm about to be a sophomore and I'm still asking my family for help. But fortunately, I can start filming and make money soon." When Chi-Fei talked about filming, she became immediately interested. "Senior sister, I'm curious. If you go out to film in your sophomore year, won't it delay your studies?" Wu Yun is still very curious about filming. In the future, when he has money, he will invest more and become the protagonist himself, just like the short film made by Lao Ma. "No, our filming is also a kind of learning. And the teacher often praises me for my acting talent." When Chi-Fei said this, a smile appeared on her beautiful face, which made Wu Yun, who was getting on the one-sided bridge, almost make a mistake. Chi-Fei continued, "I heard from the seniors and sisters that sometimes the instructors will take the students with them. Go out and film together." Wu Yun nodded, remembering that before his rebirth, Chi-Fei was 1 year older than him and was already famous throughout the country, comparable to the existence of the Four Little Beauties. Wu Yun did not believe that there was nothing fishy in this, but seeing that Chi-Fei's family conditions were very poor. "Okay, maybe you took the first step by relying on your family? Senior sister, I believe you will become an actress in the future." Wu Yun encouraged. Chi-Fei smiled, "Oh, I'm still far behind. The long march of thousands of miles has not yet taken the first step. If I hadn't gotten an audition opportunity from my family, maybe I would have had to wait a while longer to get this opportunity." Wu Yun suddenly realized that it was indeed the help from his family, and he won the starting point because of his background. "Senior sister, what kind of role is it? Why do you have to go to the audition? Can't it be given to you directly?" Chi-Fei looked amused, thinking that Wu Yun's question was trivial, but he was not an insider after all, so it was normal for him not to understand the reasoning behind it. "She is a number 3 female character. Now there are so many companies and so many artists. I know company can get audition roles because they owe a lot of favors to my family. Unless my family invests their own money, it will be fine for me to be the heroine." "Is that so?" Wu Yun drove with one hand and passed the S road smoothly, and then said, "Sister, when I have money, I will invest in making a movie for you." As a reborn person, Wu Yun still knows a lot about movies that will be popular in the future, whether it is investment or not. It's all about killing two birds with one stone. Wu Yun still understands low-cost counterattacks like Predecessor 3 or big productions such as Wolf Warrior 2, Operation Red Sea, and even The Wandering Earth. With the little money you make, if you invest in a movie, be careful and lose your pants. Chi-Fei just thought Wu Yun was joking on her, but she was still very happy after hearing it. "So what if I lose everything? I just want to invest in you." Wu Yun parked the car on the side and stared at Chi-Fei's glasses seriously. As a reserve actor, Chi Fei was naturally not afraid of the stairs and stared at Wu Yun's glasses seriously. After a few seconds, Chi Fei he covered his mouth and smiled. Wu Yun, do you have any plans for me? Of course, the senior is so beautiful, I definitely want a girlfriend as beautiful as you. If it is the senior herself, that would be even better. Wu Yun admitted generously. Then, without waiting for Chi Fei's reaction, he continued, in addition to liking the senior, there are 2 reasons why I want to invest in the senior. After saying that, he looked at Chi Fei. Wu Yun's half-sentence made Chi Fei feel like a cat's paw, but Chi Fei, who was proficient in acting, did not show it, but asked calmly, oh, could it be that he has more money? If you can't use it up, take it and I'll help you spend it. Wu Yun stopped being pretentious and said, first, I think the senior sister has great potential, whether it is external conditions or acting skills. Second, I have confidence in myself. Even if I lose money, I believe I can make money back quickly too. Chi Fei's beautiful eyes flashed when she heard Wu Yun's words. Under Wu Yun's glasses, Chi Fei's favorability level increased again, 4, and the favorability level was 69. Wu Yun quickly clicked on the introduction of the glasses about the favorability level. It was found that they were just a little short of meeting the criteria for a couple. Of course, it does not mean that 70 points of favorability will definitely lead to a couple. This is only one-sided data. If Wu Yun finds an opportunity to confess his feelings, it will be easy for Wu Yun to succeed. Besides, I don't think senior sister will trick me. I believe you will succeed, senior sister. To be honest, senior sister, if you meet a good script or a classmate, I can invest in it. Wu Yun said it like a wealthy person, and then said, oh, telling you all this makes me want to immediately set up an entertainment company for investment. When I finish my work here, I will advance into the entertainment industry. Wu Yun, I'm curious, how much money can you make now? Chi Fei became more and more curious about Wu Yun. Wu Yun's words sounded like he was either bragging or really confident. Chi Fei believed that Wu Yun was a confident person, otherwise he wouldn't have bought such an expensive brand. Now, I can still make 2 big cars every month without any problem. Wu Yun said modestly. He hadn't counted his double rebate, which can only be said to be more. Wu Yun clicked on the deposit of more than 36 million yuan sent by the bank on his mobile phone and gave Chi Fei a look. So exaggerated? Chi Fei was shocked. She earned 2 big cars a month, which is nearly 200 million a year. She knew the situation in her family. As the daughter of a well-known real estate developer in Shu province, her father's total net worth was only over 1 billion. Asking him to come up with Wu Yun's cash flow funds immediately may not be possible immediately. Thinking that he is still relying on his family, Wu Yun has already surpassed his peers and even those a generation older than him. If Wu Yun knew what Chi Fei was thinking, he would definitely laugh and thank the system. Wu Yun's eyes were full of admiration and a hint of admiration. Chi Fei's favorability score was 5-5, and his favorability score was 79. The whole day of practice was spent chatting between Chi Fei and Wu Yun, and they gained insights into life and the future. The chat between Wu Yun and Chi Fei was not boring at all, and Chi Fei even admired Wu Yun's knowledge and vision. However, Wu Yun's favorability did not increase even after observing him for a long time. I don't know why, but girls all like this kind of bourgeois-style Western food and Japanese cuisine. After Wu Yun finished driving practice with Chi Fei, he got into Chi Fei's Mercedes-Benz S600L under the surprised looks of the driver and Coach Wang. Listening to Chi Fei's introduction, I have been driving this Mercedes-Benz for 2 or 3 years. My dad is usually the driver. Many people ask him to change to a better car, but he doesn't listen. The Mercedes-Benz S600L is still okay. This car seems to be a top-end car. It should have cost 2 to 3 million back then. Wu Yun has done a lot of research on cars recently. He is about to open a company, and he has also seen these business reception cars. I think my dad should buy a better car as a front, so that he can better discuss business. Chi Fei was a little speechless about her father's stubbornness. Indeed, the car is sometimes the facade. When my company is established, I will think carefully about what car to buy as a reception car. Wu Yun said while holding his chin. The driver in front listened to the conversation between the two and frequently looked back through the rearview mirror. Buy a Rolls-Royce and let me take a ride when the time comes. No, I want a ride in your Lamborghini. I haven't ridden in a Lamborghini yet. Chi Fei said with her chin raised. No problem, I will let you sit in the car as soon as it is delivered, and you can drive it. Wu Yun wanted to pinch Chi Fei's pretty face with his hands. I don't know why, but girls like this kind of petty bourgeoisie-style Western food and Japanese cuisine. Wu Yun and Chi Fei got off the car at South Street in the eyes of the crowd on the street. Senior sister, what shall we eat? Japanese cuisine. Come with me, I often eat there, and I still have a lot of money on my card that I haven't used up yet, so eat as hard as you can. It would be a loss if we closed the restaurant before we finished eating. Shi Fei took Wu Yun into a store decorated in Japanese style. Welcome. Miss Chi's old position? A male waiter asked attentively. Yes. Shi Fei seems to have become like Wu Yun when she first met. She talks little and makes people feel that it is not easy to get close to her. Okay, this way please. Where are Xiaoli, Shi Fei, and who going to have dinner? Chi Gua has shiny black hair, combed into a meticulously slicked back hair. He is a handsome middle-aged guy with a bookish temperament. The driver Xiaoli looked at Chi Gua, who was still working at home on vacation, and said, Mr. Chi, Miss Chi, today the students who practiced riding with her went to eat. They got off the car at South Street and probably went to eat the Japanese cuisine. Male student? Chi Gua looked at the project feasibility study report in his hand and said without looking back, yes, he is about the same age as Miss Chi, but it gives me the impression that the boy is quite rich and is equipped with luxury goods. According to Miss Chi, the boy named Wu Yun just bought a Lamborghini recently. The driver Xiaoli reported truthfully. Oh. Chi Gua raised his head, became a little interested, and said to himself, you are 18 or 19 years old, I wonder which family you are a young master from. Is there anyone in this small place like Jingyang that I don't know? Xiaoli, you should go back and rest first. Shi Fei just sent me a message and will come back tonight. I won't go out today either, okay, Mr. Chi. Wu Yun and Shi Fei were happily eating sushi when the video call on Shi Fei's mobile phone rang. Shi Fei clicked on it, and instantly 3 voices came out, okay. Fei Fei. They ate delicious food behind our backs again. I want to eat too. You don't love me anymore, you're eating with someone else. When Wu Yun heard this, he knew that this must be Shi Fei's roommate in college. Just when Wu Yun thought that Shi Fei would not expose him, Shi Fei turned the camera to the rear, and Wu Yun opened his mouth. The boss, the action of eating a piece of foie gras sushi in one bite was seen by the other 3 people in the dormitory. Ah! Shi Fei, you stole a man behind my back. There is adultery. Yes, dating men behind our backs. Wu Yun was stunned there, with rice still in his mouth, and saw Shi Fei covering her mouth and snickering. Shi Fei said, let me introduce you to everyone, this is my junior, handsome. Wu Yun's appearance can only be said to be average in the Magic City Drama Academy. He is more handsome than him and he will knock down several bricks. It can be said that Shi Fei and the other 2 are quite immune to handsome guys. Shi Fei changed the camera back to the front and smiled at the people in front of the camera. People who can go to the acting department have not very low emotional intelligence. Coupled with the 3 people's daily understanding of Shi Fei, it is estimated that Shi Fei is not far away from falling in love. I promised to come to you during the summer vacation. Yes, we are all ready, Fei. When will you pick me up? Shi Fei said, oh, I'm learning to drive recently. How about next month? After playing in our Shu province for a while, we go to school together? I don't care, I have to see you as soon as I get off the plane, and yes, you're juniors too. Okay. Shi Fei agreed with a smile. Wu Yun watched Shi Fei chatting, but he couldn't get in the conversation, so he opened his mouth again and started eating. At the same time, he was a little curious about Shi Fei's roommates, wondering if there were any famous people before his rebirth. Wu Yun couldn't tell Shi Fei directly and asked her to show him what her roommate looked like and what his name was. It had been 2 days since he had dinner with Shi Fei. In these 2 days, Wu Yun passed the exams for subjects 1 and 2 easily. Wu Yun first contacted Shi Fei and shared the good news with her. But Shi Fei didn't think so. Shi Fei felt that Wu Yun was just showing off in front of her, and she was so angry that she asked Wu Yun to treat her to either hot pot or barbecue for 2 consecutive nights. Wu Yun was also happy like this. It was really more delicious to eat with a beautiful woman. After watching a movie with Shi Fei, Wu Yun was listening to Shi Fei commenting on who had good acting skills, who had poor acting skills, and how to act here. Shi Fei really loves acting, so that's why. Fortunately, the movie they chose was not watched by many people, and the 2 of them chose a relatively low position, so it did not affect other people. After returning home, Wu Yun saw some unread messages with Wu Ying and Jiang Xini, so he clicked on the first unread message. 2015 Wu Ying brother, what are you doing? Our plan is ready, let's send it to you first. 2015 Wu Ying business plan.docx 2020 Wu Ying brother? Which sister are you dating? 2021 Jiang Xini Woohoo, my brother abandoned me. 2022 Jiang Xini brother, sister wants to hug her thigh. 2030 Wu Ying brother, you will get back to us after the appointment. Wu Yun first clicked on the 2 people's business plan, took a quick look at it, and found that it was similar to the internet celebrity plan he bought before, but it was not as complete in details as the system mall plan. Wu Yun chose to click on the group video. Just a few seconds later, he was answered by the two women opposite. Wu Yun found the two women sitting on the sofa together. The background looked a bit like the house they rented. Two sisters, I miss you so much after not seeing each other for a few days. Wu Yun greeted Snort. You would think that we were right. It took so long to reply to our video and ask which sister you went on a date with. Jiang Xinyi's soft humming sounded, which reminded Wu Yun of what happened in the hotel a few days ago. There were signs of congestion in his thighs again. He was so bloody. Wu Yun straightened his pants and joked, yeah, I am going on a date with a rich woman. For our plan, I can't help but make more money. Thank you for your hard work. Come to Chengdu, we will cook you delicious food to replenish your body. Wu Ying smiled beside her. Okay, I happen to pass the Subject 2 test today, and I can only take the Subject 3 test next week. I'll come tomorrow and talk about this plan by the way. I'm still very optimistic about it. It has a bright future. Wu Yun did not refuse. What, you don't have a driver's license yet? Jiang Xinyi asked in surprise. Yeah, what's the problem? Buying a car without a driver's license is really a big deal. Brother, sister wants to hug her tonight. Jiang Xinyi ran her tongue across the corner of her mouth and said pitifully. Wu Ying also showed a hint of emotion at the side. Send me the location. Wu Yun stood up and prepared to pack his things. Do you really want to come? Jiang Xinyi said in surprise. Forget it, it's too late. It's inconvenient for you to take the car at night. Why is it inconvenient? I just want to come early to talk to you about this plan and let you hug me on the way. Wu Yun said, hurry up and send me your address. I'll be here as soon as you give me a DD call. Wu Yun continued, a little impatient. Wu Ying and Jiang Xinyi smiled at each other and sent the address. Wu Yun saw that it was not far from the Century City New International Convention and Exhibition Center, so he said, you actually live here? That day I went to the auto show to buy a car at the Century City New International Convention and Exhibition Center. Wu Ying said regretfully, if I had known earlier, I would have gone with you to see how rich people buy cars. Come quickly, I want to be a wealthy woman and buy my own car. Jiang Xinyi hummed. Okay, we'll be there in about an hour and a half. Wu Yun stood up, picked up his backpack, collected 3 sets of clothes, and took his computer with him. The 14-year-old DD driver was really hardworking. Wu Yun had just placed an order, and someone immediately took the order, and then the phone call came. Come here. After Wu Yun told the driver where to wait, he checked the gas supply at home and went out. While chatting with the driver, Wu Yun told Qi Fei that he was going to Rongcheng. Qi Fei's original words were, why are you telling me this? I'm not yours. The report is so clear. 3 expressions, you are my future cash cow. If I don't praise you better, what will happen if you become someone else's? It's so ugly to say that I won't listen to it. Give you a chance to reorganize your language, otherwise you will eventually lose my beautiful senior sister. Qi Fei sent an expression covering her ears. Well, I only report my whereabouts to people I feel close to. Wu Yun organized his language and didn't say it very explicitly. Bah, so shameless. Be safe and let me know when you get there. After Qi Fei said this, she didn't reply to Wu Yun's message. I don't know if she was shy or was doing other things. It didn't take the hour and a half that Wu Yun expected. At nearly 11 o'clock, Wu Yun he stood at the door of Wu Ying's community. Sisters, I'm here. Wu Yun called Jiang Xinyi and said, wait, we're on the way down. Didn't you say we'll be there in an hour and a half? This driver is driving too fast. Wu Yun explained. Within 5 minutes, Wu Yun saw 2 people in pajamas walking towards him. Wu Yun opened his hands and said excitedly, I miss you sisters so much. Jiang Xinyi was still so dirty. You're afraid you want us to hold your third leg, right? After Jiang Xinyi said that, she came over and held Wu Yun's right hand. Said, brother, I have a big project worth hundreds of millions that I want to talk to you about. After Jiang Xinyi finished speaking, she shouted to Wu Ying, didn't you say that you also have a big project worth hundreds of millions to talk to your brother? Why don't you take the initiative? In the end, Wu Ying didn't come to hug Wu Yun's other arm, probably because she didn't want anyone to see her gossiping. After all, Wu Ying couldn't do this because of her personality. It's a shameless thing to do in front of acquaintances. Wu Yun followed the 2 people around the community. After a while, he lost his sense of direction and didn't know which building he was taken to. This is a community that has only been renovated in the past 2 years, but the occupancy rate is good. Because there are so many people in Chengdu, 50 to 60 of the residents in this community still have their lights on at 11 o'clock. After closing the entrance door, Wu Yun couldn't wait to hold the 2 women's waists and said, sisters, let's go to the bedroom to see what big project we want to discuss? Wu Ying was still a little nervous, and relaxed after twisting her body. He smiled and said, "Should we talk about the plan first?" Wu Yin pinched Wu Ying's waist and said, "Small projects should be put behind the big projects first. Once the big projects are satisfied, I will agree to your small projects." Project. The door of the master bedroom was kicked shut by Wu Yun, and soon the voices of two women loudly talking about the project could be heard. The coolness of summer was entangled with the three bodies below, and the sun rose 3 poles before Wu Yun and the other two slowly woke up. Oops. It's all your fault. It was almost 10 o'clock when we agreed to talk about the entrepreneurial project. But brother, you seem to be much more powerful. It's not easy to earn these hundreds of millions of yours. Jiang Sini said softly. Sini, let's get up and wash up first, and we'll talk later. Today is Friday. Even if you want to register a company, you have to wait until next Monday. Wu Ying looked at the time. Wu Yin stretched out, slapped the two people who were sitting up and said, "Actually, I took a look at it last night. Your plan is quite good, but it's not comprehensive. I'll show you the plan I hired professionals to make later." When Wu Ying heard this, she was surprised and moved and said, "Brother, I didn't expect you to be so interested. You went to find someone after we told you that day, right?" Jiang Sini also lay down and hugged Wu Yun and said, "I know that my brother is the best to my sister." Wu Yun pushed Jiang Sini away and joked, "Go and wash up quickly, look at the shit in your eyes. Hate." Jiang Sini rubbed her eyes, hit Wu Yun lightly and then stood up. Wu Yun opened his glasses and watched the two women walk into the bathroom naked. Name Wu Ying 87 90 82 favorability 89. Name Jiang Sini 89 87 80 favorability 89. Wu Yun was a little surprised when he saw the favorability, but then he thought about it. After all, they were people with whom he had in-depth contact, and Wu Yun was willing to support them in starting their business. It was not surprising that they had such a favorability. Wu Yun put on his pants, walked to the living room, took out the computer from his bag and brought it into the bedroom. Seeing that the two girls hadn't come out yet, Wu Yun took out his phone and looked at the business plan that Wu Ying had learned at the university last night. Jiang Sini is studying photography, and Jiang Sini is studying computer science. She may have some connection with the media. After all, she is not from a professional background. This business plan can only be said to be a business idea. Wait for the two women to come out of the bathroom wrapped in bath towels and hair. Wu Yun went to solve some personal problems first, then took a shower and walked out. Oops. Exhibitionist. Jiang Sini covered her eyes with her hands and spread her fingers. Wu Yun pulled the bath towel on Jiang Sini's body and wiped off the water stains on her body. He threw the bath towel to Jiang Sini, who was covering her chest with her hands, and said, "What are you blocking? It's not like you have nothing." Scene. Wu Yun looked at the two women wearing clothes, and then said, "Your plan is still very good. Whether it is the realization of the purchasing fan base or the multifaceted recruitment of bloggers, the development direction is good. However, it feels to me that it is completely dependent on the Weibo platform. Think about it, if Weibo declines, or if your popularity fails to keep up, will the company's development be very restricted?" Seeing the two women getting dressed and looking thoughtful, Wu Yun smiled and said, "I'm not denying your plan, but you can improve it a little more and come and see mine." Wu Yun opened the computer that he had not used a few times, and clicked on the PPT prepared on the desktop early in the morning. This PPT was modified by Wu Yun based on the plan given by the system, and some advanced concepts such as Douyin and live broadcast platforms were deleted. They just made a plan that was in line with the times. The two women took the computer and started to read it. As they looked down, their expressions kept changing. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Ying breathed a sigh of relief. It's really professional. What they have done is different. They even have very clear ideas for reasonable tax avoidance and future forecast development. Brother, the price you paid is a bit high? Jiang Sini was still deep in thought and did not express her opinion. Wu Yun smiled and said, "Fortunately, a friend helped me make it, and it was a friendly price. The early stage can be carried out according to your plan, and subsequent development can be carried out according to the plan. I heard you said last time that you are also planning to invest some funds?" Jiang Sini said yes. Ying and I are each prepared to invest 250,000, for a total of 500,000. If we hadn't met you, we might have had to struggle for a while to start a business. I didn't expect that you were still a little rich woman. Wu Yun sighed. In this era, it is extremely rare for someone to take out a deposit of 250,000 yuan at the age of 24 or 25. Please don't criticize us. Who doesn't know that even a hair from Wu's leg that young Master Wu plucks out is thicker than our thighs? Jiang Sini's words made Wu Ying cover her mouth and snicker. Brother, how much are you prepared to invest? Jiang Sini asked. How about 2 million? Instead of adding 500,000, it sounds better to make up for 3 million with all of you. I'm still very optimistic about the development of this industry, but I don't have time to participate, Wu Yun said carelessly. When Wu Ying heard that Wu Yun would not participate in management, she felt a little guilty and said, "Brother, if you don't come to manage, what if we lose money?" "So much money. How long do we have to save money?" "Yes, brother, you are making us feel unsure. I have no business experience." Jiang Sini also said on the side, "I still have no experience, so I'm learning step by step. It doesn't matter, I can still afford to lose this little money, so why don't you sell your body to me after the loss is over?" Wu Yun joked. Wu Ying's favorability 5, favorability 94. Jiang Sini's favorability 5, favorability 94. Warm reminder from the system: if your favorability is over 90, you can share skills in the mall, and the price is twice that of the host. Wu Yun's eyes lit up and he said, "Don't worry, I believe you. If you usually read more relevant management books, maybe you all have some potential? Besides, the company not only has you, but also other managers to provide advice." Wu Yun is going to go to the mall later to see if there are relevant management skills such as internet celebrities and online live broadcasts. If not, he will exchange them for a junior business management skill for the two women. It is enough to manage a small company in the early stage. Now let's talk about how to allocate this share. After intense discussion, the two women finally accepted Wu Yun's proposal to hold 80 of the shares and the remaining two people each had 10. According to Wu Yun's words, "I don't usually manage, so it's appropriate for you to take some management shares. Sisters, do you have any nicer names? After all, we are preparing to enter the media industry." Wu Yun was really confused about the name, but he still expressed his thoughts. "How about Shindong Media? It doesn't sound good and has no characteristics." Jiang Sini pursed her lips and shook her head, although there were homophones of her name in it. At this time, Wu Ying said, "How about Nebula Media? It not only contains the meaning of the three of our names, but also has a very grand feeling." Jiang Sini said in confusion, "Yun is the word for Wu Yun, and star is the homophone for me. Ying, where are you?" Wu Yun also looked puzzled and looked at Wu Ying doubtfully. Wu Ying smiled and said, "I tell you to study more. Yinghua is brilliant. Isn't the star in the sky like this? Good. Then call it Nebula Media." After determining the name of the company, as well as the personnel structure and positions to be recruited in the early stage of the company, Wu Yun said, "Two sisters, it's late, don't you want to make delicious food for me?" While the two girls were preparing lunch, Wu Yun entered the system mall and found media company management skills, which were also divided into junior, middle and advanced levels, but the price was only half of the business management skills Wu Yun had redeemed before. Wu Yun redeemed two basic skills in media company management media companies with less than 100 people. The total cost was 200,000, which was enough for the development and management of the initial company. System prompt: the effective management skills is displayed in the company management process. In this way, Wu Yun's experience has increased by another 200,000, and there is still more than 90 million left before the next upgrade. Wu Yun finally feels a little bit of difficulty in upgrading, but according to the current rhythm, he should be able to upgrade next month. The system complained, "Host, just be content." When the last host got the system, it had just been upgraded to the second level for the same period of time. "You are now a newbie at level 5. It has to be said that the host's luck is really incredible." Wu Yun heard the system's words and asked doubtfully, "The last host?" "Don't worry, it's the time and space before the host was reborn. The previous host has been wiped out, so we found the host system to reset and turn back time." "Obliterate?" Wu Yun was startled. That familiar feeling came over. "Isn't that how novels are written?" "Host, please rest assured that you have passed the novice stage and there is no risk of erasure. The previous host showed poor development and failed to complete the novice upgrade tasks within the specified time." "Then why didn't I receive the task prompt?" Wu Yun was very confused. That was a matter of the last version, and the host was upgraded very quickly, so the system prompts had not yet been issued. After the system is upgraded, tasks will no longer be issued after the novice period, and the degree of freedom has been greatly improved. When the host completes phased achievements, it can receive medals and rewards in the system. Wu Yun relaxed a little after hearing the explanation and asked, "Medal? Why did not I see?" The system explained, "Even if the host doesn't ask, he will know it in 2 days. Staged achievements, for example, the host has in-depth contact with beauties with an average score of 90 or above, and there are medals for 1, 5, 10, 50, and 100 responses." Wu Yun was speechless. Is this LSP system a Neptune system or a monopoly system? Because it is detected that the host is about to establish its first company, let me tell the host by the way. There will be a badge for the first holding company established by the host, and there will be corresponding rewards for 5 and 10 companies. As for other functions, I hope the host can explore them by themselves. This system only explains them. Wu Yun looked at the system panel and did not find the location of the medal. He probably has not reached the system's standards and has not activated it. Younger brother. Time to eat. Wu Ying's voice sounded in the living room. While eating, the three of them discussed and planned to rent the office space first. After all, when registering for a business license, a company's registered address is required. Of course, Wu Yun and the others can now register using the location where Wu Ying and the others live. After all, there is also a lease contract. But this made the business license feel less impressive. The three of them unanimously agreed, and they all wanted to go to the leasing office first. After saying that they should sit down, the two women finished cleaning up and sat next to Wu Yun. Wu Yun searched for a website specializing in office building rentals. Looking at the options, rental area, and amount of each party's rental in various areas, Wu Yun said, "Where do you want to work? Of course, the closer it is to here, the better." Zhang Sini said while holding Wu Yun's arm. "Brother, you can first take a look at the Palm Springs International Center outside our community and the Oriental Hope Tianshan Plaza opposite. If the price is not expensive, you can consider it." Wu Ying suddenly remembered that there were office buildings everywhere around the community where they lived. The most important thing we need to consider is how much rent should we rent? Then we have to consider subsequent development issues. Wu Yun, who has systematic experience in instilling corporate management, said. Then Wu Yun added, considering the departments we want to develop, the two of you as general managers will each have an office, a large conference room, and at least 4 people in finance. In a separate office, there are 5-10 people in the market development department, 10-20 people in the photography and editing department, 2-3 people in the front desk, and the general office without classifying them carefully. Including personnel 3-5 people if the maximum number of people is 55, the average square footage for 1 person and 5 people would be 275 square meters. As a media company, it also needs a dedicated photography studio, which is at least 300 square meters. So Wu Yun first entered Palm Springs International Center on the website, and then selected an area of 300-500 square meters. A pop-up of 30 apartments appeared, all of which were well decorated and could be moved in. After screening the 3 people among these properties, I chose a 320 square meter and a 500 square meter top floor office, and the price was relatively low among all the quotes. Then I selected several offices with the same area in the Oriental Hope Tianshan Plaza opposite. After making an appointment on the corresponding sales call, he said to Wu Ying and Wu Ying's sisters, "Get ready for us to visit the office." When the salesman with the same name as Zhang Fei received Wu Yun and the others, he was a little surprised at Wu Yun's age. He was envious of Wu Yun for bringing the 2 beauties to look at the house. Then he happily received Wu Yun and the others. Rich, the second generation, was taken advantage of. "Mr. Wu, the office we rent has just been renovated and has been treated with formaldehyde removal, so you can use it with confidence." Zhang Fei led Wu Yun and others into the elevator in the lobby of the office building, pressed a button on the 33rd floor and said, "The office we are about to look at has a total area of 320 square meters. Decorated in a modern and simple style, there are a total of 5 offices, a conference room, and a total of more than 40 workstations." The elevator soon reached the 33rd floor. Zhang Fei took the 3 of them to the office door and said, "This is an electric double door. The name of your company can be written on the background wall behind the front desk." Zhang Fei led the 3 people around the front desk, walked around the office area, and asked Mr. Wu, "How are you doing?" Wu Yun and the 2 women looked at each other and saw that neither woman was very satisfied with the office. "The decoration and facilities are very good, but it's a bit small. Forget this one, I want to see one with 500 square meters." Zhang Fei noticed the expressions of Wu Yun and the others when he showed them around, and was not surprised to hear what Wu Yun meant. "Okay, Mr. Wu, I will take you to see the next one with an area of 500 square meters. I guarantee that you will be satisfied." So Zhang Fei took Wu Yun and the others to another office building with only 20 floors and clicked the button for the 20th floor. This set has a total of 8 compartments, which can provide 70 workstations. If necessary, it can be modified to create 2 more compartments. Zhang Fei took the 3 of them to visit each cubicle and explained it. Looking at the satisfied expressions of Wu Yun and the others, he said, "Mr. Wu, what do you think of this office? There is also a balcony on the top floor. Can solve the problem of employee smoking area. Although office furniture, desks and chairs are not top-notch, they are still average. Is the price still 30 yuan per square meter per month as listed online? Including property fees? No more discounts?" Mr. Wu, this rent does not include property fees. Look at the decoration. The company spent a lot of money to install it. If you move in, you will be the first company to use this office. Everything will be new. The sale slowed down, and he looked at Wu Yun's face and said, Mr. Wu, our requirement for hanging up the internet is to deposit 1 and pay 3. If you can pay 1 year's rent at a time, I can apply for 30 yuan for you. Each square meter per month includes property fees. And you don't have to pay that month's rent anymore. Wu Yun looked at the expressions of the two people and said to Zhang Fei, we need to discuss it, wait a moment. Zhang Fei nodded and walked towards the big office, leaving Wu Yun and the others sitting on the sofa in the boss's office. What do you think? This is your future office space. I will rarely come here. I will come here occasionally at most. Wu Yun said nonchalantly, and then added, I think the office is big enough, and it can be renovated when the time comes. That's it. I just searched online and found that the property fees opposite are much higher than here. Jiang Xini said while holding her mobile phone. I think it's very good. Apart from changing the layout of the 2 rooms next to it and adding a shooting room, other things can be used immediately after renting. Wu Ying then added, brother, I'll leave this office to you. It's marked as the chairman's office. Xini and I can use the 2 cubicles of similar size next to our offices to change our desks and chairs. Don't refuse in a hurry. As the chairman and general manager of the holding company, we don't have an office. Others will laugh when they see it. Xini and I are both deputy general managers, so the office area should be the same. Okay, let's go out and talk to that Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei stood in the big office, actually paying attention to the movements of Wu Yun and the others. When he saw the 3 people coming out, he hurriedly walked over and asked Mr. Wu, what's going on? Have you discussed it? Okay, I'll do it at your price. I'm too lazy to negotiate the price with you. Does 30 yuan per square meter per month include the property fee? Wu Yun asked yes, provided that Mr. Wu pays 1 year's rent. Zhang Fei said okay, you can add the 3 of us on WeChat and contact them if you have anything to do here in the future. I won't stay here often. Wu Yun's words surprised Zhang Fei. He didn't expect that these 2 beauties in front of him would be the actual leaders of this company. We still have some things to change. Wu Ying and Jiang Xini will contact you when the time comes. Come on, where to pay? Wu Yun asked, please follow me. Since the company's special account has not yet been opened, office fund expenditures can only be deducted from Wu Yun's card first. System experience 180,000, but Wu Yun also won a triple rebate, making a profit of 360,000 sisters. If we still have some time in the afternoon, we can find an agency to help us register the company. We just need to post recruitment information on platforms such as 58.com. Wu Yun has a lot of theoretical experience, so he commanded. After a busy afternoon, several people breathed a sigh of relief after preparing all the materials needed by the agency. Mr. Wu, it will take about 10-15 working days to complete the company's business license, special account and other things. At that time, we will notify you to sign, and all other procedures will be left to our company. The agent said with a guarantee. Throughout the afternoon, Wu Ying and Jiang Xini registered company information on 58.com and posted photos of the company's environment. At the same time, they also posted recruitment information for personnel, finance, and management personnel. Seeing Wu Ying and Jiang Xini slumped on the sofa without any image, Wu Yun smiled and said it's not easy to open a company. It's not easy. It's not as easy as young Master Wu. It's all about his ability to clear the way. We little soldiers only have to work hard. Jiang Xini stretched out, revealing the beautiful curves of her body. Thank you for your hard work. Let me reward you. Let's go have a big meal. Fortunately, the 2 women's residence is right next to subway line 1, so the 3 of them don't have to take a taxi. On the subway, Wu Yun said to the 2 of them at that time, the company will have to buy a commercial vehicle, otherwise it will be inconvenient to go anywhere. Brother, do you have any good recommendations? Want something suitable for our new startup? Jiang Xini asked, what about Bach GL8? Just over 200,000. You won't lose the company's reputation when you go out. Wu Yun thought for a moment and remembered the Buick GL8, the bus used by the school before his rebirth. The power seats and all these were very suitable for business needs. Young Master Wu was really rich, only over 200,000. This is more expensive than the company's annual rent. The company has not yet been established, and it will cost nearly 400,000 yuan. Jiang Xini said with a heartbroken look. Wu Ying also understood very well and said, as a media company, it is necessary to have a car when going out. This money cannot be saved. Wu Yun said, I previously expected the company to spend at least 500,000 yuan on hardware. But do you have a driver's license? What, does my brother want to buy a car for his sister? On the subway, Jiang Sini boldly hugged Wu Yun and looked up at Wu Yun expectantly. Just say, do you have any? Wu Yun asked. We all have them, we just rarely open them. Wu Yun covered her mouth and snickered. It's not impossible to buy you a car, Wu Yun said, then lowered his head and whispered a few words into Jiang Sini's ear. Hate. Jiang Sini's soft voice made the bones of the men eavesdropping around them go numb. Two of them took a peek at Jiang Sini's sexy but covering skirt and swallowed their saliva. It is now the rush hour after work, and the subway is quite crowded. Just now, the conversation between the three Yuns was clearly heard by several people around them, and if they hadn't seen Wu Yun with two beauties, most people would have thought that Wu Yun was bragging. Arrive at the station ahead, Chuanxi Road Station. Passengers transferring to Line 2, please get off from the right door at this time, the subway announcement rang. Wu Yun put his arms around Jiang Sini's slim waist and said to Wu Ying's sister Ring, get ready to get out of the car. Under the watchful eyes of several people nearby, Wu Yun and the two women slowly moved toward the car door. After dinner, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening when we returned to the two women's residence. After taking a shower, Wu Yun lay on the bed and sent Chi Fei a message. He sent Chi Fei a photo of the office he rented today and told her what happened today. Chi Fei also listened patiently to Wu Yun's story, and sent one or two your great expressions from time to time. Finally, Chi Fei complained to Wu Yun about being scolded by the coach during today's driving practice, and asked Wu Yun when Wu Yun would come back to practice driving with her. Just as Wu Yun finished chatting, he saw Jiang Sini and Wu Ying walking in, wrapped tightly in bath towels, and Wu Ying behind them closed the bedroom door. Wu Yun looked at the exposed calves of the two of them and saw a pair of feet wearing black stockings and slippers. The toes moved up and down playfully. At a glance, he knew they were Jiang Sini's feet. Wu Yun turned his attention to the other pair of calves wearing silk stockings, and couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the stockings were YYDS. Wu Yun hooked his hands at the two women and motioned for them to come over. Jiang Sini generously sat next to Wu Yun, looking at Wu Yun with charming eyes and drawing circles on Wu Yun's chest with one hand. Wu Ying sat next to her, looking like she was hesitant to speak. Sisters, I know you have many questions. Tell me, I will answer everything you know. Wu Yun said with a smile, then placed one hand on each side of his thigh wearing stockings and rubbed it, feeling the unique touch of stockings. Brother, is everything you said this afternoon true? Buy us a car each? Wu Ying asked. That's for sure. As the first two people I've come into close contact with, they must be treated differently. Not to mention buying a car, even buying a house is not impossible. Wu Yun pointed out that he believed that with the cleverness of the two women, they would definitely know the reason. I wonder what we have to pay. Wu Ying already has the answer in her heart, but her character can't express it. It's very simple. From now on, you will only belong to me in the future, Wu Yun said seriously. Then Wu Yun said, of course it's not impossible if you want to leave, but you have to tell me in advance. In fact, I believe that with my help, you can actually buy your own house, car, or even a luxury car and villa. Brother, I want a car now, and even more, I want my own house. Is it okay? Jiang Sini said coquettishly, agreeing with Wu Yun's statement in disguise. Wu Ying did not expect that the situation of the rich man's canary would appear to her one day. Brother, it is actually unrealistic to fall in love with you. After all, they are all 6 or 7 years apart, and I am self-aware. And I also know that you can't be just the two of us in the future, or even more. I just hope that in the future, you won't abandon your sisters when you get tired of it. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly if you don't leave. You will have all those women in the future. It's not impossible if you want a doll, but you won't have such a certificate. Wu Yun admitted in disguise his dream of becoming the king of the sea. Let's talk about it happily. Why do you feel like you are going to the execution ground? I'll take you to see the car tomorrow. Sisters, bite me now. Wu Yun's hand dishonestly touched. The next day, Wu Yun transferred the remaining registered capital of the company to Jiang Sini's account through the bank's private line. According to Wu Yun's words, the company registration and running procedures also require Sister Sini to sign and open the account. Sister, be more careful, you are responsible for the recruitment of employees these days. Although it is a personal transfer, the system evaluates it as the company's registered capital, and it is also counted as Wu Yun's expense. System experience 2.32 million, character level 5927, 1087 100 million 5 times the consumption rebate, and the account funds increased by 9.28 million, with a balance of 46,239,461.5 yuan. Accumulated this month 13060000324000000. Brother, do you really believe that your sister will not run away? Jiang Sini joked, I believe in my sister, and I also believe that my sister will not give up a large forest for this little sapling. Wu Yun felt that as long as he was not a fool, he would not do such a thing. I see you have been looking at cars all night. Have you chosen a model? Wu Yun asked. After having fun last night, Wu Yun told the two of them to buy a car for less than 1 million, which made the two of them excitedly look at the cars all night. I have chosen the Audi TT. I also want to drive a sports car, Jiang Sini said first. This was also what Wu Yun expected. With Jiang Sini's temperament, she would choose these 80 to 90 of the time. Wu Yun pondered for a while and then said, well, I am optimistic about the Porsche Macan. I drive a sports car, so it will be inconvenient for the three of us to go out for fun in the future. I don't know if the two of them had discussed it. The cars they chose can be bought for 500,000 to 600,000 yuan. Wait, let me ask the sales directly. When I bought the car that day, I added the Porsche sales WeChat account in the number 9 showroom. Wu Yun took out his cell phone and called Ishan, the Porsche salesperson who made the note. At the Porsche 4S store, the supervisor had just announced that the meeting was over, and Ishan's phone rang with a WeChat call. The colleagues who had not yet ended the meeting were all staring at Ishan. Ishan's face lit up when she saw the note, and she said to everyone looking at her big client. Then she immediately clicked the answer button. Hello, Mr. Wu. Do you need anything? Ishan calmed down and said, do you have any existing Macan cars? I want to buy one. Wu Yun's voice came over the phone, saying that buying a car feels like buying a bottle of water. Mr. Wu, our store has sample cars of all Porsche models currently on sale. You can come and take a look. Of course, there are also existing cars, but you may not like the options. Ishan was a little disappointed. Wu Yun didn't want to buy a Cayenne or other 911. Send us your location and we'll come over now. Oh, by the way, do you have the phone number of Audi sales? I also want to buy a TT. Wu Yun asked. Ishan understood instantly. The two cars Wu Yun chose were both suitable for women to drive. She couldn't help but be a little envious of the two women she had never met. After all, she had stayed in the Porsche 4S store for so long and had seen each other before. Many car buyers are rarely as generous as Wu Yun. Okay, Mr. Wu, please wait a moment. I'll send you the location right away. I don't have Audi's sales WeChat account here yet. I'll ask our colleagues first. Ishan then sent the address to Wu Yun. As for the phone number and WeChat of Audi sales, she had to say no, at least not until she made a wave of sales. As for whether Wu Yun would find it elsewhere, that's it. It's not something she can control. After all, this is the internet age, and many things can be found online. Congratulations, Shanshan, the order is about to be placed again. The supervisor was very happy and got off to a good start right after the meeting. Some other salesmen were so jealous that they wished they could replace themselves. They secretly scolded Ishan for being unlucky. She sold a lot of cars at the auto show and was about to place an order. They were really jealous. After all, Ishan was the prettiest among many sales, but luck is indeed the best. A salesperson who was close to Ishan asked Shanshan, why does your big customer only buy a Macan? She was standing next to Ishan just now, and she heard Wu Yun's voice clearly. It is indeed a big customer. I bought a big car at the auto show. You know, he is only 18 years old. Why is the 18-year-old rich second generation not a big customer? Ishan continued, and he is buying it for a woman. You heard that he also asked me for the Audi sales phone number to buy a TT. I am going to recommend a Boxster when he comes. Anyway, he is not short of money. I don't believe those women don't like it. Wu Yun and the other three followed the location and took Didi to the Porsche 4S store. Ishan, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, saw two beauties with different characteristics behind Wu Yun, so she went to greet her. Hello, Mr. Wu. I'm Ishan, please. I'll take the three of you to see the car first. Ishan very thoughtfully took the three of them to the right, passing by a red convertible Boxster. This way, you three, our Macan is in front of you. As soon as Ishan finished saying this, she was interrupted by Wu Yun. Wait, what car is this? Wu Yun only knows about Porsche 918, 911, Cayenne, and Panamera, but he doesn't know about other models. Mr. Wu, this is our Porsche Boxster. It is an entry-level sports car that is suitable for both men and women. Wu Yun looked at this sports car. Although he didn't like the red color very much, he thought it was much better than the compact sports car of the Audi TT. Sister Sini, just stop looking at TT and buy it here instead of going anywhere else. After saying that, Wu Yun looked at Jiang Sini, who liked this car very much, so he said, then buy this one. I can drive it if I want to in the future. Wu Yun looked at Ishan and saw her still confused expression. Beauty, how much does this car cost? Mr. Wu, the guide price of this Boxster is 1.065 million. Ishan said while looking at Wu Yun's face. After there was no change, she felt more stable. As for the Cayenne, I won't watch the Mekong and go directly to the Cayenne. When Wu Yun heard the price, he decided to upgrade Wu Ying and buy a Cayenne directly. After all, a bowl of water must be leveled, otherwise it would be fun to have a fire in the backyard. When I came here today, I also watched the 14-year-old Cayenne on the internet. The model cost only $1.5 million. Wu Ying pulled Wu Yun's hand and told him not to use it. Wu Yun patted Wu Ying's hand and said in Ishan's envious eyes, just buy the Cayenne, which is better than before. The budget is just a little over. Wu Yun won't say that the more he uses it, the more he will earn. After all, not many people will believe it. Wu Yun opened his glasses silently. Wu Ying's favorability 5.99 favorability. Jiang Xinyi's favorability 5.99 favorability. When Wu Yun saw the favorability score, he couldn't help feeling a little. When it comes to making friends with ordinary people, money is the best way. Wu Yun used the detection glasses to look at Ishan. Name Ishan. Height 165 centimeters, appearance 82. Body 80. Favorability 80. Skills eloquence proficient, car sales proficient. Seeing this favorability, Wu Yun knew that 99% of the time he would not refuse an appointment with the salesperson named Ishan, but he was not the kind of person who was obsessed with sperm. Afterwards, Wu Yun and the others, under the reception of Ishan, paid a careful visit to the two cars. Sitting on the sofa in the reception room, the two women who had filled in their options still felt like they had not woken up from a dream. How? Sisters, don't you like this car? Wu Yun's words brought the two women back to their senses. Brother, this budget exceeds the 1 million you mentioned. Wu Ying is a little concerned about this. It's okay, as long as you like it, it doesn't matter if it goes over the budget. As long as I will choose some outfits for you online later, huh? Wu Yun's smile gradually became abnormal. To a little pervert. Jiang Xinyi laughed and scolded and grabbed Wu Yun's muscle. At this time, Ishan came over with two colleagues in uniforms and said Mr. Wu has two contracts at this time. The total price for the Boxster is 1.15 million, and the total price for the Cayenne is 1.15 million. The price is 1.16 million. Mr. Wu, should you sign the contract or the two ladies? Wu Yun waved his hand and said, I swipe my card and they sign. System experience 2.31 million, character level 511581087 100 million. 1/4 times consumption rebate, account balance 53,169,461.5. Total rebate this month 2A3000324000000. Wu Yun and the others left Didi with Ishan's farewell, leaving behind a group of salesmen gathered around to discuss. Wu Yun and the others took a taxi home directly, ordered takeout for lunch at home, and planned to have a rest together after eating. There were several people who had interviews in the afternoon. When he came out, Wu Yun originally planned to check out the house again, but was rejected by both women. In fact, Wu Yun also knew their psychology. One was that they bought such an expensive car, and the other was that they didn't want Wu Yun to think that they were greedy. Therefore, the weather is too hot for the two girls to use together, so they should wait until autumn or when it is more convenient to have a car before going. While waiting for the takeaway, the three of them were in the living room with the air conditioner on and scrolling through their mobile phones. The two women discussed what office supplies and desks to buy, because neither of their offices had a shadow, and the original cubicle desks were want to move out. Wu Yun browsed Taobao and looked at the models wearing various uniforms on the screen. He felt that these clothes were very good, so he selected 2 sets and added them to the shopping cart. Then he clicked to settle together, which contributed thousands of points to himself. Experienced Sister Xinyi, I bought some clothes for you. Remember to receive the express delivery when the time comes. Wu Yun put away the phone and lay directly on Jiang Xinyi's lap. Wu Ying was a little puzzled and asked, what clothes should I buy? We have so many clothes. Jiang Xinyi reacted immediately and said with a sweet smile and a crooked accent, brother, you are so bad, I like it so much. Turn around and nuzzled Jiang Xinyi's lower abdomen with her face, and then continued to play on her mobile phone. There were really too few entertainment apps in 2014. Nowadays, apart from apps for food and clothing, most of the smartphones are games. Later generations Douyin has not yet appeared, Kuaishou has not yet taken off, and Neihan Duanzi has only just emerged, far from being as popular as it will be in later generations. These are business opportunities. Wu Yun quickly wrote them down in a memo and prepared them. Let's check the information first to see if there is a chance to participate. Wu Yun was about to play the game, but after searching for 2 in a row, they didn't show up. So Wu Yun's memo recorded two more words: King of Glory and Chicken Dinner. Games, mobile games. Wu Yun discovered that it wasn't that he didn't understand anything, but that he had never discovered it. Wu Yun decided to register the trademark and website as soon as Monday, after lunch. Wu Yun took the two girls after taking a shower and took a nap for more than an hour, and then tore off two pairs of stockings. Jingle bells, 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 bells. The alarm clock rang, waking up the three sleeping people. In the summer afternoon, the more they slept, the more sleepy they became. Wu Yun rubbed his eyes, took out his hand and patted the buttocks of the two women respectively, waking up the soft bodies all over. By the time the two women put on light makeup and went out, it was already 2:20. Fortunately, the 12 interviewers were all at 3 o'clock. For convenience, the two women made appointments at 3 o'clock. We are going to interview together. Yesterday, Wu Ying and I were posted for local positions. They are basically the supervisors of various departments, such as personnel, finance, marketing, brokers, etc. The salary level in Chengdu in 2014 was not high, compared with the first-tier jobs in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. There is still a big gap. Jobs with a monthly salary of more than 10,000 are either sales or nightclubs. Very few ordinary people have a monthly salary that reaches this standard. The two women refer to the industry in the same city of 58. Standard. The salary listed in the recruitment information is considered to be above the average level for the same position, and coupled with the photos of the working environment, many job seekers signed up in one night, even those who had just registered on 58.com. The company didn't even have a business license. Bringing the book and the registration book they bought early in the morning, the three of them opened the company's electric door. Looking at the bare front wall, Wu Yun slapped his head and said, "Why did you forget to start a company?" After the interview, I asked Zhang Fei to recommend a logo maker. Then, the three of them walked in and discussed which two cubicles should be used as the offices of the two deputy managers and how to arrange the desks and chairs. At 2:45, Wu Yun took Wu Ying to clean up the boss's office. In fact, there was nothing left to do but put down the chairs, papers, and pens. Jiang Xini was going to the door to come down to the front desk. When Jiang Xini arrived at the door, she found a man and a woman standing at the door looking into the office. Jiang Xini came over, and the man's eyes lit up. He had a great impression of the company he was about to interview with. Even the front desk was so sexy and beautiful. "Hello, I'm Lin Fujian. I made an appointment at 58 yesterday at 3 o'clock for an interview." "Hello, I am Wang Ying." Another fat woman about 30 years old said, "Hello everyone, please register in this book first, and I will be interviewed in this order at 3 o'clock. Give me your resume first. You can visit the company first, then sit in the big conference room and wait." Jiang Xini's voice made Lin Fujian tremble, and he decided to ask this beautiful receptionist for her WeChat account after the interview. Ding dong. The elevator door opened. Cui Baoman adjusted his short-sleeved white shirt, and then saw an arrow and the words Nebula Media printed in Song font on an A4 paper on the wall of the elevator. Cui Baoman and several people in the elevator followed the arrow directed to the Nebula Media office. Far away, he saw a beautiful receptionist standing behind the reception desk registering the interviewers. Cui Baoman was pointing and saying something, although the reception desk looked very well decorated. New, but this company doesn't even have a company sign. Although 58 clearly states that this is a new startup company, Cui Baoman's many years of work experience made Cui Baoman have to wonder in his heart whether it is a handbag company. "Hello, I'm Cui Baoman. I've made an appointment at 3 o'clock for an interview." Cui Baoman thought that since he is here, he might as well take a look. Since he is ready to change jobs, he still needs to compare many things. A soft and waxy voice sounded, which added a lot of points to the girl at the front desk. "Register here first. Wait a moment." The interviews were conducted in this order. After you sign, you can take a look at the environment. Just sit down in the conference room before 3 o'clock. Cui Baoman signed in and walked in the direction pointed by the beautiful receptionist. What he saw was a large office with dozens of workstations. The white tables and chairs plus the green partition in the middle looked very clean and tidy and matches the modern decoration style. It really looks like a newly established company. If it is a formal company, this company looks quite strong. Cui Baoman saw several people sitting in the conference room behind the floor-to-ceiling glass in the distance. He looked outside the corridor of the cubicle and did not go in. Cui Baoman walked towards the conference room. He looked around casually in the conference room. He sat down on a chair and felt the soft touch from the chair. Cui Baoman leaned on the backrest comfortably. From the corner of his eye, he saw that the people next to him were not young. He guessed that today was an interview for a supervisor. Within 10 minutes, all the 12 interviewers scheduled yesterday had arrived. Jiang Sini put away the registration book and turned towards the boss's office where Wu Yun and the others were staying. "Mr. Wu, everyone is here. Can I have an interview?" Jiang Sini rolled her eyes and handed Wu Yun her resume in order. The lady at the front desk didn't even notify the first person to come over for an interview. Wu Yun waved his hand and said seriously. Wu Ying was snickering on the side. Jiang Sini made a face at Wu Yun and walked towards the conference room to inform Lin Fujuan, the first person to apply for the position of marketing director. The interview begins. The first one, Lin Fujuan, please come with me. Lin Fujuan followed Jiang Sini, looked at Jiang Sini's graceful back and perky buttocks, and swallowed his saliva. The 30-year-old has never been married because he has been busy outside all year round, but he does come into contact with a lot of women, like this beautiful woman. He has never been in contact with someone like this at the front desk. Jiang Sini took Lin Fujuan into the innermost boss's office, walked around the desk alone and sat down on the left side of Wu Yun. This made Lin Fujuan startled, a little surprised by the identity of the beautiful receptionist. Then he looked at Wu Yun sitting in the middle and another beautiful woman next to him who was no worse than the front desk. "Please take a seat." Wu Yun's words made Lin Fujuan react. Although he was surprised by Wu Yun's youth, what kind of people have he not seen after running in the market for so many years? "Lin Fujuan, I have read your resume. You have rich experience, and your abilities and performance are in line with our expectations. Now we have 2 questions to ask you." Wu Yun read Lin Fujuan's resume on the way here. He has rich experience. He has worked as a medical representative, sold related products, and also worked as a sales supervisor. The detection glasses showed name Lin Fujuan, height 175 centimeters, age 30, appearance 70, body 60, score 60, fairly healthy. Skills: eloquence, proficient, market vision, skilled team management, skilled favorability, 30, loyalty. Opened after the host established the first company. Wu Ying's voice sounded, "You, what do you think about Weibo and the profit realization of Weibo bloggers?" Lin Fujuan was not confused by Wu Ying's question. When he submitted his resume, he had read the company's profile and had some plans in mind. "To be honest, I also read Weibo, but I don't know much about it. But as far as I know, Weibo has a lot of traffic, and it is a very good platform for advertising. The company's bloggers want to make money, and they can make relevant ads to collect advertising fees or promote certain products of certain companies, or the company has products of our own agency." When talking about his major, Lin Fujuan seemed to have opened up a chat box and spoke out a lot of his own opinions. This surprised Wu Yun and at the same time gave him some recognition for Lin Fujuan. Second question, why do you want to change jobs? Wu Yun asked. It's because the previous company's capital chain was broken and wages were in arrears. Lin Fujuan opened his mouth and came. Wu Yun and the others recorded it in their notebooks. Jiang Sini said, "Now tell me what you think, including salary and benefits. You can ask about it." Lin Fujuan is not afraid of the stage. "I want to ask about the salary and benefits of the position I applied for." Wu Ying replied, "It's the same as the recruitment information, salary 8,000, with commission, single days off, 5 insurances and 1 fund, and lunch supplement." "What is the commission ratio?" Lin Fujuan asked the key point. "The commission ratio has not been released yet. We will have a meeting to discuss it when the time comes. We will definitely not let you down." Wu Ying's words did not surprise Lin Fujuan. After all, many companies are like this, and all interpretation rights rest with the company. "Any question?" "Yes, how many people are there in the company now?" Lin Fujuan asked. "There are only 3 of us now. The company was founded by the 3 of us as a partnership. We have just started recruiting for the head positions of various departments today." Jiang Sini replied. "After the interview, please go back and wait. We will give you a reply tomorrow morning at the latest." After seeing off Lin Fujuan, Jiang Sini went to the conference room and called the second interviewer Wang Ying. "I interviewed several people one after another, including finance, personnel administration, and marketing. Under Wu Yun's detection glasses, only one of the industry skills displayed was proficient, and the others were proficient." Wu Yun and the others did not draw conclusions on the spot, but planned to discuss it when they went back at night. When Cui Bauman followed Jiang Sini into the office, Wu Yun's glasses lit up. Name Cui Bauman, height 180, appearance 75, figure 70, score 80, have the habit of regular exercise, good health, skills, eloquence, proficient, team management, proficient, market vision, proficient, favorability, 10, loyalty. This is the first person Wu Yun has seen today who is proficient in the 3 skills. After comparing it with Cui Baomin's resume, he has a clear understanding of him. Cui Baomin looked at the three men and women in front of him who were younger than himself, and then looked at the luxury goods on Wu Yun and concluded that this was another rich second generation who started a business. However, there are advantages and disadvantages to following the rich second generation to start a business. The advantage is that there is no shortage of money. Just look at the working environment around you and you will know that you don't have to be crowded in a small and shabby office. The disadvantage is that the rich second generation who are too rich may just think this is a game. Cui Baomin's favorability 10-10, favorability 30. Wu Yun was a little puzzled, and then heard Wu Ying's question. After interviewing several more people, Wu Yun and the other three finally found the candidate for the position of manager. Name: Chao Lu, height 160 centimeters, appearance 80, figure 79, rating 70, good health, mother of a baby. Skills: entertainment agent, proficient agent negotiation, proficient team management, proficient favorability 50, loyalty. Another talent with 3 proficiencies. Wu Yun also figured out the possible relationship between favorability and loyalty. The higher the favorability during the first meeting, the easier it is to be recruited. Hello everyone, my name is Chao Lu. Chao Lu introduced himself generously. Please take a seat. Wu Yun pointed to the seat in front of him and said, Ms. Chao, it's okay if I call you this. I've seen your resume. Why don't you continue to develop in the entertainment industry? Chao Lu said with a genuine expression on his face. Hello manager, I don't want to continue to develop in the entertainment industry. Being an agent in the entertainment industry is tiring and worrying, and sometimes it's thankless. Plus, I'm running around all year round, so now I want to find a relatively stable job to take care of my doll. So what do you think of Weibo, bloggers, and the future development of the internet? Wu Yun asked because I have dealt with Weibo a lot before, I know a lot about it. If you have enough fans, you can make no less money than a third-tier star. Advertising, writing soft articles, and promoting celebrities are all the main ways to monetize. As for the future development of the internet, I think the number of fans will be very important in the future, not only on the Weibo platform, but also on other platforms. The traffic will be of great value. Wu Yun clapped his hands and said, Sister Lu was very insightful. I wonder if you have any requirements for salary? The monthly salary cannot be less than 8,000, and I will ask for some commission from future bloggers. This can be negotiated with the company. The most important thing is holidays and working hours. It wasn't until almost 5 o'clock that Wu Yun and the other 2 people finished interviewing all the people. Wu Yun stretched, touched the hair of the 2 women with both hands and said, How was the interview? I think there are still a few talents among the people today. The first one, Lin Fujuan, doesn't want it. Jiang Sini said immediately. Why? Wu Yun and Wu Ying asked in unison. This guy had dirty eyes. He looked at me a little wrong when I checked in at the front desk. Plus, on the way from the conference room to here, I saw him staring at my butt through the reflection of the glass. LSP, I don't like it. Jiang Sini said with a frown. Wu Yun stretched out his hand and pinched Jiang Sini's buttocks, and said with a smile, It shows that Sister Sini is very charming. Let's eliminate the first Lin Fujuan. It just so happens that the marketing department only recruits one person in charge in the early stage. I think Cui Baomin is good, although he is younger than others. Wu Yun recommended Cui Baomin, who was proficient in the 3 skills, and the 2 women unanimously agreed. Then the 3 discussed for a while and decided on a 30-year-old ordinary-looking woman named Luo Qian as the finance minister, who has the 3 skills proficient. The person in charge of personnel administration chose a 33-year-old man named Zhang Yanhong, who was proficient in management and personnel skills and proficient in administrative skills. Wu Yun, the economic person in charge, clearly chose Chao Lu and the 2 women. There were many topics. After identifying the people, Wu Yun realized that most of the people recruited today were women. It was not the fault of the 3 people. Originally, women in the 3 professions of finance, brokerage, and human resources accounted for the majority. Ing said, Sister Ing, call them after dinner tonight and type out the labor contract. Let them sign the labor contract tomorrow. When Monday comes, they can come to work and help recruit people and purchase office supplies and equipment. On Sunday, Wu Yundu worked as a hands-off shopkeeper in the house, leaving the 2 women to carry out other interviews and signing contracts themselves. According to Wu Yun, this is an investment for you too. You are the actual manager. I may rarely come to the company in the future. As long as you follow the plan I gave you, you will never lose money and you will make a lot of money. I also have other ventures of my own. Compared with that, today's company is like playing house. Wu Yun's words aroused the curiosity of the 2 women, and they both broke the casserole and asked him to the end. Seeing that the two women's favorable impression of him was already 99, Wu Yun knew that it was impossible for the two of them to leak the secret, so he opened his computer and copied the half-finished business plan. Let the two of them take a look. After the two women saw the tens of millions and hundreds of millions of expenditures, they admired Wu Yun's courage. At the same time, they also became strongly curious about Wu Yun's worth and family, although they knew that they could not marry into a wealthy family, but still wanted to know what kind of family would spend tens of millions to start a business before their children graduated from college, so the two women did not force Wu Yun to accompany them to the office. Wu Yun was left alone at home to revise his business plan. On Monday morning, Wu Yun and the other three went to the place agreed with the agency that registered the company to sign and fingerprint, and at the same time registered the company's special account. Wuing also the rest of the account was also transferred in. Money can really make a difference. After Wu Yun and others paid several thousand yuan, the agency completed all the procedures and saved a lot. Time for the business license. After finishing the matter, Wu Yun and the others just had to wait for the agency to send the business license. Before leaving, Wu Yun found two more businesses for the agency. One was the registration of trademarks. He provided dozens of well-known trademarks in later generations and asked an agency to help him register them. Another business was the bike-sharing company that he would later register. Wu Yun initially planned to name it Nirvana Network Technology Company Limited, which meant his rebirth, Phoenix. The meaning of Nirvana. Since the company address has not yet been leased, Wu Yun can only let the agency handle other business first. Just when the few people were standing in the square and preparing to separate, Wu Yun's cell phone rang, and his senior chief called Wu Yun. "Are you done? I've arrived at the location you posted." Wu Yun looked up and spotted the iconic S600L in the distance, so he said, "Senior sister, I see you, come here right away." So Wu Yun said goodbye to a few people, and got into the Mercedes-Benz S600L under the watchful eyes of several people. Wu Ying and Zheng Xinyi looked at each other, and when they heard the female voice on Wu Yun's phone, they both saw a trace of sadness in each other's eyes, and then the two of them recognized their status again and knew that it would be impossible in this life. In the car, Wu Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Senior, why did you remember coming to Chengdu today?" Wu Yun was surprised when he received the news from Chi Fei last night. Wasn't she being yelled at by the coach? Could it be that she skipped class? "Let me see you, which vixen seduced you away, and you are having fun in Chengdu?" Chi Fei said seriously, and then laughed at his own expression. "How is your company doing?" Chi Fei looked curious. "I just completed the procedures today and will get my business license next week. I have already hired some people yesterday and the day before yesterday. I think I will be on track next month." This company is a small startup, with more than 2 million invested, mainly because it is optimistic about the development of this industry and the two bloggers. Wu Yun's arrogance made the driver Xiao Li secretly use the rearview mirror to look behind him. Chi Fei was surprised and said, "You really don't regard money as money." "More than 2 million, I have never received so much money." Chi Fei's family is very rich, but it all belongs to the family. Although they say that girls should be rich, they don't give her that much, but she has never been short of money. She has saved dozens of New Year's money over the years. 1. She is pretty fair and beautiful in school, otherwise she would have been lured away by those flies. Wu Yun smiled and said, "My ambition is to become the richest man in the world." How could he be frightened by this mere 2 million yuan? Seeing Chi Fei's expression of listening to your bragging, Wu Yun discouraged and said, "Senior sister, why don't you agree with me, okay? In fact, I have other business plans, and I just asked the agency to register the company today. This will be my focus in the future." Chi Fei looked admiring and said, "You just finished the college entrance examination. Do you want to work so hard? Don't you want to go to college?" "Yes, how could I give up the colorful world of college? There are so many seniors waiting for me to conquer. So I plan to rent an office outside the school as the company's office location." Chi Fei knew Wu Yun's lethality, especially the rich second generation who drove a supercar to school. In the normal school, they were like monk meat, and they all wanted to take a bite. Chi Fei subconsciously said, "You dare." Then he thought that he and Wu Yun were just friends, so he changed the subject and said, "Do you know why I came to Chengdu today? It seems that you are just passing by, going shopping with my sister to buy some things in the afternoon. I'm going on a blind date tonight." Chi Fei said the word blind date very strongly, just to attract Wu Yun's attention. As expected, Wu Yun's attention was instantly attracted by the word blind date, blind date. Wu Yun frowned, his expression was like a child's candy about to be robbed. Blind date with whom? Looking at the constipated look on Wu Yun's face, Chi Fei smiled happily. "I'm kidding you, my dad and his old friends are getting together today and they all brought their families with them." There is also a son who is about the same age as me. Let me introduce you today. To be honest, I don't want to go. It's just awkward chatting and complimenting each other. It was said to be a party, as if we were going to talk about a new project. Chi Fei was very resistant to such gatherings with commercial purposes, but she couldn't resist her father's insistence. Oh fine. Wu Yun was relieved. It seemed that the cooked duck had not flown yet, so he used the detection glasses to check Chi Fei's favorability score. Chi Fei's favorability score was 82. It seemed that the chats in the past few days had made Song Jingyang uncomfortable. 79 favorability increased by another 3 points. How? Don't you want me to go on a blind date? Chi Fei asked back, wanting to stimulate Wu Yun. Yes. Senior sister is so beautiful, there is no need for a blind date. When the time comes, a lot of men will come to her door, such as me, Wu Yun said in a long voice. You. Too small, I can't stand it. Chi Fei rolled her eyes and said, but her heart was filled with joy. Dude, did you escape so easily from your sister's palm? Small? Where am I, young? Wu Yun said, pretending to take off his pants to show Chi Fei. The two started laughing and playing around, without even noticing the look of dog food on the driver's face. Taikuli, it's not yet noon, and the temperature is not yet the highest. As a famous high-end commercial street in Chengdu that was only opened in 2014, through all kinds of hype and publicity, there is an endless stream of domestic and foreign tourists coming to shop, and the high temperature weather is not at all, it cannot reduce people's enthusiasm for shopping. Wu Yun and Chi Fei got off the bus under the gaze of some tourists. Chi Fei surprised many people as soon as she got off the bus. After all, after spending a year at the Shanghai Theatre Academy, Chi Fei's makeup and clothing were more or less perfect. I was influenced by some senior students and teachers. Today Chi Fei was wearing a pink floral dress. The skirt was secretly opened under the chest, revealing her white and tender upper abdomen. She looked pure and sexy at the same time. Chi Fei wore a pair of light-colored low-heeled sandals, and with her height of 1.7 meters, standing next to Wu Yun, it felt like they were not far apart. This put Wu Yun under a bit of pressure, so he made up his mind to add his height when he went back. Chi Fei took out a pair of sunglasses from her handbag and put them on her face. She also took out a sun umbrella and handed it to Wu Yun. Xiaoyunzi, if you are happy to go shopping with AI's family, you will get a big prize. Wu Yun took it with a smile. The parasol opened, and he took Chi Fei's handbag and said, "Hey, where is the Queen Mother going first?" Chi Fei looked at her wrist and felt that something was missing. Suddenly she saw Wu Yun's wrist and suddenly realized, said, "Come with me to buy a watch first. The previous watch style is not suitable for me." Oh, there are quite a few watch shops around there. I bought this watch at IFS across the street. Senior sister, what is your budget? Although Wu Yun knows that Chi Fei's family is rich, he doesn't know how much Chi Fei himself has. Wu Yun wants to buy it for Chi Fei, but now they have no relationship. What reason can Wu Yun give him? Unless Chi Fei, she is his girlfriend now, but Wu Yun doesn't want to confess her love yet. He already has a rough plan. Let's take a look first and then talk about it. Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands are acceptable. Wu Yun held an umbrella, blocking most of the sunlight, and the two of them shuttled among the crowd. People kept peeking at Chi Fei or looking at Chi Fei openly as they passed by. Street photography in Taikuli is not popular yet. Get up, otherwise someone will definitely ask Chi Fei if he can take street videos or photos. After pressing the navigation button, the two walked into the pedestrian street and came to a retro-style building with only one floor. The sign at the door had Brigatte's English handwriting printed on it. Wu Yun put away his umbrella and opened the door to let Chi Fei in first. "Welcome to Brigatte. Do you have an appointment, sir?" A beautiful shopping guide in professional attire came up to them and asked as her eyes flickered over the two of them. "No, my sister can recommend some watches for us that cost less than 100,000 yuan. I want them for women. It's not too expensive, we are still students, huh?" Wu Yun joked to the female shopping guide. The female shopping guide first led the two people to the reception area and sat down, then turned around to get the watch. After turning around, the female shopping guide complained in her heart, full-body luxury goods are said to be students. "Senior sister, I'm afraid your budget can only buy Brigatte's entry-level models." Wu Yun took his mobile phone and clicked on the price of Brigatte he found. "I know. When I was in school, I heard my classmates discuss what kind of watch is good. Although Brigatte's watches are relatively niche, I still want to take a look. If you like it, buy one and buy a dozen or so small ones. With a bitch's face, let them show off that this is what a man bought for her, and I will show off that this is what I bought with my own New Year's money." Chi Fei seems to have been ostracized in school. After all, the prettier she is, the more jealous people are. It seems that, senior sister, you are quite low-key in school. Wu Yun saw that Chi Fei's skirts didn't look like luxury brands. In the materialistic drama, film and television school, Chi Fei didn't dress well and rejected many suitors. Some people would definitely scold her for pretending to be aloof. Yes, after staying in school for a year, I found that it was all about comparisons, comparing who is more talented, who is richer, whose boyfriend is more handsome and rich, and some even feel proud to be mistresses. Chi Fei curled her lips and said, fortunately, I was lucky and the other 3 roommates I was assigned were pretty normal. This semester I will stop pretending. I will show off when I should show off, and strive for when I should fight for it. This is why I am anxious to learn how to drive, so I can buy a car and drive it back to school. Senior sister, do you want me to support you in buying a supercar? Wu Yun's words made the female shopping guide who had just approached behind her choke up. She also said that she has no money, so she has to buy a supercar for the beautiful woman. No, my dad promised to buy me a 911 after I got my driver's license. And we have nothing to do with each other, so we cannot accept such valuable things. Chi Fei refused. She doesn't want anything from Wu Yun now unless, excuse me, sir, madam, here are some of our Breguet women's watches. These 3 are the classic series, the middle 3 are the Queen of Naples series, and the last 3 are the nautical series. Their prices range from 110,000 to 150,000. Madam, take a look first. Do you like any? The female shopping guide said while wearing white gloves and holding a velvet plate. Breguet's classic series didn't look like anything special, just a round dial and leather strap, and the numbers on the dial were Roman numerals, which made Wu Yun very impressed. Awkward. Wu Yun continued to look back. This Queen of Naples series was very unique. The dial was made to look like a gemstone, and the straps were made of leather or metal. The dials of the nautical series were different. There are different colors and sizes, and there are also different styles of straps. For Wu Yun, who has a smooth face, the dark blue dial looks like the deep sea, and the light green and light blue dial looks like the surface of the shallow sea near the sea. Wu Yun guessed Chi Fei. I definitely won't choose the classic series, sure enough. This Queen of Naples series and the nautical series look great. Can I try it on? Chi Fei asked. Okay, ma'am, which ones do you want to choose? Asked the female shopping guide. This. Chi Fei pointed at 3 models, 1 Queen of Naples and 2 nautical series. The female shopping guide put 3 watches of different colors on Chi Fei's left and right hands respectively. Zhao Yanzi, which one looks the best? Chi Fei excitedly handed her hands to Wu Yun. After Wu Yun saw the 3 watches, it was the Queen of Naples steel band watch with a blue background that suited Chi Fei's dressing style and better set off Chi Fei's appearance. Fei's white hands. Just this one, I think it looks the best. It suits you very well, senior sister. Wu Yun pointed to the watch on Chi Fei's left hand and said, okay, then I'll listen to you. Chi Fei thought to herself, he is indeed the man I like. Even his aesthetics are the same as mine. Sister, what is the price of this watch? Wu Yun asked. Sir, this Breguet Queen of Naples Series 8967 STVA J50 is priced at 141,300 yuan. Wrap it up for me. Wu Yun took out his bank card and handed it to the female shopping guide, but was interrupted by Chi Fei. Xiaoyunzi, what do you mean? Do you look down on your sister? I agreed that I would pay for it myself. Beauties, don't listen to him, just treat him like air. Today I pay for it myself. The female shopping guide saw Chi Fei's serious face, so she handed the bank card back to Wu Yun, said sorry, took Chi Fei's card, and walked to the service desk wearing her watch. Xiaoyunzi, I promise that as long as you go shopping with me, you can buy me things, but not now. Chi Fei said this to Wu Yun very seriously. This also made Wu Yun see that Chi Fei is a very independent girl. Okay, I get it. Wu Yun understood what Chi Fei meant. She wouldn't want this expensive thing unless the 2 of them were in a relationship. The female shopping guide came over with a credit card machine and said, Madam, please enter your password. When Chi Fei finished paying, the female shopping guide turned and walked to the service desk. After a while, she came over with a handbag containing the watch and said, Madam, let's add WeChat so that we can have any after-sales problems with the watch in the future. Tell me. After the 2 of them added WeChat, Wu Yun suddenly said, Sister, add me too. When I see some good-looking styles on the internet, I want to buy them for you. Chi Fei's voice sounded. Oh, no need, I'll let my senior tell you when the time comes. Wu Yun slapped his forehead and said. Wu Yun held up the sun umbrella again and walked out with his handbag in hand. Xiaoyunzi, you are a bit brave. How dare you add someone else on WeChat in front of me? Chi Fei raised his troops to inquire about the crime. Senior sister, I have a conscience, I just think that adding sales will make it easier to buy a watch in the future. I feel that the IWC watch I have cannot keep up with my worth. Wu Yun raised his left hand holding the bag and looked at the watch on his wrist that he had only worn for a few days. If you want to buy a watch, I will go look for it with you, Xi Fei said with great interest. I'll buy you some clothes first, then go to dinner after buying them. There is a Jaeger-LeCoultre store opposite IFS, but I haven't visited it yet. Wu Yun accompanied Xi Fei to buy a few sets of clothes and skirts at Gucci and LV. Although Xi Fei said she would go crazy shopping, she still spent rationally when buying. Wu Yun asked Xi Fei's senior sister, why don't you buy more? Xi Fei rolled her eyes and said, do you think I am you? I have lost a quarter of my New Year's money over the years, which is heartbreaking. Even if it is only 3/4, it still exceeds the savings of 99 of the people in the country. Senior sister, you are still white, rich and beautiful, Wu Yun complimented. But in Xi Fei's ears, it turned out that I, Wu Yun, am the 1% of people you can't surpass. Xi Fei couldn't help rolling her eyes again. Xi Fei himself found that when he was with Wu Yun, the number of times he rolled his eyes was the same as in the past year. The parasol was not big, and Wu Yun was carrying a lot of things in his hands. It was inevitable that his body would adjust its posture sometimes, and he felt the smooth touch of his arm touching Xi Fei's arm, which made him feel uncomfortable. Wu Yun's already hot body became even hotter. Senior sister, let's go eat first. I went to eat at IFS so that I could buy a watch. I have thought about it, and bought 2 pieces, one for sports style to wear at ordinary times, and one for business style to wear during business negotiations. After seeing Xi Fei's agreement, Wu Yun took Xi Fei and walked to the sidewalk. Catch the thief. There was a deafening scream from ahead. People turned their eyes to the direction of the sound. Wu Yun saw a fast-running figure rushing towards them. Pedestrians on the road got out of the way. Wu Yun changed his umbrella. With his left hand holding the bag, he put his right hand around Xi Fei's shoulder and moved out of the way. Just as the thief was passing by, Wu Yun suddenly stretched out a foot and stumbled where the thief was passing. The thief lost his balance and flew away with the inertia of his running. He walked out and fell heavily to the ground, groaning that he couldn't get up for a while. Wu Yun didn't look at the fate of the thief, and quickly walked forward with Xi Fei in his arms, thinking about the System Mall and spending $1 million. His free fighting skills have improved to the level of proficiency, reaching the technical level of ordinary professional fighting athletes, but his physical strength level may be a little lower. Without paying attention to the changes in balance and experience, Wu Yun also purchased a short stick proficiency skill to prevent it, just in case. After all, these thieves are not committing crimes alone, there must be other accomplices. Although in the current social situation, these gangs do not dare to be so rampant, but just in case, Wu Yun still upgraded and added 2 after crossing the highway and walking into the mall. Xi Fei, who was hugged by Wu Yun, said, Xiaoyunzi, do you want to take the opportunity to eat your sister's tofu? Wu Yun released his hand around Xi Fei's shoulders, touched his nose and smelled Xi Fei's fragrance, and said, isn't this an emergency? I'm taking you away just in case. Didn't you think about the consequences when you acted bravely? What if we are retaliated against? Xi Fei asked. In fact, she was not afraid. There were basically no gangs in the downtown area who dared to do this. She just wanted to ask Wu Yun what he thought. I've thought about it, but I can still do it if I fight 5 of them. Protecting you is enough to make a mistake. Wu Yun looked proud. Xi Fei said with disbelief, is it possible that you have practiced before? Of course, I have been practicing kickboxing since I was a child. Don't take such risks next time. No matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of kitchen knives. I don't think you are a coward. Xi Fei's voice became lowered, and the concern and criticism in his tone touched Wu Yun's heart. No one had cared about him for a long time. Okay, I listen to you. Wu Yun wanted to pinch Xi Fei's face, but held back again. After the two had dinner, they went straight to the IFS Jaeger-LeCoultre store. While eating, Wu Yun had been choosing Jaeger-LeCoultre watches online. When choosing 2 sports-style watches, Wu Yun was a little entangled and asked Xi Fei to help him choose Jaeger-LeCoultre Aston Martin Series Q192243, a watch, and Jaeger-LeCoultre watch. Choose from the Extreme Sports Master Series Q1972472 watch. In the end, the two unanimously chose the Aston Martin Series Q192243, a watch. Then I chose a Jaeger-LeCoultre Master Series 502-3402 watch suitable for formal wear. So after choosing their favorite style in advance, it took the two of them less than 15 minutes from entering the Jaeger-LeCoultre store to carrying the bag out. In the end, the Aston Martin Series Q192243, a watch, cost Wu $320,000 for daily wear, while the Jaeger-LeCoultre Master Series 502-3402 watch was several levels higher, costing $1.75 million. System experience 2.04 million, character level 515621087 million. The consumption rebate is 3 times, the cumulative rebate reaches the upper limit. The rebate is 4.1,324,000,032,400,000. The balance is 53,229,461.5 yuan. Wu Yan looked at his experience, and then upgraded a few times before the sun fell. He had spent more than 15 million. He had forgotten where the money had been spent. Wu Yan felt that he had really become bloated. Senior sister, am I too high profile, wearing this watch? Wu Yan asked. It's okay, don't be high profile, many people don't know watches, but they know your car. Shi Fei said speechlessly. After asking driver Shelley to take Wu Yan back to their company, Shi Fei took the car and walked to the location given by her father. While shopping in the afternoon, Shiguo called twice to urge Shi Fei to arrive at the party location early. In a private club in Chengdu, Shi Guozhang was chatting and laughing with a fat middle-aged man in his 50s who was wearing low-key middle-aged clothes. 2 beautiful waiters stood beside the coffee table and poured tea and water for the 2 of them from time to time. It didn't take long for the waiter to bring new tea. On the sofa not far away, a young man of about 20 years old was lying half-ly, playing a mobile game boredly. He would quit the game from time to time and reply to messages, with a cynical smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. The 2 of Qi and Guo are old friends who haven't seen each other for a long time and have always been in contact by phone. The slightly fat middle-aged man has been working hard abroad and recently returned to China with his family. The 2 of them have been sitting here drinking tea and chatting all afternoon, talking about everything from wearing crotchless pants when they were children to national affairs. Lao Qi, why hasn't your daughter come yet? I haven't seen her for a long time. Remember the last time I saw her was when she was in elementary school, and it's been 10 years. The slightly fat middle-aged man sighed. Talking about his daughter, Shiguo said with a smile on his face, old Wang, you will know when you see her. She is really a woman who has changed in the 18th century. Now she has her own opinions. I can hardly control her anymore. I want her to study business management, but she must study acting and become a star. My family is not short of money, so I have to suffer this. Yes, my kid is also a rebellious kid who has been spoiled by his mother. He insists on doing Bitcoin with his friends abroad. Isn't that kind of intangible thing a lie? Just like stock trading, the price of Bitcoin has dropped a bit recently, and I'm afraid that he lost the 2 million his mother gave him. The fat middle-aged man surnamed Wang was angry when he talked about his son. He made his fortune in industry, and now he is a factory and a construction company. He very much hopes that his only son can inherit the family business and carry it forward in the future. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. He didn't do bad things, so it's okay to suffer some losses. Is it possible that you can't even afford a loss of 2 million? Shi Guo has a carefree attitude towards his daughter. As long as it does not involve life safety or major life events, he usually turns a blind eye. Wang Xingyu, who is playing games on the sofa, is multitasking. When he hears his father talking about his when he heard Qi Guo speaking for him, Wang Xingyu sat up from the sofa and said excitedly, Uncle Qi is right, my father is too lenient with me. He chose my major in college. Now that I have graduated, they still want to control me. I am 22 years old and have long since become an adult. When Wang Chang heard this, he became angry and scolded, no matter how big or small, if I hadn't taken care of you, you would have learned how to attract fans, kill, and set fires abroad. Just when Wang Chang was about to continue to teach Wang Xingyu a lesson, the door to the private room was opened by the waiter, and Shi Fei, wearing a pink floral skirt, walked in, attracting the attention of everyone in the private room. Except for Qi, everyone's heart popped up one sentence, what a beautiful and elegant girl. Wang Xingyu felt that he could feel the sound of his heart beating faster. All the beauties from all over the world he had dated abroad could not compare to Shi Fei. Shi Fei. Come on. Let me introduce to you, this is Wang Chang, Uncle Wang. He even hugged you when you were a kid. This is Wang Xingyu, 3 years older than you have to call me brother. Shi Guo introduced his daughter. Then Shi Guo introduced to Wang Chang and his son, this is my daughter Shi Fei. Why didn't Lao Wang lie to you? It's really a transformation of women. Uncle Wang. Hello, brother Xingyu. Shi Fei smiled politely. After all, Wang Chang was weathered and quickly smiled and said, Shi Fei, that shy little girl has become more and more beautiful after 10 years of not seeing each other. Lao Qi, I wonder if the joke on my father-in-law's family back then was still true. Wang Chang said suddenly. Wang Xingyu's eyes lit up when he heard it and looked over expectantly. Lao Wang, this depends on what my daughter means. What I know is that he has been having a heated fight with a boy recently. This is the first time I have heard of it. Shi Guo did not refuse and asked another question with a smile. Oh, Shi Fei has a boyfriend? Then I won't take advantage of others. For Wang Chang, the relationship between the two families does not depend on the marriage of children and in-laws. This is just the icing on the cake. Shi Fei blushed and said, Uncle Wang misunderstood. We are not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. It is said that people who fall in love will have lower IQs. Wang Xingyu did not hear the other meaning of Chi Fei, and his dim eyes lit up just now. Uncle Chi, I just heard that Sister Chi Fei is still in college. Where is she going to college? Wang Xingyu inquired about the news. I am about to be a sophomore in the acting department of Shanghai Academy of Drama. Chi Fei answered the question herself before her father could say anything. Ah, what a coincidence. I have just returned to China and am preparing to develop my career in Shanghai. Then I can go to school to visit Sister Chi Fei. Oh, that's fine. If Brother Xingyu comes, I will definitely entertain him. I don't know what you are going to do, Brother Xingyu. Seeing that the children were chatting well, Xi and Guo walked aside and continued their own topics. Wu Yun walked into the glass door of the office and saw someone working at the front desk. A beautiful woman in uniform with an appearance of 80 saw Wu Yun and stood up. Hello, welcome to Nebula Media. Is this an interview? Wu Yun looked at the background wall of the front desk and saw that Rongqing Nebula Media Company Limited. A few gold-plated characters of the company. He smiled and said, I'm here to apply for the position of chairman. Handsome guy, don't be joking. Pang Yujun thought Wu Yun was teasing her and said with a frown. I'm not lying to you, I successfully applied for both jobs and now come to work. By the way, my surname is Wu Yun. Wu Yun said with a smile, and then turned into the big office. Pang Yujun was about to stop Wu Yun, but stopped again. Suddenly, she remembered that during the interview, the HR director Sister Zhang told her that the company was managed by two beauties. The vice president, the chairman's surname is Wu, a very young second-generation rich man who usually doesn't come here. Pang Yujun said tactfully, Mr. Wu, Mr. Jiang and several other supervisors are still interviewing in the conference room. Are you going to the conference room or back to your office? Let me make you a cup of tea. Wu Yun turned around and said with a smile, no, I'll just walk around while you do your business. Rejecting the kindness of the front desk, Wu Yun walked into the big office and saw some men and women waiting for interviews scattered on the chairs around. Some people noticed Wu Yun's entry and saw Wu Yun's young appearance. Wu Yun thought he was here for an interview, so he didn't pay much attention, then turned and walked towards the corridor of the small office. Unexpectedly, after Wu Yun hadn't been here for more than a day, the layout of the office had changed a lot. The original two small conference room partitions had become an office for two women. Large and comfortable swivel chairs were placed behind the large desk. There are also sofas and coffee tables placed against the wall. There were two girls waiting for the interview. They looked like they had just graduated. When Wu Yun came in, they kept staring at Wu Yun. They thought a handsome guy was coming for the interview. But the more they looked at him, the more they looked wrong. Finally, they saw Wu Yun leave. Entered the chairman's office. The two were friends in the same dormitory. They looked at each other, got up and walked to the front desk. Pang Yujun has quite a lot of work experience. After seeing the registration information of the two women, he asked two sisters, do you need my help? Sister, let me ask about something. Who is the handsome guy who just entered? Why did I see him go directly into the chairman's office? A tall girl asked, oh, you are talking about Mr. Wu. He is the chairman of the company, and I met him for the first time today. But I heard that he is a rich second generation. Pang Yujun explained, such a handsome rich second generation? A domineering president? The other girl, who was slightly shorter, thought in her mind that the charm of money can always add a little bit more to people. Perhaps he saw the thoughts of the two girls. Pang Yujun said, you are thinking too much. Listen to the supervisor, which? The president will not come to the company often in the future. From now on, Mr. Wu and Mr. Jiang will still be in charge. The two women were a little disappointed when they heard that. After thanking Pang Yujun, they walked into the big office. Wu Yun had worked too much tonight. After sending Wu Ying and Jiang Xini a message that he was resting in the office, he said fell asleep in his seat. Brother. Woke up. Wu Yun was in a daze when he heard someone calling him. The voice gradually became clearer from far away. When he opened his eyes and saw Jiang Xini's approaching face, Wu Yun was startled, and it became clear instantly. Sister, are you trying to take advantage of me? As he said that, he slapped Jiang Xini's buttocks with his right hand. Jiang Xini made a slight sound in her nose as she was being photographed, which made Wu Yun's shaved muscles show signs of congestion. But Wu Yun knew that now was not a good time, otherwise he would have to follow Jiang Xini to the chairman's office. Avi, let's go. Ying and I are going to invite the management to have a meal tonight. We just happen to be back, so let's go together. We know each other, otherwise you will know both of us when you come to the company. Jiang Sini took Wu Yun's hand and pulled him up. Wu Yun followed Jiang Sini to the big office and saw Wu Ying and 4 supervisors already waiting in the big office. Mr. Wu. Hello, Mr. Wu. After Wu Yun finished the most unaccustomed meal in his history, he said goodbye to several supervisors and returned to his residence with the 2 women. After taking a shower, Jiang Sini lay on Wu Yun's right side. Her right hand dishonestly drew circles on Wu Yun's chest and asked, "Did you enjoy shopping today?" "I heard it all, senior. I didn't expect that my younger brother is still a sister. After we finish eating, we want to eat someone else. Is she pretty?" Wu Ying on the left also pricked up her ears. "Beautiful, very beautiful, a future big star," Wu Yun said with a smile. "I don't believe it. I want to see the photo." Jiang Sini didn't believe it. Wu Yun couldn't resist her, so he opened his phone, clicked on the photo stored in the phone, and handed it to Jiang Sini. Jiang Sini looked at the photo and said with a sour tone, as expected of a student of acting, "She has such a temperament, how can I compare with her? We are literally like weeds." Wu Ying finally sighed when Jiang Sini handed over her mobile phone. Seeing these photos, she couldn't be jealous. "Brother, what did you buy for her while shopping today?" Jiang Sini and the 2 have already seen Wu Yun's invoice for buying watches. They spent 2 million to buy 2 watches. They think the things they bought for this beauty are not cheap. "I bought a Breguet watch and some clothes, but she paid for it herself. She is a little rich woman. It made me want to eat soft food." "Breguet? It seems that my brother and I are well matched at home, right?" Wu Ying said, "Don't think too much. I want both you and her." Wu Yun stood up and said, "I'll go back to Jingyang tomorrow, come on. Kick me hard tonight." The 2 women looked at each other and pulled Wu Yun down on the bed together early the next morning. Wu Yun got on Didi and returned to Jingyang. "Instead of going home, I went directly to the Government Affairs Center. Wu Yun, just sign here and you can get your real estate certificate." The agent Lu Wei took Wu Yun to go through the final procedures at the window. Seeing Wu Yun get the real estate certificate, Lu Wei said again, "Wu Yun, come with me, I will take you to change the name of the water and electricity account." After half an hour of wandering around, the 2 of them finally completed all the procedures. "Wu Yun, if you want to buy a house next time, remember to tell me. If your friends want to buy a house, you can introduce them to me." "Okay." Wu Yun pushed open the door of his new home and saw that it was empty except for furniture, so he closed the door, turned around and walked to the elevator. Suning appliances, after shopping for an hour, selected 4 air conditioners, a TV, a refrigerator, a washing machine and other small appliances for a total of 60,000 yuan, and chose the on-site installation service. "I bought some bedding and daily necessities to take back to my new home." On a hot day, Wu Yun was so hot that he slumped on the sofa and didn't want to move. At this moment, Wu Yun's cell phone rang, and it turned out to be Gao Chang. "Ayun, what are you doing?" There was some noise on Gao Chang's side, and Wu Yun could barely hear Gao Chang's words clearly. "I just bought some things for my new home and moved them here." Gao Chang was not surprised when he found out that Wu Yun had bought a new house. Wu Yun had told Gao Chang about Wu Yun's lottery win some time ago, but he didn't say how much he won. "The monitor has invited some classmates to have a small gathering in the evening. Will you come? I heard your Bai Yue Guang is coming too," Gao Chang said bewitchingly. "Are you talking about childishness?" Wu Yun instantly became more energetic. Counting the time before his rebirth, he has not seen Bai Yu for several years. In fact, Wu Yun has already let go of his former crush, but he still wants to end the previous entanglement himself. From now on, Wu Yun is the king of Wuhai. Wu Yun can't remember whether he attended this party in his previous life, but one thing is certain, that he will see Bai Yu again, the time he secretly went to find her in college. Really, I kid you not, Bai Yu was invited by Wang Ai personally, and she agreed to come. Excellent people are always lonely in high school. Bai Yu is like this, and Chi Fei is like this. The girls are jealous of Bai Yu's appearance, jealous of Bai Yu's grades, jealous of Bai Yu being the best student in the hearts of teachers, and even more jealous of Bai Yu. Yu is Bai Yue Guang in the hearts of boys, so they are more or less alienated from Bai Yu. Because of this, except for a few friends, Bai Yu usually goes to school and eats alone. To outsiders, Bai Yu looks like this. The moonlight is really a bit cold, but Wu Yun knows that it is precisely because of this that Bai Yu has some empathy for Wu Yun's experience and comforts and sympathizes with Wu Yun. Are there many classmates today? How could Bai Yu go? In Wu Yun's impression, of all the gatherings in the class, the only one Bai Yu attended was the dinner after the college entrance examination. There were many, 20 or 30 people. Wang Ai told Bai Yu that you were coming too and that you had something to say to her. Gao Chang chuckled. Yu Kaiking tricked me again. Wu Yun knew that this must be Gao Chang's bad idea. In Gao Chang's impression, Wu Yun had always had a crush on Bai Yu. Gao Chang didn't wait for Wu Yun to get mad at him, and said on the phone, "Look at the QQ group messages." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Wu Yun had no choice but to open QQ. QQ, which had not been online for a long time, popped up countless messages, including those who sent him private messages and some who him in the group. After seeing the group announcement, the place for the dinner was set in Jingjing. Tan Hotpot, which is very famous in Yang, volunteered to sing after eating the Hotpot AA system. Wu Yun looked at the private messages again, and the latest one was from Bai Yu. "Wu Yun, do you want to participate tonight?" Wu Yun thought for a while and replied, "Well, Bai Yu, see you tonight." The other private message was from Gao Chang asking him if he would go that night. There were also two messages of confession, one from a few days ago and one from yesterday. When Wu Yun looked at the names, they all felt strange, so he was sure this was definitely not a classmate in his class. Ignoring these two pieces of information, Wu Yun clicked on the space. Tan Hotpot is basically where we eat at Wu Yun Junior High School. The price is not expensive and the taste is okay. After all, we are tired of it. There are really very few types of food in Jingyang nowadays, and most of them are dry pot hot pot. If you invest in catering now, the return on investment is quite impressive, but Wu Yunji is not here and has never thought about catering. It is tiring and worrying. Wu Yun got off the taxi and saw the short voice standing at the door of the hot pot restaurant. He smiled and shouted, "Monitor, long time no see. I miss you so much." Wang Ai, the female monitor of Wu Yun's class, has a figure. She is short and has a very ordinary appearance, but everyone in the class admires her. There is no special reason for her, except that she is eloquent and has great abilities. Under Wu Yun's detection glasses, Wang Ai's proficient eloquence skills are very dazzling among the ordinary skills. He is only 18 years old. No wonder I heard that Wang Ai became a very good salesperson in his previous life. Before Wu Yun was reborn, he had already bought 2 houses in Chengdu. "Yeah, Wu Yun, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've become a lot more handsome. Why don't you seduce the girls in the class today if you go in like this?" Wang Ai half joked and opened Wu Yun's hand with a smile. "Come on in. Your strength has already arrived." Everyone in the class knew very well about Wu Yun and Gao Chang wearing a pair of pants. Wu Yun easily found where Gao Chang was sitting. Wu Yun walked over, slapped Gao Chang on the back of his head and said, "What a bastard. You dare to trick me." Gao Chang counterattacked, "I'm really helping you, God assists you, you know. It's true that the dog bit Lu Dongbin. Is it possible that you don't like Bai Yu? Have you changed your mind? It's been 3 years since I came here, and you've changed your mind." Gao Chang was a little surprised, and suddenly felt something was different about Wu Yun. "Have you become rich and hooked up with other beauties, and you no longer like Bai Yu Eguang?" Wu Yun said, "It's just because it's Bai Yu Eguang, so I don't want to waste it. So let me harm other beauties. Hi Virgin." After Wu Yun finished speaking, a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, which instantly diverted Gao Chang's attention. "Where's the hammer? We agreed to be virgins together, so you betrayed the organization? It's true, men become bad when they have money. Who can you share it with me?" Gao Chang became excited, as if he had broken the boy's skills. "Come, give you a look." After a while, the 3 large square tables that had been set were all occupied, and there was still an empty seat on Wu Yun's right-hand side. At this moment, the fragrance of shampoo hit his face, and a slender figure wearing a t-shirt and shorts with long hair reaching his waist sat down next to Wu Yun. Wu Yun turned his head and looked at Bai Yu's familiar yet unfamiliar big eyes. Coupled with the sweet smile smiling at Wu Yun, this was an unforgettable face of first love. Wu Yun sighed in his heart. "Bai Yu, long time no see. Name Bai Yu, height 165 centimeters, age 18 years old, appearance 92, body 91, special 90, a white lotus, ready to bloom. Skills literature proficient, English proficient. Favorability 79." Seeing Wu Yun looking directly at herself, Bai Yu asked with a smile, "Why, there are flowers on my face?" Wu Yun said with a smile, "Long time no see, Bai Yu, you are beautiful again." After Wu Yun said this, other people at the table began to boo. "Long time no see, Bai Yu, you are beautiful again. Long time no see, Bai Yu, you are beautiful again." Gao Chang, Lili and others lowered their voices to imitate Wu Yun's speech, which made Bai Yu's face turn slightly red. Go! 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 Go cool down." Wu Yun smiled and cursed at the 5 men who were making noises at the table. "Wu Yun, why haven't I seen you recently? Are you going out to play?" Bai Yu has not contacted Wu Yun since the graduation dinner. As a girl, she was reserved and waited for news from Wu Yun. In the end, she only contacted her when she was filling out her application form. Wu Yun seemed to have disappeared. I recently went to Chengdu and practiced driving the rest of the time. Bai Yu, don't you want to go to the capital first? Wu Yun recalled that in his previous life, after Bai Yu got the admission notice, he went to the capital and never returned to Jingyang. The admission notice has been received, and I am just waiting for the party to be finished today and the flight tomorrow. Today I am here to say goodbye to you all. Bai Yu, who always talks little, rarely said such a long sentence to say goodbye to everyone, but her eyes were glanced in the direction of Wu Yun. Wu Yun is very confused now. Ever since he saw Bai Yu's favorability towards him, he knew that Bai Yu must still like him. Bai Yu is a very reserved girl. No, she should be a girl who talks very little. What she said to comfort Wu Yun was the first time Wu Yun heard him say so much. Thinking of everything in his past life, Wu Yun remembered that Bai Yu had hinted at him several times, but as a boy, it was normal for him to have low emotional intelligence. Until one day, he thought about it and saw that scene. After a long time, he would be disappointed and would have to give up. As the white moonlight in his heart, Wu Yun couldn't bear to taint it. Wu Yun would not give up the entire forest for this tree. Wu Yun suddenly looked at it. Seeing Bai Yu's eyes looking at him, which contained expectation and a hint of incomprehensible color, Wu Yun felt like he was a scumbag leaving so soon. I also said that when I get my driver's license, we can go out and drive. Seeing Bai Yu's somewhat happy and somewhat regretful expression, Wu Yun then said it's okay, you go ahead. I'll come to the capital to find you when I'm done here. Wu Yun's words made everyone at the table commotion again, looking at the two of them with ambiguous eyes. What are you talking about? A few grown men are bullying us, Bai Yu again? Wang Ai said as he sat astride Bai Yu. Gao Chang and others shook their heads like rattles and quickly denied it. They had seen the power of Wang Ai's mouth. Wang Ai picked up the big beer cup and stood up and faced the three people around him. The classmate at the table shouted, "Students, stop for a moment and listen to me." After seeing that everyone's attention was focused on him, Wang Ai said today's party, there were 60 people in the class, and only 24 people came. After graduation, most of those who go out to travel don't want to come. I am very grateful to everyone here for still recognizing me as the expired class president. I asked everyone to gather together today, mainly because I thought that after graduation, we may not be able to gather so many people and have gatherings without any purpose. Hearing Wang Ai's talk, Wu Yun couldn't help but think of his past life. After graduation, high school class gatherings had never been successful, and they were only the self-pleasure of a few people who had a good time. Okay, everyone, please raise your glasses. Those who can drink, drink. Those who can't drink, drink. Don't force it. Wang Ai raised his cup and said, I wish you all a bright future. You can study and live happily in college, find a boyfriend and girlfriend if you are single, and try to find another one if you are single. But don't harm your classmates. Wang Ai's words made everyone laugh. Monitor. I don't want a girlfriend, I just want a boyfriend. A classmate with a thick beard on his chin pretended to be shy, which made the surrounding students get goosebumps and stay away from him. Okay. Everyone can start. I'm treating you today. You pay for it yourself. Wang Ai made a joke. Wu Yun held the wine glass and said to Bai Yu, I toast you, thank you for comforting me and enlightening me when I was most helpless. Without your enlightenment, maybe I would have dropped out of school long ago, and I don't know where to hang out now. Days. I'll do it, you can do whatever you want. After saying that, Wu Yun drank the beer in his hand. Bai Yu had no time to stop her, so she could only say I'm helping you, and I'm also helping me. My parents are both in the capital, and I live alone in school. I was also confused and lonely at that time, but seeing your situation gave me the courage to continue. The courage to learn. In fact, Bai Yu didn't say a word. It was precisely because Wu Yun had only a few friends that she didn't feel isolated and helpless. Gao Chang was yelling at the side Ayun, haven't I enlightened you? It's gone, this brother can't do anything, you only have the white moonlight in your eyes. Yes, a guy who values keks over friends. Gao Chang's words made everyone at the table agree. Wu Yun knew that Gao Chang wanted to bring him and Bai Yu together, so he thought like this to show that Wu Yun valued Bai Yu. As Bai Yu, who has both EQ and IQ online, how could he not listen? Knowing this, he looked at Wu Yun with expectant eyes. When he saw that Wu Yun didn't express his intention immediately, he felt a little disappointed. Yes, I value keks over friends. Bai Yu is so beautiful, and I just covet her beauty. I don't know if she will give me a chance. Quotations of scumbag men who are not proactive and irresponsible. Wu Yun wants to be a scumbag who takes the initiative and takes responsibility. If you sing a song for me tonight, I will give you a chance if you impress me. Bai Yu smiled. Okay, it's a deal. It took almost 2 hours to eat a hot pot meal. Some of the students who finished eating first went home first, while others went to the KTV they had booked first. Wu Yun's table was among the last group to go to the KTV. When they found the box, they could already hear the sounds of howling ghosts and wolves inside. If you come late, you will be punished with 3 drinks. Someone is joking, damn it, believe it or not, I will spit it in your mouth later. Gao Chang laughed and cursed at the booing people. Wang Ai stayed in the box for a long time. When Wu Yun and others came in, he came over and said, Wu Yun, I heard that you want to sing to express your love? Wu Yun looked confused. He didn't mean to sing a song to give me a chance. Why did it spread and become a rumor that I wanted to confess? Wu Yun looked at Bai Yu's expectant eyes. He didn't say what he wanted to say, but Wang Ai nodded. He picked up the phone and said, Students, please be quiet. Now I invite Comrade Wu Yun to show off his singing voice. Whether or not his confession is successful depends on your cheers. Whoa. Papa. The voices of men and women shouting and clapping hard can't even cover up the sound of the music. Without the system, Wu Yun probably wouldn't have the courage to sing. After all, he was tone deaf before, but luckily no one knew about it. Now at Lai KTV on the way, Wu Yun gained another proficiency in singing and reached the level of a professional singer. Wu Yun looked at him expectantly. Wu Yun did not show any stage fright and walked towards the singing booth, thinking in his mind, what song should I sing in this situation? Suddenly he remembered an old song, Midnight Serenade. This song had not become popular at this time, and it was not until the end of the year that a singer from China made it famous. Everyone was a little surprised when Wu Yun ordered a song that few people had heard of. Bai Yu had some expectations when she saw the title of the song, and the melodious prelude of the violin solo made everyone feel a little sad. Still leaning on the sleepless night, looking at the stars in the sky, still hearing the violin, weeping, complaining and teasing. Wu Yun amazed everyone as soon as he opened his mouth, not only with his fluent Cantonese, but also with his voice. Everyone looked at the lyrics, immersed in Wu Yun's singing, looked at the lyrics that couldn't be separated from you, and occasionally looked at Bai Yu. Wu Yun first sang the song for the first time with his back to everyone and looked at the screen. He remembered his previous life, standing alone at the gate of Bai Yue School, watching her fall into the arms of others, and the sad feeling came to his heart. At the beginning of the second time, Wu Yun turned around and looked at Bai Yu. Wu Yun's eyes were red. In the flickering light of the box, Wu Yun's eyes seemed to be shining with light. Still saying that I never thought of it as an excuse, I never thought that we were going to break up, but my heart is still occupied by her every moment, and she still doesn't open her mouth like this. The chorus sounded again for the second time. Wu Yun pointed at Bai Yu, but my heart is still occupied by her every moment, and she still doesn't speak like this. Everyone was looking forward to seeing Bai Yu's reaction. They saw Bai Yu sitting on the edge smiling sweetly and brightly, but no one noticed Bai Yu's touching eyes. If Wu Yun used the detection glasses to observe Bai Yu, and he could definitely find that her favorability level instantly increased by 5 points when she sang this song, reaching 84. The lingering sound of the music disappeared in the box. Gao Qianjianjisha quickly clicked pause, and the box suddenly felt silent. So Gao Chang shouted together with. The voices gradually became unified. Wu Yun saw that the voice was getting louder and louder, so he said through the microphone, Bai Yu, are you satisfied with this song I sang? Although it is not particularly suitable for the occasion, I still give it to you. Can I covet your beauty? Opportunity? Wu Yun didn't express his love directly. It would be fine if he succeeded. If he didn't, he would be in an embarrassing situation. So he just followed what he said at the beginning of the meal. He didn't explicitly say that he wanted Bai Yu to be his girlfriend. He just asked if he would become her boyfriend. The opportunity is also given to Bai Yu to step down. Okay, I can give you this opportunity. If you could sing one more song specifically for me, I would. Bai Yu was a little entangled, but was interrupted by Wu Yun before she could finish speaking. You will be my girlfriend. An inaudible voice sounded. If Wu Yun hadn't been good at hearing, he would have ignored it. Chang Zai, give me a nod to White Moonlight. When I heard the word Bai Yu Guang, there were boos all around. The sound of the piano sounded, followed by the low accompaniment of the cello. Bai Yu Guang, somewhere in my heart while Wu Yun was singing, he couldn't help but reach out to Bai Yu with his left hand, wanting to touch Bai Yu's face. Suddenly he stopped, took a few steps back and continued singing. Anyone who didn't know how to sing could hear the sadness in his voice. You are me. The unspeakable hurt. Wu Yun had 10,000 Chao Nima running through his heart, and the songs he ordered were all in response to scenes from his previous life. The 4.5-minute song passed quickly. Just when Wu Yun finished singing, Bai Yu suddenly stood up and threw herself into Wu Yun's arms. She hugged Wu Yun's waist with both hands and buried her head in Wu Yun's chest. There was no sound, but Wu Yun still felt the moisture on his chest, and Baiyu cried. For Wu Yun, he and Baiyu have not seen each other for several years, but for Baiyu, 3 years of getting along day and night, 3 years of friendship at the same table, 3 years of mutual help and progress, it always seems like it happened yesterday. Baiyu finally waited for this day. Screams, applause, and whistles sounded. Kiss me. Kiss me. Some students came over with their mobile phones that had not turned off the shooting, and wanted to take a close-up shot. Infected by the atmosphere, Wu Yun stopped thinking about other things, held Baiyu's cheeks with both hands, lowered his head and kissed her. Wu Yun sat in the box for a while, and at the strong request of his classmates, he sang 2 songs by Yi Sin Chan. Ever since she established a relationship with Baiyu, Baiyu held Wu Yun's hand and never let go, which made many classmates make fun of her. Wu Yun, let's go first. I want to go home early, I have to take a plane tomorrow, Baiyu said in Wu Yun's ear. Baiyu achieved her goal today and wanted to spend some time alone with Wu Yun. After all, she was going to the capital tomorrow and was in a different place just after falling in love. This made her a little uncomfortable. Wu Yun nodded, and then pulling Baiyu to stand up, he picked up his wine glass and said loudly, "Students, play slowly. I sent Baiyu home first." In the ambiguous eyes of everyone, Wu Yun pulled Baiyu out of the door. The summer night was still so hot. Wu Yun and Baiyu walked slowly on the streets of the city. Baiyu suddenly smiled and tuned to Wu Yun in front of him. He was walking backwards with his hands behind his back, watching Wu Yun walk back. Looking at this smiling face, Wu Yun felt a little unreal. The dream hidden deep in his heart in his previous life had come true. "Baiyu, if I don't come today, will you not come either?" Wu Yun asked knowingly. "Yes, my goal today is you. I came here with the idea of success or failure. Unexpectedly, Gao Chang helped me. Baiyu seems to have opened up her chatterbox tonight, and her usual look of few words has disappeared. What would you do if I didn't come or didn't agree?" Wu Yun wanted to confirm some questions. "I'll try to hint you a few times, but don't wait." "Yes," Baiyu has hinted to herself many times. "Careful." Wu Yun quickly grabbed Baiyu, who was caught on her heels and fell backwards, and pulled her into his arms. "Are you going back tonight?" The two stood on the roadside, hugging each other. Wu Yun asked softly in Baiyu's ear. "No. I want to go back and not give you this chance. We're going to separate soon. If you get it, you won't miss me anymore." Baiyu refused. Looking at Wu Yun's somewhat disappointed eyes, Baiyu put her arms around Wu Yun's neck, touched his lips and said, "I promise you, I will give you this opportunity when you come to the capital." Wu Yun smiled and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to the airport tomorrow. By the way, what time is the flight? Will I get on the plane in Mianzhou or Changchun?" Baiyu took Wu Yun's left hand and said while walking in Rongqing, "The flight will be at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Oh, doesn't that mean we have to leave before 8 o'clock? Then I will be at your door at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." The two of them were chatting and walking. Under the streetlights, their shadows were stretched out. Early the next morning, Wu Yun went into battle lightly and carried a chest bag downstairs in Baiyu's community. Wu Yun saw Baiyu wearing a white t-shirt with cartoon characters printed on it and a pair of denim shorts. She looked the same as she did in school for thousands of years. A good-looking person would look good in anything he wore. Wu Yun found the big suitcase next to Baiyu and said, "Have you had breakfast? I came so early and I haven't eaten yet." The two casually ate a bowl of noodles at a noodle shop. Wu Yun had already prepared a bowl of noodles with Didi. A direct bus to Chengdu Shuangliu Airport T2 terminal. By the way, Baiyu, do you have a WeChat account? Add my WeChat. I rarely log into QQ now, but now I often use WeChat to chat. Wu Yun took out his mobile phone and opened the WeChat channel. "No wonder I sent you a message and waited for a long time before you got back to me. I thought you were chatting with some little sister." Baiyu smiled, then clicked on her WeChat account and added Wu Yun. Seeing Wu Yun's note by Yu Guang to her, Baiyu covered her smile. Wu Yun sweated on his forehead. "There is no little sister. I added in my heart, there are many big sisters, huh?" Baiyu clicked on Wu Yunfa's circle of friends, and when she saw the first circle of friends, she made a light sound. "Did you buy a car?" Also before Baiyu finished speaking, Wu Yun touched her leg lightly, and she saw Wu Yun pointing at the driver. Baiyu understood, and then said, "Why did you buy a car if you didn't buy a driver's license and pass it? It's so fast to take the driver's license test." "I signed up for the VIP crash course and have already passed the second course. I will be able to get my driver's license in a few days after taking the third and fourth courses." Wu Yun joked, "Come on, young man, you are doing this badly. You are not responsible for yourself or others." The driver interjected, "Master, I signed up for VIP because I knew how to drive before. Otherwise, how could the coach allow me to take the exam? Wu Yun explained. Then Wu Yun said to Baiyu, if you didn't have a driver's license, I could take you to the airport today. Next time you go back to Shu province, I can drive to pick you up. Baiyu heard this, hesitated for a moment, and then said if it weren't for you, I would have transferred to the capital when I was a freshman in high school. My parents work in the capital, and my new home is there. Wu Yun was a little confused after hearing this. Because of him? Was he so charming in high school? Perhaps seeing Wu Yun's doubts, Baiyu continued, one of the reasons I said last night is that I actually liked you very much when I was in high school. Along the way, the two of them talked about all kinds of interesting things in high school. Although Wu Yun has forgotten a lot, he still remembers many things about Baiyu. At the airport security checkpoint, Baiyu hugged Wu Yun's body tightly and wouldn't let go. All right. I promise you, I will fly to the capital to see you when I have time. Remember your promise. Wu Yun looked down at Baiyu's face and said. While waiting at the airport, Baiyu already knew about Wu Yun winning the lottery and starting a company, so he also expressed support for Wu Yun's career and did not strongly demand Wu Yun every week or every day. Come to Beijing every month. You don't have to come. As long as you are not afraid, I will give you a colored hat. Baiyu said with a smile. I trust you. Wu Yun lowered his head and kissed Baiyu on the lips. Feeling the taste of lipstick, he said, come in, the plane is about to take off. I heard the reminder on the radio when the news came that the flight passengers were boarding. Baiyu reluctantly let go of her hand and walked back while carrying her small bag. Wu Yun smiled and waved to Baiyu and saw her walking into the boarding entrance. Wu Yun did not go to Wuing in Jiangxini, but sat directly where he came from Didi and returned to Jingyang. A few days passed like this. During the past few days, Wu Yun accompanied Chi Fei to the driving school to practice driving, listening to her various complaints. I'm sending her love letters again. She pretends to be rich again, but her father's friend's son Wang Xingyu wants to ask her out every day in the evening. I video chatted with Baiyu while making plans to share bicycles. Occasionally, I also chatted with Wu Ying in Jiangxini and asked about the current situation of the company. He looked like a master of time management. Wu Yun was a little impressed. The man of God who was in love with more than 10 women at the same time in the news in his previous life, could it be that he was a tentacle monster, and how could he be so busy? July 20th. When it comes to which public sector unit is busiest during the summer vacation, Wu Yun would definitely say it is the traffic police department. Standing in the hall, at a glance, there are students aged 18 or 19 who are taking the driving test everywhere. Fortunately, Wu Yun's ranking was relatively high, so he only had to wait for an hour and passed the subject 3 in one go with the examiner's surprised expression. Returning to the examination base, Wu Yun quickly passed subject 4 under the arrangements of the staff and received the long-awaited black certificate. New and experienced drivers are on the road. Along with the photo, I posted it on Moments. Mr. Wu is awesome. Novice drivers dare to buy a Lamborghini. Ferrari's beautiful saleswoman Lin Shui commented below. Mr. Wu, your black card has been processed. Please give us your specific address for door-to-door delivery. The president of the ICBC where the lottery winnings were originally deposited commented. Wow, a junior has the guts to drive a Lamborghini just after he got his driver's license. It's so confusing. I'm afraid but also want to sit down. The part-time car model Wen Meng, who had never chatted with us after joining WeChat, suddenly bubbled up. Chi Fei, I envy you. I finally stopped being scolded by the coach. Just as Wu Yun was preparing to reply to the messages one by one, the phone rang. Lamborghini sales Chow Xan. Hello Mr. Wu. Your Lamborghini has arrived at the store. Will you come to the store to participate in our pickup ceremony, or will we send a car to your destination? When Wu Yun heard this, he must have requested door-to-door delivery. Hello, I'm in Jingyang now. Just arrange a car for me to be delivered to the main entrance of Huail International in Jingyang City. By the way, remember to fill up the gas tank for me. I don't want to look for a gas station as soon as I get the car. It's really hard for a big guy who drinks 98-octane gasoline to find food and grass in a 3rd and 4th tier city like Jingyang. No problem, I'll arrive in 2 hours. Xiao Xian waited for Wu Yun to hang up the phone first. Wu Yun, who was not even that excited to get his driver's license, waved his fist vigorously. When people next to him saw him holding the driver's license, they thought it was the joy of getting the driver's license. Wu Yun, his fingers were tapping on the phone quickly. Beauty, my brother will take you for a ride tonight. After waiting for a while, I received a voice message from Chi Fei. No matter how big or small, I want you to look good tonight. Hey, no, didn't you just get your driver's license? Where did the car come from? Has your calf arrived? Then there was another voice. Brother Yun, my sister wants to play with your little girl tonight. The sound made Wu Yun goosebumps. Not daring to make the female driver go crazy, Wu Yun quickly apologized. Senior sister, I was wrong. I'm treating you tonight. I'll pick you up after you practice driving in the afternoon. At noon, Wu Yun had a hasty meal of takeout, picked up his mobile phone and waited excitedly, just like when he was a child waiting for the toy his grandparents promised to buy him, the impatient mood. The waiting time always feels very long. 8 hours later, Wu Yun received a call from Xiao Xian. Mr. Wu, we have arrived at your location. Xiao Xian's voice came from the mobile phone. Wait for me for a few minutes, I'll be there soon. Wu Yun excitedly put on his slippers and closed the door. 2 o'clock in the afternoon was the hottest time, but the hot weather could not stop the pedestrians watching the excitement. Some passing drivers also deliberately slowed down and looked at the trailers. The black Lamborghini supercar shone in the sun. Some passers-by took pictures with their mobile phones. Jingyang is too small, and although there are many rich people, it is really rare to see a supercar like a Lamborghini. The trailer was parked on the side of the road, and the driver slowly lowered it to the ground. When Wu Yun arrived, he saw the tow truck driver carefully untying the tires of his big truck. Black Bull, I am very excited. Give in, please give in. Wu Yun squeezed into the crowd of onlookers. When Xiao Xian saw Wu Yun coming, he hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Wu, please check if there is anything wrong with the car first. With the bonus of master-level driving experience, Wu Yun has a good understanding of the car's condition and knows where to check. Xiao Xian saw Wu Yun skillfully checking the basic conditions of the car, and then opened the butterfly door and got in. Inside the car, Wu Yun knew the functions of Lamborghini's various buttons without having to read the manual. He pressed the ignition button skillfully. Xiao Xian originally wanted to explain the operation to Wu Yun, but when he saw Wu Yun, he pressed the ignition button. Being so proficient, I imagined that children from rich families had already been exposed to it, so I just stood in front of the door and watched Wu Yun check the condition of the car. No problem, the kilometers are no problem. Wu Yun said after checking. Mr. Wu, should I help you unload the car or should you do it yourself? Do you understand the operation of Lamborghini? Xiao Xian still asked according to the procedure. Even if a supercar is driven by an ordinary driver, he may not be proficient at it at first, let alone unloading the car, which is easy to scratch. No problem, I can do it myself, I've driven it before. Wu Yun lied a little. Under Wu Yun's control, the chassis of the Lamborghini began to rise slowly. When Xiao Xian saw the scene, he knew that Wu Yun did have experience in driving supercars and stopped fighting. Help get off the trailer. With the help of the tow truck driver and Xiao Xian, Wu Yun smoothly backed the Lamborghini back to the ground. Xiao Xian came over with a folder and a beautiful document bag and said, Mr. Wu, it's no problem. Please sign here. This is the vehicle's certificate, insurance instructions, and other documents. Please keep them. After Wu Yun signed, Xiao Xian said goodbye to Wu Yun and got on the trailer to return to Chengdu. Looking at the pedestrians taking pictures under the scorching sun, Wu Yun raised the window, turned up the air conditioner, and turned on the left turn signal. The crowd got out of the way. Black the Lamborghini took off instantly with a roar of a bull, merged into the distant traffic, and disappeared from the sight of pedestrians. The roar of the supercar was particularly loud in the underground parking lot, and the whole parking lot seemed to be roaring. Wu Yun was very relaxed. He backed into the garage and parked the car in the parking space he just bought, opened the scissor door and walked out. Wu Yun was going to take a nap, and then searched online for the office location of Nirvana Technology. The first choice is to be close to the Changlong campus of Shu Normal University. The closer the better. In my previous life, I knew that there were many office buildings and residential communities around it, but those were only built later. At this time, there are many office buildings and residential communities. They were all still under construction or planning. Wu Yun searched a lot and found that the office building resources around the school were still too scarce. Some of them were low-rise office buildings. The future Yahuan Center was still under construction and Wu Yun would only be able to hand over the buildings next year. He selected the Economic Development Technology Industry Incubator Park and the Chengdu Economic Development Headquarters Port, and planned to visit them tomorrow for a field trip. Getting up from the sofa, Wu Yun looked at the time and saw that it was already around 5 o'clock, so he tidied up. Then he went out. The Lamborghini roared and drove to the driving school training ground in the south of the city. The gradually increasing number of vehicles along the way did not make Wu Yun feel the congestion. Many drivers were observing this powerful Sichuan AY6666 from a distance and felt that it must be a wealthy man from Chengdu who came to Jingyang. Wu Yun drove the car into the training ground, and the roaring sound attracted the attention of the coaches and students who had gathered to brag. He saw the black Lamborghini in the parking space. The scissor door opened, and a figure that looked familiar to them all came out. Coach Wang's eyes widened. It's Wu Yun. This kid is rich. Also drives a sports car. Wu Yun came over and said hello to Coach Wang. Wu Yun, are you here to pick up Chi Fei? Coach Wang asked. Yes, coach. Wu Yun looked at Coach Wang's hot eyes, then took out the car key and handed it to Coach Wang and said with a smile, Coach, if you want to see it, go and see it. This is inappropriate. The car is too expensive. Coach Wang is afraid that Wu Yun will damage it. Come on, I'll take you to see it. Wu Yun then took back the key and led Coach Wang towards the direction of the car, followed by a large group of people watching the excitement. The Lamborghini's twin lights flashed, and Wu Yun walked over and opened the driver's door. Coach Wang stood at the door and asked. He said, Wu Yun, how much did it take to get this car? Wu Yun looked at the curious eyes of the coaches and students around him, so he walked to the co-pilot, opened the door, and said, adding the 100,000 license plate number, the total cost is 8.3 million. There was a sound of gasping around. Gui Gui could buy a scooter with just the license plate number. As a driving school instructor, 80 of them are car lovers. Wu Yun said to Coach Wang, Coach, you sit in and take a look, it'll be fine. Coach Wang is already middle-aged, and he got into the cab with great difficulty under Wu Yun's command. Wu Yun also got on the bus and explained to Coach Wang how to use the cab, which looks like the buttons in the cockpit of an airplane. Under Wu Yun's guidance, Coach Wang put his foot on the end gear and stepped on the accelerator. After taking a few photos in the car, Coach Wang turned off the engine and climbed out from the driver's seat. Side, it's still only suitable for you young people to play, it's too troublesome to get on and off the car. If I were more than 20 years younger, I would also like this car very much. I just like supercars. If I have the chance, I will drive it to the track and feel the power of 100 meters in 2.8 seconds. Wu Yun said as he and Coach Wang walked toward the pavilion, leaving behind some student coaches who wanted to take a closer look at the car. After chatting for a while, they saw that the time was already 5:30, so Wu Yun said to Coach Wang, the coach has almost finished work, so I'm going to ask Chi Fei to get off the bus. When he arrived at the training ground, Wu Yun found the VIP coach car skillfully, and saw Chi Fei stretching his neck, looking around, and parking on the side. He did not disturb Chi Fei, and watched Chi Fei park smoothly on the side. Wu Yunkai walked carefully beside the flower bed and knocked on the passenger window. The glass lowered and Chi Fei lowered his head and looked out of the car. Wu Yun, when did you come? Wait a minute. I'll turn this around. After driving, we'll leave. Wu Yun opened the passenger door and got in, saying, Senior sister, I've been here for a while. Seeing how serious you are, I didn't bother you. Waiting for you outside, my clothes are soaked with sweat. Wu Yun revealed the large water stain on the back of his white t-shirt. Ah, thank you for your hard work. Moa. Chi Fei pursed her lips and kissed Wu Yun in the air. Wu Yun said with saliva, No, I don't want this. I want this. Wu Yun patted his left face with his hand. Dream on. Dare to tease my sister. Chi Fei turned on the left turn signal and started out of the parking space with a red face. Wu Yun didn't notice the corners of Chi Fei's mouth raised slightly. Soon, Chi Fei drove the coach car for a lap and parked the car at the pavilion. Next to him, Wu Yun looked on and nodded, Not bad. It's time to take the exam. Chi Fei said with a proud look on her face. How about it? Wait until I get my driver's license and give me your little cow to play with. Kiss me and I'll play with you. Dream. After bidding farewell to Coach Wang, Wu Yun opened the passenger door for Chi Fei under the watchful eyes of all coaches and students. Some students who asked for Chi Fei's contact information but were rejected felt a heartbreaking sound coming from their chests, and sighed in their hearts. Sure enough, duties are reserved for rich people. Chi Fei was wearing a dress and was very elegant. Wu Yun put his hands back on the seat, then turned around and put his legs into the passenger seat. Lamborghini roared and left the training ground with the goddess. Senior sister, I am going to Chengdu tomorrow. My plans are all ready and will be carried out soon. In the car, Wu Yun reported to Chi Fei his whereabouts in the next few days. What kind of company is this? Why hasn't it even been told to me? Chi Fei was very curious. Wu Yun said nonchalantly, You will know after a while. Let me tell you a keyword, bicycle. Yep, it's so mysterious. On the highway, Wu Yun drove the navigation system, listened to the speed limit camera broadcasting ahead, and slowly slowed down the car. Stimulate. It hit 240 so easily. Wu Yun watched excitedly as the speed of the car slowly dropped from 240 to 120. He remembered that he had been swimming in the traffic with ease just now. He couldn't help but sigh that the master's driving skills and the supercar are a perfect match. The navigation marked that the journey is only 1 hour. Wu Yun said it only took 30 minutes for Yun to arrive at the Jinkai Science and Technology Industry Incubator Park across the road from the Chenglong campus of Shu Normal University. Tang Xiao from the park's investment promotion office looked at the Lamborghini slowly driving over the speed bump with envy when his cell phone rang. Showing Mr. Wu. Hello, Mr. Wu. I am Tang Xiao. Have you arrived? Lamborghini? Tang Xiao saw the window of the Lamborghini roll down, and a young man inside waved to him. Tang Xiao felt happy in his heart, knowing that there is a high possibility of making an order today. A rich second generation who starts a business will definitely be rich. Tang Xiao he jogged to the car. Mr. Wu, there is only an underground parking lot here. I will show you the way. Come with me. After that, I walked forward. Hey, wait a minute, get in the car and show me the way. It's faster. Wu Yun said when he saw that Tang Xiao was leading the way by walking, which was taking up too much time. After instructing Tang Xiao to open the door and get in the car, Wu Yun entered the underground parking lot under Tang Xiao's guidance and walked around to the door of a unit. Wu Yun, after parking the car and coming out, he saw Tang Xiao carefully pressing down the scissor door. He smiled and said, "It's okay. Just close it with some force. This is not an electric suction door. Mr. Wu, please come with me. Yesterday you contacted me asking for a renovated office of about 1,000 square meters. We happen to have 2 units here. I will take you to see them first." Wu Yun and his wife first went to take a look at the first apartment. Although it was new, it still looked like it had been used. Moreover, this office on the entire floor was not rented out. The second apartment was right next to the first apartment. On the top floor of the building, the first phase of the buildings here only has 5 floors. Wu Yun and the two quickly reached the 5th floor. "Mr. Wu, the area of this entire floor is 3,000 square meters, which is divided into 2 offices of 1,000 square meters and 2 500 square meters. Tang Xiao introduced our Jinkai Science and Technology Industry Incubator Park only opened in 2012. The number of companies settled there has not yet been fully occupied, and no one has used this entire floor. If your company has a large demand in the future, my personal suggestion is to rent this floor. No matter it develops later, it will be very convenient to expand the site." Wu Yun looked at the finely decorated office on this floor and compared it with the previous office of Nebula Media. Except that the building was not that high, everything else was not inferior to that one. What moved Wu Yun the most was Tang Xiao's words. "Mr. Wu, is your company a high-tech company? The main focus of our Jinkai Science and Technology Industry Incubator Park is the Science and Technology Industrial Park. The Chengdu government now provides great support to the high-tech industry, with great preferential policies and convenient conditions. In addition, our electricity and network facilities are of the highest national standards, so choosing us has more advantages than choosing other office buildings." Wu Yun was very satisfied, so he settled here for an office of 1,000 square meters with a monthly rent of 40,000 yuan. When signing the contract, Wu Yun did not want to waste time in bargaining, so he generously paid 48,000 yuan a year. 10,000 yuan in rent and 60,000 yuan in property fees. "Welcome, Mr. Wu, to stay in our park. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact us." Tang Xiao held Wu Yun's hand and said. After thanking Tang Xiao, Wu Yun sent the company's registered address and a scanned copy of the lease contract to the agency. Received. As a high-tech company, you can get your business license within this week. High-tech companies are money-burning companies. Even if you can't develop without some funds, capital will not listen to your story. It's no wonder that many startup companies are nestled in small factories and apartments, unlike Wu Yun. At the beginning, he skipped the angel round and directly registered a capital of 20 million. After sighing, Wu Yun was ready to recruit employees. What an internet high-tech enterprise, especially an emerging internet enterprise like bicycle sharing, needs most is salesmen and employees, programmers and repairmen. After all, Wu Yun's goal is to make shared bicycles with GPS positioning and scan code payment like later generations of Mobike. Wu Yun's early planning is mainly to establish the Xiaohonkey app. Yes, Wu Yun is. Named the shared bicycle Little Red Car, the color of Phoenix. App is the key to early development. Only with app can we lay the foundation for the subsequent vigorous promotion of bicycles and seize the market as much as possible for shared bicycles provided by the system. During the development process, in 2014, Dai Wei, the founder of OFO, a graduate of Peking University, co-founded OFO with 4 partners to solve the travel problems on university campuses. According to the data, OFO's yellow cars are about to start operating in the capital. Mobike will also be officially launched in early 2016. However, it will take more than half a year for Xiaowang Bicycle to receive its first round of angel investment, so there is still plenty of time left for Wu Yun. However, time is money, so go online early to get the most. The market, telling stories to capital is the last word. Yes, Wu Yun's ultimate goal is to sell Xiaohongqi. After all, the ceiling of shared bicycles is there, and no matter how it develops, Wu Yun has been unable to do so for several days. He was busy recruiting employees and cooperating with the agency to register the company. The paid-in capital was 20 million yuan, Wu Yun added another 20 million yuan in experience, and the account limit was reduced to 31.7 million yuan. Every night, Wu Yun went to Wu Ying in Jiangxini. Watching the two women's different fashion shows gives Wu Yun a different experience every day. Of course, as a pseudo-master of time management, chatting with Bai Yu and Qi Fei every day is essential homework. Yun also went to the talent recruitment market in Chengdu and recruited 20 programmers and 10 operation promoters through 58.com. As an internet company, overtime work is also normal, so Wu Yun hired 4 front desk staff to work in shifts. Wu Yun still understands the principle of rabbits not eating grass from the side of the nest. As a boss, his usual words and deeds will still affect the atmosphere of the company, so Wu Yun has no objection to office romance. But after messing around, one was kicked out. Of course, finance and personnel are also necessary. In a few days, Rongqing Nirvana Technology Company Limited had 50 more employees, including the last 2 cleaning ladies. On the day he rented the office, Wu Yun contacted the headhunting company and asked them to help find candidates for the administrative director, human resources director, R&D department director, logistics director, and general manager. As a student, Wu Yun only had to control the overall situation. The direction of development is like letting others worry about the specific details. After all, you have to do things after receiving a salary. According to the recruitment information posted online by Wu Yun, the annual salary for supervisors ranges from 150,000 to 300,000 yuan, while the general manager offers 400,000 to 500,000 yuan, attracting a large number of people to come for interviews. Wu Yun only recruited a few supervisors. The general manager interviewed many people, but they all had work experience in other industries. Wu Yun was not very satisfied. After all, according to the development history given by the system, the valuation of shared bicycles can easily reach more than 10 billion, so Wu Yun must find a person in charge who is suitable for the development of the enterprise. For several days, the candidate for the general manager has not been found. Wu Yun had no choice but to explain to the headhunter that the annual salary for the general manager to be recruited was increased to 800,000. Plus the year-end bonus, it has exceeded 1 million. This salary is already considered the top in the industry. Wu Yun said that there will even be stock dividends in the later period. Mr. Wu, the headhunting company sent the resumes of 3 personnel, saying that this time the personnel will definitely meet your needs. Wang Hao knocked on the door and said. Wang Hao is the male secretary recruited by Wu Yun. He is proficient in 3 skills and is considered a very good talent at the age of 26. Wu Yun looked at the 3 resumes carefully and finally selected one. He said, "Speak to the headhunter and send this person an interview invitation." In the afternoon, when Wu Yun was checking documents, there was a knock on the door. "Please come in." With Wu Yun's permission, Wang Hao walked in with a man of medium build about 30 years old. "Mr. Wu, this is Li Qiuliang, came to interview for the general manager position." Wang Hao walked out of the office and closed the door after the introduction. Wu Yun quickly checked with the detection glasses. Namely Qiuliang, age 35 years old, height 172, appearance 69. Skills: Technology, Enterprise Development, Vision, Master Technology, Enterprise Management, Master Eloquence, Proficient, Favorability 30, Loyalty. Not yet an employee, this was the first time Wu Yun saw a talent with master level skills, and he had a great sense of recognition for this person named Li Qiuliang. While Wu Yun was sizing up Li Qiuliang was also observing Wu Yun. When the headhunting company contacted him before, Li Qiuliang had no interest. After all, the annual salary of 4 to 5 million yuan was not much different from his current income. It was impossible to change jobs. There is no need, he trusts his strategic vision. Li Qiuliang did not look down upon the chairman in front of him, who was probably still in school. After all, he was just a high-level wage earner, and others were born in the same place. "Hello, Mr. Wu. I'm Li Qiuliang. I was here before. I work as a deputy general manager in science and technology. Today I am interviewing for the position of general manager." Li Qiuliang first introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Li. I have read your profile and graduated from school, has a lot of experience in technology project management, in the company, has also become the vice president. I would like to ask why you have the idea of changing jobs?" Li Chaoliang was slandering. Can I say that you gave too much? After thinking about it, Li Chaoliang said, Mr. Wu, I'm here. The company has reached its peak and its development is limited, so now it wants to go further. Mr. Li, I know this is a two-way choice. I can now give Mr. Li an annual salary of 800,000 yuan, and with the year-end bonus, it can reach 1 million. At the same time, I can give Mr. Li 5 of the shares, but I will have priority to acquire these 5. And within 1 year, Mr. Li, you only have the right to dividends and not the right to sell. This is one, and the other is that I will not interfere too much in the management and development of the company. If there are any major direction decisions, Mr. Li can discuss them with me. After all, I still have more time to go to school. Now I invite Mr. Li to join Nirvana Technology and become the general manager of the company. I don't know what Mr. Li wants. Wu Yun expressed his thoughts. Li Chaoliang stretched out his hand and said, Mr. Wu, please take care of me in the future. Satisfied with Li Chaoliang's ability, Wu Yun stretched out his hand and said, From now on, the development of Nirvana Technology will be controlled by Mr. Li. Li Chaoliang favorability 50, loyalty 85. Wu Yun's detection glasses show that Li Chaoliang's loyalty is quite high. The system's explanation is that if the loyalty is lower than 60, there is a risk of job hopping. Nirvana Technology knew most of the employees recruited have loyalty between 70 and 79. Only Secretary Wang Hao's loyalty is 82. Loyalty depends on long-term training. A company's management, system, salary, and even people will affect it. To the ups and downs of employee loyalty, Mr. Wu, I need 2 days to deal with the affairs of the previous company, and I will have to trouble Mr. Wu a lot during these 2 days. By the way, can you send me the company's recent project plans first? I'm so prepared. Li Chaoliang said, okay, you add me on WeChat first, and I will send you the business plan. By the way, I will ask Wang Hao to send you the list of all the company's personnel and their current work. Wu Yun nodded and said he was going to send the early and mid-term development plan to Li Chaoliang. Although he believed in the system's ratings, he still had to keep a secret. Wu Yun felt reassured that the company's management was handed over to professionals. Plus, the system now provides he opened the company dashboard, where various information such as the company's revenue, current assets, and fixed assets can be seen, and the company personnel's information can also be clearly understood. This dashboard was created when he founded Nebula Media. I didn't pay attention at the time. During this period, the company's main task was to develop the app for Xiaohonk. Wu Yun still believed in the ability of his programmers, and the difficulty of developing software was not difficult for them, except for the follow-up projects such as Phoenix Bicycle. It was Li Chaoliang's business to discuss cooperation with the bicycle manufacturer. Wu Yun was only responsible for understanding the situation and signing the money. For Wu Yun, the establishment of Nirvana Technology completed the current urgent work, and the company's development cannot be rushed. Since his rebirth, Wu Yun has had an in-depth understanding of Wu Ying and Zhang Sini, but he has never been around. He is either learning to drive or making plans. Wu Yun has already lit up the system's metal wall. In addition to the metals that light up the establishment of a company, the number of women who have in-depth knowledge, and the low-level badges that are released, there is also a high-level badge for top luxury cars. The other metals are still gray, and one of them collects stamps. The high-level badge of the beauty metal requires that the beauty's appearance must be above 90, and the in-depth contact is considered. According to the system, as a man with the system, if he wants to be a Sea King, he must also be a high-quality Sea King. By the way, I need to add here. 1 point, there is no basic reward for low-level badges when they are lit up for the first time. The system explains that low-level badges will only be rewarded after they are full in the later stages. For example, if you start a company, there is no requirement for the company valuation. The first major event that happened to the host can be counted, and the number of possessions is 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, etc. Wu Yun looked at it and felt that it was meaningless and time-consuming. So the main goal should be on high-level metals. The illumination of high-end badges and top luxury cars gave Wu Yun a relatively useless reward, which was supercar driving proficiency. This skill was included in the master-level driving that Wu Yun drew. The system explains that the rewards for advanced badges are related to the content of the badge, and there is also a certain chance of receiving monetary rewards. Wu Yun couldn't wait to explore according to the requirements on the badge. For example, he was very interested in this metal of a stamp collecting beauty. The requirement of only paying attention to the kidneys and not taking care of the heart was very suitable to Wu Yun's appetite. Today happened to be Friday, so Wu Yun was not going to go to Wu Ying's house in the evening. Wu Yun had never been to a bar, especially a disco, in his past life or in this life. Out of strong curiosity, Wu Yun wanted to go to the bar to open his eyes. It would be even better if he could have a romantic encounter. However, I heard that it is easy to get tricked in places like this. Although Wu Yun's scalp was numb just thinking about it, he must use these detection glasses properly. Thinking of this, Wu Yun couldn't wait. Wu Yun opened the door of the office and first said to Wang Hao, who was at the secretary's desk at the door, "Wang Hao, send all the company information to Li Qiaoliang. By the way, go to the Human Resources Department to go through the entry procedures for him. He will come next Monday. Just sign and go to work." After arranging Wang Hao, Wu Yun walked to the RD department, greeted by voices along the way. Wu Yun first went to the office of the director of the RD department. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a man with a Mediterranean hairstyle facing him. The director of the RD department, Ding Wei, was immersed in coding the code and did not notice Wu Yun's entry. Wu Yun coughed lightly, attracting Ding Wei's attention. "Mr. Wu, when did you come?" "Sorry, I didn't notice." Ding Wei raised his head, stood up immediately and said, "It's okay, no problem. I just came over to take a look and tell you something." Wu Yun said while sitting on the sofa, "I interviewed the general manager today and will come to work next Monday. You need to come up with a first draft of your department's rules and regulations so that they can be discussed during the meeting." Seeing Ding Wei nod, Wu Yun continued, "There's nothing else to do. Don't forget to eat and sleep just because you're in a hurry to make the app. There is also a leader who does not need to do many things personally. He is only responsible for the final review and correction, and passes on the tasks." Ding Wei touched the head of his head, which was almost bald, and said with a smile, "Mr. Wu, aren't you used to this? Moreover, time is tight. I used to work with them when I was leading projects. Anyway, not only you but also the people under you have to take mandatory breaks if you work overtime for more than a certain time. By the way, ask them if you have any snacks you want to eat or anything you want for leisure and entertainment. Although the company's benefits haven't been released yet, I think they won't be bad. You work first, I'll go talk to a few other departments." Wu Yun nodded to Ding Wei, turned around and left the office. Then, Wu Yun went to the finance, human resources, and other departments. After stating the requirements again, he looked at the time and saw that it was almost time to get off work. "Mr. Wu, walk slowly." Amidst the greetings from the front desk, Wu Yun walked out of the company door, leaving behind a few whispers at the front desk. Sitting in the car, Wu Yun remembered one thing. This bar only opens after dinner, and it is open during peak hours. It's after 9 or 10 o'clock. It's only 5:30. Wu Yun suddenly doesn't know what to do while sitting in the car. He just told Wu Ying not to go back before getting off work. Wu Yun finds that his way of entertainment is really too much. If you are too deficient, you will simply embarrass many system hosts. Thinking about his previous life, he went to the gym or boxing gym after work. Thinking of this, Wu Yun slapped his head and cursed himself for becoming lazy. Wu Yun's physical data will not decrease even if he exercises, but without his hobbies, Wu Yun is very familiar with the gyms and boxing gyms around him. There is one in the school alone, but it is summer vacation now. I guess I can't get in either. Going to the gym is just for strength training and bodybuilding. For Wu Yun, who has a system, it is not very attractive now. On the other hand, Wu Yun has more interest in the boxing gym. Only then did he spend money to improve his technical level and reach the proficiency level of a professional boxer. Although he is the lowest level professional boxer, it is Wu Yun's style to just do what he says. Wu Yun doesn't waste any time and directly activates the big black bull and roars. The sound rang out in the basement. Under the watchful eyes of many people after work, the big black bull turned into Jackie Chan Avenue and merged into the traffic. When several administrative girls from Nirvana Technology saw the Lamborghini, one of them said, "I seem to see Mr. Wu." "Got it. That's the Lamborghini just now." Others followed the direction she pointed, and saw a low black rear end. Normal University Modern Garden, as a community adjacent to the Jackie Chan campus of Normal University, only started moving in November 2013. Waiting for the company to leave on the right track, Wu Yun planned to check out the houses in the surrounding area as a base for his university. After more than half a year of development, there were many podium shops around the Normal University Modern Garden being rented out. Wu Yun parked the car in the ground parking lot with ease. Under the gaze of many people, Wu Yun opened the scissor door and stood up without going to the boxing gym immediately. "I went to eat something casually, then bought a summer sportswear, and then walked to a boxing gym that I was very familiar with in my previous life. Welcome to the Vitality Boxing Gym." A very familiar face that Wu Yun didn't think was very beautiful now appeared behind the front desk and said to Wu Yun. The person who spoke was Wang Min, the wife of Louis, the owner of the boxing gym, and also the Sonda and freestyler of the boxing gym. Fighting coach. Louis, the owner of the boxing gym, was also a professional free boxing fighter, and he was a high-level fighter. After making some money, he chose to retire and opened this dynamic boxing gym in the garden of Normal University, focusing on Sonda and free fighting. It was here that Wu Yun learned his skillful free fighting skills in his previous life. Classmate, is this your first time here? Do you want to experience it or come to apply for a card? Wang Min stood up and said. Wu Yun glanced at the empty field. There were more than 10 sandbags hanging in the middle. In the middle was a standard boxing ring with the same familiar layout. Looking around, he saw a few familiar faces from his previous life. Wu Yun glanced at the empty field. Yun smiled at Wang Min and said, Sister, I want to apply for a card. Help me get a New Year card. Then Wu Yun pointed to the boxing gloves hanging behind the front desk and said, Give me a black pair of these 14-ounce twins boxing gloves. Hearing that Wu Yun skillfully selected the gloves and named the right brand, Wang Min knew that Wu Yun was not a novice. The annual card is 1,500 yuan, the gloves are 480 yuan, and the total charge is 1,980 yuan. The annual pass comes with a pair of 5-meter straps, and the boxing gloves come with a pair of 5-meter straps. After Wu Yun paid the money, he chose 2 colors of straps, one black and one white. He took the key given by Wang Min and entered the dressing room. In the locker room, Wu Yun spent 2.7 million to upgrade his strength, speed, and intelligence to 79. Now his basic attributes have reached 79 points. After leaving the dressing room, he randomly selected a sandbag. Wu Yun stood beside the sandbag and wrapped the straps skillfully. While wrapping, he clenched his fists to feel the tightness of the straps. At 7 o'clock in the evening, whether it is a gym or a boxing gym, it is the peak period. Several coaches in the stadium were busy taking personal training or group classes, and no one noticed Wu Yun. After the warm-up, Wu Yun put on the gloves and felt the tight wrapping of the new gloves. Wu Yun felt full of power and wanted to activate it. Several penetrating front jabs hit the sandbag with a dull thud. Louis looked at Wu Yun with some surprise and frowned as he watched the movement of his fists and legs hitting the sandbag. While the students were resting, he went to the front desk to check out the situation and found out that Wu Yun was a new card holder. After becoming a member, I gave up half of my heart. Wu Yun put on his headphones and was immersed in his own little world, and 2 hours passed quickly. During this period, Wu Yun also met Bai Yu for video inspection. Seeing Wu Yun's skillful fighting skills, Bai Yu was very surprised and kept asking why he didn't know you were so good when he was in high school. Just after hanging up Bai Yu's video, Shi Fei's video also came up. Shi Fei was not surprised because he had heard Wu Yun say that he had practiced before. Shi Fei teased Wu Yun about why he didn't ask out his little sister. Wu Yun joked, For you, I will keep my integrity like a jade. It was already 9:30 when I came out of the boxing gym after taking a shower. Wu Yun packed up the dirty clothes and threw them into the front storage box, and the system beeped ding. First day of fighting training, another useless low-level medal was lit up. Wu Yun focused on the high-level medal extending behind, and the reward for defeating a professional boxer was unknown. Wu Yun smiled, let it go, anyway, he was don't take the road of professional fighting. Enter the navigation to Chengdu Space Club. Today's destination is a very famous nightclub that Wu Yundu has heard of in his previous life. I heard that it was even listed on the top 100 nightclubs list in the world half an hour later. Wu Yun saw the landmark 339 TV tower of 339 shopping center from a distance. The colorful lights made the TV tower particularly eye-catching. At the entrance of space, salesman Wu was walking around in circles anxiously. He told his supervisor during the meeting today. A second-generation rich man was coming, so he specially applied for the best seat. As a result, it was already more than 10 minutes after the 10 o'clock appointment, and it was not easy for Xiao Wu to call the big customer now and heard something special about supercars. The experienced Xiao Wu heard that this was the unique engine sound of Lamborghini. The anxious look on Xiao Wu's face disappeared and he smiled. The customer's first circle of friends is a car purchase contract, no matter what the subsequent circle of friends is. The inadvertently exposed watch and the shooting of the company environment made Xiao Wu feel that this was a big customer. Xiao Wu quickly walked to the roadside, called the customer to explain his location, and was ready to greet him. Wu Yun slowed down and followed. The salesperson Xiao Wu explained the route and saw Xiao Wu waving at the roadside. When he stopped in front of Xiao Wu, he lowered the window and felt a wave of heat coming towards him. Young Master Wu, please follow me. Xiao Wu removed the cover on the special parking space, guided Wu Yun to stop at the designated position at the door, and diligently opened the door for Wu Yun. Wu Yun casually took out 200 yuan bills and handed them to Xiao Wu, saying, Here. Where did I arrange it? It's my first time coming to a nightclub, so I have to make arrangements. Xiao Wu happily accepted the tip, thanked him and said, Master Wu, the seat assigned to you is the best seat in the audience, but the minimum consumption is. Didn't I tell you, money is not important, what is important is Wu Yun raised his eyebrows at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu understood in seconds. No problem, young Master Wu. I have a lot of resources at my disposal, and I will definitely satisfy you. Following Xiao Wu, he passed the security check, and after pushing open the last thick curtain, Wu Yun felt the deafening dynamic music sounded, and the sound waves hit my face with air conditioning. Wu Yun was not used to the noisy sound, and felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest with the music. I took a deep breath and let it out, feeling a little better. Looking at Space's sci-fi style decoration and lighting, Wu Yun felt that except for being a bit noisy, everything else looked pretty good. Wu Yun's performance convinced Xiao Wu that it was really his first time to come to the nightclub. While leading the way, he turned around and shouted loudly, Young Master Wu, take a few deep breaths and you'll be fine once you get used to it. Wu Yun didn't hear Xiao Wu's words clearly, but he nodded to him. After passing the dense crowd in the venue, we walked around and around to the place where we were facing the dance floor and stage. It was the booth closest to the dance floor. Several strong men dressed as security guards stepped aside and allowed Wu Yun and Xiao Wu to enter the booth. Xiao Wu took out his mobile phone, entered the app, and shouted in Wu Yun's ear, Master Wu, what do you want to drink? Wu Yun felt that shouting and talking was too tired, so he pointed to the mobile phone, unlocked it and typed for Xiao Wu a few words. I heard that the Magic Dragon set in the bar is the most famous, but I haven't seen it yet. When Xiao Wu saw Wu Yun's words, he was so excited that his hand holding the phone trembled slightly, and he typed quickly, Young Master Wu, we have several Shenlong sets here. The 6-color big Shenlong set costs 88,888 yuan, the 5-color Shenlong set costs 78,888 yuan, and the 3-color small Shenlong set of gold, pink, and violet costs 41,999 yuan. Which one do you choose? What if I don't finish the drink? Wu Yun asked, his feet on the ground involuntarily tapping along with the rhythm of the music. Mr. Wu, you are our VIP and can store wine. Xiao Wu added in his heart, if you buy this dragon set, you are a VIP. Okay. First come to the 888881 and swipe your card. Wu Yun took out the black card that was sent to him 2 days ago and said, although it only has a limit of 2 million, this card is very prestigious. Xiao Wu saw that it was the American Express Centurion Black Gold card from ICBC, and was even more impressed by Wu Yun. After being respectful, he spoke a few words into the intercom next to his ear, and then sent a message to Wu Yun. Young Master Wu, I don't know what type of girl you like? I have all kinds of resources here. Wu Yun thought for a while and sent a message, clean, beautiful, and in good shape. Any type. Xiao Wu understood and replied, Young Master Wu, don't worry, he is definitely good looking and has a serious career. He is definitely not the kind of person who just hangs around every day, nor is he an atmosphere group. Xiao Wu then clicked on WeChat and chose to send a group message. Dragon set, rich 2nd generation, quick card 1. I checked 4 different types of avatars. Xiao Wu didn't boast about high cow. The ones who just sent messages are all good looking, and goddesses in the eyes of outsiders. Just when Xiao Wu was chatting with Wu Yun, the atmosphere in the venue changed. Many people's eyes were focused on the row of Kexi girls holding colorful light signs. After the Kexi girls circled the venue along a fixed route, they went straight to Wu Yun's booth. The many people's eyes were focused on the 2 people sitting in Wu Yun to be precise. Xiao Wu, who was wearing uniform, was automatically ignored. After the Kexi atmosphere group swayed to the music for a while in front of the booth, they placed the ace of spades with colored lights on the coffee table, and the waiter who followed them brought a complimentary fruit plate. The last waiter brought over a POS machine and handed it to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu skillfully entered the numbers on the POS machine and then inserted Wu Yun's black card into the machine and asked Wu Yun to enter the password. Wu Yun's mobile phone and system received notifications that the payment was successful. Wu Yun said on his mobile phone, I'm going to play first. I'll be back later. Xiao Wu knew that Wu Yun had little experience, so he quickly reminded Young Master Wu, be careful of those coquettish bitches, don't be fooled. Don't worry, ask someone to notify me when the person you called arrives. After Wu Yun sent the message, he walked out of the booth and entered the crowd of people dancing on the dance floor. Wu Yun walked out of the booth and was noticed by several interested people. 2 tall and Kexi figures immediately stood up and walked into the dance floor. Wu Yun followed the dynamic rhythm, stepping on that accent. Although Wu Yun does not know how to dance or disco, he is proficient in singing and has a strong grasp of the rhythm of music. Wu Yun can easily find the state of disco by learning the postures of the disco crowd around him. Wu Yun had just finished playing half a song when he suddenly felt a pair of small hands wrap around his back and place them on his lower abdomen, swaying to his own rhythm. Wu Yun smelled an indescribable smell, the smell of perfume mixed with the smell of alcohol. It stimulated his nerves. Wu Yun felt like he was drawing a lottery. Is it a dinosaur he saw when he turned around? Or a beautiful woman? But judging from the feeling of his hands and his back, he was waiting for a break. Wu Yun turned around and looked at the woman behind him. She was wearing a hip-hugging skirt and her body curves were very beautiful. Wu Yun's system score reached 85. As for her appearance and figure, she was both 85. Wu Yun guessed that she was wearing heavy makeup. And the display under dim light gave Wu Yun a chill in the back of the system. Seeing this woman named Lu Shui looking at him lovingly, Wu Yun felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake, and his hair stood on end. Little handsome guy. Are you alone? Lu Shui lay on Wu Yun's shoulder and said with her lips close to Wu Yun's ear. Wu Yun's body stiffened and he looked towards Xiao Wu in the booth as if asking for help. He saw that there were already 2 women in the booth. They were too far away. Unable to see his face clearly, Wu Yun forced a smile and said, "No, my friend is already here." After saying that, Wu Yun pointed to the booth. How could a seasoned nightclub guy not understand Wu Yun's subtext? So he left a little disappointed. Wu Yun lost interest in continuing to dance and rushed in as if he was fleeing. After sitting in the booth, he ignored the people in the booth for the time being. After taking out his phone and searching for HPV on the browser, Wu Yun raised his head and saw that Xiao Wu had sat on the edge, pointing to the phone and signaling. Wu Yun reads the news. Mr. Wu, there are 2 more coming later. I will wait for them outside first. You guys have fun. Xiao Wu didn't dare to open the wine on the table and say he wanted to toast. Wu Yun glanced at the women sitting on his left and right, and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Xiao Wu had such a beautiful woman in his resources. On the left is a wavy woman wearing a lace dress. Named Susan. Age 22 years old, 908980, in good health, third-hand car. On the right is a short-haired and cool beauty in uniform. A blue short-sleeved slim shirt and a tight-fitting hip skirt, and if paired with a pair of beautiful black silk legs, it will be a perfect uniform. Named Zing Siki, age 24, 92, 9085, good health, second-hand car. When Wu Yun looked at the 2 women also looked at Wu Yun. They saw the watch with the Jaeger-LeCoultre logo on Wu Yun's wrist. Although he couldn't see the model clearly, he knew it was not cheap. Wu Yun pointed at the watch on the table. They compared the wines, but because it was too noisy, they didn't say anything. Instead, they motioned for the 2 women to open a bottle of champagne. Wu Yun then shouted, "Drink this bottle first." Zing Siki took 3 wine glasses and poured half of the champagne into each glass. Zing Siki and Susan looked at each other while holding the wine glasses, and sat next to Wu Yun by chance. They were close to Wu Yun. Wu Yun took the wine glass handed over by Zing Siki with his left hand, and naturally held her waist with his right hand. Soft and delicate. Mr. Wu, your hands are dishonest. Zing Siki smiled sweetly and said in Wu Yun's ear, but she felt her hands on her waist tightening even more. Come on. Let's drink a glass of wine to Wu Xiao. A hint of jealousy flashed in Susan's eyes, and then interrupted. The sound of the collision of wine glasses was completely covered by the loud sound in the hall, and the colored champagne then entered the mouths of the 3 of them. Susan ended up with Wu Yun's cup, and poured another drink for the 3 of them. 2 beauties. Don't you want to introduce yourself? Wu Yun said loudly. Although he knew the names of the 2 women, he didn't want to become so boring. Mr. Wu, my name is Shanchan. Master Wu, my name is Chi-Chi. The 2 of them breathed into Wu Yun's ears one after another, which made Wu Yun's ears itch, his body trembled, and goosebumps arose. The 2 women couldn't help covering their mouths and snickering when they saw it. Just as the 3 of them were chatting and drinking, Xiao Wu led 2 more people in. One was a girl named Zhu Ling who was dressed in a kawaii Japanese style. She had a face value of 90, but it was a pity that she had such a figure. Even if you don't mention it at the airport, she was cute and kexy. Besides, it was a 4th and 5th hand car with a rating of only over 70, so Wu Yun was even less interested. The other was a woman who dressed up in a regular nightclub, named Li Wan. Her appearance and figure were not as good as those of the 2 people who came first. Although he wasn't interested in them, he didn't show it. He greeted the 2 women with a smile and hugged Susan and Zhang Siki tighter, letting the 2 women understand instantly. Wu Yun waved to Xiao Wu and asked him to continue. He opened 2 bottles of champagne and pointed to the booth to let him sit and play for a while. After Xiao Wu sat down and played a few rounds of games with a few people, he sneaked out on the pretext that a customer was looking for him. The atmosphere among the four girls became somewhat quiet, and Zhang Siki and Susan, who came first, naturally became closer. Wu Yun said loudly, "Come on. Let's play a few rounds of games first, and then you'll go to the disco with me later. If you have fun, you'll get rewards tonight." "Master Wu, can you tell us what kind of reward you want first?" The kawaii Zhu Ling said coquettishly, but she forgot that she was still yelling in a noisy environment. Wu Yun saw the four girls looking at him expectantly, shook his head and said, "I can't say it now. I told you what to do if you cheat later? But, before I give you rewards, I need rewards first, hee." Wu Yun pointed at his face and motioned to the four girls to give rewards quickly. Wu Yun only felt the waist held by his hands move, and felt soft touches on both sides of his face. Some people who had been observing Wu Yun's movements were envious when they saw Wu Yun hugging him from left to right. Later, the salesperson brought two beauties into the booth, and they were so envious that they wanted to take their place. Now when he saw four beauties kissing Wu Yun's face, his envy had escalated into jealousy. In the increasingly lively atmosphere, Wu Yun and others swayed to the rhythm while drinking and playing games. After a few rounds of the game, everyone gradually relaxed. Zhang Siki kept swaying her body to the rhythm. Wu Yun hugged her several times, and she kept pushing into Wu Yun's arms. Wu Yun felt the smell of the girl's perfume lingering on the tip of his nose. Susan next to her was not to be outdone. She handed the wineglass she had drunk to Wu Yun's mouth and fed the champagne into Wu Yun's mouth. The drink is filled with the fruity aroma of champagne, or the taste of money. Papers began to fall all over the sky, and the waiter next to the booth prepared a mesh to cover the coffee table in advance to prevent paper from falling into the wineglasses and fruit plates. The crowd on the dance floor showed off their talents, swaying to the rhythm and whistling one after another. From time to time, girls who wanted to get a card looked at the table full of aces of spades with envy and wanted to join in, but they were all politely rejected. Although they were pretty good looking, today only good looking ones were in the booth. The girls were not annoyed and took out the QR code on their mobile phones with a smile, wanting to add Wu Yun's WeChat account. Wu Yun added a few of the ones with high ratings for good looks, and then started playing finger-grabbing and punching games with the four girls in the booth. In the next half hour, Wu Yun took turns with several girls on the dance floor to dance a few songs. Fortunately, Wu Yun's physical strength was high now, so he didn't feel tired, but his nerves were very excited. Some people on the dance floor saw Wu Yun dancing with four beauties in a short period of time, and their eyes turned red with envy. They were relieved when they saw Wu Yun enter the dance floor. It turns out that rich people have more fun. Just when Wu Yun was sitting between Susan and Zhang Siki during the intermission, Zhu Ling said teasingly, "Young Master Wu, are you having fun? Now can you tell me what this reward is?" Zhu Ling looked at it. After understanding what happened tonight, Wu Yun was more interested in the two women around him, so he wanted to get more benefits. Wu Yun leaned on the sofa, pulled the two girls next to him into his arms, and asked the two girls outside to sit close to each other before saying loudly, "What do you think of your luck?" Zhang Siki smiled and said, "I've always had good luck. When buying iced tea, it's often buy one, get one free." "And you?" Wu Yun looked at Susan. "I can only say that it is average. I have never encountered any good things," Susan said with a thoughtful look on her face. "I'm also very lucky. I often win $5 in lottery tickets," Zhu Ling said with excitement. Li Wen said with a smile, "You are lucky if you win 5 yuan, then I am 100 times better than you. I have won 500 yuan in scratch-off tickets. In this case, everyone put their phones in front of me." The girls listened to Wu Yun's instructions and took their mobile phones over. All 4 mobile phones were Apple. "Okay, now open Taobao. Open your cart, y'all." Wu Yun's words made the girls guess some results. Wu Yun continued, "Bring 2 dice over here. Now you guys throw the dice yourself. If there are 2 identical leopards, I will help her clear the shopping cart. It's not that the leopards will be bought at a certain time. The first few things." Wu Yun's words made the 4 women scream, attracting the attention of the surrounding booth customers and waiters. Some bold people asked Beauty, "What are your names?" "We are playing games," Zhu Ling said loudly, and then stopped paying attention to the people outside. "You roll the dice first, whoever is bigger comes first." After some red-faced and rough-necked arguments among the girls, the order was determined. Zhu Ling stood up, held the dice in her hand, shook it, blew into it, and then muttered something. The sound was too loud to hear clearly. The dice was thrown to the coffee table and bounced a few times before stopping. 1, 2, 3 points in total," Wu Yun said. Zhu Ling's mouth curled up, as if she was about to cry. "It's just a little bit close." Wu Yun asked Zhu Ling to unlock her phone, and after flipping to the front of the shopping cart, she couldn't help laughing. The other 3 women looked curious. "What's wrong? What is it?" Zhu Ling's luck is indeed very good. The first three of her are all snacks, ha ha ha. Wu Yun couldn't help but laugh again, and then saw Zhu Ling's mouth that could hang the bottle, and said, looking at your fourth item as a set of cosmetics, I personally decide whether you should exchange these 3 snacks for this set of cosmetics. After hearing Wu Yun's words, Zhu Ling immediately closed her raised mouth, a smile appeared on her face, and she rushed over and kissed Wu Yun hard on the face. Zhu Ling knew the value of the set of cosmetics she collected, 4 or 5,000, but he was still reluctant to buy it in the shopping cart. Wu Yun wiped the saliva from his face and said loudly, okay. Who is the next? I saw Susan pick up the dice, close her eyes and gently throw it on the coffee table. 5, 3, a total of 8 points. Susan stood up happily and jumped a few times. Wu Yun asked Susan to unlock her iPhone 5 phone, and then check the shopping cart. Susan's shopping cart was not many, with only 6 items in total, but the value was not low. The first one is the latest model of Apple 5S, the second to fourth ones are cosmetics and skincare products, the fifth one is Apple iPad Air 1, and the sixth one is a pair of high heels worth 2,000 yuan. After Wu Yun selects them all, he clicks to find others. After paying, she entered her account number and quickly paid more than 10,000 yuan. Susan happily took her mobile phone and thanked Wu Yun profusely. Then she sat on the sofa and watched the next show. When Ling saw Susan emptying the shopping cart, she was so jealous that Li Wan, who had been insignificant tonight, took the dice and tossed it lightly, landing on the coffee table and throwing out 5 points. Wen smiled and shook his head. He usually didn't put anything in his shopping cart. Today, he was really unlucky in this game. Wu Yun looked at Li Wen's empty shopping cart and smiled at Li Wen. Yours. Not much luck indeed. Wu Yun turned his attention to Zhang Siki, and saw that Zhang Siki looked excited. He couldn't wait to grab the dice on the coffee table and threw them out. 5 pairs of eyes were staring at the 2 bouncing and rotating dice on the coffee table. The dice bounced a few times and then left 1 to 3 stayed on top. Zhang Siki made a fist with her right hand, waved it hard, and screamed excitedly, I am a leopard. I am a leopard. Ha ha. The 3 girls looked at Zhang Siki, who was very excited. They had some doubts. They would not be so happy after emptying the shopping cart. Could it be that there are many good things in it? At the strong request of the 3 women, Wu Yun put Zhang Siki's mobile phone on the coffee table and asked the 3 women to look through it first. Soon there were screams and exclamations from the 3 women. Zhang Siki looked at Wu Yun sheepishly and said loudly, young Master Wu, I have a lot of things in my shopping cart. I just finished renovating the house and bought a lot of furniture and appliances. How about you just be considerate? As I said, Leopard cleared the shopping cart and kept his word. Wu Yun said calmly, then thought of something, pulled Zhang Siki and said something in her ear. Zhang Siki was stunned for a moment before nodding. He took the phone from Zhu Ling's hand. Coming over, Wu Yun smiled as he looked at Zhu Ling's pouty mouth because of envy. No one would have thought that someone would help clear the shopping cart, so Wu Yun chose everything with ease. After sending a message to Xiao Wu asking him to come over, Wu Yun was in the United States again. The group searched for luxury 5-star hotels, and found that the closest one to them was the Nicolo Hotel. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and the best executive suites were already booked. Wu Yun could only book another in 3 suite, please note. Fortunately, I arrived at the store before 2 o'clock. At this time, Xiao Wu was already standing next to the booth waiting. When he saw Wu Yun put away his mobile phone, he bowed and said loudly, young Master Wu, I will save the remaining bottle of wine for you. What to do with half a bottle? Wu Yun picked up the cup and stood up. The girls also picked up the cup and stood up. Knowing that Wu Yun was going to make a summary, this scene was about to end. I had a great time tonight. It was the first time I came to a nightclub and I met so many beauties. It opened my eyes to those who were ignorant and wanted to do it. Play again next time. Wu Yun raised his glass and said cheers. Thank you, Master Wu. Thanks to Master Wu for the ace of spades. Thank you, Mr. Wu, for helping me clear my shopping cart. As soon as he stepped out of the soundproof curtain, Wu Yun instantly felt that the world had become quiet, but his ears kept buzzing and his body was still subconsciously stepping on the rhythm. Goodbye, Mr. Wu. I'll contact you when you have time. After Wu Yun said goodbye to Zhu Ling and Li Wan, he said to Zhang Siki, wait a moment, the driver will be here soon. After saying that, Wu Yun led Zhang Siki towards the big black bull parked not far from the entrance of space. When Susan saw Wu Yun and the 2 walking towards the Lamborghini, her envy and jealousy towards Zhang Siki almost turned into reality, and she originally wanted to leave. He also stopped. When he came to the car, Wu Yun was a little confused. He bought a supercar to pretend to be B, but now he drank and asked for a driver. He found that his girlfriend had to take a taxi to the hotel, even though there were hangover medicines in the system store. But Wu Yun still didn't want to use it. Only by complying with the laws and regulations can he go further. Wu Yun thought about taking a taxi to the hotel with Zhang Siki, but many drivers probably wouldn't dare to drive alone. All you have to do is take a taxi to the hotel. Wu Yun took out his mobile phone and prepared to take a taxi to Zhang Siki. Zhang Siki also saw Wu Yun's difficulty. Her face under the cool makeup smiled. She was about to speak when she was interrupted by the voice next to her. I'll go with Chi-Chi, it's not safe for her to be alone at night. Susan walked over with her high heels clicking and said. She had just come out of the noisy environment and had not yet adapted to the quiet environment, so Susan's voice was still a bit loud, attracting the attention of some guests who had just left. Some of them were preparing to leave. The people who picked up corpses at the door looked at Wu Yun with envy, knowing that this rich second-generation's waist would probably shrink at night, but if it were them, even if they lost one waist, they would still be willing to have sex with these two goddess-level girls. It was a friendly match. Zhang Siki's smile froze on her face, and she felt a little unhappy. She felt that Susan was interfering with her affairs. Wu Yun was watching the next development as if he were watching a play. Zhang Siki couldn't escape anyway. If it's two people, it's a good relationship. Susan walked to Zhang Siki and talked to Zhang Siki in a low voice with her back to Wu Yun. At first, Zhang Siki reacted strongly, but then Wu Yun nodded after being persuaded by Susan. Before the driver's car arrived, the driver came over on a folding battery scooter and exchanged secret codes with Wu Yun. The driver put a disposable seat cushion on the driver's seat and saw that his battery car was in trouble. Sir, can your trunk fit my car? Wu Yun looked at it, shook his head and said, it's okay, let the co-pilot go. Before Wu Yun got into the car, he shouted to the two women, I'll go there first, you guys come quickly. Watching the Lamborghini's taillights disappear into the distance, Zhang Siki kept thinking about Susan's words just now in her mind. Don't you want to develop something with this rich, handsome man? Are you willing to do it just once tonight? I know I can't compete with you, so I'm willing to be your wingman. I just want to think of any benefits in the future and think of me together. Chi-Chi, what are you thinking about? The car is here. Don't think about it, even if there is nothing in the future, you won't suffer. All the furniture and appliances at home were taken care of at once. I really envy your luck. Susan saw Zhang Siki's thoughtful look on her face and pulled her to the roadside. At the gate of the Nicolo Hotel, the driver, with the help of Wu Yun, parked in the hotel parking space and let out a sigh of relief. Sir, we have arrived at our destination. Remember to give me a good review. Hope you enjoy your time. The driver knew that these second-generation rich people would not leave empty-handed when they came out of the hotel. After taking the car keys, Wu Yun handed the car to the driver, nodded to him, showed a smile that all men understand, and then walked into the hotel. Pushing the door open, Wu Yun found that there were other people checking in after 1 o'clock in the morning. Most of them seemed to be tourists who had just landed at the hotel from other places. Wu Yun went straight to the front desk, queued for a few minutes, and checked in. Name and mobile phone number. Welcome, Mr. Wu home. The beautiful woman at the front desk talks to the which I still have some impressions of this tall, rich and handsome man. She checked Wu Yun in last time, and later two beauties came to check out the room. She has always stayed away from rich people like Wu Yun who are carefree, but her responsibilities often interfere with her. Deal with these people. Seeing the lipstick marks of different colors on Wu Yun's face, the beauty at the front desk was even more sure that Wu Yun was not a good person. Wu Yun took the room card handed over by the beautiful woman at the front desk and saw that the numbers seemed familiar. He didn't expect it to be the suite he stayed in last time. It seems that the history is always so strikingly similar. After taking the room card, Wu Yun first gave Zhang Siki the room number, then picked up his bag and went up to the 24th floor. As soon as Wu Yun lay down on the sofa, the doorbell rang. Wu Yun stood up, walked to the door in a few steps, opened the door, and saw two figures with curvy figures wearing high heels. No different than the dim lights in the nightclub, the lights in the room were brighter, and the faces of the two of them were still very beautiful when they shone on them. Wu Yun has always believed in the detection glasses and has never made any mistakes no matter what the situation. Smiling and welcoming the two girls in, Wu Yun said without hesitation, let's take a shower first, it's almost 2 o'clock and it's getting late. Early in the morning, the powerful biological clock made Wu Yun wake up at 7 or 8 in the morning. In the early morning, Wu Yun received a system prompt. The philatelic goddess medal was lit, and a mysterious gift box was awarded. However, Wu Yun was busy at that time and ignored the system prompts. Wu Yun woke up early in the morning and remembered that this happened, so he walked into the bathroom, called out the system, clicked on the medal interface, and selected the medal of the stamp collecting goddess. Do you want to open the gift bag? The system prompted. Wu Yun turned it on by default. Congratulations to the host for getting the height 2 reward. Wu Yun waved his fist excitedly. He had always had plans to increase his lower body height, but this plan was shelved for various reasons. Today being rewarded with a height +2 is equivalent to saving 4 million in funds. Wu Yun, who was in a good mood, bought a bag for each of the two women after lunch in the hotel. When they separated, Wu Yun did not make a promise to the two women. What, after all, everyone only cares about Bao's acquaintance. Sitting in the driver's seat of the big black bull, Wu Yun said to Zhang Siki and Susan outside the window, "I'm going back first. I still have something to do with the company, so I'll keep in touch in the future." Under the gaze of some tourists, Wu Yun left the two Kexi goddesses behind and drove away alone. The weekend passed as Wu Yun worked during the day and exercised at night. Early on Monday morning, Li Qiuliang brought his laptop to the front desk. According to reports, the receptionist who had already made arrangements took Li Qiuliang to enter his fingerprints and then took Li Qiuliang to the HR manager's office to sign. Sitting in his office, Li Qiuliang was very satisfied with the environment of the office and the atmosphere of the company. Although it is a start-up, it is still. He prefers to lead such a team, where there is no circle and everything is a blank sheet of paper. There was a knock on the door, and Secretary Wang Hao came in with a folder. "Mr. Li, these are the rules and regulations of the relevant departments that Mr. Wu and everyone have sorted out in the past 2 days. Please take a look first and see if there is anything that needs to be changed. As for the company's system and administration, it is still being formulated. When Mr. Wu comes, please ask Mr. Li to go to Mr. Wu's office first, and then hold a company-wide meeting in the conference room. Mr. Wu will introduce you to everyone." Li Qiuliang nodded. "When will the meeting be held?" Mr. Wu initially set the time for 9:30, but now Mr. Wu was still on his way there. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he walked out and closed the door of the general manager's office. Wu Yun honked the horn to alert the car in front of him that was about to change lanes. Only then did the car driver notice the big, low black bull. He was so frightened that he quickly stepped on the brakes and was overtaken by Wu Yun in an instant. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Wu Yun set off from the place where Wu Ying and his two daughters lived. As a result, they caught up with the Monday rush hour, which made the big black cow instantly turn into an old cow, walking slowly along with the traffic. This made Wu Yun's idea of buying a house outside the school become more intense. By the time Wu Yun arrived at the office, it was almost 9 o'clock. Wu Yun hurried to the office and said to Wang Hao outside, "Invite Mr. Li here." "Mr. Wu, please take a seat." Wu Yun pointed to the chair in front of the desk. Wu Yun went straight to the topic and said, "Mr. Li, you must have read my early and mid-term plans for the little red car, right?" Li Qiuliang said with admiration, "Mr. Wu is really a genius. You can come up with such a creative plan. According to the concept of sharing, our company will become a unicorn in no time." Li Qiuliang has a good vision. In his previous life, Wang Michuan acquired Mobike at a valuation of US $2.5 billion, which is enough to understand how huge the potential of shared bicycles is. And another OFO even has US $3 billion and does not intend to make a move. It can be said that as long as if the scale of Zaya Honki can reach the scale of these two shared bicycle companies, then Wu Yun will laugh out of his dreams. Wu Yun has made a time lag. He is confident that he can do better than the two companies because of time and time. The funds are all yours to take advantage of. Mr. Li, my idea is that after you have arranged your work in the past 2 days, you will take a few employees to Shanghai to negotiate a contract with the Phoenix Bicycle Factory. The number of shared bicycles is the company's top priority. Li Qiuliang knew what Wu Yun meant. To put it bluntly, the key to the development of shared bicycle companies lies in shared bicycles. Without shared bicycles, it would be useless to talk about it. Wu Yun and Li Qiuliang chatted for a while in the office, and were knocked out by Wang Hao. The sound of the door interrupts Mr. Wu. "Mr. Li, it's time for the meeting, and everyone is basically here." Wu Yun entered the large conference room first. When he saw 40 or 50 figures in the conference room, he felt that these people were looking at him. Many people looked at this chairman who was much younger than him and couldn't help but sigh. It's really different. Wu Yun didn't show any timidity. His experience in class in his previous life and his current confidence allowed him to face many people more calmly. Wu Yun first said with the microphone, "It's us today. Nirvana Technologies' first conference, although there are only a few people, but I believe today is just the beginning, and our team will become bigger and bigger in the future. Today, I would like to introduce to you Mr. Li Qiuliang. From now on, Mr. Li will exercise his authority as the general manager of the company, and the company's future decisions and development will all be arranged by Mr. Li." Now everyone welcomes Mr. Li's speech. There was thunderous applause in the conference room. Li Qiuliang walked to the host stage and patted the microphone. Hello everyone. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Li Qiuliang. Previously. Only 3 days after the meeting, Li Qiuliang took the company's 2 newly recruited public relations officers and 2 administrators and boarded a plane to Shanghai. Li Qiuliang thought of the design drawings Wu Yun gave him for the shared bicycle, and his admiration for Wu Yun increased. The design drawings of the shared bicycles were provided by Wu Yunhua at a high price from a high-tech design company. In the eyes of today's people, it is definitely an imaginative design. From the brake pads, frame to seat springs, follow the design instructions to ensure that no parts will be damaged or rusted due to exposure to the sun or rain. Moreover, the tires do not need to be inflated and repaired, and the chain is hidden in the body and will never fall off. The bicycle is also equipped with an internet-enabled smart lock, which can receive signals from the mobile communication network in real time and communicate with the software backend. Then receive instructions to unlock, report locking, and locate. The smart lock has 2 charging modes. One is the automatic power generation of the bicycle walking transmission, and the second is the solar charging panel in the basket. In order to facilitate the replacement of tires, Xiaohong Car also follows the settings of car tires, with large wheels and a unilateral fixed transmission. For maintenance, only special tools are needed to easily remove and replace the tires. Li Qiuliang looked at these designs. Fortunately, there is a streamlined version of shared bicycles. Otherwise, he would be worried about the cost of shared bicycles. However, seeing Wu Yun's wealthy appearance and his plan to make consumers pay, Li Qiuliang, I still think it's acceptable. Li Qiuliang and his party had just put down their luggage and got into the reception car of Phoenix Bicycle Company Limited in Magic City to arrive at the office of Phoenix Bicycle Company Limited. Although it was summer, Li Qiuliang and his party still wore short-sleeved white shirts and suit pants, looking very smart. Li Qiuliang, together with 2 male and female public relations officers, followed the secretary to the general manager's office. Mr. Xia, a guest from Nirvana Technology has arrived. The secretary knocked on the door and ushered Li Qiuliang and his party in. Because there had been an appointment before, and the letter of intent given by Li Qiuliang to purchase millions of units was undoubtedly an order for Phoenix Bicycles, which only sold a few million units a year. Xia Jie stood up to greet him, took Li Qiuliang and his entourage to sit on the sofa, and then said to his secretary, "Call Mr. Wang over, take a look at the customer's design drawings, and estimate the cost." "Hello, Mr. Li. My name is Xia Jie. I would like to confirm first whether the contents of your previous letter of intent are true." Xia Jie and Li Qiuliang exchanged business cards, still a little unbelievable. Li Qiuliang smiled and said, "It is indeed true. How could you deceive Mr. Xia with a contract written in black and white? It's just that our purchase will be divided into several phases. The specifics are the content will be discussed in detail later." At this time, Mr. Wang also knocked on the door and entered, sitting on the chair handed over by the secretary. Li Qiuliang took out 2 sets of design drawings from his bag, handed them over and said, "Mr. Xia, please estimate the cost of these 2 bicycles first." Wang Gong, who received Xia Jie's instructions, picked up the simplified version of the drawing and read it. "Solid tires, smart locks, solar templates, GPS positioning. Good guys, you are really willing to give it up." Wang Gong also had an estimated price in his mind. He glanced at Xia Jie and made a 6-5 gesture behind the drawing. After seeing Xia Jie nodding, he said, "If we follow your requirements, our cost price can be, I'll make it 650 for you, Mr. Xia, your price is too high. After all, we are going to produce millions of bicycles." Li Qiuliang was very dissatisfied with the price. The lowest price Wu Yun gave him before coming here was less than 600. The next step was to discuss the price. Li Qiuliang has rich negotiation experience, plus the assistance of 2 public relations, and the bottom line for Li Qiuliang was that it must have a smart lock, GPS positioning, and a solar charging panel, and the price should be controlled at 550 yuan. Xia Jie finally agreed. The mass production of battery vehicles in recent years has seriously squeezed bicycles. Although their company also has its own battery car production line, bicycles are their traditional strength. Nirvana Technology's large order is also an unexpected surprise for Phoenix Bicycles. People can sit at home and just follow the sky. "Come up, Mr. Li, happy working with you. Mr. Xia, happy cooperation. By the way, Mr. Xia, that was a streamlined version of the bicycle just now. Let's look at this original design. Help us produce 1,000 units for publicity." Li Qiuliang pointed to another drawing on the coffee table. The technical difficulty is a bit high. The drive shaft and chain must be hidden in the body, charging while riding, and lightweight design. The cost of this car is about 4 or 5 times that of the streamlined version. Dong Wang looked at the technical requirements and continued with some embarrassment. We have to adjust the production line to make this bicycle, so the cost should be around 3,000. 2,500, make 1,000 vehicles for us. Li Qiuliang showed the same momentum as he had just negotiated. Okay. Xia Jia is interested in the large order of millions of vehicles. I have a request. This original version must be produced and delivered first, and we must use it for publicity. No problem. After discussing and drafting a preliminary contract, Nirvana Technology signed a purchase contract for 5 million shared bicycles with Phoenix Bicycle, with a total order of 2.75 billion. The 1,000 original bikes were given to Nirvana Technology by Phoenix Bicycle as a gift. The first phase quantity is 10,000 vehicles, with an advance payment of 30 million, and the final payment will be paid in 3 installments according to the progress 1 month later. To this end, Wu Yun injected another 20 million in capital into the company the day before departure, adding 20 million in experience, but the balance dropped to only 800. More than 700,000. Li Qiuliang also accepted the reality that the shares were diluted to 5. While Li Qiuliang and others were negotiating, Wu Yun was looking at houses in the modern garden of Normal University with the agent. After all, occupancy of Normal University Modern Garden only started at the end of 2013, so there are still many vacant houses in the community, including freshwater houses and second-hand houses that have been installed. Mr. Wu, I wonder how you feel about this suite. What Wu Yun is looking at now is a well-decorated apartment. The living room faces the atrium of the community. It is on the 31st floor, with a total of 33 floors. Wu Yun looks at this apartment that is decorated in a warm style. The furniture and appliances are all new. It's completely possible to check in with your bags. That's it. Wu Yun said casually. Okay. Mr. Wu, we will contact the homeowner immediately to sign the contract. The mail agent looked at Wu Yun with some envy. Rich people's dolls are really different. They drive sports cars and buy houses as soon as they go to college. Housing prices in Chengdu are rising steadily. After 4 years of college, they can still make a lot of money if they resell them. Even if it is not sold, it is still a fixed asset here, so it is not unreasonable for rich people to become richer. At this moment, Baiyu played the video. Wu Yun, guess where I am? Baiyu's delicate face appeared on the screen of Wu Yun's mobile phone, smiling happily. Airport? Wu Yun had some premonitions. How do you know? Baiyu looked surprised. There is a connection between the two minds. Why are you coming back? Wu Yun was also a little surprised. Baiyu had only been in the capital for half a month and was coming back again. Yes. I missed you, so I came back. Baiyu smiled, showing her neat teeth, like a little girl who had stolen candy. So good. Send me your flight information. I'll pick you up after I finish buying the house. Wu Yun switched the camera and looked around the living room. Ah, you want to buy a house again? When the agent heard Baiyu's words, he envied Wu Yun even more. Well, it's outside the school, and the company is nearby, so it's very convenient to buy it. After hanging up the video, Wu Yun smiled at the intermediary standing by and said, "Let's go, this is the one." When Wu Yun and the two arrived at the intermediary's store, the landlord was already waiting at the store. After talking for a while, Wu Yun finally knew this. The owner specializes in real estate speculation and bought a dozen houses in Normal University Garden for rent or sale. At this time, Chengdu did not have a purchase restriction policy. Mr. Wu, the clean water house I bought when the market opened was 8,000 yuan square meter. Almost a year later, the clean water house here has grown to 8,300 yuan square meter. Look at my decoration style and home appliances, which are all well used. The materials in furniture and appliances are above average, so my quotation is 10,000 yuan per square meter, and the area on the real estate certificate is 122 square meters. The homeowner's words made Wu Yun feel like a lion opening his mouth. Wu Yun shook his head and said the maximum is 9,500 yuan square meter. I pay the full amount and can pay it immediately. After bargaining, Wu Yun negotiated all final expenses including house payment, taxes and agency fees to 1.2 million. Seeing that the experience has increased by 1.2 million, the balance of character level 561253708 100 million is 7,597,338.5. In order to facilitate the calculation of experience and reduce the suspicion of too many words, the process of buying a house is shortened here. Wu Yun thought that tomorrow is August 1st, which is a new month, and he can receive the basic amount of 16.2 million from the system. Coupled with the double rebate, Wu Yun saw the dawn of upgrade again. Baiyu's flight arrived in Chengdu at 9 o'clock in the evening. It was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so there was still plenty of time. After returning to the company, Wu Yun plunged into his office, wrote and drew on the computer, and thought about the issue of shared bicycles. For Wu Yun, the operating model of shared bicycles is already very familiar. As soon as his little red bike is put into the market, Nirvana Technology will have more money to produce bicycles and put them into the market again to accelerate the market. Share. After all, shared bicycles can barely cover repairs and maintenance costs with just the riding fees. What really makes money is the deposit of shared bicycles, whether the huge deposit is placed in the bank to earn interest or used to purchase funds or make other investments. Wu Yun believes that as long as he does not seek death like OFO, his tens of millions of investments will definitely be recovered, and the company's valuation will also be greatly improved. When the time comes, Wu Yun will be a billionaire once he is sold. According to the previous Mobike deposit standard of 299, as long as one person registers to use it, it will bring a deposit of 300. On average, each shared bicycle can serve 8 to 10 people, based on the minimum 8 people, that is to say, one shared bicycle can bring in 2,400 yuan. In the early stage, 300,000 bicycles were put into the market. Proper publicity could provide Nirvana Technology with 720 million savings. This large amount of cash would be a major customer that would be chased by any bank. In addition, many people will not refund the deposit. After all, after refunding the deposit, you have to pay another deposit next time you scan the QR code to ride a bicycle, which is very troublesome. So this deposit will eventually become capital for the development and growth of shared bicycle companies or investment in other industries to make profits. Shared bicycle companies will use the money in the huge deposit pool to continue to place orders with bicycle processing factories. The more shared bicycles there are, the higher the deposits. This is a virtuous cycle. After all, this is still a business model, but the method is extremely clever. After experiencing the turmoil over OFO's refunds in his previous life, Wu Yun felt that he would discuss cooperation with the bank when there was a lot of deposit funds. Misappropriating half of the deposit was the limit that Wu Yun could bear, and the rest of the funds would be used as deposit funds and placed in the bank. Talk to them about getting higher interest rates. Wu Yun moved his neck, saved the written fund usage plan, and then closed the computer. After checking the time, it was only early 5 o'clock, so Wu Yun walked out of the office and walked to the front desk. Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu. The 4 receptionists stood up and said hello to Wu Yun. Which of you works the night shift? What's for work dinner tonight? Order one for me too. After dinner, I stayed in the office until 8 o'clock before getting ready to leave. Without disturbing the struggling programmers along the way, Wu Yun just said hello to the front desk and walked out of the company. The black Lamborghini was like a ghost, constantly weaving in and out of the traffic, attracting a lot of abuse from drivers. It's amazing to drive a sports car, hurry up and reincarnate. Wu Yun pressed the speed limit, and he was forced to drive for half an hour. The time was shortened to 20 minutes. Stopping in the parking lot of Terminal 2, Wu Yun ignored the looks of others, locked the big black cow and strode towards the arrival hall of Terminal 2. After experiencing the flourishing mobile games and video apps in his previous life, Wu Yun could only pass the time by reading connotation jokes. Wu Yun made up his mind to start a King of Honor mobile game project and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds as soon as the funds are received in August. Tour items. Guess who I am? Wu Yun felt a pair of small hands covering his eyes. Wu Yun put away his phone and said deliberately, Xiao Hong? Xiao Min? Or Osmanthus? Hate it, go find your little red. Baiyu held her hands and said angrily. Wu Yun turned around and hugged Baiyu suddenly. Without giving Baiyu a chance to react, he kissed her on the lips where she had just finished speaking. After a long time, Wu Yun let go. Mouth, one hand hugged Baiyu's limp body, one hand wiped his mouth and said, well, you are wearing lipstick, it's orange flavored. Looking at Baiyu's face that was red with excitement and her watery eyes, Wu Yun put the backpack on Baiyu's back and said with a smile, I'm gone, what are you still thinking about? Want to kiss me? Go back later and kiss slowly. Look at everyone around you looking at you. Wu Yun pulled the blushing Baiyu out of the hall and asked, why did you think of coming back? Wu Yun didn't believe that Baiyu came back simply because she missed him. After all, she was playing videos every night. The family's house is being sold, and there will be no place to live when we return to Jingyang. Baiyu pretended to be pitiful, but her eyes looked at Wu Yun expectantly. I don't have any extra beds at home anyway. Wu Yun pretended to be straight and said. Baiyu lightly hit Wu Yun on the shoulder with his hand. I hate it. Can't you just say that you will give me half of your bed? Upon hearing this, Wu Yun immediately said excitedly, I can give you half of it tonight. Baiyu held her tongue, raised her head, and said proudly, "Don't even think about it tonight, I have a place to live." After saying that, he didn't wait for Wu Yun and walked towards the parking lot. Wu Yun knew what Baiyu meant, and it seemed that he still had to wait for him to go to the capital before he could succeed. "Wait for me," Wu Yun shouted after him, but he saw Baiyu speeding up and running forward. "You're in the wrong place. Here." Wu Yun took out his trump card and shouted. Baiyu was indeed fooled. When he came back, he was caught by Wu Yun. "This is your car." Although Baiyu knew that Wu Yun had bought a Lamborghini, she was still surprised and a little worried when she saw the real car. Wu Yun nodded and said, "Yes, how handsome is it? Tell me the truth, how many have you won? I can afford to spend so much on buying a sports car, running a company, and buying a house. It's better not to be so lavish and save some for my wife's book." Baiyu said, "Won 60 million and got 50 million. Wu Yun said truthfully, "Don't worry, once the company develops, you won't have to worry about lack of money. I plan to go online before the start of school. Please support me when the time comes." Wu Yun pinched Baiyu's tender cheeks and kissed her hard on the face. Then he helped Baiyu open the scissor door and touched her smooth calves to help her sit in the car. Along the way, the atmosphere seemed a bit dull. Wu Yun drove the car seriously, looking at Baiyu, who was thinking deeply from time to time, without disturbing her. Baiyu suddenly broke the silence and expressed what she had been worrying about. "Wu Yun, if we are separated like this, will you fall in love with other girls?" Wu Yun did not expect Baiyu to ask this question, and after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Said, "Definitely not. You are so beautiful. I have liked you for 3 years, and I will definitely not give up on you easily. Unless..." Wu Yun drawled his accent. "Unless what?" Baiyu turned around and stared at Wu Yun and asked. Wu Yun looked at the road ahead, turned around and saw the black patch of Baiyu exposed under her short skirt because of her side, and said with a smile, "Unless you want to fall in love with someone else." Snort. "If you don't come to the capital, I'll put a hat on you." Baiyu hummed softly and sat up straight. Along the way, Wu Yun listened to Baiyu telling her experiences in the capital during this period. Through Wu Yun's insinuations, she learned about the specific situation of Baiyu's family. Her parents, they are all employees of state-owned enterprises, and their positions are probably not low. They don't think they can buy a house in the capital. Wu Yun also told Baiyu about his recent experience in starting a company, but omitted the story about Yi Shenggu. Baiyu was very envious of Wu Yun can do what she likes at this age, but she can only wait for the start of school under the control of her parents. Although she can travel, there are always restrictions. As she approaches Jingyang, Wu Yun asks Baiyu for her opinion. Seeing that she agreed to stay at his home for one night, "Don't think too much, I'm just renting your house and I know you have extra beds. It's impossible to go up tonight, my aunt is here." Baiyu lied a little, just to dispel Wu Yun's excited thoughts. Wu Yun's excitement gradually faded. He didn't want to fight to the end, and said regretfully, "Who do you think I am? Am I the kind of person who doesn't keep my promise? I promised you to come to the capital, and then you will be clean and waiting for me." When the two of them arrived at Huile International, it was already 11 o'clock. Wu Yun did not go to Baiyu's room with saliva on his face. He just kissed him goodnight in the living room and went to his bed. Wu Yun was afraid that he could not control himself. He simply went to bed. Wu Yun tossed and turned in the night, vaguely heard the sound of the system prompts, turned over and fell into a deep sleep. Shock. Motive Phoenix Bicycle Company Limited in Chengdu Nirvana Technology reached a cooperation worth nearly 3 billion. Early the next morning, major internet platforms, Sina and Tencent. You see, the economic headlines are all about the cooperation between Phoenix Bicycle and Nirvana Technology. Such a large amount has brought the little-known Nirvana Technology into the sight of industry insiders and capital circles, and some companies have released personnel to inquire about detailed information. Due to the signing of a confidentiality agreement, Phoenix Bicycle did not disclose specific information about the cooperation, but only stated the word "stay tuned" on the official website. For ordinary people, the most noteworthy thing is probably the huge number of 3 billion. I regard it as my own after-dinner conversation, and feel that this is something far away from me. Wu Yun also saw the news when he got up. He just clicked on it and browsed it for a while, then closed the message. Today is August 1st, a new month. Wu Yun couldn't wait to open the system and saw that many options had been updated, especially the monthly basic amount, and the option to receive 1 month was already lit. 162000016200000. Wu Yun thought about receiving it silently, and received a text message from the bank on his mobile phone, prompting that 16.2 million was credited and the balance was 24,997,338.5 yuan. The double amount of the rebate for character level 560053708100000000 has also been filled up. Wu Yun calculated that including the rebate, Wu Yun was able to upgrade the character level by another level this month. Nirvana Technology Wu Yun has injected 40 million in funds, which is enough to support the development of the Little Red Car project. Phoenix Bicycle's 30 million advance payment has not yet been paid, and the remaining nearly 10 million funds are enough to support the launch of the Little Red Car. Wu Yun spent 1 million to buy a copy of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds development history in the System Mall. He only bought the development experience but not the enterprise plan, so it was very cheap. In his previous life, Wu Yun also saw news that Tencent spent $500 million to acquire 10 of the shares of Blue Hole, the company that developed the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game. When PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds became popular all over the world, Blue Hole's valuation could not be higher. Unfortunately, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was ruined by cheats in the previous life. Otherwise, Blue Hole's valuation would have been even higher. After all, it was short-sighted and they were just trying to make money through cheats. The overseas version of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was first released on March 23, 2017, while the domestic release time was November 22, 2017. Even if the development time is included, it will be pushed back 1 year, so now the concept of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is not yet. Even H1Z1, the originator of the Battle Royale game, only started trial play this year. Wu Yun's idea is to let H1Z1 release for a period of time to accumulate a certain number of game players. This period of time can be used to develop PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Whatever he wanted to do, Wu Yun sent a message to the headhunters, asking them to find him game companies with the intention of selling an evaluation of no more than 20 million, with priority given to Chengdu. After sending the message, perhaps because of Wu Yun's increased intelligence, when Wu Yun was thinking, many up-and-coming companies that were famous in his past life came to mind. Pink Sixy, this much criticized app, is extremely awesome for being able to fight its way out of the siege of Alibaba and JD.com. You can scold it for its deceptive propaganda model of succeeding with just one cut, but you cannot deny this. The model is to calculate the weakness of people's love for taking advantage of small things, coupled with Pink Sixy's development strategy of going from rural areas to surrounding cities, relying on these three things to become the top 3 shopping platforms in the previous life. This was another egg-laying rooster. Wu Yun made a note on his mobile phone. Pink Sixy was in a hurry and needed a lot of capital investment in the early stage, at least until he reached another level. Just when Wu Yun was still thinking about what to do next, his thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. "Wu Yun, are you up?" Baiyu's sweet voice sounded. "I'm in." The door of the room was pushed open, revealing Baiyu's head. Seeing Wu Yun's naked upper body lying on the bed playing with his mobile phone, Baiyu spread his fingers and covered his eyes and shouted, "Oh, you are an exhibitionist. Put your clothes on quickly." Wu Yun stood up, revealing his six-pack abs and chest muscles that were the envy of some average girls, which made Baiyu's face turn red. Seeing Baiyu come in, Wu Yun suddenly picked up Baiyu and threw her on the bed. Then he pounced on her again. A few minutes later, Baiyu stood up from the bed feeling weak, straightened out the mess on her chest, and said coquettishly, "It's all your fault, I have to comb my hair again. Get up quickly, have breakfast and send me to sign the contract." At 10 o'clock in the morning, Wu Yun drove Baiyu to the downstairs of her community. This was the first time Wu Yun came to the neighborhood of Baiyu's house. On the north gate, Baiyu told her that this house was built after 2008. It has just been built with multiple floors, so the selling price is not low. The area of this kind of multi-story public pool is very small. Basically, the area inside the apartment is the size shown on the real estate certificate. Baiyu's house is 120 square meters, and the negotiated unit price is more than 4,000 points per square meter. Anyway, Baiyu got 480,000. That's right, Baiyu got it. The money was given to her by Baiyu's parents, and it was also white on the real estate certificate. The name of the month. The big black bull parked on the side of the road. The roar of its engine attracted the attention of many people on the side of the road. Wu Yun opened the car door and got out of the car first, then walked to the passenger seat and opened the scissor door for Baiyu, blocking the eyes of onlookers outside and preventing Baiyu from being exposed. "Just kidding, I haven't even seen it yet and I'm letting you see it." Wu Yun took Baiyu's soft hand and pulled her up at once. Baiyu took Wu Yun straight to the agency store downstairs in the community. The agents had already noticed the two of them, and when they saw Baiyu bringing Wu Yun over, they rushed to ask the two of them a handsome guy and a beautiful girl are looking at the house. "I'm looking for Li Hui. I'm here to sign a contract." Baiyu looked inside and didn't find Li Hui. You two, please come with me and take a rest first. Li Hui is preparing information inside. A man who looked to be in his 30s said he should be the manager of the store. After waiting for a while, the house buyers also came to the store. They were a young couple. Because the agent had helped negotiate the price before, several people came to the store. There was no conversation, but the man who bought the house kept peeking at Bai Yu's face. Only Wu Yun noticed this detail. Wu Yun was very familiar with the contract signing process, so he helped Bai Yu check the terms of the contract. Come on, Wu Yun's business management is a comprehensive skill, and he still knows a little bit about these legal affairs. Bai Yu nodded to Bai Yu, who signed the contract with the seller with confidence because the house sale was a mortgage. After selling the house, Bai Yu only received 150,000 yuan in house payment, and the remaining 330,000 yuan cannot be paid until the bank loan is obtained. Bai Yu will not handle the transfer until he has received the money, which means that it will not take long for Bai Yu to pay. Yu was about to fly back from the capital again. Seeing Wu Yun and the others getting into the Lamborghini, the man who bought the house looked envious and said, "It's great to be rich. Come on, I believe in you." The eyes of the woman holding his hand were full of love. Writing two people's names on the real estate certificate is the greatest trust in marriage now. After lunch, Wu Yun took a rest and drove Bai Yu to the airport. The big black bull passed through the gap between the high-speed vehicles like a bolt of lightning. Slow down. Time is available. If I can't get there, why don't I change my reservation? Bai Yu didn't complain that Wu Yun overslept during his nap, but worriedly grabbed the armrest of the car door. Rest assured, I am an experienced driver. After saying that, Wu Yun stepped on the accelerator again, and the speed of the big black bull soared again. Bai Yu saw 200 displayed on the instrument panel, and felt as if his toes were about to smash his sandals. Wu Yun slowed down to avoid it. Camera, while smiling, I didn't expect the omnipotent Bai Yu to be so timid. I'm not timid. I cherish my life. I'm still young and I don't want to die yet. Bai Yu said tremblingly. Okay. I'll drive slower. Wu Yun reduced the speed of the car to near the speed limit, and Bai Yu's hanging heart slowly calmed down. It was the same place where he sent Bai Yu last time. After listening to Bai Yu's repeated instructions to drive slower, Wu Yun agreed. Bai Yu reluctantly waved to Wu Yun and walked to the boarding gate. After watching Bai Yu disappear, Wu Yun walked to the parking lot. Sitting in the car, Wu Yun was having keks with Wu Ying and Zhang Xini. The crowd uttered, "Sisters, what shall we eat tonight?" I haven't seen a reply after waiting for a while. I guess I am quite busy. 2 days ago, Wu Ying told Wu Yun that the company was on the right track and had made profits. Although it was said that it had not yet reached break-even, it was still very good. Development potential. After all, Nebula Media has only been established for more than half a month, so it is very good to be able to make profits. However, Wu Yun's focus is not on Nebula Media at all. After all, he has so many golden eggs in his hands that he really has no time to manage it. Although according to the valuation of the leading company that will bring goods in the future, wouldn't it be better to create a cradle for the birth of unicorns? Nebula Media Automation. The glass door opened and Wu Yun's figure walked in. "Hello, Mr. Wu." Peng Yujun quickly stood up to say hello, and the two receptionists next to him also stood up and said hello in confusion. Wu Yun nodded to Peng Yujun and asked, "Where are Mr. Wu and the others?" "I didn't even reply to my message. Mr. Wu is holding a summary meeting for several department heads. Today is August 1st. Mr. Wu has scheduled a summary meeting at the beginning of every month," Peng Yujun explained. Wu Yun nodded and said, "I'll go back to the office first and call the people from the general office to the office." After Wu Yun finished speaking, he walked to his office. I heard from Wu Ying and others before that the personnel and administration were merged into the general office. The two receptionists who had never seen Wu Yun asked Peng Yujun excitedly, "This is it? Our which boss? So young. He really looks like a domineering president. Just don't think about it. How can Mr. Wu be something we ordinary-looking people can miss? If you can be a front desk person, at least you have a good image and temperament." It's not what Peng Yujun said. It's just that in Peng Yujun's heart, a rich second generation like Wu Yun has no shortage of women at all. If she pounces on her, she will be played. In addition, I saw the intimate actions between President Wu and the two beautiful vice presidents before, but there was no involvement in it. Her name, Peng Yujun, was spelled backwards, but these things could only be rotten in her heart. At least these words could not be said out of her mouth. He walked out of the front desk, found the office area of the general office, and said to the four girls sitting there, "Mr. Wu wants you to go to his office." "Mr. Wu? Okay." A girl who reacted said, then stood up and said to the people around her, "Let's go." the chairman has called us to meet the legendary second-generation rich chairman. The other 3 people also reacted. When they entered the company, Wu Yun had no longer come to the company, so they had never seen Wu Yun's true appearance. Wu Yun sat on this swivel chair that he had sat on several times, giving a few the newly arrived general office staff or arranging tasks originally. I wanted to invite everyone in the company to have a dinner together tonight, but I thought it was too late now and maybe some people had other plans, so I wanted to find a place to have a dinner together tomorrow night. Wu Yun pointed at the tallest girl and the fatter girl and said, "You two go collect the opinions of all employees and see what they want to eat. Don't be stingy. Use a budget of 200 per person. Oh, by the way, let me tell the finance manager, I will treat you privately without going through the company's accounts." Wu Yun then arranged for the remaining 2 women U2. The office door was closed. Wu Yun looked up and saw Wu Ying and Jiang Sini walking over. Jiang Sini's soft voice was so tempting. "Brother, if you ask what to eat tonight, my sister will prepare delicious food for you when she comes home." Wu Yun said with a smile, "I don't want to eat noodles, I want to eat seafood. I heard that there is a restaurant where the seafood is quite delicious." "Can't you buy it and cook it at home? You have to eat it from outside." Jiang Sini cooed. Wu Ying pinched Wu Yun's shoulders from behind. Every time this happened, she would quietly watch Jiang Sini's actions. "Then cook it at home." On the evening of August 2nd, Wu Yun finished the company dinner. After paying for the meal, Wu Yun said goodbye to Wu Ying and Jiang Sini and drove to Jingyang. Thinking of the thrill last night, Wu Yun was excited and frightened. Wu Yun, who was eating noodles at night, first received a video from Baiyu, saying that she had arrived home, and asked Wu Yun what she was doing. Wu Yun said wittily, "I was thinking of you, and you came just in time." Suddenly Wu Yun frowned, and Baiyu asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "Nothing, just a little stomachache." Wu Yun glanced at Wu Ying, who was working, and said with a smile, "No more, I'm going to the toilet. I'll pick you up again when you come back." Hanging up Baiyu's video, Jiang Sini teased, "Brother, is your girlfriend pretty?" "It's beautiful, but it's a pity that I can only watch it now," Wu Yun said helplessly. Just when Wu Yun was preparing for the next step, the special ringtone for WeChat video rang again. Wu Yun picked it up and saw that it was Chi Fei. He remembered that now was the time to chat with her every night. Wu Yun, so he connected to the video, looked at Chi Fei's pretty face, and said with a smile, "Senior sister, why did you think of taking the initiative to video chat with me today?" "Wu Yun, you are late, half an hour later than usual. So I have no choice but to come and check in person to see which little girl you are dating." Chi Fei was joking, but there was still a searching look in her eyes. "I was just lying on the sofa making plans for a new company, and I lost track of time when I was so busy." Wu Yun brought up other things to divert Chi Fei's attention. Sure enough, Chi Fei was distracted by the new company Wu Yun talked about and asked to open a new company. "What new company to open? Do you have more money than you can use up?" Wu Yun's face twitched slightly and he said with a smile, "I just have a new game idea. I think it will definitely be very profitable in the future, so I will write down the plan first and then buy a game company to implement it." "I think you really have more money than you can use up. I just saw the news that your Nirvana Technology and Phoenix Bicycle signed a 3 billion contract. Is this true?" Chi Fei was very surprised, because Wu Yun chatted with her every day, so it was not surprising that Chi Fei knew the name of Wu Yun's company. Wu Yun smiled and said, "Actually, it's not that exaggerated. The total contract price is 2.75 billion, and it's not a one-time payment, it's divided into many stages. In the first stage, only a deposit of 30 million was paid. Oh, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Chi Fei asked with an inquiring look. "I just have a stomachache, so I have to go to the toilet first." Wu Yun was about to hang up the video. "Wait, I haven't said anything about looking for you yet. I'll go back to Jingyang tomorrow and accompany me to take the exam for Subject 3 the day after tomorrow. After the exam, we'll pick up my roommate. You'll be dead before you arrive at my door the morning after tomorrow," Chi Fei said to Wu Yun fiercely, and then blew Wu Yun a kiss. After hanging up the WeChat video, Wu Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead. By the time Wu Yun arrived in Jingyang, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Looking at the 2 missed videos played by Chi Fei, Wu Yun did not play them back, but sent a message to Chi Fei's senior sister, "I have arrived. It's sunny, I'll pick you up at 7 o'clock tomorrow." After washing, Wu Yun went to bed early to replenish the energy he spent last night. Early the next morning, Wu Yun woke up before the alarm clock went off. Many people are like this. When something is on their mind, the biological clock is sometimes more punctual than the alarm clock. Wu Yun stopped at the door of Chi Fei's single-family villa on time at 7 o'clock. Don't ask how Wu Yun drove into the community. This big black cow was the access card. After registering at the door, the security guard let him in. Chi Fei, wearing short-sleeved shorts and carrying a travel bag, happily got on Wu Yun's passenger side. Wu Yun put the bag into the front storage box before driving away. But what neither of them noticed was Chi Guo's figure on the balcony on the second floor of the villa. Chi Fei sniffed the car after getting in and said, "Wu Yun, let's buy some breakfast first." After that, he directed Wu Yun to the fast food restaurant outside the community. When the two of them arrived at the examination center, there were already many candidates waiting outside the entrance of the examination center. After Wu Yun found a flat parking space and parked, he got out of the car and opened the door for Chi Fila. What a beautiful girl, but it's a pity that the famous flower has an owner. This is what many people think when they see Chi Fei. Wu Yun saw Chi Fei entering the examination room. Although he knew that Chi Fei's examination number was at the front, Wu Yun, who had had examination experience, knew that Chi Fei would not be out in a short time. After all, after passing the examination of Subject 3, there was still Subject 4 waiting. So Wu Yun simply ordered a pot of tea in the tea house opposite the examination center and waited for her while playing with his mobile phone. More than an hour passed like this. Just when Wu Yun was playing games enthusiastically, he heard someone calling his name Wu Yun. Wu Yun. Wu Yun looked up and saw a very familiar face, but Wu Yun forgot about this person again. The name of a high school classmate. This girl did not come to the class reunion at that time. So Wu Yun was very embarrassed and said preemptively, "Hey, why are you here? When are the exams today?" The female high school classmate said, "Take the second exam. The driver's license is too difficult to learn, so I took it a second time." What about you? In the minds of female students, boys are more accepting than girls. I have already obtained my driver's license, and I am taking the test with my sister today. Wu Yun explained that everyone in the class knew that he and Baiyu were together, so he told a small lie, but it couldn't be considered a lie. Originally, he and Chi Fei had nothing to do with each other, they were just getting closer. No. Who knows what will happen if it reaches Baiyu's ears? Wu Yun now has the heart of Neptune, but he doesn't have the courage of Neptune. This female classmate doesn't want to say more on this topic, watching the person in front of him become handsome. Many male classmates came to the meeting and asked curiously, "I heard that last time you had a small gathering, you and Baiyu successfully confessed your love? Falling in love?" Sure enough, when asked this question, Wu Yun thought to himself, but said yes, it's just that Baiyu has gone to the capital now. Hey, he is going to have a long-distance relationship. I remember you applied to Shu Normal University, right? Baiyu Aba's Beijing University, you are really far away. The female classmate sighed, not optimistic about Wu Yun's follow-up. While the two were chatting awkwardly, Chi Fei followed the instructions sent by Wu Yun and came to the tea house. She saw Wu Yun chatting with a girl in cool clothes. The girl's back was turned to her and her face could not be seen. Chi Fei stood at the door, raised the black ID in his hand, and shouted to Wu Yun, "Let's go. Sister has got her driver's license. Get your driver's license out of the way." Chi Fei shouted. The sound attracted the attention of some people in the tea house. Wu Yun took the opportunity to say goodbye to this female high school classmate whose name he couldn't remember, and followed Chi Fei out of the tea house, leaving behind a girl who looked at them with meaningful eyes. "Wu Yun, you're making great progress. You hooked up with a beautiful woman just over an hour after I came in," Chi Fei said teasingly. "This is my high school classmate, we just chatted for a few words," Wu Yun explained, although he knew Chi Fei was joking. "Why do you explain to me? I'm not yours." Chi Fei rolled her eyes and continued, "Don't try to change the subject, hand over the keys to your little cow as soon as possible." Using his glasses, he looked at Chi Fei's 85-point favorability score and his entry-level driving skills. After arguing for a while, Wu Yun still didn't let Chi Fei sit in the main driver's seat. "Xiao Yunzi, go to Xuangliu Airport. The planes with the beauties in our dormitory are about to land one after another. Let's go to the airport for lunch." On the way, Chi Fei received a call from a roommate. Wu Yun felt very gentle when he heard the voice, "Fei Fei, I've arrived at the airport." "Haven't you arrived yet?" "Soon." Chi Fei heard Wu Yun next to him add that it would take another 20 minutes, and immediately said to the phone, "There are still more than 10 minutes, just wait." Wu Yun listened to this, pulled the gear shift paddle, stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the big black bull surged a lot. In the rest area at the exit, Chi Fei saw a delicate figure wearing a light yellow fluffy dress from a distance. "Woman sitting on chair playing with mobile phone, Yao Yao," Chi Fei shouted loudly. The woman who was sitting on the chair with a Jiangnan Watertown temperament stood up, looked at Chi Fei, who rushed over, and gently hugged Chi Fei. "Xiao Yunzi, come here quickly, let me introduce to you this beautiful sister in our dormitory, Li Yao." Chi Fei said to Wu Yun, who was walking slowly behind him. "Hello, senior sister, my name is Wu Yun." Wu Yun raised his left hand and greeted Li Yao. Name Li Yao, age 19, height 165, 90, 8585, had in-depth contact with a man. Wu Yun looked at the score and estimated that Li Yao was there as a boyfriend in the school. Li Yao glanced at the watch on Wu Yun's wrist and said with a smile, "Hello, Wu Yun. We often hear Fei Fei talking about you. I often talk about how my Wu Yun is doing." Chi Fei hurriedly laughed and scolded, "Don't listen to Yao Yao's nonsense, I just mentioned it a few times. Stop talking, go eat first, I'm starving." After lunch, Wu Yun ignored the two people whispering beside him, but took out his mobile phone and continued editing the development plan. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he received another call from a tall, slender beauty. Wu Yun looked very familiar. "I don't know which TV or movie I saw in my previous life. Song Qin, 20 years old, 175 centimeters, 91-80-85. Like Li Yao, Wu Yun had no impression at all. After looking at her skilled acting skills, I guess. In his previous life, he had played a small supporting role or was not famous at all. Of course, he might have become the favorite of some wealthy people. In his previous life, Wu Yun had seen several TV shows or movies that Song Qin had acted in. It's just that she's not the main character, so she only feels familiar but doesn't know her name. As the saying goes, three women are chatting away in a drama, which makes Wu Yun unable to calm down and make plans. It didn't take long, and around 3 o'clock, the last girl in Chi Fei's dormitory got off the plane. To be honest, when they first met, Wu Yun thought there was a man in Chi Fei's dormitory. She was wearing a very neutral white t-shirt in khaki color. Knee-revealing shorts, coupled with short ear-length hair, a tall nose, and an angular face. At first glance, I think this handsome guy is really handsome, but after a closer look, he looks a little feminine. Zheng Shangnan, age 19, height 170, 89. 85-90. Our handsome guy has finally arrived. Chi Fei greeted, avoiding Zheng Shangnan's move to kiss her face. Wu Yun didn't know how to address Zheng Shangnan, so he can only stay with Chi Fei. "Senior sister, let's go. Have you arranged accommodation for the senior students?" Wu Yun said from the side. Chi Fei looked a little embarrassed when he heard this. "It's all your fault. When I got my driver's license in the morning, I grabbed the car with you and forgot to drive." Chi Fei's words made the other three people in the dormitory speechless for a while. Wu Yun said before Chi Fei took out his mobile phone to book a hotel. "In that case, then just stay at my house." "Go to your home? Shall we go back to Jingyang?" Chi Fei was a little confused. She didn't know about Wu Yun buying a house outside the school. "No, just in Chengdu. In order to make it easier to go to work and school, I bought a house of 3 in a community outside the school a few days ago." Wu Yun's words made the other three women look at him in surprise. It seemed that Chi Fei and them did not talk much about him. "I've asked the housekeeper to clean it, and the beds and everything are new." Chi Fei looked at the three women and asked, "What do you think? Should we stay in a hotel or go to Wu Yun's house?" "Let's go to Wu Yun's house." "Anything is fine," Zheng Shangnan said nonchalantly, and after saying that, he was about to kiss Li Yao. Song Qin, the eldest sister in the dormitory, said, "Go to Wu Yun's house, Fei Fei, you can just save us a big meal on the room fee." Wu Yun then used Didi to hail a car, and soon someone took the order. So he led a few people towards the location, and after putting all 4 people in the car, Wu Yun went to the parking lot. Didi car on the bus, Zheng Shangnan was sitting in the passenger seat. He turned around and asked in confusion, "Chi Fei, didn't you drive here? Why do we still need to take a taxi? Won't Wu Yun come with us?" Zheng Shangnan thought that since he was driving, a car with 5 people would be just enough. Li Yao smiled and said, "Wu Yun's car is probably a 2-seater. Fei Fei, am I right?" Li Yao thought of the watch on Wu Yun's left hand when he greeted her, and knew that Wu Yun must be worth a lot of money. She didn't know if Wu Yun bought the watch on Chi Fei's hand, but Chi Fei refused those rich people in school before. The performance of the second generation probably wasn't. Chi Fei did not deny it and said Wu Yun's car is a powerful Lamborghini. Song Qin was puzzled. "Fei Fei, aren't you very indifferent to these rich second generations? Why are you so special to Wu Yun?" When Chi Fei heard this, a sweet smile appeared on her face. "Wu Yun is different from others. He makes his own money, starts his own company, and lives alone. Moreover, he is not as naive as the rich second generation in school. I am really happy with him." Zheng Shangnan covered his face and said, "It's over, our dormitory has fallen, I have no chance." Because on Didi, the two of them didn't talk about many private topics. They just chatted about daily life and talked about where to go. At this time, there was an engine roar outside the car window and a whistle sounded. Several people turned to look at a black Lamborghini lined up in the right lane. The window of the Lamborghini was lowered. Wu Yun waved to the people, accelerated instantly, and disappeared in front. The driver envied it's better than a sports car. My Corolla is still so slow even though the floor is oily. Wu Yun soon returned to the modern garden of Normal University. It was still early, but I didn't go to the company to have a look. Today happened to be Sunday, and only the RD department in the company was working overtime. After Wu Yun parked the car, he asked Chi Fei that it would take more than 10 minutes for them to arrive, so Wu Yun rushed into the supermarket outside the community to buy some daily necessities. When Wu Yun came out, Chi Fei and others were seated before Didi sent them to the gate. What made Wu Yun a little embarrassed was that he went there once when he was buying a house and never went there again, so he made some jokes while looking for the house number. Well, the second time I came, I wasn't familiar with it either. Wu Yun touched his head in embarrassment and said with a smile. He opened the door and turned sideways to let a few people in. Wu Yun took out the 5 pairs of sandals he had just bought in the supermarket and handed one pair to several people. Chi Fei looked at it. With this warm tone and decoration, he smiled and teased Xia Yunzi, I didn't expect you to like this style. Wu Yun was helpless. Who told him that the person who sold him the house was a woman? After several people changed their shoes and walked around the living room, they began to assign bedrooms in pairs. When eating hot pot in the evening, Chi Fei knew about Wu Yun Company. I was very busy, so I asked for his opinion. Xia Yunzi, do you want to play with us for a few days? Self-driving 318? Wu Yun frowned and asked, if I don't go, who of you will drive? Chi Fei knew that Wu Yun was a little worried. After all, there were many mountainous routes, so he said, the 4 of us now have driver's licenses, but we don't drive much. Only Katsuo drove more when he was in school. Wu Yun took a look at the driving skills of several people. Only Zhang Xingnan's driving skills were proficient, and the others were beginners. You are so brave, okay. There is nothing going on in the company now. The general manager will come back to work tomorrow. The company's products have not been launched yet and he is not busy. Wu Yun continued, I have to go to the company tomorrow. There is a meeting to be held at the beginning of the month. I'll call the headhunter later. I gave them a task 2 days ago and see how it goes. You guys talk first. After Wu Yun finished speaking, he did not shy away from calling the headhunter directly. Manager Lu, have you found a game company that I asked you to sell to? Mr. Wu, please wait a few days. What we have found now are basically game companies in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. There are also some in Chengdu, but they do not meet your requirements. Okay, then I'll wait a few more days and try to get one from Chengdu. Anyone with less than 20 million is acceptable. Wu Yun reiterated his request. No problem. Mr. Wu, please wait for our good news. The 3 girls, who knew little about Wu Yun's details, were still a little shocked when they heard Wu Yun's words, so they casually took out 20 million. Even the top rich second generation in their school did not have this ability. Moreover, they heard from Chi Fei that Wu Yun had already opened 2 companies. Among them, Chi Fei showed them the procurement news of Nirvana Technology. The amount of 3 billion yuan shocked them greatly. Those who study acting only do it as a hobby because their families have money, and the rest are because they want to be famous and earn more money or have the dream of marrying into a wealthy family. Li Yao's eyes flickered and she felt a little regretful. With Wu Yun as a comparison, her boyfriend who drove a Porsche 911 every day in school and lived with his parents' money instantly became unpopular. Buying a watch worth tens of thousands of yuan would take a long time to make you happy. Look at Wu Yun, he said that acquiring other companies was so understated that there is no comparison at all. Wu Yun hung up the phone and said, I'll go with you, but I had a dream before, to take the people I like and travel in an RV. I wonder if you want to travel in an RV. After Wu Yun said this, the other 3 people all looked at Chi Fei. Chi Fei said happily while holding the food in the pot, okay. I think driving a RV is probably more interesting. You can leave when you want and stop when you want. What she cared about was Wu Yun's previous sentence, which she liked, people. So, everyone unanimously passed the resolution to drive 318 in an RV. Good. After the meeting tomorrow, we will rent an RV together and buy supplies on the way. After all, we are going to the plateau, and we must bring many specific things, such as high-reaction medicines and oxygen bottles. Early the next morning, Wu Yun was pulled up by the excited girls. Why are you in a hurry? We have to leave for the meeting at 9:30, and it's only 7:30 now. How can a boss rush to clock in on time? Wu Yun yawned. After eating hot pot last night, Song Qin and others insisted on singing, so Wu Yun showed another skill that shocked a few people, professional proficient level singing skills, so he was ordered after a night of singing. Chi Fei and others put on makeup and sat on the sofa to wait for him. They had agreed to take the bus bought by Wu Yun's company later. Go to the car rental company. It's the rush hour at 8:30 in the morning. There are many cars and pedestrians on the road. Wu Yun and Chi Fei are very conspicuous among the pedestrians, either dragging suitcases or carrying backpacks. We usually drove a short distance, but we didn't expect it to be so far by foot. Fortunately, Wu Yun introduced the situation of Normal University to several people along the way, and they walked for nearly a kilometer. It made a few people bored. Wu Yun's company started work at 9 o'clock, so he met several programmers and administrative staff from the company in the park. It was the rush hour, and Wu Yun and others waited at the elevator door for a while before getting on. Take the elevator and arrive at the company, Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu. Entering the company, they were greeted by voices all the way. Except for Chi Fei, the other three women had only seen scenes of the workplace on TV and were surprised by these. The programmers looked at the four beauties brought in by Wu Yun with bright eyes. Usually, the circle was small and it was difficult to get in touch with women, let alone beauties. Wu Yun brought the women into his office, ignoring the women who were looking around. Wu Yun turned around and walked to Li Qiulian's office. After Song Qin saw Wu Yun go out, he said in Mandarin with a northeastern accent, Feifei, your Wu Yun is really rich. This office alone is bigger than many small companies. Chi Fei said, why, my Wu Yun is really rich. It's not mine yet. Then just give it to me if you don't want to. Song Qin joked, don't even think about it. Wu Yun came to the door of Li Qiulian's office next door, knocked on the door and entered. Li Qiulian was sorting out the meeting materials. When he saw Wu Yun come in, he smiled and said, Mr. Wu, please sit down. He chatted with Li Qiulian for a while and learned more about the contract negotiation that day. Although on the night of signing the contract, Li Qiuliang reported the results to Wu Yun, but many data could not be explained clearly on the mobile phone. According to the agreement, the first batch of 100,000 bicycles will be transported to Chengdu in late August, while the 1,000 original bicycles used for promotion will be delivered within a week. In other words, according to the plan, Little Red Car will start testing and promoting when the original bicycle arrives. In fact, the content and procedures of many company meetings are similar. First, there is a summary and plan of each department, the general manager makes work arrangements, and finally the chairman makes a speech. Wu Yun did not have the habit of long speeches as a leader of a state-owned enterprise. In less than an hour, the meeting ended with Wu Yun's words that everything went according to plan. Pushing open the door of the office, Chi Fei was surprised to see Wu Yun come in and said, it's finished so soon? Wu Yun smiled and said, the company has only been established not long ago, so there isn't much going on. Plus, I'm afraid you'll have to wait too long, so I just ended hastily. Let's go, I've arranged the car. I sat in the company's newly purchased Buick GL8 and arrived at the RV rental company I had reserved. A bald man in the RV rental company was still yawning, as if he hadn't woken up. I saw Wu Yun pushing the door in with four beauties. So we greeted warmly, brother. What type of RV do you want to rent? Boss, what kind of RVs do you have that are suitable for driving with C license? And it needs a large space that can accommodate 5 people. Wu Yun turned around and looked at the driveway of a house in the parking lot outside the door. When the bald boss heard this, he immediately became energetic. He is a big customer. The RVs Wu Yun wants to rent are basically the ones with the highest market prices. Brothers, where are you going to travel and camp? Come on, I'll take you to see the ones that haven't been rented out first. The bald boss said as he led Wu Yun to the parking lot. The bald boss looked at Wu Yun and the 4 women behind him and said, there are a lot of people, so I recommend these 2 models to you. Both of them are suitable. Traveling with 5 people. It is also 5.99 meters long and can be driven with a Blue C license. The bald boss pointed to a large fronted RV with a pickup truck head, and the other was a light truck style RV with a large forehead. Boss, please tell me directly which space is bigger. The 5 of us can fit in it and it's not too crowded. Wu Yun's knowledge of RVs was limited to the few bloggers he had seen on Douyin in his previous life, so he directly stated his requirements to the bald boss. The bald boss looked at Wu Yun, who was half a head taller than him, and said that must be this light truck and RV. It's just more expensive. Because I just bought this one, it is 90 new. So it's 1,500 a day. Wu Yun stood in front of this RV that looked like a light truck. His first impression was pretty good. It's okay. Money is no problem. Before coming here, I also learned about the approximate rental price of the RV, and I knew that the bald boss did not make random quotes. Come on, brothers, let me introduce it to you. You can hang your bike on the rear. Going up this ladder is to check and clean the solar charging panel on it, which is generally not used. Then, the bald boss took Wu Yun and others around the RV, pointed out the location of the through-type storage bin and the external kitchen to Wu Yun and others, and opened the hatch and the pull-out stove to show them. Then the bald boss showed Wu Yun and others how to use the external awning. This is the location of the gray water tank. You must remember to clean it every day because it is connected to the toilet. The bald boss pulled out the gray water tank again and showed how to use it. Wu Yun used his mobile phone to take videos and record the whole process, firstly to keep it as evidence, and secondly as a tutorial for novices, although he had seen many videos of RVs before. Come on, let's go inside and have a look. The door of the living cabin of the RV was opened in the middle. When he walked into the cabin, Wu Yun saw the entire layout of the RV at a glance. Shi Fei and the other girls also looked at the car with curiosity. At the rear is a rear bed that is 1 meter 3 to 4 meters wide. It is more than enough to sleep 2 girls. Below is a through-type storage bin. Under the demonstration of the bald boss, the materials in the storage bin can be obtained from the car. Above the cab is a 1.78 meter wide bed. You can only go up and down with a special ladder. The bald boss opened the bed to reveal a small room with a bathroom and toilet, and a built-in kitchen and refrigerator. Several people showed the location and use of other lockers. Brother, this deck can be expanded outward. Press this switch to have more space after parking. The deck can be lowered to form a bed. In this way, 2 people can sleep in the back of the car, 2 people can sleep in the front of the car, and 1 person can sleep in the booth. It's just right. Moreover, all the sheets in our RV are managed in a hotel style and will be replaced with new ones after each use. If you are worried, you can use your own sheets and quilts. It took more than 10 minutes for the bald boss to show Wu Yun and others all the basic functions of the RV. Bro, what do you think? Wu Yun saw the enthusiastic look of the bald boss. Wu Yun asked Shi Fei and the others with his eyes. They were all satisfied, so he smiled and said, okay, that's it, but the number of days we rent is uncertain. It should be more than 5 days. Bar. The end point of Wu Yun's route is not LS. They just start from Rongqing along 318, and then go to Yan and Ganzi. Just play by chance. No problem, I'll handle the procedures for you right away. The time starts from the day you sign the contract today and continues until the day you return the car. Our cars always have full fuel tanks. Just fill it up when you return the car. Remember to fill up with diesel. By the way, a reminder, when the RV is driving, you must fasten your seatbelt as required and try not to move around in the car. Under the one-stop service of the bald boss, he checked Wu Yun's driver's license, collected the deposit, and said, with 2 contracts, don't you need to take a look again? If there is no problem, just sign the contract. Wu Yun drove the RV and took a few people to a shopping mall to buy long-sleeved pants. He complained in his heart that he really just left at the drop of a hat. He didn't even prepare for the trip, so he just took it for granted and just wanted to hit the road. I found a place that sold quilts and sheets, and bought a bed of cotton batting and quilts to lay on the booth. Anyway, Wu Yun bought everything he could think of. Even the refrigerator was filled with stuff, not to mention the storage warehouse. These reserves were enough for several people to survive in the wild for a week. Note that this is survival, not life. Water resources in RVs are relatively scarce, and for 5 people, they basically have to clean and add water every day. Wu Yun drove the RV through the urban roads and had lunch. It took several people half a day to load the necessary drinking water and food into the car. Wu Yun prepared all the seasonings and materials for the picnic. After preparing these things, Wu Yun drove to an outdoor supply store, bought a baseball bat, a camping axe and a military shovel, and put them all in convenient places in the RV. After doing all this, Wu Yunkai joked with Shi Fei and others how to arrange the sleeping arrangement. I don't dare to sleep alone. Ah. I want to sleep on the forehead bed. Li Yao said excitedly, I want to sleep with Yao Yao. Yao Yao is mine. Zhang Shangnan also followed suit. I want to sleep on Tail's bed. Shi Fei thinks the tail bed is more convenient. I want to sleep in that booth. Song Qin also occupied the road. Then where should I sleep? You sleep with your Shi Fei. Song Qin had a look on his face that said you understand. Wu Yun's smile gradually became abnormal. Okay. After everything was ready, Wu Yun drove the RV westward along National Highway 318. The destination of Wu Yun and others' trip was a camping spot called Starry Sky Camp, which was just off the provincial highway next to National Highway 318. Not far away, a fictional attraction, please do not take it seriously. Wu Yun was sitting alone in the cab driving the car, while the 4 girls were sitting in the booth chatting and eating snacks. From time to time, someone laughed boldly, and the sound belonged to Song Qin. Zhao Yunzi, open your mouth. Shi Fei's gentle voice sounded behind Wu Yun. Wu Yun opened his mouth and felt a strawberry being stuffed into his mouth. He immediately felt a hint of sweetness. There was another burst of laughter and play behind him. The further he walked in, the altitude gradually increased. As the altitude rose, clouds and mist shrouded the mountains, and Wu Yun had to slow down. The traffic gradually slowed down. As the altitude rose, the temperature gradually dropped. The original casement window next to the booth had been closed. Wu Yun. The four women behind him also put on their coats. How much longer? Shi Fei turned around and lay on the backrest of the driver's seat and asked. Wu Yun glanced at the navigation. There are still more than 10 kilometers. It's almost time. It's estimated that we can get there after the clouds and fog. You can play with them and don't worry about me. The Starry Sky Camp is located on a platform mountain in Yun, with an altitude of more than 2,000 meters. Because the altitude here is high and the air pollution and light pollution are small, you can clearly see the starry sky most of the year. If you are lucky, in the morning you can still see the sea of clouds when you get up. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Wu Yun paid the ticket and parking fee, and parked his RV at the designated parking spot, where he could directly see the campsite not far away. The clouds and mist in the distance, as well as the sunset, although it is a niche attraction, can't stand the large number of people in the country. Half of the campsites are already set up with colorful tents. As soon as the car is parked, the girls can't wait to see it. Open the hatch, is so cold. Yi, who was walking at the front, felt the cold air blowing against his face and shivered. Come on, get in the car and change your clothes. Don't catch a cold. Wu Yun glanced at a few people wearing shorts or skirts, especially Shi Fei's beautiful legs that looked particularly slender against the shorts. She really had such good legs. Wu Yun swallowed his saliva. He rushed the girls into the car. Finally, Wu Yun came to the back of the car and raised the parking supports on both sides of the car. Then he took out the winch poles, lowered the side awnings, raised them up, and a simple RV camp was set up. Wu Yun took out a long folding table and 5 folding chairs from the storage warehouse and placed them in the external kitchen, then knocked on the door and said, "Have you changed your clothes? I'm coming in." Wait. Wu Yun was helpless, so he turned around and observed the surrounding environment. There are 2 small buildings not far from the parking lot. One is a canteen and a small canteen. The upstairs is probably where the staff live. The other is a public toilet. The surrounding tourists who came to camp also looked at Wu Yun's RV with curiosity. Some of them looked longingly. Wu Yun looked at the parking lot and saw that there were still 3 RVs, but they all looked smaller. Xiao Yunzi, come in quickly. Shi Fei opened the cabin door, wearing a spring and autumn baseball uniform that she just bought today, and changed her lower body into a pair of jeans. She stood at the door and shouted to Wu Yun. Wu Yun rushed into the car in 2 or 3 steps and pressed the button of the expansion compartment, and the deck position will be slowly moved out. This makes it much more spacious. Okay, maids, after taking the photos, you should prepare dinner. I'm hungry. Wu Yun, like a landlord and a wealthy man, commanded the women and said, "Yes, sir." After finishing the barbecue, the sky had darkened, and there were countless stars, and an obvious galaxy ran through the entire sky. It was so beautiful that people couldn't help but yearn for it. Standing on the observation deck, Wu Yun had seen this magnificent galaxy more than once, but that was when he was a child. There was not so much pollution. At that time, he could see it when he looked up. I really want to see this galaxy. It's a pity that we were born 500 years earlier. Wu Yun looked down at Shi Fei, who was looking up at the stars. Looking up at the sky made her chin and facial curves look very beautiful. Just wait for me, I'll go get something. Wu Yun turned around and ran towards the RV, leaving behind the 4 girls who were looking at each other. After a while, Shi Fei and others saw Wu Yun running over with a big box in his hand. Wu Yun came to Shi Fei, staring directly into Shi Fei's eyes. Shi Fei felt a little embarrassed to stare at him. He didn't dare to look directly at Wu Yun, and moved his gaze to the box in Wu Yun's hand. "What's this?" Shi Fei asked softly. Wu Yun took 2 steps back, and then suddenly shouted, "Senior, be my girlfriend." Then he opened the box and took out a large bouquet of roses and a small box that were prepared inside. "Promise him. Promise him. Promise him." The 3 girls from Songqing were cheering on the side, and then some of the tourists who were attracted by Wu Yun's shouts also joined in the cheering. Shi Fei was a little surprised and a little surprised. She thought that she and Wu Yun would become each other naturally. A pair of boyfriend and girlfriend did not expect Wu Yun to give her such a surprise. Shi Fei smiled like a blooming plum blossom, which made Wu Yun enchanted. Shi Fei took the big bouquet of roses from Wu Yun's hand and laughed softly. Said, "Thank you, Xiao Yunzi. I am very happy." Suddenly Shi Fei held the flower in one hand, stepped forward and hooked Wu Yun's neck with her right hand, tiptoed and kissed Wu Yun's mouth like a dragonfly dripping water. Oh, there was a commotion all around. "Kiss me again. Have a wet kiss." Wu Yun did not hesitate, hugged Qifei's slender but strong waist with both hands, lowered his head and kissed her. Under the starry sky in the distance, a couple is immersed in their own world, completely without the shyness of being surrounded by the crowd. When a photographer onlooker saw this scene, he immediately picked up the camera in his hand and squatted down not far from Wu Yun and the two of them, and the clicking sound continued. Qifei reacted, shyly burying her head in Wu Yun's chest and covering her face with flowers. Song Qin and the others were still making noises, and the flashlights on their mobile phones kept flashing. Qifei looked up and stared at Wu Yun's glasses and asked, "Xia Yunzi, when did you go buy the flowers? And this gift? Aren't we together today?" Wu Yun smiled and said, "I was shopping while you all were there. When I was putting on clothes, I ordered takeout. As for the contents of this box, they have been prepared long ago. As for what it is, you can open it and see for yourself." Wu Yun pretended to be mysterious. The contracts not choose to open it on the spot, but kissed Wu Yun on the cheek, and then led Song Qin and the three girls to the RV with the flowers in his arms. Wu Yun saw Qifei's love for him. The favorability has soared to 90, and I feel that this improvised confession is quite useful, and I have completed the first base with Qifei. Seeing that the photographer who just took pictures of them is about to put away his camera, Wu Yun walked over and said, "Hello. Can you send me the photo you just took? How much does it cost?" The artistic ponytail photographer wearing a peaked cap smiled and said, "Brother, if you don't tell me, I will come to you. Let's add your contact information. I will send the photos after the post-processing is completed. The current early photos do not show the Milky Way. As for the fee, it's free. I just want to ask for your opinions. I want to post it on my personal Weibo, so I need your permission." "No problem." The two exchanged WeChat messages. At this time, the four of Qifei walked over from the RV talking and laughing again, and started the standard tourist photo-taking mode. Qifei also pulled Wu Yun from time to time to pose in various intimate poses. Action photo in the RV. Li Yao encouraged Qifei, "Open that little box quickly and let us see what your Xia Yunzi gave you." Qifei asked Wu Yun for his opinion with his eyes and saw him nodding. Finally, I slowly opened the wrapped ribbon. With a smile on his face, Qifei opened the box wrapped in wrapping paper, revealing the packaging inside. It was a square box, with the letters and logo of Jaeger-LeCoultre revealed. "Wow! It's a Jaeger-LeCoultre watch. Fei, your little Yunzi is so willing to give up." Li Yao saw the logo and thought of the Jaeger-LeCoultre watch on Wu Yun's wrist, feeling a little envious. "Zio Yunzi, I can't have it. The Jaeger-LeCoultre watch is too expensive." Qifei quickly refused. Last time she accompanied Wu Yun to Jaeger-LeCoultre, and she knew that Jaeger-LeCoultre's watches were among the most luxurious. Wu Yun waved his hand and said, "Senior sister, you asked me to go shopping with you last time. I said I wanted to buy you a watch. Do you remember what you said?" "I said I would buy you a supercar, but you refused and said that your father would buy you a 911 after you got your driver's license. You also said that we had nothing to do with each other and would not accept such an expensive gift." Wu Yun's words shocked the other three people in the dormitory. They didn't expect Qifei's family to be so rich. But Qifei usually didn't show off in school, so they thought her family was just an ordinary well-off family. They didn't expect Wu Yun to be willing to give Qifei money. They bought a supercar, but when they saw the watch Wu Yun bought, the three of them were relieved. Apart from attending classes at school, they were all familiar with these luxury goods even if they had never been exposed to them. "Open it. Last time I said we have nothing to do and you won't accept my gift. Now that she is my girlfriend, it is normal to receive gifts," Wu Yun said resolutely. Then he added, "The other reason why I give you something is to make some clowns quit in spite of difficulties. After all, we will be in different places after school starts, which will save me a lot of trouble." Unable to resist Wu Yun, Qifei opened the box without ceremony, revealing the dial of a watch. Under the light of the RV, a circle of diamonds sparkled around the dial. A crescent moon occupied the 6 o'clock direction on the dial. The constellations all around are inlaid with diamonds. Girls generally have a special preference for these sparkling things. Even neutral women like Zhang Shangnan are no exception. They look at this Jaeger-LeCoultre watch with bright eyes. "Try it on." Wu Yun took out the watch and touched the silk strap that the shopping guide mentioned. It was very smooth. He took off the brigade from Qifei's wrist and gently put on the new watch for her. The platinum dial was matched with the dark blue embellishment, makes Qifei's wrist skin very fair. "How much did you spend? Look at so many diamonds, they are not cheap," Qifei asked softly, a little helpless at Wu Yun's lavish spending. Before Wu Yun could say anything, Li Yao took the receipt in the box and screamed, "Jaeger-LeCoultre Date Series 353-3490 watch, priced at 450,000. 450,000. Song Qin and Zhang Shangnan were shocked but also envious. They envied Qi Fei for meeting a generous and rich little nanny. Don't make a fuss, even if the senior sister wants a Ferrari, I will buy it for her for 4.5 million. Qi Fei was very touched, knowing that Wu Yun is rich, because she has seen many situations where people who have money are unwilling to spend money on their girlfriends or wives. Alright. It's getting late, let's wash up and go to bed. We have to go on the road tomorrow. Seeing that the excited four girls didn't listen, Wu Yun had no choice but to take a shower by himself and let them pass by Qi Fei's new watch. When Wu Yun came out of the bathroom wearing a tank top and shorts, he saw the four of them still sitting in the booth. Chat on Move Your Butts, I'm going to make the bed. Wu Yun drove a few people out. Oh, right. Remember to save water. Happy times are always short-lived. In the next 5 days, several people drove along National Highway 318, leaving behind several people at the surrounding scenic spots. During this period, Wu Yun received a call from the headhunter and he knew it was time to return. Traveling is a very tiring thing. I didn't feel it when I first started playing. But as soon as I heard that I was going to return, including Qi Fei, I lost the excitement before. The four of them slumped down on the deck listlessly. Let Wu Yun drive them back to Chengdu. Returning to the RV rental center, Wu Yun paid off the balance, and several people began to pack the things in the RV. Wu Yun looked at the big bag of cotton wool and sheets and felt a little headache. He happened to see the bald boss. I don't want this cotton wool and quilt. I'll give it to you. The boss looked at Wu Yun's almost brand new quilt and clicked. Nod. Sitting in the company's GL8, all the way to the modern garden of Normal University, Wu Yun did not go back with Qi Fei and others, but handed the key to Qi Fei's senior sister. Our company still has things to deal with, you guys go back and rest. Wu Yun, who returned to the company, came to Li Qiuliang's office and said, Mr. Li, do you have anything to ask me about? Mr. Wu. You are back. Did you enjoy this trip? Li Qiuliang has seen Wu Yun's circle of friends. A man is traveling in an RV with four beauties. It's a beautiful sight even without going out, which makes people envious. I want to mention here that Wu Yun discovered a Neptune artifact in the System Mall, an automatic shielding device. All information posted in social circles automatically blocks people of the opposite sex who have had in-depth contact or intimate relationships, and can also be set individually. The price is 1 million. Tired. I was the one driving most of the time. Wu Yun subconsciously hammered his waist with his hand, making Li Qiuliang smile meaningfully. Mr. Wu, I mainly want to report to you that the original 1,000 bicycles have arrived at our warehouse. The R&D department is still testing the software link and it is expected to be promoted next week. Li Qiuliang continued. We have produced 2 publicity plans, which still need to be decided by the President Wu. After saying that, Li Qiuliang handed the 2 paper folders to Wu Yun. Fine. I'll go back to my office and take a look first. Let's have a meeting to discuss it later. Wu Yun sat on his boss's chair and opened the folder. Li Qiuliang's plan is very simple. The first one is to ride with his employees to test the system and promote it, and then directly start to put shared bicycles on a large scale and go north. The second one is to invite the media and other internet celebrities to promote it when their employees are riding in Chengdu, and start a large-scale pilot launch in Chengdu. It is estimated that these 2 plans are the focus of internal debate within the company. Wu Yun sent a message to Wang Hao and asked him to come in. Wang Hao, go and inform Mr. Li and the ministers to go to the conference room for a meeting in 5 minutes. Wang Hao nodded in response, turned around and left, closing the door. 5 minutes later, Wu Yun organized the information and went directly to the conference room. When Wu Yun arrived, all the people attending the meeting gathered together. Wu Yun directly stood in front of the host. Everyone sat down and said straight to the point. Today's meeting is mainly to discuss the pros and cons of those 2 plans. I just read it. The main controversy is the scale and location of the launch. Now tell me what you think, starting from left to right. Ding Weixian, the director of the R&D department, sat up straight and said, Mr. Wu, our R&D department has no technical problems. Whether it is positioning or tracking, it can meet the requirements across the country. As long as the number of bicycles is sufficient, I support the full bloom. Only in this way can we seize the market. I heard from our friends that someone at Kyungseong University also proposed a similar concept of sharing, but it was only aimed at the student group. Therefore, I feel that time is still very tight. Although we have taken the lead, some accidents will inevitably happen. Wu Yun nodded. OFO's little yellow car was a concept that was proposed recently, but Chen Daiwei and the others are still tinkering with their few broken bicycles. So Wu Yun is not worried that OFO's little yellow car will catch up with or surpass Nirvana technology. At most they are external competitors competing for the market, and the leader must be Xiahonk. Then Li Yan, the administrative and personnel director, expressed a different view. What Minister Ding said makes sense, but I think we should be considered. The actual situation of the company, the preparation of personnel and materials, and coordination with relevant departments must be considered. It is necessary to accumulate experience and personnel from the pilot issuance in Chengdu. Logistics supervisor Wang Wei also expressed basically the same views as Li Yan. The main reason is that there are too few logistics and maintenance personnel. When bicycles are released on a large scale, the problem of scarcity of delivery and maintenance personnel may arise. Lu Liang of the propaganda department was convinced. The boss said that his department would implement the company's decision and only mentioned a few ways to publicize it. Sun Shui from the finance department talked about the company's financial situation and how much deposits he expected to receive for the first batch of bicycles. Wu Yun turned his attention. Li Qiuliang. Li Qiuliang organized his thoughts and said, actually, everyone has overlooked one point, which is that our first batch of bicycles is 100,000. Calculated based on Chengdu's population of 20 million, minus the elderly and minors, even if for 10 million people, 1 million vehicles will be needed to fully supply the coverage of 10 people per vehicle. If you put these 100,000 vehicles in, you won't even get a chance, and it will also create the effect of hunger marketing. What I mean is that the focus of the launch of Little Red Car will be on Chengdu, and a small amount of investment will be carried out in other first-tier cities. First, it can achieve the publicity effect, and second, it can train manpower in advance. During the fermentation of Little Red Car, we will have enough time to prepare funds and personnel for large-scale promotion. Wu Yun nodded and said, I still think so. Send people to other first-tier cities to serve as outposts first, and focus on Chengdu. Afterwards, everyone discussed the details of the launch. After the meeting, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Wu Yun then said, let's go, let's treat everyone to a dinner tonight. We haven't had a dinner together since the company was established. Wu Yun told Qi Fei about his itinerary by the way. He told her no during the previous meeting. Wait until you have dinner. When Wu Yun returned home smelling of alcohol, he knocked on the door. After a while, the door was opened, revealing a face covered with a facial mask. Wu Yun could easily tell from the figure and height under the pajamas that this was Qi Fei. As soon as he hugged Qi Fei pushed him away. I hate it. It smells like alcohol. Go take a shower. I'll cut some fruit for you. Wu Yun felt a sense of relief as the hot water poured down from his head. In the past few days, due to limited water resources, although I can wash up every day, my bathing is also a bit limited. One is because there is less water, and the other is that the plateau environment is prone to accidents. Closing his eyes and enjoying the wash of hot water, Wu Yun recalled the contents of the previous meeting in his mind. After preparing for his rebirth for so long, his first career was finally about to be launched. In the final meeting, it was agreed that the Little Red Car will be fully launched on August 21st. Today is August 9th. There are still 11 days to test the system and publicity, and discuss issues such as parking and anti-theft with relevant departments. Wu Yun does not need to pay too much attention to the future development of Xiahonk. He only needs to solve a few important things such as deposit issues and parking issues, and wait for capital to send money, even if Xiaowang and Mobike come out in advance. Wu Yun is not afraid. With the deposit as his trump card, he is not afraid that he will not be able to kill them. I just happened to go check out the game companies for sale that were recommended by headhunters tomorrow. It's time to expand into new companies, and Qi Fei, by the way. For her future, Wu Yun feels that he needs to set up another film and television company and invest in some big IP novels, TV series and movies that have made a lot of money for generations to come, and can still win beauties back. Just as Cao Cao was about to arrive, there was a knock on the door of the master bathroom, and Qi Fei's concerned voice came. Xia Yunzi, are you okay? Why haven't you come out yet? Wu Yun was about to answer, but thought about it and held it back. Qi Fei saw that no one responded in the bathroom, but there was still the sound of water. Regardless of being shy, Qi Fei quickly pushed open the unlocked bathroom door. Wu Yun stood naked behind the door. When he saw Qi Fei pushing the door open, he immediately closed the door and hugged Qi Fei from behind, making Qi Fei scream. Senior sister, don't be afraid, it's me. Wu Yun said with his mouth close to Qi Fei's ear. The hot breath he exhaled made Qi Fei shiver, and visible goosebumps appeared on Qi Fei's body. Qi Fei was wearing a light cotton nightgown and was hugged by Wu Yun from behind. Only a layer of cotton clothes could not block the contact between the two. Qi Fei felt something behind her. She had never eaten pork but had seen pigs running around, and she instantly knew what it was. The water on Wu Yun's body had not yet dried, so Chi Fei's back was soaked with such a hug. The white cotton clothes would become translucent when exposed to water, but Wu Yun could not see all this for the time being. The blowing in his ear made Chi Fei's whole body go weak, and he leaned against Wu Yun involuntarily. Wu Yun put his head around Chi Fei's shoulder, held Chi Fei's chin up with his right hand, and kissed Chi Fei's lips. "Fei Fei, are you okay?" The words mixed with the northeastern accent sounded outside the door. Song Qin knocked on the door and asked. Chi Fei reacted immediately, turned around and pushed Wu Yun away. Looking at the Chi Fei blushed a little, kissed Wu Yun on the mouth and said, "It's okay, I just fell down and my back is wet." After Chi Fei finished speaking, she motioned to Wu Yun to stand behind the door, and she wanted to open the door and go out. After seeing Chi Fei go out, Wu Yunkai took a shower in hot water again. After he calmed down, he wiped off the water and put on his tank top and shorts and left the bedroom. As soon as Wu Yun went out to the living room, he saw the three girls Song Qin looking at him with ambiguous eyes. Wu Yun touched his nose and said, "Why are they all looking at me like this?" Song Qin asked, "Just now what did you do to Fei Fei in the bathroom?" "I saw her coming out with a red face." "Right. Leniency for confession." Li Yao said, "Resist strictness." Zheng Shengnan crossed his arms and continued Li Yao's words. They all said that the senior sister slipped and fell. As for why she was blushing, it would be strange not to blush after seeing my naked body. I didn't even scream. I was exposed and I suffered a loss. Wu Yun muttered, sitting on a chair in the dining room, using a toothpick to fork a piece of cut watermelon into his mouth. "Cut. It's weird if I believe you." Song Qin sneered, not believing Wu Yun's words at all. He continued, "It seems that someone in our dormitory 404 is going to change from a girl to a young woman." Chi Fei, who had just changed clothes and came out, heard this and explained it was a fall. "You also saw that my back to buttocks were all wet. Maybe your little Yunzi likes from behind?" Li Yao said meaningfully. "Hate. Yao Yao, you are so dirty." Early the next morning, Wu Yun's biological clock woke him up on time. The thing he had been looking forward to all night long did not happen, which made Wu Yun slightly regretful. After buying some breakfast outside and taking it home, Wu Yun knocked on the door to wake the girls up for dinner. While eating, Chi Fei said, "Xia Yunzi, I'm going to take them back to Jingyang to have fun and taste our Jingyang special dry pot, so we are going back today." Wu Yun was startled and thought he still wanted to stay here for a few days to visit Chengdu, so he said, "Then do you want me to send someone to see you off?" "No, I've already asked my dad's driver to pick me up. I'll take one of your keys and we'll be here again after 2 days of fun. So, if you want to hide your beauty in the Golden House, hurry up in these 2 days." Chi Fei joked. Wu Yun nodded and said, "Well, I happen to be busy these days and don't have time to accompany you. I will go to see the company recommended to me by the headhunter later." "Sent to you, it's okay, you are all busy people, with hundreds of millions per second, little girls dare not delay the boss's important events." Song Qin also joked. Wu Yun seriously suspected that she was driving, but unfortunately there was no evidence. After finishing the meal, Wu Yun took his backpack and said, "I made an appointment with someone, so I'll leave first. Remember to take the trash out for me." After saying that, he closed the door, leaving the 4 girls speechless. Chengdu on Sunday is not comparable to Chengdu on weekdays. There are cars and people everywhere. The time agreed between Wu Yun and the headhunter is coming soon, but ended up being stuck in a traffic jam. Wu Yun was a little helpless. Just as he was about to make a call, the headhunter called, "Mr. Wu, I'm sorry, there is a traffic jam today. I may have to arrive later." "It's okay, I'm still stuck on the road." After saying that, Wu Yun also flashed his high beam to indicate that the slow train in front of him had turned green and had not yet started. In this case, the only way to go faster was to fly. When Wu Yun arrived at the agreed place, the headhunter waited for a long time. As for why they traveled so far, the main reason was that the 3 companies recommended by the headhunter were all in this industrial park. When the headhunter saw Wu Yun come in, he stood up and greeted Mr. Wu, "This way." After Wu Yun sat down in the booth, he casually ordered a cup of coffee with the waiter and then said, "Manager Zhang, let me check the information first." Manager Zhang handed Wu Yun 3 reports prepared early in the morning. In the report, the company name, legal representative, registered capital, number of employees and department allocation were listed, as well as all projects developed or contacted by the company. It's much clearer than what you can find by searching online. The first one is a small company called Kunpeng Online Game Company, Ltd. With only more than 50 employees, most of whom are production developers. The experience of developing a client game project was that the public beta of the developed client game failed, and subsequent financing was unsuccessful, so the boss was planning to sell the company. The second one was a game studio called Galaxy. There are only about 20 people, all of whom are game developers and artists. They usually develop some small mobile games by themselves, or provide game OEM services for some big companies. The boss has a personal problem. The boss wants to sell 5 million. The third company is a larger company called Chijo Interactive Entertainment Network Technology Company Limited, which has more than 100 people. It has mobile games in operation and client games in development. The company is currently seeking Series A financing. The final report pointed out that the possibility of acquisition is low. Manager Zhang saw Wu Yun finished reading the report and said with a smile, "Mr. Wu, I believe you have read it. In fact, you also know that what we are mainly promoting today is the first company called Kunpeng Online Games and the second game studio called Galaxy. At first, you requested a mobile game or client game development company and a team with game development experience, so we recommended one. Do you have any questions?" "No doubt, help me make an appointment with the bosses of these two companies. I want to visit the company first and then make a decision." In Wu Yun's memory, there are very few well-known PC and mobile game companies in Southwest China, but there are definitely not these two, so if we don't acquire them today, we may face bankruptcy or acquisition in the future. Kunpeng Online Games Company Limited. Li Yuanming received a call from a headhunter. As soon as he heard that a buyer was coming, he immediately asked someone to sort out the information. In fact, he had nothing to prepare. It was just the information that had been used to tell stories for capital financing. The only difference from before is that this time Li Yuanming is preparing to sell his hard work. Sitting in his office, looking around at the familiar environment, closing his eyes and thinking about the ups and downs he has experienced here in the past few years, Li Yuanming sighed. He had no choice but to hold on to the funds to develop new projects. The buyer still had a few minutes to arrive, but out of concern, Li Yuanming got up and prepared to greet him personally at the door of the company. After a while, Li Yuanming saw a headhunter who had a close relationship with him coming from the elevator with a fashionable young man. Li Yuanming was a little disappointed, but then he cheered up and smiled to greet him. "Mr. Li, this is Mr. Wu, young and promising, with strong strength." The headhunter introduced it first and gave Li Yuanming a reassuring injection. "Hello, Mr. Wu. This way please." Li Yuanming stretched out his hand to guide. The office where Kunpeng Online Game Company Limited is located is only 300 square meters, but there are more than 50 employees, so it looks a bit crowded at a glance. The employees working at the computer looked curiously at the boss with the two visited various places in the company, and the leader was a little too young. Many people thought that Mr. Li had found some kind of capital to visit and was preparing to raise funds. Except for a few people who knew the inside story, they all just wanted to watch the excitement. Mood. The company was not big, so Wu Yun quickly finished the tour, so he followed Li Yuanming to his office. Li Yuanming took out the prepared information and handed it to Wu Yun. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became quiet, and only Wu Yun turned over the papers. The sound. Wu Yun looked at it and found that it was similar to the information given to him by the headhunter Zhang, but the angle was different and more detailed. Wu Yun was not interested in what projects the company was developing now. He just wanted to have a mature one. If there are not enough people in the PC game development team, we need to pay high salaries so that we can quickly launch the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds plan. Wu Yun closed the information in his hand and asked Mr. Li, "I only have one question, that is, if I acquire your company, do you know how many people will leave?" Li Yuanming understood what Wu Yun meant, and was afraid that after he got the money, he would take away a group of people and start a new business, so he smiled and said, "Mr. Wu, I don't plan to play games anymore. I plan to invest in industry, so don't worry, as long as you don't with layoffs, basically no one will leave." Wu Yun nodded, "That's no problem. As long as the audit is passed, the legal representative can be changed, and my funds can be withdrawn at any time." When Li Yuanming heard this, he felt relieved and was not worried about failing the external audit. The three of them chatted for a while in the office and made an appointment to conduct a financial audit tomorrow. Wu Yun left with the headhunter manager Zhang. Kunpeng Online Game Company Limited in the elevator. "Manager Zhang, I would also like to trouble you to find me two managers. One is the general manager of the company, and the other is the creative director of the game. The standards should be in accordance with the highest standards in the industry," Wu Yun said to manager Zhang. As soon as manager Zhang heard this, he immediately took out his mobile phone and recorded Wu Yun's request in a memo. The customer is God, and he will definitely satisfy those who can satisfy him. When he returns to the company, he will take a look at the resource library. No relevant talents correct. If that studio can be acquired later, find me two people with the same position and the same standards. Currently, mobile phones have not yet penetrated into various industries. People can survive without mobile phones. In a few years, mobile games will be no worse than PC games in attracting money. The office of Galaxy Game Studio is not far from here, and soon the two entered a very old office building. In fact, the situation of Galaxy Game Studio was much better than that of Kunpeng Games. At least it was still profitable. However, the boss was in urgent need of money due to special circumstances and had to package and sell it. Wu Yun didn't bother to bargain, and directly agreed to Galaxy Game Studio's request for an estimated price of 5 million. In the next week, Wu Yun was busy making transfers for the two companies. First, 15 million was missing from Wu Yun's account. The rebate was successfully repaid 5 times, and the monthly rebate quota was filled up in an instant. The account balance was first paid out with 15 million, and then 32.4 million was transferred, with a balance of 40.39 million. If there was no system and Wu Yun's source of funds had a reasonable explanation, otherwise, Wu Yun would have been blocked long ago. Seeing his experience, he still had more than 22 million experience points to upgrade to level 6. It seemed that an upgrade was in sight. Kunpeng Online Game Company Limited first changed its legal representative, and then Wu Yun changed it again. In order to facilitate management, Wu Yun upgraded Galaxy Game Studio to Rongqing Galaxy Network Company Limited and rented 2 furnished offices in a newly built office building in a nearby science and technology industrial park. This idea was unanimously approved by all employees. To this end, Wu Yun injected another 15 million into the two companies, and all expenses were paid into the company's account. The 30 million expenditure finally allowed Wu Yun's system to be successfully upgraded to level 6 7.05 million 1 billion. The 6-level system hangs up for 31.25 yuan per second every day, 2.7 million yuan per day, and 81 million yuan in 1 month. The amount of consumption rebates can be advanced for 3 months to 1/8 times the advanced rebate, and the limit is 1/8 times per day. The monthly quota is 3 times. However, after upgrading to level 6, the system has blocked the BUG. Even if the rebate quota has been used up after the previous upgrade, the remaining rebate quota after the upgrade can be continued. Now that the bug has been cleared, Wu Yun does not receive the quota. Either way, the rebate will have to wait until the next month. Looking at the remaining balance of just over 10,000, Wu Yun couldn't help but sigh that the money was used up so quickly. After upgrading to level 6, the system routinely rewarded Wu Yun with a lottery opportunity. On the day after the upgrade, Wu Yun used this lottery, which made Wu Yun both excited and a little regretful. He won a discount coupon for villa purchase and decoration. Unfortunately, the discount coupon was limited to less than 40 million. The experience is still settled according to the actual cost of the villa. Wu Yun lamented that he was very lucky in every draw, either winning skills or high-value items. There is no time limit for this discount coupon. Wu Yun is ready to smooth out everything. When he went to look at the villas in Rongqing, he had only heard of the luxury of some villas before. Wu Yun was also excited when he thought that he would have his own villa soon, and then he lamented why there was a limit of 20 million. He dared to do so regardless of the limit. Going to Shanghai to buy that legendary mansion, it can only be said that people's greed is unlimited. Sometimes people's luck is concentrated, and good things come one after another. I have just settled the relocation of 2 companies. Wu Yun received a call from the headhunter. Mr. Wu, according to your requirements, we have found 4 talents who meet the standards for you. After preliminary contact, they are all willing to change jobs and join your company. I have sent the information of the 4 people to your WeChat. Wu Yun looked at the information of the 4 people. They were all experienced practitioners, and the previous company was also a well-known large company in the country. However, under the temptation of Wu Yun's large sum of money and equity, they were all ready to change jobs. The next day, Wu Yun met 4 people in the chairman's office of Kunpeng Games. Ling Yi, 35 years old, a master of company management and development vision. Lu Changsheng, 34 years old, a master of game creativity and game development. Chao, 36 years old, master of management, master of game creativity. Xi Fei, 35 years old, master of game development, master of development vision. Based on the skills of several people, Wu Yun arranged Ling Yi as the general manager of Kunpeng Games. Lu Changsheng was assigned as the deputy general manager and creative director of Kunpeng Games. Wang Chao was assigned to be the general manager of Galaxy Network, and Qi Fei, who has the same surname as Qi Fei, was assigned as the technical director. All 4 of them received 5. The promise of the shares was the same as that given to Li Qiuliang, with only the right to dividends within 1 year and no right to sell, and Wu Yun had limited purchase rights. The abilities of the four people were enough to support Kunpeng and Galaxy to become large game companies, and they were all very capable. They complement each other. I don't know if it's due to the system or the complementarity of their abilities. The two partners looked at each other, and they felt like they had met each other too late. Wu Yun was sitting on the sofa in the chairman's office of Kunpeng Games, and Ling Yi was sitting in the chair. Sitting next to Lu Changsheng couldn't calm down when he saw the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game plan that Wu Yun took out. The first thing Wu Yun did after he became the legal representative of both companies was, I signed a confidentiality agreement and a no business agreement with all employees. I have never eaten pork, and I have seen pigs running away. Many companies in the future have been sued because of these. Signing this agreement is just an extra layer of protection. If the profits are too high, some people will still take risks. Mr. Wu, the mode of your game is really novel. It fully demonstrates the definition of escape and killing. Moreover, I think it can continuously update the firearms or game modes and maps. The playability is better than the current CS and Crossfire. Much better. I have a hunch that it will be a big hit as soon as we go online. Lu Changsheng said after carefully studying the planning document that Wu Yun took out. Wu Yun inspected Lu Changsheng with great interest, and Lu Changsheng quickly expressed his opinion. Mr. Wu, it's not that there are no Battle Royale games. I personally think that Arma 2 can be regarded as the originator of the Battle Royale game. I have studied them carefully, but in comparison, your plan is definitely the best. What a genius idea! Lu Changsheng didn't mean to flatter Wu Yun, but the plan Wu Yun came up with was undoubtedly a revelation to Lu Changsheng, who had been studying various types of client games. Lu Changsheng changed his tone and said, Mr. Wu, however, as far as I know, a foreign company is internally testing a Battle Royale type doomsday game called H1N1. I heard that at the beginning, you are randomly born somewhere on the map, and then you set out to explore the city and the wilderness. As long as H1Z1 is launched in public beta, it will definitely become the absolute boss among all current Battle Royale games. Lu Changsheng then changed his tone, however, your PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is aimed at killing them completely. The skydiving experience of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is refreshing. Coupled with the exciting shrinking rules, the Battle Royale mode becomes more and more exciting the further you go. As long as you want your game route to be different in each game, I think this is the charm of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. So we let them jump online first, and we secretly exerted our strength behind them. The game history of Wu Yunmai shows that H1N1 is a doomsday survival sandbox online game developed by Daybreak and released on PS4 and Steam platforms on January 15, 2015. The game history shows that H1N1 is the most failed. It's just that they have too many cheats, and cheats have become indispensable equipment for H1N1. Although they still severely cracked down on cheats, they were inevitably surpassed by the more novel PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The more Lu Changsheng talked about it, the more excited he became. And your PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds allows players to freely choose their skydiving spots instead of random skydiving in H1N1. Including guns, you can freely add and subtract accessories instead of just using them after picking them up like H1N1. I think this is how our game can seize the market. Key? Wu Yun nodded with satisfaction. He is indeed an elite talent recommended to him by the headhunter. He has a very thorough analysis of this aspect of the game. You are right, but the most important thing is to increase investment and resolutely crack down on cheats. This is the key to the continued popularity of this game. Increase investment in RD, I believe it will be easy to make money. Of course Wu Yun will not follow the old path of Blue Cave. Blue Cave is a small company in the country and is reluctant to earn income from game cheats, but Wu Yun will not. Wu Yun will increase investment in combating cheats. In fact, the popularity of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is originally it can last for a long time, but as the first game company to compromise on cheats, Bluehole has completely broken the hearts of many domestic players. With Wu Yun's vision, it is completely possible to develop many valuable peripherals around PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, whether it is an online competitive game or offline PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds competitions. Both can increase the influence of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. A company like Bluehole that indulges in cheating can get a valuation of $5 billion. Wu Yun is confident that it can do better and let PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds win. Survival becomes more popular, by the way. The most important thing is to register all the patents that can be registered with me, and don't underestimate the ability of domestic companies to copy. Don't worry, Mr. Wu. Ling Yi, who had been silent, said that after reading Wu Yun's business plan, he was full of confidence in the company's development. He was sure that he would become a billionaire in the near future. Then the three of them expressed their opinions on the company's development, personnel recruitment, or we briefly discussed plans for high-paying employees in game development. Wu Yun planned to be a half-hand boss like he did with Nirvana Technology. Everyone said that college life was good, and Wu Yun wanted to experience a different college life again. The game aspect about PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds came to an end, and Wu Yun joked with the two of them, "I'll rely on you to buy a bigger house from now on." Ling Yi and Liu Changxing smiled, knowing that Wu Yun was not short of money. Wu Yun came out of Kunpeng Game and took the elevator downstairs. On the Galaxy Network, the other two generals in the future were waiting for Wu Yun excitedly. The arrival of Wu Yun's mobile game plan was given to Wang Chao and Xi Fei in advance so that they could get familiar with it first. Galaxy Network. As expected by Wu Yun, Wang Chao and Xi Fei behaved just like Ling Yi and Liu Changxing in Kunpeng Games. They were very excited and happy to participate in this project with great potential. Of course, the reason for the 5 stake cannot be ruled out. After all, according to their estimation, as soon as the game is launched, they will join the billionaire club in a short time. Wang Chao couldn't hold back the smile on his face, and said, "Mr. Wu, I think your idea is really great. First of all, the PC game of this game has a large audience, but after all, not everyone can stay by my computer at any time, so once a similar mobile game is released, I don't have to worry about the game audience at all." Wu Yun nodded and said, "Anyway, the responsibility will be left to you. I heard that Tencent is preparing to develop a similar mobile game. I think it must be developed before them. Now your task is to create the art first and register all the patents that can be registered. I hope to hear your good news later." Recently, Wu Yun has been very busy due to the establishment of 2 game project acquisition companies. Wu Yun is basically living a 3-point-in-1-line life. The company Normal University Modern Garden Fighting Hall. In the evening, in addition to video games with Qi Fei and Bai Yu, there are no other entertainment activities. Qi Fei is currently traveling around Shu province with her 3 roommates. She takes various photos of tourists in various styles for Wu Yun every day, and even deliberately tests Wu Yun's concentration during the videos. Wu Yun made Wu Yun vow to make Qi Fei a woman before she starts school. As for Bai Yu, she only chatted with Wu Yun occasionally. Because she knew that Wu Yun was busy, she only video chatted with Wu Yun at night. At the same time, she also told Wu Yun the flight information to return to Shu province in 2 days. This morning, he finally finished the urgent matters at hand, and Wu Yun instantly felt relaxed. When people are full and warm, they think about lust. Correspondingly, once people are free, they will have random thoughts. Wu Yun originally wanted to find Wu Ying and the 2 girls, but I heard that he is very busy recently. One is expanding the company's business, and the other is taking over the promotion of Nirvana Technology. So Wu Yun didn't plan to disturb them after asking about the situation. Just when Wu Yun was wondering whether he should go to space again tonight, a message popped up on WeChat that surprised Wu Yun. "Junior, are you free tonight?" Wu Yun's mind flashed back to the car model Senior that he added when he bought the car. She had a hot figure, bulging front and back, and she looked like a fitness goddess. Wu Yun and Wen Meng usually chatted like friends occasionally, and received likes in their circle of friends. So the news Wen Meng sent today made him a little surprised, but he also had some expectations. Of course, Wu Yun would not admit that he had inappropriate thoughts about this Kexi Senior. "Senior sister, what's the matter? I just finished my work. The beauty has a date, even if she is not available, she is still available. Well, I just want to ask you to do me a favor." Wen Meng sent this message. Wu Yun looked at the WeChat interface where Wen Meng was editing, and then the words he was editing disappeared, and then began to appear again. Wu Yun knew that Wen Meng must have deleted the edited words. He typed and deleted it. He must have been too embarrassed to say it, or he was asking him for help or borrowing money. It was probably these 2 things, so Wu Yun jokingly replied, "Except for treating you like that. Boyfriend, I can help with everything else. Hey, how do you know I want you to be my boyfriend?" Then the message was withdrawn by Wen Meng a few seconds later, and he re-edited the message and sent it. "I said it wrong. I wanted to ask you to play my boyfriend tonight. Our dormitory classmates celebrated her birthday and invited some classmates and her friends. Among her friends there was a rich second generation who kept trying to chase me, but I didn't like it. I like boys like my junior, so I would like to ask my junior to play the role of my boyfriend, so that what I have always said about having a boyfriend can be proven to be true. I wonder if my junior is free." If Wu Yun was really an 18-year-old young boy, he would probably believe Wen Meng's words. However, coupled with his personal experience in his previous life and the influence of the internet, Wu Yun could clearly sense Wen Meng's little intentions, including, of course, half of Wen Meng's words were true, which was to let him play the role of her boyfriend and make some flies next to her retreat. "Okay, but we've never been boyfriend and girlfriend. So what should we do if the acting doesn't look like them? If you don't take advantage of the opportunity, how can you live up to the title of King of Wuhai? Wen Meng was silent for a few minutes and then replied with a voice message. He said in a shy tone, Junior, I can let you hold hands and hug me. Well, kissing is not allowed under special circumstances. This is because I see you as my junior, and I won't give him a chance to hold hands with anyone else. Time and location. I'll pick you up? Wu Yun said bluntly. Da Hainyo stopped in the parking lot of the bus station. Wu Yun waited in the car for a while before receiving the news that Wen Meng had arrived. He sent Wen Meng a message that he was in the parking lot and asked her to come directly and get on the bus. As for why he didn't pick her up at the station exit, Wu Yun didn't want Wen Meng to think that he was someone he liked to lick. Wen Meng, who had ridden in a Lamborghini model car, knew how to open the door of the big black cow. After a while, Wen Meng got in. It's so hot. Wen Meng first adjusted the air outlet of the passenger air conditioner and then flapped her right hand. The movements of Wen Meng's hands caused her body to tremble, causing the peaks under her tight-fitting shirt to sway, attracting Wu Yun's attention. Wen Meng seemed to not seeing anything. He fanned a few times, stopped, turned around, pulled the seatbelt from behind and fastened it. Wu Yun noticed that the seatbelt was deeply sunk into the ravine, which made people who don't know the smell of meat these days. Wu Yun is a little hot, Junior. Why don't you leave? Is there flowers on my face? Wen Meng asked with a smile. Let's go. How about I go buy some gifts first? After all, it is your classmate who is having a birthday. Wu Yun asked. Wen Meng raised the gift bag in his hand and said, You are my boyfriend today. I bought a gift so I don't have to buy anymore. Wu Yun nodded and no longer struggled with this issue, so he pretended to be naive and smiled. Sister, why don't we rehearse how to be a boyfriend and girlfriend first? After all, I haven't been in love yet. It will be embarrassing if the secret is revealed later. Wen Meng rubbed his hands together and placed them between the white and tender thighs under the denim skirt. His face turned red and he lowered his head, almost sinking his chin into the ravine of his chest. Junior, how about we hug each other and find out the feelings? Wen Meng moved for a while, feeling that the seatbelt was in the way. He then unbuckled the seatbelt, and the force of the rebound caused a tremor in his chest. Wu Yun gently pulled Wen Meng sideways and hugged her, pretending to be at a loss with his right hand. He couldn't find a place to put it, so he simply put it on Wen Meng's waist. The feeling of fullness disappeared in a flash, and Wu Yun didn't hold on to it, preparing to catch a big fish for a long time. Who would have thought that the moment they separated, Wen Meng would lose it? After giving Wu Yun a gentle kiss on his face, he immediately sat upright and covered his face. Senior sister, you took advantage of me, you only agreed to hug me. Seeing the favorable impression rising to 80, Wu Yun showed a smile on his lips. A courtyard hotpot parking lot somewhere in Chengdu. As soon as Wu Yun parked the car under the instruction of the security guard, Wen Meng saw other classmates not far away from the car, as well as Wu Yun's main opponent today, who happened to be parking the car as well. Junior, look, the guy driving the BMW coupe is the one pursuing me. He is also a student at the school. He is in the same class as me and changes girlfriends very quickly, so I don't like it. Wen Meng pointed to Wu Yun the white BMW M4 that was parking opposite. When Wu Yun saw this familiar white BMW M4, he remembered that in his previous life, when he first entered school, he often saw this car carrying different beauties in and out of school. Senior sister, let me open the door for you. Wu Yun first opened the scissor door. Under the gaze of other people in the parking lot, he came to the passenger seat and opened the door for Wen Meng. He skillfully took Wen Meng's right hand, pulled her up from the seat, and then closed the door. He held Wen Meng's hand and walked to the appointed place. Wen Meng's height made Wu Yun feel a little stressed. Fortunately, Wen Meng did not wear high heels today, but wore a pair of flat sandals, which prevented Wu Yun from feeling too uncomfortable. It looked very short. In the BMW M4, Luo Hanggan was still sending the photo of the big black cow he had just taken to his group of car friends, when he saw a beautiful woman he was very familiar with walking out of the co-pilot. I just started pursuing my dream of literature during the semester. I just didn't expect that it would be so difficult to pursue it. In the past, the method of cheating me with a small amount of money didn't work. Now that I saw this scene, Luo Hung couldn't help but. He swore and slapped the steering wheel hard. He knew that he had no chance now. Wen Meng is such a top-notch goddess. Even if they are not boyfriend and girlfriend now, the Lamborghini man will not let such a top-notch goddess go unless he doesn't. Normal. The lights of the BMW M4 turned on for a few minutes, and then the engine sound turned off, and Luo Hong got out of the car. After thinking about it, he decided to attend Yang Shasha's birthday. Even though he was here, his original plan was disrupted. Just treat it like a normal birthday party, maybe you can even make new friends. Salsa. This is my boyfriend, Wu Yun. He is about to become our junior fellow student. Wen Meng took Wu Yun's hand and said to Yang Shasha, winking at her. Yang Shasha is Wen Meng University's best friend, so she knows the reasons for all this, even this plan to have a boyfriend. It was all her advice to Wen Meng, but Yang Shasha didn't expect that Wen Meng would find a handsome boy who was 2 years younger than them. Could it be that he would be interrogated later and dared to attack his junior? Old cow eats young grass. Wen Meng handed Yang Shasha the gift she had prepared earlier, and then said, "We met Luo Han when we just arrived." Yang Shasha asked, "Are you okay? He didn't pester you, did he?" Wen Meng covered his mouth and smiled. "If he sees the two of us, as long as he is not stupid, he will probably not come again." Yang Shasha was even more curious about what happened, but there were other classmates and friends around now, so it was hard to ask in person, so she raised her phone, and Wen Meng immediately nodded. Wu Yun looked at Wen Meng with some boredom. They were talking quietly, and the others were gathering in groups of 2s and 3s to set up the Dragon Gate formation. They were most afraid of encountering this situation at the party. They didn't know each other and could only hide it by playing with their mobile phones in embarrassment. Fortunately, Wen Meng did not forget Wu Yun, his temporary boyfriend. Instead of holding Wu Yun's hand, Wu Yun turned around and whispered to Wu Yun, who was present. Wu Yun first looked at Yang Shasha. A score of 85-85-80 was considered a beauty in the eyes of ordinary people. When Wu Yun was observing the others, a voice came from behind. "Brother, let me meet you, my name is Luo Hong." Luo Hong came to Wu Yun and said with a smile, extending his hand. As the saying goes, don't hit the smiling person. Wu Yun also stood up, shook Luo Hong's hand with his hand, and said, "My name is Wu Yun." Yang Shasha and Wen Meng looked at the two of them, feeling a little hesitant to speak. Others around them knew that Luo Hong was pursuing Wen Meng, so they all sat together and prepared to watch a good show. "I really envy you. I wonder if I have a chance to have a test, so that I can fill the gap with M4 and supercars." Luo Hong gave up pursuing his dream of literature, and instead prepared to make friends with Wu Yun. As an avid sports car enthusiast, getting to know more friends who play sports cars together will not only allow them to play together, but also expand their connections and make plans for the future. So speaking of which, you can only see scenes in novels where people are sent to your door to show off and slapped in the face. In reality, there are really very few brain-dead rich second-generation people. They are definitely smarter and know more than most ordinary people. He and Wen Meng were relieved when they saw that there would be no conflict. Wen Meng stood up and took Wu Yun's right hand and said, "Luo Hong, this is my boyfriend, and he will be our junior student from the beginning of this semester." The classmates who were watching the excitement looked at Wu Yun in surprise. They didn't expect that he would get the beauty of the dance department before he even went to college. Luo Hong smiled and said, "Wen Meng, I won't bother you anymore. Congratulations first. My brother brought the beauty back home. Junior, let's add you on WeChat and I'll invite you into our sports car group. The people in it are nice to talk to and all of them are talented people." Luo Hong raised an eyebrow at Wu Yun after finishing speaking. Wen Meng knew that Luo Hong had given up. He used to call her Meng Meng with saliva, but now calls her by her full name, and is ready to treat her as an ordinary friend. This makes her today the preparation for the night was like a punch on cotton. Seeing that nothing happened, Wen Meng pulled Wu Yun to sit down and continued chatting with Yang Shasha. "Seniors, where do you usually compete?" Wu Yun has long wanted to unleash the potential of the big black bull, but he has never been able to find a venue, and he does not dare to drive too fast on the highway. He only drove over 220 at most, which is still far from the top speed of a Lamborghini. People in our group usually look for sections of road with fewer people, which are better than straight roads, and drive on mountain roads with less fear of accidents. Luo Hong introduced, then clicked on his phone and flipped through the photos to show Wu Yun. "I thought you were going to go run around the track." Wu Yun was a little disappointed. "I've only been to the track once, always with the older guys in the group, but I wanted to go watch their supercar competition." "If you want to compete on the track, I can introduce you to it then." Luo Hong felt a little embarrassed and touched his nose. After knowing that Wu Yun hadn't gone to college yet, he became even more anxious to make friends. "We have an event tonight. I wonder if the juniors are interested in participating?" Luo Hong added Wu Yun's WeChat and asked casually. "Forget it, I've been busy recently and have to get up early tomorrow morning. I'll go check it out with my seniors after school starts. Of course, if there's a track competition, be sure to notify me." Wu Yun was chatting with Luo Hong while eating hot pot and asking about the school circle. There were some things Wu Yun couldn't ask Wen Meng. It happened that he met Luo Hong and could learn more about the circle he had never been in contact with before. Although Luo Hong's the circle can only be considered low-end. Xin Ran, Help me take a video of the toast together. Yang Shasha turned on her phone's camera and handed it to another roommate in the dormitory. Then Yang Shasha raised her own cup with a drink and said, come on. Friends, let's do this together. I wish you all a happy day and singles will find their boyfriends and girlfriends. Cheers. Happy birthday to Shasha. Happy birthday. Before Wu Yun put down the cup in his hand, he heard the footsteps of several people behind him. Their voices were not low yet, and they directly overwhelmed the congratulations of everyone. Happy birthday to you, beauty. More beauties, please add more. How about WeChat? Wu Yun turned around and saw 5 short-haired men in their 20s and 30s with big logos of Versace and other luxury goods on their chests walking over. These people all held beer bottles in one hand and wine glasses in the other, and 2 or 3 of them had red faces. The atmosphere immediately became silent. There were only 9 people at Yang Shasha's party tonight, and there were only 3 men including Wu Yun, so the momentum instantly weakened. As the host, Yang Shasha bravely said, thank you for your congratulations. Let's have a drink and skip WeChat. We all have boyfriends. The leader, a fat man in his 30s, said with a smile, no, don't be so stingy. We just want to meet some beauties. After saying that, he put the wine bottle in his left hand and held it between his fingers, and slapped Wen Meng's but with his right hand. Wu Yun reacted quickly, and when he was about to hit Wen Meng with his palm, he grabbed the man's wrist and threw him away and said in a deep voice, what do you want to do, harass my girlfriend? Wu Yun finished speaking. He pulled the frightened Wen Meng behind him. Seeing this, Luo Hang also stood next to Wu Yun and stared at the man. The man was not embarrassed at all by Wu Yun's hand being thrown away, but he still said with a smile, no, brothers, I have some good things to share, don't you think? After the man said this, the brothers behind him began to cheer. Echoed with a smile. Only Wu Yun noticed that the man moved the bottle of wine to his right hand and held the bottle upside down. The man's face suddenly changed and he smiled sinisterly, brother, today I am going to add your girlfriend to WeChat. I wonder if you will give me this face. Wu Yun didn't care about his ability or his strength. They were all confident and didn't take the man's threatening words to heart. He smiled and said, brother, your face is worthless. It's useless to hold it. After saying that, Wu Yun spent money in the system mall. I bought an intermediate strength potion for 100,000 yuan. Within 10 minutes, my strength increased by 20. After clicking to use it, my strength reached 94.8. This explosive power is basically equivalent to one punch for ordinary people. Luo Hang on the side also raised the corners of his mouth slightly after hearing this. After hearing Wu Yun's words, the man stared coldly at Wu Yun for a while, then pointed with his left hand at the position where Wu Yun's eyes were, and turned around to leave. Just when everyone thought the man was about to leave, he turned around and suddenly turned around. Body, the beer bottle in his right hand hit Wu Yun's head. Wu Yun, who had been prepared for a long time, did not break into the man's inner circle because he had a plan in mind when he noticed that the senior sister named Shinran was still filming the video here with her mobile phone. When the man turned around, Wu Yun picked up Wen Meng's bag and blocked it on his left forearm. As expected, the man's wine bottle came over. The wine bottle shattered on Wu Yun's forearm, and the beer in the bottle splashed on Wu Yun's left side, most of which was blocked by the bag. The moment the man saw that the blow was ineffective, he stabbed Wu Yun in the thigh with the broken bottle in his hand. Wu Yun took the bag with his left hand and smashed it down, hitting the man's wrist. The moment he hit it, his right fist hit the man's ear directly, and then the man fell straight back to the ground, accompanied by the sound of the wine bottle falling to the ground. It took just a few seconds from the time the man turned around to when he fell to the ground. No one, including probably his younger brother, reacted. When those people on the opposite side saw their brother being knocked down, they all rushed over with red faces and bottles of wine. Because it was a courtyard hot pot, the space in the pavilion was relatively narrow, and the man who had just been knocked down by Wu Yun blocked part of the way, so Wu Yun only had to face 2 people. So Wu Yun took the initiative and kicked the man on the right, Versace, on the chest, causing him to fall backwards, just in time to block the momentum of the 2 people behind him. I saw Wu Yun kicking off his body and immediately took advantage of the momentum to step forward and break into the inner circle of the man on the left, causing his beer bottle to empty behind Wu Yun. The moment Wu Yun broke into the inner circle, his left forearm blocked the swinging arm of the man on the left, and his right flat elbow directly hit the man's chin. There was only a cracking sound of bone cracking, and the man fell to the ground instantly. After rushing out of the pavilion, the grass outside was empty. Just now, the movement was blocked and the remaining 3 people also recovered. Versace rubbed his chest and said with a fierce look, boy, you are awesome. Kick him for me. The 3 people surrounded him in a zigzag shape. Come over. Luo Han picked up the chair and rushed out, hitting one of them. The moment Wu Yun was attracted to the attention of the three of them, he kicked Versace Man in the stomach with a sidestep. Versace Man flew out in an instant and rolled twice on the ground, holding his stomach like a curled-up giant shrimp. One ducked sideways to avoid the wine bottle of the remaining short-haired man, and a short body got behind the man, wrapped his arms around the man's waist and picked him up. Wu Yun hesitated for a moment and did not choose to throw him on his back, and threw him to the ground. The powerful impact made the man who fell to the ground feel that his internal organs were displaced. Before he could feel the feeling, he was knocked unconscious by Wu Yun's fist. Careful! Wu Yun subconsciously jumped forward and turned around. At the end, a red-faced man was about to chase after him, but was knocked to the ground by Luo Heng's chair. Wu Yun stopped Luo Heng from smashing the chair on the red-faced man's head. He just controlled him and shouted to Wen Meng and the crowd of onlookers, "Sister, call the police." When Meng was still waking up from a dream, shivering, he took out his mobile phone from his bag on the ground and dialed the police number. Wu Yun stood up, looked at the 5 people lying on the ground, shook his head helplessly and said to Luo Heng Sr., "It seems that your competition tonight is going to be ruined." At this time, Luo Heng was looking at him with admiration. Wu Yun said, "Junior, I really admire you. Not only are you handsome, but you can also fight if you have money. If I were a woman, I would definitely chase you." To be honest, anyone who sees someone who is not very strong can the man who knocked down 4 strong men with weapons within 1 minute had to give a thumbs up in admiration. Wu Yun ignored Luo Heng's praise and shouted to Senior Shinran, who was taking the video in the crowd, "Senior Shinran, please take the video. Forward the video and you will each have a copy." After saying this, Wu Yun called the company's legal affairs department again. "Lawyer Gu, help me contact a few lawyers for civil and criminal matters. I just got into a fight. It should be considered self-defense. There is video and surveillance of the entire process. We should also take some pictures." Lawyer Gu on the other end of the phone is the director of Nirvana Technologies' legal department. She specializes in economic law and corporate law. She is not very familiar with civil and criminal law, but she has a wide circle, so Wu Yun asked her to handle it. Gu Jin received a call from Wu Yun and heard Wu Yun's general situation. She knew that the problem tonight was not big. There were witnesses and physical evidence, and Wu Yun was rich, so there would be no problem. So Gu Jin called her friend's law firm, relayed Wu Yun's situation, and asked them to be on call at any time to pick him up at the police station where Wu Yun would go later. After making the call, Gu Jin thought about it and explained the situation to General Manager Li Qiuliang. After Li Qiuliang received the call, he first heard that Wu Yun was fighting and was about to go to the police station. He was still a little anxious. Later, he was relieved when he heard Gu Jin's explanation. The little red car will be online soon. If something goes wrong with Wu Yun, the company may be in trouble. Li Qiuliang, who had just arrived home from work, didn't care about eating. After telling his wife that he had something to do and went out, he drove to Gu Jin's friend's law office regardless of his wife's complaints about letting him eat. Turning his attention to Wu Yun, the man who was knocked down first stood up unsteadily on the bench. Before he could stand firmly, he sat down on the ground again, feeling like the world was spinning. If a person is hit at the base of the ear, it will instantly destroy the person's balance ability, and in severe cases, it will cause the person to become unconscious instantly. This was the case with the man who just took the lead. The police came soon. After asking about the situation at the scene, the police shouted into the intercom, "2 more cars are coming here, they need support, there are a lot of people." Police station inquiry room. Wu Yun sat down facing the door. Opposite him were 2 policemen. The middle-aged policeman was responsible for questioning, while the young policeman turned on the recording device and held a pen to prepare for recording. "Name: Wu Yun." Wu Yun replied calmly. "Age: 18. Why fight?" "Uncle policeman, I'm not fighting, those people are harassing my girlfriend. I fought back out of legitimate self-defense." Wu Yun explained, not in a hurry. "Anyway, there is a video as evidence, and he also sent the video to the lawyer, Li Qiuliang, and others. He is not afraid of anyone tampering with it. Even if it is not possible, there are system props to teach them how to behave." "Oh, tell us about the situation at that time." "What happened was that we had just started to raise glasses at the party when we were interrupted by those 5 people. They wanted to forcibly add my girlfriend's WeChat account and even touched her but with their hands, but I stopped them." Later, Wu Yun's eloquence was also impressed by his proficiency, so he spoke out the situation at that time with great eloquence. "So you beat 5 against 5 and knocked down 4? You can do it, young man. Have you practiced?" The middle-aged policeman has been in the police for many years and has never seen any kind of situation. As soon as he arrived at the scene of today's report, he knew most of the situation. There were gangsters on one side and students on the other. It's just that the situation was a little different today. Someone was injured, but it was the one who was injured. A few gangsters, yes, I have practiced. Practiced since childhood till now, Wu Yun said calmly. The failure of the strength potion made Wu Yun feel a sense of emptiness. Wu Yun's words made the young policeman on the side admire him. Even the police team could knock down 4 or 5 strong men with weapons with bare hands. There are very few people in the country who have this ability without getting hurt. Okay, you go out first and call his girlfriend in. Wu Yun followed the young male policeman to the inquiry room, came to Wen Meng's side, and said to Wen Meng, don't be afraid, trust your boyfriend. Wu Yun believed that Wen Meng was smart and would definitely understand what he meant. More than 10 minutes passed. At this time, there was a sound of leather shoes stepping on the ground at the door of the police station. Li Qiuliang was wearing a white shirt, followed by several people. An urban elite in summer professional attire. The policeman on duty in the lobby stood up and asked, "What do you want?" At this time, Li Qiuliang had already seen Wu Yun and his party sitting on the bench, so he nodded to a middle-aged lawyer behind him and took a step back. The middle-aged lawyer stepped forward and handed over his business card and said hello. The police officer, our lawyer Wu Yun, is here for my client and is now requesting to meet with him. Although Wu Yun has been seen, the middle-aged lawyer still said this out of rules. The police on duty also watched the video and knew that the fault tonight was basically those gangsters, and this group of students would basically not do anything. What's the problem? You don't even need money to accompany him. That's right. One of the gangsters has a fractured jaw and is now having difficulty speaking. After getting permission from the police on duty, Li Qiuliang and others immediately turned to Wu Yun and others walked away. Mr. Wu, are you okay? Li Qiuliang walked over quickly, looked Wu Yun up and down, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he was not injured. Wu Yun also stood up and said with a smile, Mr. Li, it's okay. Everyone. I need to trouble you so late. It's okay, Mr. Wu, this is lawyer Zhang Guowei from Guowei Law Firm, and these are his assistants. Li Qiuliang turned around and introduced Wu Yun. Hello, Mr. Wu. I am Gu Zhen's fellow student. Zhang Guowei stretched out his hand to shake hands with Wu Yun. Just when the lawyers understood the situation, Yang Shasha looked at Wu Yun with bright eyes. At this time, Wu Yun no longer looked like the passionate young man he was when he was eating, but was just mature and steady. And an inexplicable temperament. Luo Hong was also surprised when he listened to the conversation of several people. He originally thought that Wu Yun was just a rich second generation, but he didn't expect that he was already the boss of the company. This made him still ask his parents. The favor of asking for money was so embarrassing. At this time Wen Meng also came out and was called over by Wu Yun. Wu Yun took Wen Meng's hand and said, Lawyer Zhang, this is Wen Meng. She is the one being harassed by those gangsters tonight. Everyone's eyes looked at Wen Meng's body, and they showed a look that was indeed the case. Li Qiuliang looked at the completely different beauty from the one who came to the company last time. No wonder this figure could attract people to commit crimes, and he couldn't help but lament the life of the rich second generation. It's really great, Mr. Wu, leave the rest to me. If nothing happens, everyone can go home soon. Our team will also be responsible for handling subsequent matters. Zhang Guowei smiled confidently at Wu Yun. Originally, he didn't have to take part in the case tonight. He paid great attention to the phone call from his schoolmate. In addition, he wanted to expand his network and get to know Wu Yun, a potential big client. Zhang Guowei felt that with so many people testifying physical evidence, and not allowing Wu Yun to fully defend himself, and sending those people to jail for a few days, it was a disgrace to his professional knowledge. At this time, the policeman on duty in the lobby had already informed the person in charge of the case, the middle-aged policeman who had just questioned Wu Yun. The middle-aged policeman came out and came to Zhang Guowei. Zhang Guowei handed over his business card and introduced himself. Hello, police officer. I am Wu Yun's personal lawyer, and this is my business card. What is your name, police officer? My name is Wang. The middle-aged policeman has a headache. He is most afraid of dealing with these eloquent lawyers. Although the case is very clear, the young man named Wu Yun will basically be fine. Wu Yun is not in the mood to listen to what lawyer Zhang and officer Wang have to say. I was in a good mood tonight and was disturbed by a few gangsters. It was like a fly dropped in the rice. I searched for bodyguard services in the system mall and found a large number of options, all of which were one-time and immediate services. There are mercenary options from young gangsters to more high-end ones, at various price points. In this case tonight, if you are not familiar with the system's services, you will not have time to order. You will still need permanent bodyguards in the future. Mr. Li, when is the launch date of the little red car determined this week? Wu Yun did not break away from Wen Meng's hand holding his elbow. He turned to Li Qiuliang and said, "Today is August 19th and it is already Tuesday. The original plan was to start going online in the second half of the year." Li Qiuliang knew that Wu Yun was busy recently. Other companies then said we plan to go online on the 21st. We have been promoting it recently. The first batch of 300,000 bicycles will arrive tomorrow. We are planning to invest 260,000 bicycles in Chengdu and one in each city in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. 10,000 vehicles as advance publicity. Wen Meng's eyes lit up, and he knew that the little red car was a product of the recently famous Nirvana technology, but he didn't expect it to be Wu Yun's company. He held Wu Yun's hand and hugged her tighter, and asked Wu Yun through a layer of clothes. In the past 10 days, people riding red bicycles can be seen everywhere in the streets of Chengdu. There are also many reviews and opinions about shared bicycles on the internet. Most of the public opinions are positive, and few are positive. Some comments can't make any waves good. Then execute it as planned. First of all, I would like to congratulate Mr. Li on becoming a billionaire. Wu Yun laughed. Ha ha. Thank you, Mr. Wu, for your words. But Mr. Wu, the OFO little yellow car that you asked me to pay attention to has been established in Beijing. It happened in the past few days. Maybe it was stimulated by us. They are actively contacting capital and want to attract angel round investment. Li Qiuliang said with a smile, but then he changed his voice and told Wu Yun the industry information he was paying attention to recently. Wu Yun was surprised. He didn't expect OFO Xiaowang Car to raise angel round financing in advance due to his own reasons. But Wu Yun didn't either. Worryingly, Angel Wheel's OFO little yellow car is probably just a corporate plan, and it will probably have to wait until the fourth quarter before they go online. By then, Wu Yun is probably not too ambitious. It is impossible to monopolize the whole country. How many bicycles are needed to monopolize thousands of cities across the country? So just be a leading company. Of course, he will not give up the share of the big cities and fight to the end. Li Qiuliang just sat on the chair and chatted. Wen Meng sat quietly and listened, like a little daughter-in-law. Wen Meng watched Wu Yun chatting and laughing with someone who was older than him. His calm and unique temperament made him laugh. Wen Meng was intoxicated, and the idea that had been settled tonight became clearer. More than 10 minutes later, under the guidance of Zhang Guowei, Wu Yun and several of the parties signed their names on the corresponding documents, and Zhang Guowei said, "Mr. Wu, it's okay. Just leave the follow-up matters to our team." Wu Yun nodded to Zhang Guowei and said, "Thank you, Lawyer Zhang. Please inform me directly of the expenses incurred, and I will transfer the money to you at that time." Wu Yun turned to Li Qiuliang, who was about to speak, and said, "Mr. Li, this is my private matter, and it is not convenient for the company to file it." Knowing that Li Qiuliang hadn't eaten yet, Wu Yun originally wanted to invite Li Qiuliang to have a supper with him, but Li Qiuliang declined politely, saying that his wife had left food for him at home. Wu Yun didn't ask Li Qiuliang to give it to him either. Instead, they took Didi with Wen Meng and their roommates. Wu Yun, Wen Meng, Luo Han, and Yang Shasha took a Didi back to the courtyard hotpot. Wu Yun and Luo Han went to drive, while Yang Shasha went over to give it. The money was left in a hurry, and she didn't even pay for the hot pot. Her bag was still in the hot pot restaurant. Except for Wu Yun, the other three were chatting with Luo Han in the parking lot. Looking at the sky, Wen Meng accompanied Yang Shasha to pay the bill. "Junior, I really learned a lot today." Luo Han gave Wu Yun a thumbs up. More than a dozen examples can be seen online, but seeing it with my own eyes today was far more shocking than what I saw online. "Senior, you can also practice more, otherwise the other person will not come over to attack me today," Wu Yun said with a smile. Luo Han touched his head in embarrassment. A person like him who plays outside for a long time has no time to learn fighting. Driving a BMW M4 racing and exercising with female friends is his greatest amount of exercise. Being able to stand together and take action today is all because of the courage. "Junior, you know I like to play, but I'm afraid I won't be able to endure this hardship." "It's okay, Senior, you can study occasionally. What if it comes in handy? For example, like today." After chatting for a while, Luo Han left first. Wu Yun sat in the car and waited for Wen Meng, because he had just received a message from Wen Meng when he logged into Didi Jr. "I want to be with you tonight, but I'm a little scared." What a pitiful expression. After a while, the passenger door was opened and Wen Meng got in. Normal University Modern Garden. Wen Meng looked at this familiar place. He often came here to eat when shopping with his classmates. The big black bull turned into the basement and parked in the exclusive parking space. Wu Yun took Wen Meng to the unit door with ease and arrived at the 31st floor. Junior, is this the house you rent? Looking at this warm decoration, Wen Meng instantly fell in love with this style. No, I just bought this some time ago to make it easier for me to go to school and go to the company. The company is located opposite the Jinkai Technology Industry Incubator Park, Wu Yun said as he took out a pair of women's slippers from the shoe cabinet. Wen Meng, who was very happy, froze for a moment, then smiled and said, Junior, I really admire you for starting before you even go to college. Start a business. After Wen Meng heard the conversation between Wu Yun and Li Qiuliang, he searched for information about Nirvana Technology on the internet. Unexpectedly, he found the news that Nirvana Technology and Phoenix Bicycles signed a $3 billion contract. He was originally very high to Wu Yun. Look, it was even harder to close her legs when she saw this. Wen Meng hesitated, took the slippers handed over by Wu Yun, bent slightly and lifted his legs to change out of his own sandals. Wu Yun looked at Wen Meng from the side, glanced at Wen Meng with his glasses, and found that after tonight's events, Wen Meng's favorable impression of him had reached 90 points. This is the first time Wu Yun has seen this kind of situation, and his favorability reached 90 points before the relationship was confirmed. Wu Yun first took Wen Meng to visit the general layout of the house, then pointed to the 2 secondary bedrooms and said, Sister, please choose a bedroom. Both bedrooms have new sheets and quilts, so I asked the cleaning staff to it's been cleaned. Wen Meng thought for a moment and chose the second bedroom opposite the master bedroom. He walked in and suddenly thought of something and said, Junior, do you have any makeup remover? Wu Yun said. He was stunned, then smiled, and said, Look in the bathroom, my friends used it last time, there should still be some there. Wen Meng nodded, turned around and returned to the room. The moment he closed the door, the expression on his charming face was uncertain. Then he seemed to have made up his mind, relaxed his body, found his pajamas from the bag he had brought with him to change clothes, and walked into the bathroom. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when I got home. Wu Yun, who was sweating all over tonight, also got into the bathroom of the master bedroom, preparing to be Jiang Taigong after taking a bath. Zhang Zi said I examine myself 3 times a day. Turning off the lights and lying comfortably on the bed, Wu Yun began to reflect for the day. This is what he has been doing since he was reborn. First, let's reflect on the fight tonight with these drunk gangsters, and think about how to do better if we encounter this kind of situation in the future. Then Wu Yun remembered what Li Qiuliang said that night, that OFO was already seeking angel investment. His little red bike will be launched soon. After the successful rollout, Wu Yun believes that with his own pearls in front, the angel wheel of the little yellow bike will soon be successfully financed, and even other shared bicycles such as Ma-Bike will enter the market in advance. The flapping of butterfly wings causes a hurricane of shared bicycles, which will soon sweep across the country. Thinking of this, the corner of Wu Yun's mouth rose slightly. He wondered whether Xiaowanqi and Ma-Bike could catch the big move Wu Yun had prepared for these shared bicycles. Duo, there was a knock on the bedroom door, and Wen Meng's pleasant voice came from outside the door. Junior, are you asleep? Can I come in and talk to you? Wu Yun's thoughts were interrupted, but he was not angry. He knew that the highlight of the night was coming. Senior sister, the door is unlocked. The bedroom door was opened, and a bright light shone in from the corridor. Wen Meng took a few steps forward and stood next to the wardrobe. The light shone on her back, making the cotton dress and pajamas appear a little transparent. Wu Yun swallowed his saliva. Senior sister, what's the matter? Junior, I'm a little scared. Can I sleep in your room? Wen Meng's voice was trembling. He didn't know whether he was really scared or nervous. Wu Yun swallowed his saliva. Senior, this is not good, we are alone. We don't do anything, so what are we afraid of? Besides, only the 2 of us know. After Wen Meng finished speaking, he pulled down his pajamas with his hands, which made Wu Yun's mouth go dry. Okay, senior sister, please turn off the lights outside. Wu Yun didn't even notice that his voice was hoarse. The lights in the corridor went out, and then Wu Yun heard the sound of the door closing, followed by a burst of gentle footsteps. The soft cement shook for a while, and Wu Yun felt Wen Meng lying down on the left side, very close. The fragrance of the shower gel stimulated Wu Yun's nasal cavity, and the cold quilt was pulled away from his body. The bedroom was silent, and only Wu Yun's slight breathing could be heard. Junior, you have a girlfriend, right? You lied to me when you said you didn't have a girlfriend. Wen Meng asked straight to the point. Wu Yun was startled, but also a little relieved. She probably guessed this from her behavior when getting Wen Meng's slippers. It was reasonable to ask this question, but since she knew that she would come to me at night, isn't there something fishy on the bed? Wu Yun said with a smile. Senior sister, you have guessed it, I won't lie to you, I have a girlfriend, and I have 2 more. 2. Wen Meng's voice rose to a higher level. He turned around in surprise and faced Wu Yun, lying on his side. Yes, one is my classmate and the other is also my senior sister. Wen Meng didn't expect that Wu Yun would still have two things to do, but considering that Wu Yun is so rich, he can be regarded as an outstanding role model among the rich second generation if he doesn't change girlfriends every day. He only heard Wu Yun continue to say I have liked that classmate for 3 years, and we only recently established a relationship. However, her family has moved to Beijing, and she will go to university in Beijing in the future. As for the other senior, she is my senior in high school. She is very beautiful, even more beautiful than you, but she does not have the perfect figure. She will start school soon and go to university in Shanghai. Wu Yun's words of praise for other women made Wen Meng feel a little sour. Then when he heard the words of praise for her figure, he suddenly smiled again. It's just that the light was too dark and Wu Yun couldn't see it. Wen Meng's most confident thing is her figure. The second is appearance. It is precisely because of this figure that she attracts a lot of flies, and of course there are many wealthy second-generation people. However, Wen Meng knows what is most important, so she never fell in love until she met Wu Yun. Wu Yun's words made her eyes light up. Although she knew Wu Yun had a girlfriend, she didn't expect that she was in a different place. Then she had a great chance. Then, junior fellow student, I also want to be your girlfriend. Wen Meng said what was in his heart and felt a sense of relief. Senior sister, you have to think clearly. I'm a scumbag, with only a few boats under my belt. It is impossible for me to give up on all the people before me. If you want to be my girlfriend, I can guarantee that you will have everything they have. After Wen Meng was silent for a while, he suddenly turned over and sat on Wu Yun, then lay down, resting his elbows on the bed, staring at Wu Yun, exhaling. Wen Meng snorted softly and said, yeah, I figured it out. I like Junior very much. Junior, you are really a perfect boyfriend in my heart. I don't deny that I like a rich life, but if I simply only liked money, maybe I would have fallen into the trap of some rich people. The money offensive is on. After a pause, Wen Meng continued, I like Junior, not only are you rich, but you are also handsome and can fight. You started a business before going to college. This is not only courage but also insight. Reflect. I wonder if Junior fellow student can give me this opportunity and let me be your girlfriend in Chengdu. After Wen Meng finished speaking, he looked directly at Wu Yun with charming eyes. After adapting to the darkness, Wu Yun could see clearly. Wu Yun did not speak, but raised his head slightly and kissed Wen Meng's lips. Please be loved well, and flowers will bloom in your dreams. This is the case for Wen Meng. She feels that she has finally found the person she likes. Not only does his appearance meet her requirements, but his financial ability and personal ability far exceed the standards for a boyfriend that he had set for himself before. Although the relationship between her and Wu Yun is not deep, and they don't even know each other well, as long as she likes it, she will fight for the possibility even if she can't see the future. The early morning sun shines on the curtains, and some naughty light penetrates through the gaps in the curtains, shining on the slender and powerful legs on the bed. Wen Meng hasn't woken up yet, but the smile on her face shows that she is having some happy dreams. Wu Yun had already gotten up. Looking at the speckled bloodstains on the light gray sheets, he smiled. Even though he had known the system's score for a long time, he still felt very happy at the moment of in-depth contact. Including the experience in his previous life, this is the first blood he has received. That's right, when I first went to college in my previous life, all I could think about was the gym, fighting gym, muscles, and strength. Later, when I went to the capital to find Baiyu, I saw the intimacy between Baiyu and others. When he adjusted and wanted to fall in love, all he met were that he only had 1 or 2 boyfriends. Wu Yun was not stingy with girls who gave him first blood, so he made up his mind to spend a whole day with Wen Meng after she got up, no matter where she was going or what she was buying. Tomorrow, the 21st, is the day when Little Red Car goes online. Wu Yun probably won't have much time in the next few days. Moreover, Baiyu will meet Jing Yang again, and Chi Fei hasn't gone to school yet. Why did Wu Yun feel that it was so easy to capsize? Wu Yun got up softly and walked into the kitchen shirtless. His skillful cooking skills allowed him to quickly make a light breakfast. Walking into the bedroom, Wen Meng was still sleeping. Wu Yun immediately lay down next to him, just looking at Wen Meng's charming appearance, not knowing what he was thinking in his mind. Sometimes people's sixth sense is very accurate and they can clearly feel other people's eyes. Wen Meng woke up quickly and saw Wu Yun looking straight at him. His face turned slightly red and he said, Junior, what are you looking at? I was looking at beautiful women, but it was too dark last night so I couldn't see them clearly. Wu Yun smiled. Feeling Wu Yun's gaze going down, Wen Meng covered him with a quilt and said, turn around quickly, I need to get dressed. Wu Yun did not move and said, why are you so shy? You are mine now, so it doesn't matter if you let me see you. Okay, no kidding anymore. It's time to get up and eat. I've cooked everything. Can you still cook? Wen Meng looked surprised. Is it strange to be able to cook? Wen Meng was no longer shy, lifted up the quilt in front of Wu Yun, and walked into the bathroom naked. Junior, help me get my toothbrush and towel. The sound of splashing water in Wen Meng's voice came from the bathroom after having a delicious breakfast. Wen Meng originally wanted to take the initiative to clean up, but Wu Yun stopped her and told her to have a good rest. After Wu Yun finished cleaning up, he saw Wen Meng folding the sheets from last night, taking them out, finding a pocket and putting them in. Why, do you want to keep it as a souvenir? Wu Yun said while holding Wen Meng's slender and strong waist. Wen Meng just responded, stroking the sheets gently with his hand. Wu Yun helped her put away her things, and then said, let's go, I will go shopping with you today. Buy a bag. Look, your bag has been smashed by me. Wu Yun pointed to the deep hole on the outside of Wen Meng's handbag. Wen Meng was actually reluctant to part with this affordable luxury brand bag. She bought it by herself through her part-time dance teacher's hard work, without relying on her parents. Half a cent, a very memorable package. Wu Yun saw the reluctance in Wen Meng's heart and said it's okay, if the old ones don't go, the new ones won't come. After saying that, he pulled Wen Meng out of the room. In the car, Wu Yun suddenly asked sister, if I didn't come forward last night, even if I was just asked for WeChat later, would you still choose me? Be your boyfriend? Wen Meng was silent for a while and said maybe I will really be disappointed. Maybe we will just be ordinary friends in the future. After a pause, Wen Meng continued, Junior, last night you pulled me behind you. At that moment, my heart was really moved, even though we were just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend at that time. It seems that being able to fight is somewhat beneficial. The two of them laughed and laughed all the way in the car, and soon they arrived at the city center and drove directly into the IFS parking lot. There are many shopping malls in Chengdu, but Wu Yun still likes IFS and Taikoo Li. If it weren't for the hot weather, Wu Yun would bring them when Meng went shopping in Taikoo Li. After all, she still had too little experience. When Meng followed Wu Yun into the Louis Vuitton store, feeling a little nervous, Wu Yun put his arm around Wen Meng's waist and said in her ear, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Mr. Wu, welcome. One of the shopping guides saw Wu Yun coming in with a strange-looking woman, and knew that the second-generation rich man had changed his girlfriend again, so he came over and greeted him. Wen Meng looked at Wu Yun in surprise, and Wu Yun smiled and said, I bought some bags and clothes from her before, so she got to know me. Then Wu Yun joked again, senior sister, you can buy whatever you want and swipe my face card later. Then he said to the shopping guide, Beauty, give my girlfriend 3 bags, a backpack, a handbag, and a satchel. Wen Meng refused and said not to buy so much, but was stopped by Wu Yun. In less than 20 minutes after entering the store to buy additional bags, he bought 3 bags and spent 65,000 yuan. After walking out of the store, Wen Meng held Wu Yun's hand and said, Junior, you promised to go shopping with me, but you are making shopping like this not very fun for me. Wu Yun reluctantly agreed to Wen Meng's request. Unexpectedly, it was the beginning of a nightmare. Wen Meng didn't look like a woman who had just given her first blood. When she went shopping, it was as if she had taken a physical potion. She continued shopping until she finished eating at lunch. The gift bag in Wu Yun's hand didn't increase much, but her calf felt as heavy as lead. He promised to accompany her, but he could only break his teeth and swallow it. Senior, can we have lunch first? It's already 12 o'clock. Wu Yun stopped Wen Meng, who was full of interest, and said. During the break, Wu Yun received a call from Zhang Guowei's lawyer. The matter last night was over. Wu Yun was judged to be acting in self-defense and not taking any responsibility. Those few while the gangster was responsible for his own medical expenses, he was also detained for 15 days for causing trouble and harassing women. Wu Yun told Wen Meng about this, and Wen Meng shouted that those gangsters deserved it after lunch. They found a coffee shop to rest for 2 hours, and got to know each other's situation. Wu Yun saw Wen Meng's favorability score of 95, so he didn't say anything except that he had a systematic rebirth. Wen Meng told her everything, including that he was an orphan now, the situation of his other 2 girlfriends, and even several companies he had opened. This made Wen Meng feel pity for Wu Yun's experience and admire Yun at the same time. Ability, the favorability of Wu Yun increased by 2 points, reaching 97. Wu Yun also learned about the situation of Wen Meng's family, and saw that she often worked part-time, but it was not because Wen Meng's family's financial conditions were not good, but because they were well off. Family. According to Wen Meng, she worked part-time to increase her social experience and to be self-reliant. This made Wu Yun's favorable impression of Wen Meng a bit stronger. It is a rare thing to keep one's heart under the pursuit of rich people. After resting, the two went shopping and bought some clothes and shoes. then drove directly back to the modern garden of Normal University. After returning home, when Menkai felt as if his soul had been taken away, half lying on the sofa and not wanting to move. Senior sister, come on, take a shower together. On the morning of August 21st, Woo Yun came to Nirvana Technology and sat in his boss's seat waiting for news about the local promotion. Today, except for the personnel who maintain the operation of the software, all employees of Nirvana Technology took to the streets and alleys to promote in crowded places. Instead of the previous publicity rides, this time it was a large-scale local promotion. Last night, 300,000 little red cars were released to Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Chengdu. Among them, Chengdu accounted for 260,000 of them. Little red car solves your troubles of urban congestion and facilitates your last few kilometers. It only costs 0.5 yuan every half hour. The overwhelming advertising flyers swept through the most prosperous areas of Chengdu, especially the many bright red bicycles parked on the street, which attracted everyone's attention. At each parking spot of the little red bicycles, there were local promoters explaining how to use them. New things are either no one cares about, or they become popular on the internet. The previous publicity made many people aware of Xiaohongshu, a new thing about shared bicycles. Now Xiaohongshu is launched on a large scale, and people who have been waiting for it to go online before, one after another, came forward to try it, and attracted many onlookers. The main reason is that it is so convenient and cheap. It only costs 50 cents in half an hour. Is there anything cheaper? And after riding, you can park wherever you want, as long as it doesn't affect traffic. Sometimes you're anxious about waiting for the bus, so riding this little red car saves time and money. The most important thing is that it's convenient and fast. Just download the Little Red Car app and bind your information to pay the deposit in advance. You can scan the code and ride. Everyone understands the deposit of 299. After all, this little red car is not cheap. What if I lose it without paying the deposit? Besides, it is only temporarily stored in the account of the little red car. According to the publicist, you can withdraw money at any time. However, most people will find it troublesome to scan the code next time, and Woo Yun has been paying attention to the download volume of the Xiaohongshu app and the company's deposit. The number of accounts. From 7 o'clock to 11 noon during the peak working period, the number of registered people on the app has reached 750,000, and the average number of deposits per bicycle has reached 225 million. In the branch and president's office, Luo Guangrong listened to the report from his subordinate's president. The amount of Nirvana Technology's special account has exceeded 200 million and is still growing. As a bank that interfaces with welfare lottery, the deposits in the bank are basically although the basic tasks are met, everyone wants a promotion and a salary increase, so Luo Guangrong is also trying every means to achieve some performance. When he first heard that Woo Yun said that he would send someone to negotiate business with him, and that he required the bank to pay a very high interest rate, he was a little scornful at first, thinking that you guys were just trying to get rid of such high interest rates without seeing the money arrive. Of course, Luo Guangrong still warmly received Li Qiuliang and his party. After learning about Woo Yun's company's operating model, he agreed to give the highest deposit interest rate without saying a word, and as a special account, he could pay more than half of the deposit at any time. In return, Woo Yun decided to put all the deposit of the little red car in Luo Guangrong's branch, and allowed 1/3 of the deposit to be used to purchase short-term bank funds. Luo Guangrong also reported and upgraded Woo Yun's black card to the maximum limit. Luo Guangrong nodded to his men and said, "I understand, you need to keep people's attention, and also make a statement to the outside world that our ICBC will supervise the special deposit account of Xiaohongshu to ensure that the user's deposit will not be misappropriated." Phenomenon. According to the previous words of Li Qiuliang, the general manager of Nirvana Technology, the number of people our little red car is expected to cover will be 8 to 10 people. According to Nirvana Technology's estimate, the deposit for the first batch of bicycles this time, it is estimated to be in the range of 720 million to 900 million, and it will even be higher in the future, because there is currently only one shared bicycle brand on the market, Xiaohongshu. Thinking of this, Luo Guangrong couldn't help but smile. Such a big order was placed on his head. This was something he didn't expect. He was planning to find an opportunity to invite Woo Yun out for a meal to bond. Despite Woo Yun's young age, once the little red car is fully rolled out, another billionaire will emerge, an 18-year-old billionaire. It's scary to think about it. Nirvana Technology. Although he knew that sharing bicycles could easily succeed, Woo Yun still waved his fist excitedly. Li Qiuliang's face was also glowing. The success of Xiaohongshu meant that he had been upgraded from a senior worker to a partner, and he was one step closer to becoming a billionaire. After Wu Yun and Li Qiuliang discussed it, Wu Yun sent a message in the company group: everyone has worked hard. When the little red car has completely established its reputation and stabilized at the end of the month, I will give you bonuses. Thank you, Mr. Wu. After employees who were traveling outside saw the news, they also worked harder to promote it. After all, they had to calculate bonuses for scanning their invitation codes to download the app. The initial success of the little red car has raised the cohesion of the company to a higher level. Wu Yun was discussing the next publicity plan with Li Qiuliang. Wu Yun ordered Mr. Li, "We need to increase our publicity efforts, have more local promoters, and put out more advertisements. At least before the next batch of bicycles are released, I want to make sure all the bicycles are put into the city. Everyone knows the little red car." Li Qiuliang said, "Mr. Wu, this is what I'm thinking about. I will use 10 million from the deposit pool as publicity expenses for the 5 places, for land promotion, bus station and subway station posters, and advertisements. According to the media, we believe that through these means, the number of registered users can quickly reach the expected number of registered users, or even higher. When the second batch of bicycles comes out, we can take advantage of the situation. The more users we have, the more deposits we can make. Only with more cars can the number of cars be increased. Nirvana Technologies' deposit interest can be more, and Nirvana Technologies' valuation can be higher. This is a good cycle." After discussing with Li Qiuliang for a while, it was already dinner time, and Li Qiuliang said, "Mr. Wu, let's go out for a meal together." "No, we have an appointment." After Wu Yun finished speaking, there was a knock on the office door. "Mr. Wu, your girlfriend is here." The front desk came in with Wen Meng. Li Qiuliang looked like this, then stood up and said, "Mr. Wu, then I won't disturb you anymore." Wu Yun saw Wen Meng looking at the office curiously and said with a smile, "Senior sister, how is my place?" "Yes, it fits my definition of a domineering president." Wen Meng's words refer to both people and things. The official launch of shared bicycles for the first time has aroused many people's discussions, and there is a lot of discussion on the internet. Even on Weibo's hot searches, shared bicycles ranked 3rd on the real-time hot search list, and Little Red Car also ranked 7th on the hot search list. Today, a large number of red shared bicycles suddenly appeared in the streets and alleys of Chengdu, with people riding little red bikes everywhere. This is a new product of a technology company whose main business is bicycle sharing. It can be seen that this is a bold attempt. Netizens are also talking about it, with mixed praise and criticism. This is the content broadcast by the news channel of a TV station in Shu Province. The little red car can also bring some fresh vitality to the provincial capital of Chengdu. Sharing bikes? Isn't this a bicycle for me? No. I'll see if I can take a bicycle home later. This company must be crazy. I bet all the bikes will be stolen within a month. As a pledge, I will stand on my head in shit before everything is stolen. On the top floor, support the unique skills performed upstairs. The discussion on the internet did not cause Wu Yun any trouble, but instead surprised Wu Yun and the others. This is the first time that Little Red Car has been on a hot search, and it's a free hot search. Wu Yun quickly ordered Li Qiuliang to continue spending money to find well-known people on Weibo to help promote shared bicycles. Including Nebula Media, everyone was invited by Li Qiuliang. Wu Yun stayed at the company for a whole day on August 21st. Seeing that the number of registrations and deposits continued to rise, he felt relieved and was ready to wait to collect the money. In the evening, Wen Meng continued to perform a romantic action movie. Wen Meng, who was physically strong, almost made Wu Yun surrender. The next morning, Wu Yun packed his things and prepared to go to the airport to take Baiyu back to Jingyang. As for Wen Meng's arrangement, Wu Yun asked her to contact the real estate agent she had used before to see if there were any suitable houses for sale in the surrounding communities, including Normal University Garden. According to Wu Yun's words, "Senior sister, that is to build our love nest. Everyone else knows about this house." Wen Meng understood what Wu Yun meant and did not object. Instead, he happily contacted the real estate agent. As a result, before going to see the house, Wen Meng received a call from Yang Shasha and went to Yang Shasha's home. Wu Yun received Baiyu and hurriedly went through the transfer procedures at the Government Affairs Center. After having a meal with Wu Yun, he hurried back to the capital. He didn't know what Baiyu was busy with, so he asked her what she was doing. Did not say. Helpless, Wu Yun could only send her to the airport and heard her expectant tone. "Wu Yun, come to the capital quickly, I'll wait for you." "Not far away," Song Qin said in surprise. "Feifei, isn't that your little Yunzi?" After saying that, he pointed with his finger and sent Baiyu into Wu Yun. Shi Fei was also surprised. She didn't hear Wu Yun say he was coming to the airport last night. So, Chi Fei secretly walked behind Wu Yun, covered Wu Yun's eyes with his hands and said in a choked voice, "Guess who I am?" After being attacked, Wu Yun was slightly shocked and then relaxed. Smelling the Wu Yun smiled at the familiar fragrance. "One? CC? Or Chi Chi?" When Chi Fei heard this, she became angry and bit Wu Yun's trapezius muscle. "Xia Yunzi, I see you wanna be quiet." Wu Yun only felt pain in his trapezius muscle, but Chi Fei only bit it gently without exerting too much force. So Wu Yun broke away from Chi Fei's hands, turned around, hugged Chi Fei's slim waist and picked her up. Wu Yun buried his head on Chi Fei's chest and held Chi Fei in circles, causing the hem of Chi Fei's dress to float in the rotating breeze. This scene looks very harmonious, like two lovers reunited at the airport after a long separation. "Ha ha! Put me down quickly." Chi Fei held Wu Yun's head tightly with both hands and said with a smile. Wu Yun greedily took a few deep breaths and slowly put Chi Fei down. In the airport, there were several people who had noticed Wu Yun before. Just sent away a beautiful and pure beauty, and now he is holding another style of beauty, who is really a master of time management. Oh no! There is no such thing as Neptune in 2014. Aha! A few deliberate dry coughs interrupted Wu Yun's two-person world. "Hello fellow seniors." Wu Yun said hello. "Junior, who are you coming to see off at the airport? I don't believe you are here to see us off," Li Yao said in a long voice. Chi Fei and the other three people also looked at Wu Yun with scrutinizing eyes, feeling that you couldn't leave the airport today if you didn't tell the truth. "Ahem. Senior sisters, could you please take a moment to speak? Look, there are many people at the airport looking at us." Wu Yun did not answer directly, but pointed at many passengers who had cast their eyes in this direction. There were 4 beautiful girls with different styles. Not 3 beautiful girls could not attract attention. Several people found along Wu Yun asked them to sit down and said, "I just sent my classmates away, but I didn't expect you to leave today too. I have just finished my busy work in the past few days, and I even said that I would go back to Jingyang to play with you." The girls originally had some questions but were attracted by the topic raised by Wu Yun. Recently, Wu Yun basically has a video chat with Chi Fei every day, so they all know that Wu Yun has opened 2 more companies, and the little red car of Nirvana Technology has also its own line. As frequent users of Weibo, they know how popular Zaya Honky is. Currently, shared bicycles and Zaya Honky account for 2 of the top 10 searches. Chi Fei asked Zaya Oyanzi, "How many people have registered for Little Red Car now?" Chi Fei asked the question that the other 3 people were thinking about. After all, there is a difference between closeness and distance. Chi Fei asked this question most appropriately. At noon today, I received a report that 1.35 million people were registered. Wu Yun talked about the data at noon. This is not a confidential issue. The data will be released for publicity in a while. Li Yao was very shocked. She immediately took out her mobile phone and opened the calculator and calculated the deposit of 299, counting 300 people. 1.35 million people is a deposit of 405 million. "Wow, junior fellow student, you are rich," Li Yao exclaimed, then realized that her voice was a bit loud and covered her mouth. "That's a deposit, not my money. It can be refunded at any time. However, although the deposit cannot be used, the interest deposited in the bank belongs to my company." It is impossible for Wu Yun to say that he is already staking money to make money. Even Zhang Shangnan, who has always been steady, became uneasy. He took out his mobile phone and searched for bank deposit interest rates, and then said calmly, "This year's interest income alone is it's more than enough for my junior to buy another Lamborghini. Fei, this internet company makes money much faster than your real estate." During this period, the 3 girls also had a clear understanding of the situation in Chi Fei's family. Compared with Chi Fei's family company, the internet technology company makes money as fast as a money printing machine. This is just the Little Red Car online. The next day, this was just a company that Wu Yun had founded in 1 month. Chi Fei hugged Wu Yun's arm very proudly. This was her boyfriend. She didn't believe it when she heard Wu Yun said that all the money was earned by herself. She thought Wu Yun was telling lies. Now she believed it. She didn't believe it. Suspect. Chi Fei just smiled and stared at Wu Yun as if there was light in her eyes, watching him answer the 3 women's questions with ease. At this time, the broadcast prompted those heading to the Magic City check-in and boarding for the first flight have begun. Please pay attention to the time. Zhang Shangnan stood up and said, "I'm leaving first." "Junior, welcome to the Magic City. I will be your guide when the time comes. Goodbye, seniors. I believe I will come to Shanghai in the near future." The Little Red Car has been put on sale in Shanghai, so whether you are coming to see the seniors or the branch, you must come. In the next hour, Wu Yun and Chi Fei put the other 2 people on the plane. Wu Yun put his arm around Chi Fei's waist and said in her ear, "Senior sister, you won't be going back tonight." Chi Fei's ears were slightly red, remembering the beautiful girl in the bathroom that night. Her body felt a little soft, and when she changed her clothes that day, she found that her underwear was a little wet. Yet Chi Fei agreed softly, then took out her mobile phone and called the driver, saying that she would take Wu Yun's car back. "Let's go. Come see the house with me tomorrow." Wu Yun took Chi Fei's hand and said, "Looking at a house? Do you want to buy a house again?" Chi Fei asked as he walked. Wu Yun didn't just buy a house outside the school, why did he want to buy it again? "I want to see a villa. Buying one can not only be an investment, but also a plan for our future. If you don't want to act anymore, I'll support you." Sweet words are easily accessible to Wu Yun now. "TSK, look down on me. From now on, my sister will take care of you, a pretty boy." Although Chi Fei said this, there was still a sweet smile on her face. "Okay. It just so happens that I don't want to work hard anymore. Rich woman, hurry up and take care of me," Wu Yun said, pulled Chi Fei and kissed her on the cheek. "Zaya Oyanzi, do you want me to ask my dad? He has many friends and can get more discounts when buying a villa." Chi Fei remembered that Chi State is a developer of real estate, and there are many friends who develop high-end properties and villas. "No, the discount won't be much, and Uncle Chi might owe you a favor if he goes. Wu Yun won't say that he has a discount card." "Is there anything better than this?" Wu Yun drove the big black bull and drove all the way. He quickly rushed back to the modern garden of Normal University, but Wu Yun was not allowed to go home immediately. Instead, he took Chi Fei to the company to check the situation of the little red car. The front desk of the company saw Wu Yun bringing a very different beauty from yesterday. The front desk already recognized Chi Fei. They had been here together last time. In the company, Chi Fei's temperament was too outstanding to be forgotten. However, Wu Yun's reputation as a playboy had already spread in the company, and Wu Yun didn't care after hearing about it. After all, what they said about Chi Fei's arrangement was true. When he arrived at his office, Wu Yun walked to Li Qiuliang's office. He knocked on the door and saw Li Qiuliang sitting at the computer, browsing something. When Wu Yun came in, he stood up and said, "Mr. Wu, sit here." After the two sat down on the sofa, Wu Yun asked Mr. Li, "How is the data so far?" "It's not off work yet, and Wu Yun hasn't seen the report yet." "Mr. Wu, as of 4 o'clock this afternoon, the number of registered users of the Xiaohonk app has reached 2 million, and the deposit retention rate has reached 97. The bank has given us feedback that there are already 582 million dedicated deposit accounts. Li Qiuliang has just seen the data, so he is very familiar with it. Mr. Wu, I have called Magic City Phoenix Bicycle and asked them to work overtime to ensure that we have at least 1.5 million bicycles before the end of this year. I have notified the financial preparation process for the first batch of 300,000 cars. Tomorrow we will pay the payment ratio to 50. At that time, President Wu's final signature will be required before payment can be made." Li Qiu, who had food in his hands, did not panic anymore, and happily prepared to pay the first batch of progress payment to Magic City Phoenix Bicycle. Wu Yun nodded. "At least it will reach 1.5 million units by the end of the year. I think we can focus on developing 2 or 3 bicycles. Cities, Chengdu counts as one, Beijing and Magic City also count as one." As for why Wu Yun chose these two places, because the capital is the base camp of OFO's little yellow car, and Mobile is in the Magic City, Wu Yun is going to be a fierce dragon crossing the river and need these 2 children. No matter what, the minimum deposit for our special account must be 60 of the total deposit. Wu Yun reiterated his point of view. Wu Yun originally wanted to talk to relevant departments about planning parking spaces, but then he thought, if the development is going like this, why should we pave the way for those who come after us? Wouldn't it be nice to keep it as a means of attacking the enemy? Wu Yun chatted with Li Qiuliang for a while, then stood up and said, "I'm leaving first. The company's affairs depend on Mr. Li." Li Qiuliang sent Wu Yun to the door and saw Wu Yun bring out a man from his office. The prettiest one among the 4 beauties he had seen last time couldn't help but smile. She looked like a young man now. Wu Yun, who was talking about work as a part-time job, could not tell that he was 18 years old. Li Qiuliang would have thought that Wu Yun was 18 years old except for his appearance. There are 28 years old. Wu Yun pulled Chi Fei out of the door, leaving a few gossips behind. After having a romantic dinner outside, the two returned to the modern garden of Normal University. In the shoe cabinet, Wu Yun found the sandals that Chi Fei had worn last time. Wu Yun knelt down and took off the sandals for Chi Fei himself. He also touched Chi Fei's white and tender calves with his hands, making Chi Fei squirm and make a sound. "Senior sister, it's getting late, let's take a shower." Wu Yun grinned. I'm washing here. After saying that, she picked up her pajamas and walked to the public bathroom. How could Wu Yun do as she wished? He picked up Chi Fei and walked to the master bedroom. Chi Fei buzzed her feet and shouted, Xiao Yunzi, put your sister down quickly, or I won't be with you tonight. Not with me? Not with me? Wu Yun said while using his left hand. Wu Yun's left hand became slightly stronger. Chi Fei's face was red, and she didn't know whether it was because she was shy because she was beaten, or because her head was congested and turned red. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere suddenly became silent. Then the atmosphere became heated, and just like last time, Chi Fei responded proactively. Everyone knows that when a man is kissing, he doesn't know where to put his hands, so he can only move them around. Then Chi Fei said with blurred eyes, Xiao Yunzi, carry me into the bathroom. After receiving the order, Wu Yun stood up, pulled Chi Fei up and supported her with his hands, and walked into the bathroom. The sound of water splashing to the ground sounded. Wu Yun spent another wonderful night. In the early morning, Wu Yun's biological clock reminded him to get up on time. Seeing Chi Fei still sleeping, he did not disturb her, but quietly got up and closed the bedroom door. After washing up in the bathroom outside, Wu Yun walked into the kitchen and made a light breakfast for Chi Fei. Looking at the 4 number displayed on the Philatelic Beauty's high-level medal, Wu Yun couldn't help but look forward to what kind of reward this 5 would be. Seeing that the time was almost up, Wu Yun returned to the bedroom and woke up Chi Fei. Chi Fei stretched out on the bed and rolled down. She was so happy for a moment that Wu Yun even wanted to have a dessert before the meal. Even with disheveled hair, it can't hide Chi Fei's unshakable temperament. Slacker. Get up quickly and eat. After dinner, accompany me to see the house. Seeing Chi Fei's favorability score reaching 98, Wu Yun was very happy. He didn't expect that it would increase so much after getting in touch. During the meal, Wu Yun gave Chi Fei a choice of villas in several places in Rongqing that he had chosen before. The current villas in Chengdu are not expensive, with smaller ones costing more than 10 million yuan, and larger villas basically costing around 30 million yuan. Occasionally, there are a few villas worth more than 50 million yuan that are considered the kings of villas in Chengdu. There are rows, single-family houses, and even manors. Nowadays, domestic developers basically develop townhouses and single-family villas. As a man with system support, Wu Yun must choose the single-family villa with a garden. It would be better if there was a swimming pool. Chi Fei looked at several villa areas chosen by Wu Yun and chose a name that would be familiar to future generations of Wu Yun, Lushan International. Choose Lushan International. This property was developed by a friend of my dad's company. When it was first launched, my dad even attended a banquet. I heard that the facilities, environment, and house area are great. I want to see it too. Chi Fei knew Wu Yun's budget, so she had no intention of saving him any money. Although she also lived in a villa at home, it was already some time ago. The newly developed villas not only fit in with her aesthetics and appearance, but also the environment is much better than her home. Chi Fei has seen the introduction of Lushan International Community. It covers an area of more than 4,300 acres, which is really large. An average university only has more than 1,000 acres of land. This community is comparable to 3 or 4 universities. More than 2,600 acres of construction land are divided into 2 equal areas with a meandering curve. One area is a low-density residential area, that is, the villa area. The other area is a high-density residential area. The housing prices are much higher than those in many places in Chengdu. After finishing breakfast and packing up, Wu Yun drove to Lushan International with Chi Fei in his car. As he approached the community, he felt like he was entering a paradise. There is such a scenery in the reinforced concrete city. At first glance, the neatly manicured lawns of the golf course look like a place that ordinary people cannot afford. It is very popular among the upper class. The curve divides 2 equal areas. One area is a low-density residential area, with a golf-style landscape as the main line running through all villa groups, while the other area is a high-density residential area, which is modeled after a European town. The low-lying canyon area is covered with thousands of acres of green wild landscape roads. The hilly areas on both sides of the canyon are lined with villas. The last part is the Lushan low-speed town accompanied by 2 natural lakes. Driving on the road, Wu Yun fell in love with this place as soon as he saw the environment. Chi Fei's eyes lit up and he pulled Wu Yun and said, Xiao Yunzi, I've decided for you. Just buy it here. De Hainyo drove directly into the parking lot of the sales department. As soon as the security guard saw that it was an outside vehicle, he notified the sales department through the intercom, not giving Wu Yun a chance to show off. After parking the car, Wu Yun opened the door for Chi Fei car door. Chi Fei took Wu Yun's arm and walked to the sales department. Wu Yun looked at the sales department that looked like a large single-family villa and couldn't help but sigh. It really is a community developed with a cost of 3 billion. It's really rich. The sales ladies who have been notified long ago will stand at the door whenever they have nothing to do, standing in 2 rows, ready to welcome big customers. Welcome to Lushan International. A neat voice sounded, causing some of the people viewing the house in the hall to turn their heads. Wu Yun was a little surprised that the service attitude of Lushan International was really good, which greatly increased people's goodwill. Of course, he would not admit that it was because of the rows of thighs. For the sake of it. Appreciating beauty is a common problem among people. It doesn't mean that Wu Yun can't move when he sees beautiful women. He just likes to look at them, but he can't compare with Chi Fei and Wen Meng with the perfect figure next to him. The sales lady asked politely, "Sir, madam, do you have an appointment with a sales consultant?" Wu Yun shook his head and said, "No, it's our first time here." Hearing Wu Yun's words, the face of the sales lady who spoke flashed with joy, and then like a welcoming lady, she led Wu Yun and Chi Fei to the reception area, leaving a few people with depressed faces behind. Sales lady, what a bargain for this slut Su Fangfang. A big wave of commissions will soon be in her hands. I don't think so. Didn't you notice the beautiful woman next to the rich second generation? She is really beautiful and classy. None of US can compare with her. Her clothes and watches are all luxury brands of big brands. Su Fangfang's usual tricks probably won't work anymore. What if someone else really wants to buy a house? Let's go, it's time to serve tea and water. After Wu Yun and Chi Fei sat down on the soft sofa, Su Fangfang took 2 Lushan International brochures, handed them to Wu Yun and Chi Fei one each and introduced, "Sir, madam, these are our Lushan International's brochures." Brochure, there are large flats and single-family villas. I don't know which type you are interested in. Su Fangfang was a little excited. She just received a notice that a rich second generation was driving a Lamborghini to check out the house. Don't ask why, because she entered to register. However, while Su Fangfang was looking forward to it, she was also a little uneasy. After all, not every rich second generation is so rich. The 2 young people in front of her were clearly still in college. A pleasant voice sounded, and Su Fangfang saw that it was the elegant beauty next to Wu Yun who said, "We want to see a single-family villa. I wonder if there are any recommendations?" Chi Fei asked while flipping through the introduction in the brochure. "Road, sir, madam, we have several villa areas in Lushan International, namely Blackhawk Villa, St. Andrew, Highton Manor, Yuelin Lake and Qingdao among them. Blackhawk Manor and Blackwood Manor are 715 integrated fully designed luxury single-family villas. There are 32 Blackhawk and 26 Blackwood villas. Yuelin Lake is a multi-million level luxury single-family villa with an area of 490 square meters. It has multiple garden designs so that everyone in the family can enjoy the beauty of their own garden. St. Andrew is smaller, with a double courtyard villa of 293 to 383 square meters. As Su Fangfang spoke, she turned to the corresponding page for Chi Fei and explained the different styles of each villa. Wu Yun took a sip of water and said, "Which houses are available now? I want to see the sand table first." Su Fangfang then took Wu Yun and the 2 of them to a huge sand table in the center of the hall, and said, "This sand table is exactly the same as our Lushan. The topography of the international community allows you to intuitively see the location and layout of each community. Please come with me, both of you. This is Blackhawk Manor." Su Fangfang picked up the command pole that came with the sand table and pointed at the location of Black Eagle Manor, and introduced the supporting facilities around Black Eagle Manor. Then, he spent more than 10 minutes introducing the villa groups just mentioned to Wu Yun and Chi Fei. Wu Yun held Chi Fei's waist, lowered his head and said in Chi Fei's ear, "I think the location of Black Eagle Manor is very good. How about we go to see Black Eagle Manor first?" "It doesn't matter, it's you, a rich man, who gives me the money anyway." Chi Fei rolled her eyes at Wu Yun and slapped Wu Yun's erratic fingers with her hand. "Beauty, arrange the car first. Let's go to Blackhawk Manor first, and then Ebony Manor. We won't see the other smaller ones for now." Wu Yun's words made Su Fangfang feel mixed. She was happy that she would get a large commission if the deal was completed, but she was worried that it would not be easy to close a deal on a villa at this price. After all, you are not buying something worth a few thousand yuan, but tens of millions. Villas. There are so many wealthy people in Rongqing, and those with assets of more than 10 million are among the top in the country. However, since the opening of Lushan International, these villas have not been sold out, which shows that the villas are not so easy to sell. Even Su Fangfang works here. Only 3 villas had been sold in several years, and they were not large-scale single-family houses in Black Eagle and Ebony. Su Fangfang quickly contacted the tour bus and took Wu Yun and the others along the way to Black Eagle Manor. The lawns along the line were neatly trimmed, and the woods were regularly distributed in their proper places. Taking in the breeze brought by the sightseeing bus, Wu Yun said to Chi Fei, looking at the overall environment of the community is really comfortable. It is indeed the most popular villa in Chengdu now. Senior sister, as long as you return to Shu province in the future, we will live here. I occasionally stay over there during classes. Wu Yun made up his mind that as long as the villa has a good floor plan and a good view, he is going to buy it here. Although it is still a bit remote now, it seems that the nanny will also have a grocery cart in the future. Su Fangfang, who has been paying attention to the conversation between the two, was secretly happy. Seeing that the two were not chatting, he leaned forward and explained the facilities on the road to them. Soon, the sightseeing bus drove into the gate of Black Eagle Manor, and Su Fangfang loudly directed the sightseeing busmaster to stop in a building. At the door of the villa where people live, Su Fangfang took the key and opened the door of the villa. Wu Yun stood outside and looked at the garages on both sides. Su Fangfang said from the side the single-family homes in Black Eagle Manor basically adopt a double garage design. It can park 2 cars and a total of 4 cars. If you don't care about your car, you can park it here at the door. Sir, madam, please come this way. Su Fangfang led Wu Yun into the entrance door in the middle of the garage. As soon as he entered the entrance door on the garage side, Wu Yun's eyes lit up, and the three of them walked into a spacious and bright hall, because no one had lived there yet. The ground that has been paved with floor tiles has accumulated thick dust, and many footprints are obvious on it. It seems that people usually show the house. After passing through the hall, there is a garden behind, but no one takes care of it, so it looks like it. There are some overgrown weeds, but what makes Wu Yun very happy is that there is a small stream flowing in the backyard. Wu Yun can't see if there are any fish in it because it is too far away. It would be a great time for 5 friends or a partner to have a barbecue and drink tea here. Because the villas here focus on luxury decoration, they are basically decorated and fully furnished. If you don't mind a little cleaning, buy one. Household appliances and furniture are ready for moving in. Then the two of them followed Su Fangfang to visit all the living rooms and rooms. Wu Yun felt that this villa not only had a good layout, but also had a great location. Standing upstairs, you could directly look out. There are no buildings or mountains blocking the view of the golf course. However, Wu Yun felt that the style of this decoration was not suitable for their young people. Although it was a luxurious decoration, it still looked a bit old-fashioned. Wu Yun also asked Chi during the visit Fei's opinion, but Chi Fei's opinion was also that she was satisfied with everything else except this decoration. She also expressed to Wu Yun her longing to have a barbecue in the garden with her friends in the future. Then the three of them went to watch the other 2 sets of Black. In the Eagle Manor Villa, Wu Yun found that the interior decoration styles were not much different. Although they were all luxurious decorations, they were not the type he and Chi Fei liked. Moreover, the view and the location of the garden were not as satisfying as the first one. Then the three of them moved to the Ebony Garden in the opposite corner. After looking at 2 buildings, Wu Yun saw the slight sweat on Chi Fei's temples, so he said to Su Fangfang, "Let's stop here. We've already chosen it." Su Fangfang said with a look of surprise, "Mr. Wu, which household have you decided on?" Wu Yun said calmly, "This is the first building in Black Eagle Manor we looked at. Go back to your sales department first. It's a little hot now. Lushan International Sales Department." Wu Yun and Chi Fei sat on the sofa and received a more warm reception. Su Fangfang took the floor plan of the first Black Eagle Manor villa that Wu Yun was optimistic about and said, "Mr. Wu, the 16th building is 7 bedrooms, 3 living rooms and 6 bathrooms, with a total area of 621 square meters, and a free private garden of 500 square meters. Wu Yun listened to Su Fangfang's introduction, and when she finished speaking, he said, "Just tell me the price." "Mr. Wu, the current selling price of our villa is 40,000 square meters. The selling price of 16 buildings is 24.84 million, and various miscellaneous taxes total 500,000, totaling 25.34 million. Wu Yun nodded, then glanced at Chi Fei, and found that she was looking at a fat middle-aged man surrounded by a crowd not far away, so he asked, "Senior sister, do you know him?" Su Fangfang also saw the man and was about to speak when Chi Fei said, "I only know his surname is Xiao. He came before when my dad's real estate was opened. At that time, my dad asked me to call him Uncle Xiao." Su Fangfang was surprised, and then she felt relieved that she could look at the house with the rich second generation, and the two of them didn't seem to have a playful relationship. In this case, many women are white, rich and beautiful, and they are well matched. Su Fangfang smiled and said, "Madam, you also know our Mr. Xiao." Mr. Xiao is one of the two shareholders of Lushan International Community Development Party, and he is usually in charge. Xiao Junwen, who was surrounded by the crowd at this time, looked around the hall and was startled when he saw a very familiar person. As long as he has seen Qi Fei's beauty once, he will definitely recognize it when he meets him in the future. So Xiao Junwen strode over. Su Fangfang saw the boss coming, so she stood up straight and bowed. "Hello, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Junwen nodded, then the arrogant CEO aura on his body dropped, and he smiled like the uncle next door niece. "Why are you free to run today? Are you here?" Qi Fei stood up and looked as tall as Xiao Junwen. When Wu Yun saw this, he stood up out of respect. After all, he was Qi Fei's elder. "Uncle Xiao, I am coming to buy a house with my boyfriend here. This is Wu Yun, my boyfriend." Qi Fei pulled Wu Yun over, hugged Wu Yun's arm, and politely introduced Xiao Junwen with a smile. "Hello, Uncle Xiao." Wu Yun nodded and said hello naturally, not showing any timidity because Xiao Junwen was the boss of a large company. The moment Xiao Junwen nodded, he looked over Wu Yun and even saw the floor plan on the table. It looked like it was a villa. He thought to himself, "You are not a simple young man. Have you chosen the house?" When Xiao Junwen said this, he looked at Su Fangfang. Su Fangfang said nervously, "Mr. Xiao, Mr. Wu is optimistic about building 16 of Black Eagle Villa, and he has just negotiated a price of 34 million yuan. The more Xiao Junwen looked at Wu Yun and Qi Fei, the more he felt that they were more and more suitable for each other, so he smiled and said, "Why don't you get a discount when you come to Uncle Xiao to buy a house? I will make the change for you personally. My niece, forgive me. After all, Lushan International is not developed by our company alone. Some people will be dissatisfied if there are too many. You guys do your business first. I have a meeting coming soon, so take the first step." Xiao Junwen nodded to Wu Yun, then walked in the direction he came from. He didn't go far and turned around and said, "Niece, say hello to Lao Qi for me, and come to him for tea later." Subsequently, with the assistance of Su Fangfang and other staff, Wu Yun signed a full purchase contract and paid 25 million yuan for the house. Because of the 10 discount card for the villa, he only paid 2.5 million yuan and the rest. The payment was all made by the system. Looking at the bank card with only 7.79 million left, Wu Yun had a feeling that the amount was very small. It was really difficult to live in luxury because the villa discount card also included decoration. The cost was limited to less than 40 million. It happened that the two of them didn't like the decoration style of the 16th building in Black Eagle Manor, so they asked Su Fangfang to recommend a specialized villa decoration company. Wu Yunha had a free lunch in the sales department. Qi Fei was leaning on the sofa and looking at some decoration styles on the internet. Since the villa decoration orders were all large, Wu Yun quickly sent people to the sales department and looked at the man in business attire. Two women, headed by this man in his 30s. "Hello, Mr. Wu. I am Wesley, chief designer of Nestle Decoration, and these two are my assistant designers." Wesley, who was somewhat bald, introduced himself. Seeing the expressions of Qi Fei and Wu Yun, he explained in a normal manner, "Mr. Wu, don't be ridiculous. My father's surname is Wei and my mother's surname is Li, so that's why I got this name." Wu Yun nodded and said, "Health worker, I bought building 16 of Black Eagle Villa. I wonder if your company has relevant experience." The other two young female designers looked at Qi Fei with envy for having such a rich boyfriend. Wesley smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Wu. Our company undertook the initial decoration of Black Eagle Manor and Ebony Manor. Yes, because they use a unified template, the decoration styles are not very different. Of course, many owners have carried out secondary renovations and changed some designs. But companies like Mr. Wu who have torn down and redone things have had 4 or 5 experiences, and half of them were designed by me. You see, these materials are all our previous designs." After Wesley finished speaking, the assistant on his left handed over a beautiful picture album. Wesley was not in a hurry. The designers were very patient, let alone the villa design, otherwise they would have been ruined by those tricky owners. Wesley took a sip of water and looked at Wu Yun. There is no doubt about the strength of a person who can buy a 25 million villa in full. Look at the Jaeger LeCoultre watch on Wu Yun's wrist and the beautiful woman next to him. A real rich man. Wesley was thinking about how to make high-quality and high-priced decorations. Wu Yun put the album on his and Qi Fei's lap, holding Qi Fei's waist with his right hand and looking at it head to head. Nestle Decorations Performance. After more than 10 minutes, the two of them read the album. Wesley smiled and said, "I wonder if you two recognize our company's strength and design?" Wu Yun nodded, and then said, "Health worker, let me tell you our requirements now. The first is to be bright. All rooms should be as bright as possible. We went to see them today. They were luxuriously decorated, but they looked a bit dark. which we didn't like. The female assistant on Wesley's right quickly memorized Wu Yun's